sick, bro. Like, word up, pause. Like, I just that yo. And them 2 months when K Michelle had that the boom 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 boom, I was like, God damn. But she done lost that shit now. Oh, yeah, fuck her now.
Yeah, that nigga Vlad got he got the clips. And Turk and Lil Wayne giving a baby mama what is it say? Giving a baby mama crabs. God damn.
He said some wilder shit though on the Drink Champs joint.
Oh, I can imagine.
So I'm gonna try to find it.
That's the only way he can revive his career, bro.
I don't know if he gonna revive shit after that.
Damn.
He can either go
Is that
revive
bad?
being a drag queen or something. He can go sign up for RuPaul's show or some shit.
Yeah, he
Oh
crossed too many.
shit.
He crossed too many. He crossed too many bridges on that drink champs. Yeah, I can't see him redeeming himself either.
God damn, no. Don't tell me he going out like that. Not the hot boys going down in flame.
They going down in flames, all right. Flamboyant flames.
Ooh. So them kisses really meant something, huh?
Oh,
Oh shit me.
all right, I got it. Hold up.
Black with the assist.
But all right, so there was a statement that you made on you named the outlet earlier, and you was like, "Yo, I had sex in jail," and then people took that part.
Cause they dumb.
Yeah, they took
I'm
that.
about a exclusive.
Okay.
I fucked, man.
Wait, what?
I fucked.
Okay.
You heard me. Now let me tell y'all something about.
I'll keep it at 100.
Got
I'll keep it
to.
at 100. But all right, so there was a statement that you made on
Damn,
you
it
named the
reversed
outlet
it.
earlier, and you was like, "Yo, I had sex in jail," and then people took that part.
Cause they dumb.
Yeah, they took
I'm
that.
about a exclusive.
Okay.
I fucked, man.
Wait, what?
I fucked.
Okay.
You heard me. Now let me tell y'all something about fucked. See, I'm not gonna get fucked telling y'all who I fucked, you feel me? But if you're a real street nigga, you already know who I fucked. You see what I'm saying? See, a lot of y'all be like, he must have fucked a punk because y'all don't got no fucking status, man. I'm a gangster, man. Man, nigga, I shot 2 police.
Right, real talk.
Listen, man, the documentary coming 52 bullets.
I'll keep it at 100.
Got
I'll keep it
to.
at 100.
Yeah, that's a little suspect.
So is he trying to get a role on P Valley? That's why he said that.
Hey, nah, come on, man. If you're a street nigga, you already know what you talking about, man. Come on, don't even do
He
that,
talking
man.
about fucking the CEO, right?
Yeah, man. Come on, dog. Jesus
See,
Christ.
that's what I was thinking. But hey, why? He couldn't make that clear though.
That nigga was fucking them punks, man.
I mean,
Yeah.
why should he have to? Why should he have to make it clear? Like, come,
That
he
nigga
told you.
said he shot two police. That shit don't mean nothing behind a wall, bro. I know mad niggas that got bodies. I know mad niggas that's hood legends from Queens, Harlem, Brooklyn, Bronx, and them niggas was in there messing with chumps. So I ain't even trying to hear that, nigga.
Sheesh.
He
And
just said
yeah, niggas is smashing CO chicks. They smashing teachers, counselors, all that do go down. But saying that you done shot two police don't certify the fact that you smashed a female.
he just
Bro, he
said,
said he
yo.
fucked a man. I ain't hear that part.
No, he ain't hear
You
that
talking
part.
about in the very beginning?
Yeah, bro. He made it clear, Springfield. I know you trying to vouch for him and play devil's
No, I'm not.
advocate,
I'm not even
but
a
he
fan
made
of
it
the nigga.
clear.
But the nigga clearly said, "I didn't fuck no
You
punks,
gotta
cuz."
play it back, Black, the very beginning.
Nigga clearly said,
Listen close, Springfield. This is the last time I'm playing it. We might get a violation on this channel or something. I play it a fourth time or something.
I'm keeping it 100.
Got
I'm keeping it
to.
100. But all right, so there was a statement that you made on you named the outlet earlier, and you was like, "Yo, I had sex in jail," and then people took that part.
Cause they dumb.
Yeah, they took
I'm
that.
about a exclusive.
Okay.
I fucked, man.
Whoa, whoa.
Y'all niggas is wild,
You
though.
heard it there
Y'all
first.
niggas, y'all niggas is
Y'all
fucking
crazy,
gay.
bro.
Yeah,
Y'all is
you,
burnt
Who
the
did he
fuck out.
fuck,
Nah, nah,
man?
nah. That's not what I was talking about.
Y'all
He
burnt out.
said,
That's what shit. I thought that's what. Yeah, shit.
So they
nah,
go
I
back.
thought he said something earlier in it when they was talking earlier, but nah, he said I fucked man.
All right, that's cool.
yeah, you
These
wild.
niggas is weirdos, man.
Yo,
Cause
Dave,
you
you
see,
my
yo,
nigga,
when he
man.
says it, you got to see the look on this nigga Nori face. He's like, "Wait, what you just said?"
He was trying to figure out who he was fucking, man.
How long Turk been out of jail?
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
Maybe 3 years.
Nah, it's been longer than three,
No.
Larry.
Oh, okay.
3 years be 2019. Nah, he been out way longer than that.
No. Oh, okay.
Hey, yo, check the link up top. They coming out with New Jack City, the live play.
Yo, I saw that. I saw that on Twitter. I was like, "What the fuck?"
G Money still gonna be the same G Money.
Hey, yo, Trent's supposed to be in it. My wife was telling me about that shit last night.
Yeah, yeah, and Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah.
They trying to steal our whole swag. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we brought them niggas back. You heard?
Brought him back like a Cadillac. Hey, they say Turk got out in October 12th of 2020. I mean 2012. He been out for a long time.
Oh yeah, he been out.
Damn.
Yo, so you think they gonna give us free tickets to the Broadway show?
He
Shit, they
just
might
bought
give
you.
us a copyright infringement.
But we spell it different though. You know what I'm saying? We don't spell it the same, so we keep it up.
So Wesley ain't gonna be in it. He ain't gonna be in it. Or that's his replacement, Big Daddy Kane.
Big Daddy Kane gonna be his replacement because he never wanted to do New Jack City in the first place.
Oh, I ain't know that.
Yeah, because he didn't want to be depicted as
A
okay
gangster.
pigeon-toed. Yeah, as pigeon-toed as a guess a drug dealer shit, some shit he was saying.
But he can go put on a dress and some lipstick.
I know, ain't that right though? Ain't that right,
What the
Sue?
fuck? Come on, man. Hey, them Al Capone niggas, them bitches, they didn't give a fuck. They played them characters till they died, nigga.
Fucking Robert De Niro still plays motherfucking
See
mobster.
what see what I'm saying? They don't care. They play them roles, boy. It's gonna get them that check.
Yo, don't he got a black wife?
De Niro?
Yeah. Do he got a black wife? I could have sworn he do.
He
Maybe I'm
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
wrong.
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Yo, you know what I never knew about De Niro? His father owns like all of Tribeca. Them niggas is
Word,
super sanctioned in New York. Yeah.
word.
Yeah, his father's a super OG.
Damn,
Word, buddy. Super law.
that ain't by
You
coincidence.
gotta have that bread, and you gotta be very well connected with that shit, yo. That's crazy. Tribeca,
Yeah,
nigga.
yeah, yo, for real.
But you think he been groomed from the start though?
Had to be. Had to be.
Most of them people been groomed from the start. I seen the joint the other day, or on that LeBron joint, whatever his show joint called, and old girl was on there. I can't think of her name right now, and I just had her on. What was her name? White lady actress, man. She been around forever. She was in E.T. She was a little girl in E.T. Don't nobody know her name? I can't think of her name.
Drew
Drew
Barrymore.
Barrymore?
Yeah, yo, she been in Hollywood since she was 11 months old, bro.
Oh yeah.
God damn.
And she could fall off, go in her little like ditzy white girl moments, but she still come right back every time.
Her whole family was in that joint, man. All the way back to her grandfather.
Damn. Yeah,
I was
that
what? What you said?
my bad. And I was gonna say that family tree ain't no bitch, boy.
Nah, bro, it ain't. Go ahead, Dave, my fault.
Nah, you got it.
I was just agreeing with Stu.
So I was watching this interview yesterday. It's like this dude working fashion or some shit. But he was basically talking about how his nieces, one of the nieces want to be an actress and the other want to be a ballet dancer. So like they in their first year of school, he has them going one to a performance art school, the other to a performance ballet school. Would that be considered grooming them from the start? The
Yeah.
kids?
Hell yeah, you know how much that costs?
That's the goal though. Like if your child really want to do something and you able to put them in a private school catering to that field, ain't that the goal?
Yeah, that's the goal, man. Look how long Alicia Keys been around for a long time before we even knew she was.
That's a fact.
Cause some people get groomed and they don't make it too. They be in them private schools all their life and they never make it to Hollywood. You feel me?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. The Hollywood, to get to that level, you got to do something, bro. Like Alicia Keys had to do something, bro. They got something on her, dog.
Then she go to Juilliard.
Yo, y'all think Wack got the sex tape?
What sex tape?
Alicia Keys, nigga.
Oh shit.
Nah, I don't want no smoke with that.
Got everybody else drunk.
Hell with no
He
smoke with that.
pulled everything else out the hat.
Word up. Them LA niggas, man, they be how the fuck, man.
See, the nigga might have showed it to him. Like, yo, watch this shit, nigga. You see, I told you I had it, and turned it off. I don't think the nigga got it. That nigga talk too much anyway.
Too much.
To be like pushing 50, you got kids, you supposed to be worth this amount of money, and you got artists under you that's reputable artists, you talk too much, bro. Straight up.
I know niggas ain't about to believe me, B. I know niggas ain't about to believe me. I've been holding this joint for a minute, man, for a long time, man. Yeah, me and Wack got a broad in common, B. No BS.
Yo, the saddest part about it is he's not trying to really throw nobody under the bus, even though he is. He's saying it because he wants to seem more credible. He wants people to think that he's important. He's that nigga. So he gonna say some stupid shit like that, not even really thinking about the effect it has on people.
I don't respect that gang stuff out there no more, man, because all the stuff he done said in the last few months ain't nothing happening, man. I ain't respecting that stuff out there no more.
Why can't go to Planned Parenthood?
No, no, no.
You, Brick Squad.
You know,
Cali,
what
Dino,
up?
what's up?
Dino, what up,
Dave,
bro?
what's up, my boy?
Yo,
Dino.
Dino, that's my word. I was playing GTA last night. Was a nigga sound just like you, B.
Nigga, crazy. Chico, what's up, my boy? Yo. Springfield.
No, no, no.
No, no, no. Yo, Wack, you a real Pyro? No, no, no. Yo, Rack, you got the tape? No, no, no. Get him out of here. Why we let that nigga run this app, man? Cause the white people, they looking at him like he a spokesperson for this culture right now, which is crazy.
You ain't lying, bro. Word is bond. That's a fact. Damn, yo, Alan Payne fell off that much. He got to play his role again in the same show on Broadway. What he doing?
They gonna hit that dope again.
We was just talking about Broadway yesterday. That's crazy. Now New Jack City on Broadway?
Hey, yo, they listening in, bro. They, yeah, yeah, these niggas is listening, bro. For real, man. They got the supporting cast right here. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they ain't gotta go far, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Movie deal, play deals, all type of shit, man.
She come here for the interview, for the official interview.
Shit, after this, they gonna do Boys in the Hood on Ice.
Oh, that'd be dope. Niggas doing drive-bys and red Hondas and shit on ice, on skates.
Why that nigga stupid? That nigga stupid.
Reggae. You gonna
Nah, he
see?
talking about. Nah, he talking about doing Set It Off on Broadway too.
Queen Latifah probably really gonna be in it too.
Probably.
That's
And
cool. That's
Jada.
cool.
And the bald head Jada.
Nah, y'all niggas is bugging. He talking about the Brat, Latoya Luckett, and some other shit. Like I read the article on this shit. It was
Oh, they
attached
already
to the
got the people for it.
yeah,
So it's the people that wish they was in the original movie type shit.
basically.
Who said the Brat looked good? I was thinking about that the other day.
She do,
Yo,
Yo,
bro. She do,
that
bro.
motherfucker, that motherfucker fine as shit, bro.
She do, bro.
Thicker than cold peanut butter, my nigga.
You know who her
Damn.
sister is, though, right?
Lisa Ray, right?
Motherfucking
Yeah,
diamond, nigga,
Lisa Ray.
Her sister's Lisa Ray.
You ain't know that,
diamond,
bro?
nigga,
Oh
diamond.
Man,
fuck. Come on,
they've
man.
been in the industry then.
Ben.
I think same father, different mother, some shit like that, something like that.
Oh, the Brat like girls. She married.
Yeah, man.
Day after day. Yeah. Like push against the clouds. They just keep
Shoot back, Queen Latifah. Shoot back, Cleo. Don't let him take you out like that.
Run!
Run! Run, Cleo, run! Run! Run, Cleo, run, Cleo. Run. Niggas was boo-hooing on that part, man. I don't give a fuck. I wanted to jump in the movie and help her out, man. Wanted to bust back, man. Paul. The niggas up
Duh,
off.
duh.
Not Cleo, man. Hey, yo, she really showed her true self in that movie, though. Y'all niggas ain't even peeped that shit.
Oh, she was gay as a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, with the yeah.
She slapped that motherfucking chick upside the ass like, pow!
She
This
knew how to
mine.
play that. She knew how to play that role.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she played the shit
So
out of
which
that,
I think Queen Latifah like girls?
What?
nigga.
It's a fact, bro. She like us for real.
Woodrow say, my girl got a girlfriend.
She seemed like the type of girl that could ring in mad girls. Like you go out with her, she'll be with 8 girls.
Yo, Stu Dro was my nigga, man. He fucked his career up, dog.
Man, we ain't gonna talk about that.
Damn, the Brat.
Yeah, her
Yep.
girl got a girlfriend too.
I remember when she came out with that video with Tyrese and she's on her female shit. She was looking sexy on that beach, bro.
Yeah, that ladies' night video, nigga. That ladies' night.
Ray said, yeah. Run.
Her wife got a fat ass. Looking at this girl right now. Jessica Dupart. That
I told you, her girl got a girlfriend.
And she got some money, nigga.
it says she's an entrepreneur and executive officer of Kaleidoscope Hair Products.
Ching
Born and
ching.
raised in New Orleans. 3 kids, and that's dope. And she a self-made millionaire. That's hard.
Damn.
Ching ching.
Need that. She only 40.
It's a group of them. Like I think it's like 3 or 4 of them. They all came up on IG organically. I watched that shit. My wife
Damn.
into that shit real heavy. From New Orleans. There's a girl named Tokyo Vanity, Super Scent, and Big Booty Judy.
I heard of Tokyo before.
Big booty Judy.
When the pandemic hit, they went to the moon.
Yeah, that's crazy. A lot of people got rich, bro. Damn.
Shit, I made a shitload of money during the pandemic. I can't even front.
I could imagine,
There's
nigga.
too many jobs. That vaccine, nigga. What? I made like fucking 40,000 off that vaccine, nigga. Probably. All the jobs I had, just line up here, sign there. Little jobs, nigga. They was had jobs all over the city for that shit. 40 an hour, 50 an hour, because they knew niggas didn't really want to do it. They was shitting. 13-hour shifts, 13 and a half hour shifts, overtime, shitting.
Damn.
So I'm like, yeah, you could take the vaccine if you want to not, but nigga, it's a check out here going around for that shit.
I was fucking banging out 2 loads in one day, dog, because there's no traffic.
Shit, I'm sure that was beautiful.
Pause.
Nah, I know what he meant though.
Yeah.
Pause, man.
The truckloads, pause.
Nigga say he was banging out 2 loads.
Oh yeah, that's
That nigga
crazy.
was talking.
That's
That nigga
crazy.
talking mad spicy, yo. Pause, bro. Fuck.
You see. When I come on my bullshit, pause. And then, you know what I'm saying? All right.
Oh yeah, come on your bullshit. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm like, how's that pause? I had to run it back. I was like, yeah, that was pause.
Woo.
Hey, yo. You see how my cheese and your cheese is different, bro? This shit way different than mine, bro. Pause. How about that? But go ahead and get on your bullshit though.
I'm about to put on the seatbelt and hit the road. Don't worry about it, Brick.
All right, I see these New Orleans hair queens doing their thing, self-made black millionaire women. I'll fuck with that.
Hey, speaking on that, did y'all hear about how all the black hair woman products are owned by white men?
Makes sense. I
I'm
mean,
talking about all of them. All your oil sheens, all your black beauty queens, that shit owned by white men, bro.
because they got the power, the factories to produce them.
And guess who the motherfuckers that's out here pushing that shit? The
Black
motherfucking
women.
no, the China man. No, the black woman is buying this shit. The China man is pushing that shit.
True.
That's where they buying it from. They buying it from them.
But they also, the Chinese people buying it too because they stocking their stores with it. But they putting trust into these products. You feel me?
They slap a little young black girl on there and boom.
Right. They put a little Keisha on the cover.
Wondering
Sales
why
go.
your hair falling out.
Yo, I be thinking about that shit all the time too. Like perming, some of the shit that people do to their hair. It's like, yo, you probably would have been better off if you just left that shit alone.
Man, you know where that permanent shit came from, trying to be like them.
That's sad. So the purple man got the or the white man got the products got the warehouses to distribute them, and they got the right because there's a scientist that's cooking up the mixture to put in the hair product. So on all hands, it's all touching white hands, and then when it gets to a sale level, a consumer level, then it's finally touching some melanin.
How to sell to a Negro. We even know how to give them their own hair products. That's fucked up, bro.
That's why I feel like some of the best stuff is the stuff that's actually not marketed to us, but we it's still good product, but it's not like they trying to sell it to a black buyer because I feel like they slowly killing us with that shit.
Bro, just think about it. They family would never, ever, ever use that product. Why do they gotta make it any good? Yo, check this out. This is a list of non-black owned hair brands. African Pride, Dark and Lovely, Soft and Beautiful, Elasta OP, Beautiful Textures, Perfective, TCB Naturals, Smart Perm, Proline, Africa's Best, Aunt Jackie's, Aunt fucking Jackie's, Texture My Way, Do Grow. Y'all remember the Do Grow? African Gold, Arkstra, Black and White, Blue Magic. Oh shit. Um,
That
Do
shit stink.
Ducharme, 5 Star, Gloss 8, Glovers, Just So, Naldino, Authing, Words of Curls, Sulfur 8. Y'all remember that shit? Cantu, Carol's Daughter, Shea Moisture, Less Jam, and Man's Choice.
And I got
God
Cantu in my crib.
Nah, my bad. It's
damn.
that sofa eight. It's that sofa eight that stink. And they swear by that shit. That shit gonna make the motherfucking hair grow. That shit don't do shit.
What about Palmer's? That's what I use for lotion. Palmer's and Dr. Teal's.
Hey
See,
yo,
like
and I
Dr. Teal's, they marketing that to the white people.
That's
They're
probably
not
white
worried
owned,
about us
bro.
with that shit.
That's fucked up, bro.
So do we own any hair product companies?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna look up. Let me look it up.
I'm seeing some shit called Bevel.
All right, I found a list. It says Rebundle, Bread Beauty Supply, Yummy Extensions, You Go Natural. So yeah, it's a bunch of these joints. I ain't never heard of Upgrade Boutique. So you might be like upcoming brands or some shit.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm looking at the same joint, I think. what's crazy is they got these brands, and then in the middle they got ads for the other brands.
Damn, ain't that a bitch? We gonna shortstop you.
Yeah, I might try one of these though. I like this Bask and Bloom. So look, alright.
Shit, we gotta tell Blue carry the black products in the store.
True.
Yeah.
It, they probably expensive though too, cause just like shipping them and shit.
But see how many people, not saying blue, but how many people you know that's gonna stop buying that shit because that's what the people want.
Yo, when it comes to
Or
that
did
hair care, when it comes to that hair care product shit, it's all in the name, bro. Whatever name is popping,
Fact.
that's what they going with, bro. Word up.
I know my daughters use Carol's daughters. That's pretty good product.
Yeah, that was on that list, Chico.
We got something called Melanin Hair Care. That shit looks pretty dope. There's a YouTuber. She blew up doing her hair care routines. Black girl. And now she got melanin hair care. So salute to her.
Salute.
I know Miss Lynn broke that story yesterday, but do you see that they caught Buddy?
Oh yeah, I did see that this morning.
So what's his final? Did he anybody die?
Or dead.
Fuck.
Damn.
4 dead, 3 wounded. Shit. The youngin was rolling around in a car talking about some. I just want justice. I just want justice.
I thought he was gonna go out with the police.
So that's what we always thinking, Stu. He must have threw the white flag early. Please.
Hey yo, the first joint that we seen when he went up in the auto zone, the dude got hit in the abdomen. He lived, yo. That's good though.
See, I didn't see all that.
So
That was what the Twitter link was showing. That one.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
thing. He walked up in the store.
Oh, that one didn't work for me. I just seen the one where he dumped out the window with the switch. That's just that.
So I wonder where he went next, or did he already hit somebody before he got on camera?
the one we first seen, they on Memphis 24 ABC, they got a timeline, and that AutoZone was his first one.
Damn.
It's like, what is Memphis trying to do? It's like they trying to catch up to something. Like I've been hearing about them crazy these past 2 weeks.
Man, Memphis been on fire since dog.
Type shit, right?
Yeah, cause like ever since I was doing my little research on that. You know how Yahoo will send you shit that you've been looking at, so I always get shit from they city. Man, that shit crazy over there, boy. And mind you, they say Memphis ain't a real big city like that, dog.
Yeah, nah,
That's
it
crazy.
ain't.
What did you say?
I say Memphis ain't big. That ain't no, you know what I'm saying, big ass city. A small motherfucker.
Man, I wanted to go to Nashville my whole life. That's definitely on my bucket list. Travel locations in America. Anybody ever been there?
Yeah, I've been there, Black. It's all right. It's all right.
I drove through the motherfucker. I ain't never chilled there.
That's where the Titans at, right?
You know, I fuck with the rock and roll shit too, so I feel like
Right,
that's
right,
kind of
right.
like a historical music place. I don't know.
Yeah, they got big music scene that way.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a southern town, city.
What you talking about, Nashville?
Nashville, yeah.
Crumbs, what up?
Yo, salute to the
What
stage.
up, Crumbs? Ain't that where the Titans at, right, Crumbs?
Yeah, we used to play at Titan Stadium when we used to play against TSU for that homecoming. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, I got a partner. He live out there in Nashville. He work for the FDA and shit.
So the dude only shot 4 people in the store, or it was more people?
They said,
Crumbs, I don't know. Somebody else gonna have to help you on that one.
what you talking about the Memphis guy?
The Memphis, yeah.
Yeah, they said he killed 4 people and wounded 3. 19 years old. Man,
Oh
that's so
man,
much life to live. For what? To prove a
shoot.
point? To get some clout? To do what, bro? You had a girlfriend you was mad at? Your mom pissed you off? Like, what the fuck would
And then
make
that
you go
nigga
do some
wasn't he
shit like that?
rapping on camera, bro?
So that's what it was. Niggas didn't want to listen to your music. So this is what you want to do? Like, I don't get people, bro. Straight up. We need to stop idolizing fame, bro. Cause if niggas don't get that, cause people they put a time expiration on fame. So they look at it like, damn, 6ix9ine made it in a year. Why didn't I make it in a year? They start looking at their work and comparing it to the next nigga. And they want to crash out, bro. I've seen it happen. Man, if these past 2 years ain't show niggas that rap niggas will die quicker than anybody, I don't know what. Niggas need to pay attention, bro. See what the fuck is going on.
Shit, if it ain't the guns, it's the lifestyle.
Right. The drugs, the pills, or if it ain't that, you got a girl that's trying to fucking get you up out of here by saying all this shit about you. It's just like, yo, why we need to idolize the working class man. Like, what's up with that? That shit's cool to have a job and come home to your family.
We need to start having shows how the average black man got a one van, turn that shit into an enterprise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be dope. That would be dope. Yeah, that's a good
Focus
point.
on them people,
Movies.
man, because that's how we gonna save us, bro. By starting at the bottom, the trash man who done took the trash job and turned it into a McDonald's business. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Stu, you
What's
still don't
good, my
think we need to reduce the gun and the ammo ratio? Just ask.
Oh yeah, they be
In
selling
this
them
country,
shits
brother.
about a boatload, right? Guns and ammo. They be selling about a boatload, right?
Yep.
Nigga, do y'all know how much money we spend on military defense every year?
You mean they, not we.
No,
They.
we. That's your tax dollar, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
We talking about like trillions of dollars, dog. I think it was like 40 billion last year or some crazy shit.
Unwillingly, we paying for it though, because we don't want to pay for that shit. They are choosing to use our money however they want to.
Hey, so you can't say we need to stop making guns if they ain't gonna stop making missiles.
But a nigga can't go buy a missile and shoot it into a school.
Black, that's the thing. They don't care about that shit, bro.
I don't know. My mentality when it comes to guns is definitely gonna be different from everybody else. I live in a state where guns, up until this month, is not legal at all. You can't have it no matter what you do. So my perspective on guns is just like you don't need it type shit. But everybody else, I get it. It's your right. You got the right to bear arms. It's protection. You protect your family, protect your home. I get it. I get all of that. If I was living in a place where, it was homes and not apartments, I would have a gun too in my shit.
yo, Dave. I say that same sentiment, dog. I feel like when niggas have the guns, like niggas, it's not even talking no more. Niggas is going right for their gun off rip. Like you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be
Yeah, I
crazy to
don't
see
own
how
a
this shit
gun
go.
personally, bro.
Salute.
But that's crazy in the South not to own a gun personally.
Kinda is,
Now,
but if that's how you feel comfortable
Right.
raising, then it is. Then you doing what's best.
if you know what I'm saying, if you have one in your home to protect your home, fine. But these niggas be ours. Nigga, you said the wrong word. Look, if you look at a nigga wrong, he gripping on his weapon immediately. Like you know what I'm saying, I think like that's kind of unnecessary, man.
Well, that's what I call goofy niggas, like old boy in the other room, that nigga zone 3. Like you carrying around a fucking high powered AK-47 for what, bro? What are you going to war, my nigga?
Those are niggas that's they punks.
It's to
So they
make up for
hoping.
the it's to make up for the vagina he has in his pants.
There you go, Dave. There you go.
Nigga, I done walked in some of the meanest streets in the state of Georgia with no strap at all, bro. Just all off of self-confidence, my brother.
Right, and they probably respected you just as that. That's the way you came to them with respect.
100%. In some places, I ain't gonna go. You feel me?
That's true.
Shit, I'm the same way still.
Shit, it's
Shit.
same way up there, bro. I'm not going outside like that.
Niggas ask how you survive, just don't go to certain spots.
And don't
Yo,
go.
yo, I'd have been to some of the toughest projects going to see a female. Once you respect the town, they part, you know what I'm saying? Niggas gonna show you love, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what up, my dude? Yeah, everybody good? All right. You keep it moving. Niggas don't give a fuck about Shirley on the fucking third floor. You feel what I'm saying? Like, niggas don't be giving a fuck.
Just don't let one of them niggas be Shirley Big Brother.
Man, niggas don't be giving a fuck, man. As long as you ain't coming and stepping on their toes, fucking with their money, them niggas don't give a fuck, dog. Shit, Shirley fucking brother know what the fuck she up to. He like, yeah, alright.
I remember when guns first came into my crew's hand. And before that, nigga, we used to just fight. But nigga, as soon as them guns came, niggas was letting them bitches ring every day, bro. And we talk about in high school.
Oh yeah, because you didn't learn even how to de-escalate an argument. So you just, you feel me? You're just gonna move off emotion and grab that pistol. Oh, I see you put a link in the chat. I just sent you an invite. Come up, explain that link real quick. We having a conversation.
On my way to go put my ticket in still. Yo, everybody still in here?
Yeah, yeah.
Grounds
Yes,
and shut, my boy.
sir.
What up? What up? What up? What up? Who that is? Dano?
Yeah, what's up with you?
What we looking like? What we betting with, man? Pull
Saturday,
up.
Saturday night. We gonna do that shit 9 o'clock.
Oh, you not fucking with the game tonight?
My nigga, I told you I don't chase that shit, bro.
Yeah, I
It's
feel
only one game, my nigga. I showed you 8 bands. That you get what I'm saying? Just follow me, shit.
I
I
got you,
don't play with
bro. I
that shit.
got you.
Good.
Yeah, we
Got
following you.
you.
We following you, brother.
Hell yeah.
I
Saturday though.
ain't
You
gonna
remember it's the
lie.
first week. That's why I said just tread light. But I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
just go over the basics, like you get what I'm saying? Giving niggas the different ideas of how the shit pay, and then you'll make your judgments off what you feel comfortable with. First, we gotta get everybody to learn to act and know how that shit work. Get what I'm saying? Know how to place them certain type of bets and shit like that.
Right. What we fucking with, the
So,
FanDuel or something else?
see, I only fuck with FanDuel. That's why I'm gonna need if it's another nigga that do fuck with that MGM, they'll be able to direct you to them certain type of bets. But I fuck with FanDuel. Dave, you in the city, you could get it. You could get FanDuel.
Yeah, I'm on that bitch.
Hell
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
We'll break that whole shit down. Hey, Crumbs, you're a part of that wave too, Crumbs, because you know your shit too.
Oh no, yeah, I know. I'm still
Hell
playing
yeah.
it back today, you know.
Yeah, I
I'm a
know, I
t-
know, I know how
I'm a
you
taste
rocking
it.
with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm a
Ain't nothing
taste
wrong
it.
with it, though.
I like your style though, but you know, I'm a chase
Yeah.
it shit.
That
If I
shit
could
took me
trickle
time to
down,
have that shit took me time to have that discipline, bro. That'd be
nah,
the
that's a
biggest
fact.
fact. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hell yeah.
Hey, bro, what is those links about that you keep putting in the chat? Which your mic don't work, or you just blatantly just talking in the chat?
Now he just jumped off stage.
I thought you
Nigga
had a
crazy.
must watch. What happened?
Right.
Must cap. You full of cap, man. Come on. I see you got Dumb and Dumb in your PTR. Yeah, I just do this shit to make myself laugh, bro. At this point, I'm crazy. What's the vibes though? What's the vibes?
Same shit running around. Dude, you at work?
Nah, I start at 12. I'm in a coffee shop right now. Get some coffee.
Right.
You know Harlem.
Hell yeah.
This shit like Lower Manhattan now.
I'm just wrong to motherfucking Indiana.
This shit in the Matrix, shit.
I said I'm just rolling through Indiana.
He said he got kicked. Nobody ain't kicking. Anybody heard about that artist Kamaya? She got arrested in the Burbank airport. She tried to go in there with a gun. She from Oakland rapper.
And I ain't hear about that, dude.
Motherfucking airports catching all the dummies. How you keep going in there with straps? Like it's stupid.
Nah, Jewel's story was fucking funny. You saw that shit on Drink James?
Yeah, that was another crazy move too. Shit.
That nigga was high out his ass, dog. That nigga said he ran out the air. He walked out there. Well, nigga, you was out. Nigga, stop lying.
That Brittany Griner shit would have me checking my bag. Crazy now. You supposed to be on point now. Word up.
Yeah, like you an artist, you sign. Not even you a human being. Like, why are you going into the fucking airport with the strap? What are you doing? Like, we can't keep
That's
falling for that. Yo, I left it in my bag. Come on,
right.
yo.
That's what I said. Keep making excuses for that shit. I know you checking your bag or have a motherfucker run through your bag and make sure.
She be spitting some conscious type shit too. She's not a dummy. So this is interesting for sure.
That make it even worse. Shit. That's crazy. I didn't even know who that was. So she kicking it like that. Getting caught up in some shit like that. That's crazy.
Crumbs, what up, my boy? Riding through these northeast city streets, you hear me?
AC popping, blowing, baby. Fuck everybody doing, man? Nigga getting quiet in this bitch.
Niggas getting to it, shit.
Man, y'all know what? I'm about to bring the ugly fella over here. Y'all know how we feel about quiet stages, dog. I still get PTSD over a quiet stage.
Damn, it's feeling like Montclair weather out here. Feeling good.
I swear to God, I thought I was tripping, dude. It was cold as hell.
Yeah, it's Montclair out here today. The thin joint though, not the
Yeah,
not the thick, not pause, not the super joint, the thin joint.
right. You can even go thin vest. You can even go thin vest on them, shit.
Yeah.
Yo, anybody in the room ever played golf before?
I be going to Top Golf whenever I can. They don't got it out here, but anytime I go to a city they got Top Golf, I'm there. It's sick.
I wanted to play that shit too. That shit hard. I wanted to try that shit too.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
want to
shit is
try that
fun.
shit, dog.
Yeah, you gotta get your swing up, man. That's some. It take a lot of patience. It's like some patience type shit. Motherfuckers go in there and try to bash it. You gotta really take your time with it.
Oh yeah.
Right. That shit make it. They make it look so easy on that motherfucker though. There.
You ever saw Charles Barkley swing? I know if he can do it, we all can do that shit.
Barkley? Nah, I ain't see it.
Look at that nigga swing. Like he actually pauses. He pauses mid swing.
Yeah, that nigga handicap. Wow.
He just talks so much shit. That's why people like having him around. He a funny ass nigga.
That that I'm I'm not really a basketball fan until like the playoffs time and shit like that. But I gotta watch Inside NBA. Them niggas be having me crying.
Oh yeah, them niggas slash. So what's up with Pat Ewing? He don't. He too serious, right? Cause he a coach, right?
What you mean, shit?
Like Patrick Ewing, he couldn't do no shit like that, right? Cause he a little too serious. He a college coach, right?
That's what I'm saying. Do what, Dave? I ain't even hear the first part, my boy.
Oh, like the reporter shit, like the Charles Barkley up there, him and Shaq and them
Oh,
niggas, they just be joking all day.
I don't think that nigga got the personality, bro. Like that
Yeah,
shit be kind of
Yeah.
hard. You know what I mean? Some people
Yeah,
don't
Pat,
come across that screen good.
Pat
yeah, I
ain't
see
no
that with him
analyst.
for sure.
Pat ain't on the analyst tip. He's strictly business. X's and
Right,
O's.
Who
right.
does he coach
That's
for? Duke?
Georgetown.
Oh,
Georgetown.
yup. That's huge. Pause.
Right. See, certain motherfuckers be born for that shit. But then it's some that I didn't think could do the shit. And then when you start watching them, I'm like, oh, all right. Cause I ain't think Kevin Garnett could have did that shit, bro.
But Charles Barkley brought out the best of the nigga because Charles Barkley would interrupt the nigga like, "Yo, shut up!" Like,
Yeah, you know who's a good coach, but he got shitted on when he was in New York? D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni?
Yeah, he was decent. He just what's the name? That style, it ain't gonna get you but so far.
Yeah, them niggas ain't playing no motherfucking defense.
Right. So you
Yeah, he
going you
couldn't.
gonna have them, you gonna have niggas looking good as far as numbers. But
Right.
then when they come down to that gritty crunch time, they can't make it out them shits. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, it was like, what's homeboy that came from college football to the Eagles?
We talking about old
Brian
boy
Kelly.
from
Brian
Chip
yeah,
Kelly.
Kelly. Chip
Chip
Kelly.
Kelly.
I mean
Yeah,
Chip Kelly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
when he tried to do that fast offense, he didn't realize that the offense is scoring fast, but you're putting your defense back out there too. So that's going to kill your defense even faster. So certain shit works for colleges that don't work in the pros.
Right. See, Dan Tony style, he gonna get you them tickets sold. Because of that, niggas like to see motherfuckers score. Like the average fan just like to see a lot of points scored. So he gonna get you them tickets, but you getting them crunch times in the playoffs, that shit ain't gonna go over.
Yeah, he was dealing with Melo too. When Melo came, niggas thought that was it. Niggas thought they was about to get the chip.
Right. And that damn. And that fucking that Suns team. I don't see how the fuck they ain't make it, bro. I don't see how they ain't finished that job.
Chris Paul was on there, right?
Nah, I'm talking about when they had Steve Nash, Stoudemire, and them niggas. And Quentin
Oh,
Richardson.
are you talking about back in the day? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Kobe.
was I was so
Right.
mad when fucking Sacramento didn't finish off the fucking Lakers that time.
So that's how he came to the Knicks. He had the relationship with Stoudemire.
Right.
Uh, what Stoudemire be doing now? He be doing announcing too?
Nah, son. I think he was playing overseas last time I saw Stoudemire up there. And then he in his woke bag
Oh,
heavy
yo, you
too.
know
Like,
who
so
he? Yo, he a devoted Jew, bro.
that's what I
Right?
was about to see. I just went in that bag, dig. I say he switched the
Yeah.
channel.
I
Yeah,
got some
so
friends, you know, that's their religion, and they worship that. Like, yo, they speak so highly of Stoudemire. They're like, yes, Stoudemire, Rabbi Stoudemire, da da da. They
right.
on him.
That shit really happened when he got to New York. That's when you start seeing that change. You're seeing with them wild ass dreads and shit.
Hey, yo, what happened to the first starter mile? What was his name? Damon. Yo, was buckets at first.
Damon Stoudemire. Who he played for, bro?
He was,
Portland.
I think, yeah, Portland. Yeah, right.
Damn, y'all caught me with that. I'm usually be on point. I gotta look him up. I know who it is. I just gotta see the face.
That
He was
nigga
short
Stoudemire
too.
be in a temple.
Right. He on his what's the name? I call that shit the Najee Rumba.
Fucking Marbury's a god over there in China, boy.
Yeah, Marbury, another weird ass nigga too. Shit, that nigga did some crazy shit a couple years ago.
They got statues of the nigga over there and all that.
Right.
Mike D'Antoni couldn't stand that nigga. He couldn't stand that nigga, boy.
Man, where the fuck Spreewell go? That's another nigga that just disappeared.
He went bankrupt and lost all his bread.
Yo, yo.
Stewart.
You do know that's my last name, correct?
Nah, I was just fucking with Stuart Scott, so I just want, Stewart.
Hell no, I'd have slapped the shit out of my dad. He named me Stewart, nigga.
I mean, well, my daddy named me Larry, so
Oh shit.
don't worry, I'm a junior. Don't worry, I'm a junior. And my son is the third. And he got to name his son the fourth.
God damn.
You off
All right,
today, Stu?
Springfield, you ready for this? Lupe Fiasco says Jay-Z's God did verse is absolutely not his best.
It's not his
Lupe,
best.
Lupe has shared his thoughts on Jay-Z's much lauded God Did verse, explaining that the Brooklyn Legends catalog is too deep for the DJ Khaled feature to be considered among his best.
I
Quote,
agree.
I'm not a Jay-Z fan, I am a Jay-Z child, Lupe explained. I'm a son of Jay-Z, I am the son of Jigga. I literally learned how to rap
Whoa.
by rapping over Jay-Z records. I'd put on Reasonable Doubt and would write raps on top of him rapping. I study him deeply. His executive producer produced my first album. I've been in the studio. Oh, he executive produced my first album. I've been in the studio with him. There's business things that have occurred. There's deep, rich history with me and Jay-Z that the world knows about, or maybe the world doesn't know about. It's not really super public, but I've given him records and we have a song together, right? I can say I've got a record with Jay-Z. Damn. Get off your knees, Lupe.
Goddamn, buddy.
Lupe added, so every time Jay-Z raps, I start rapping. It's like a Pavlovian response. And that's what I can't listen to. Because if I do, I'll start rapping the entire day. The bars are just coming because it's like when the bell rings. This nigga go. All right,
Whoa.
Lupe.
I mean, but I agree with him. It's it's a it's not his best verse. I think it's like his testimony. He just telling his testimony, dog.
I agree with him, but it's definitely better than something we've heard in the past, like, probably 6, 7 years. It's
Nah,
up there.
nah. I think that shit on the Meek album was better than this one.
What song was that?
Had to be Meek album, huh?
No, I'm just saying the was free because he really got deep in that shit, like talking
Pause.
about
Well, this verse
pause.
got everybody talking, and I feel like it's not just because it's Jay Z. I feel like he changed his flow up a little bit. It's like a different sound for him a little bit.
Right.
I think it's because niggas he addressed a lot of like if you really listen to it, he addressed a lot of shit in there. Like niggas, because everybody talk about him fucking Foxy. He addressed that shit in that verse. I don't know if y'all caught it or not, but he addressed that shit. Like he said, I outfox every box that you try to put me in. You know what I'm saying?
Yup. Yeah, he
Hey, another dope record Jay put out was on Nipsey joint.
Yeah,
What
I mean,
what it feels like?
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Smoke
like it's
that
different.
bitch.
You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't say that was his best verse, but I think this was one of more his thought provoking joints. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he was like it was like he was telling his testimony. Like it was the fact that he wasn't bragging about himself. He's like bragging about he put his niggas on, and his team is strong as a fuck. Like you know what I'm saying?
very well said, Springfield.
Black, you heard that Nipsey Hussle and Jay joint?
What's it called?
What it feels like?
Nah, I gotta go back.
Oh man, you gotta play that joint. That was I guess it was a verse that he was holding to put on his album, but it didn't make it.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like just imagine you and your niggas from the projects, niggas that you sell crack with, sell coke with. Now y'all niggas ain't got to do that shit. All y'all niggas is rich is on top of Forbes list and shit. That shit got to be a dope ass feeling, dog.
Hell yeah.
And my niggas didn't hate on me. They let me be the star in this roll with me type shit. Like fucking LeBron. Like I'm pretty sure his niggas probably could play ball, but they roll with the you know what I'm saying? They roll with the hot hand. You feel me? Like that shit got to be a dope feeling to have real niggas in your corner, dog.
Too bad a lot of us don't got them real niggas in our corner.
Absolutely. So I think that's why he made sure his niggas they make sure their niggas is good. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Any of y'all ever been to that marathon store out there?
Nah, I haven't been out there. That shit.
No.
Then the homeboy from California slash Atlanta that was in the other room said he been there.
Man, fuck that
Shit,
nigga.
I've been to it, but I never went in there. This was when Nipsey was still alive, though. Like I
That
drove
nigga,
past it.
that nigga had the California accent living in fucking Atlanta. What kind of fucking fuckery is that?
Honestly, I listened to Nipsey more while he was alive, bro. Honestly, I wish I did. I didn't. It just never really, he was always the artist that was like, I'm all right. I'll get back to this. Like he nothing never made me feel like I needed to listen to it right now. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get back to this. I see it.
Right.
I started fuck, I started fucking with Nipsey because like he used to stay out in Queens with CEO Slow Bucks. He's always be in Queens with Slow Bucks, and then I'm saying I was like, who the fuck is this nigga? You know what I'm saying? And then I started playing his music and shit.
Oh,
See,
he used to do slow
I got
bucks.
hip to that music after he passed. But the nigga character though, I was fucking with him just off of that. You get what I'm saying? But I ain't fuck with the music till it was too late. Word.
Damn. I got lucky. I was listening to a couple of his mixtapes. I ain't really dig his new music. I was listening to his older shit.
Right. Like we was
Right.
playing this little documentary in here the other day, and they played a clip from one of his first songs. I was like, bro, if he would have just stayed rapping like that.
Certain niggas, it don't even be the music. Certain niggas, I could just watch a nigga interview and fuck with him off that. That's the type of
Yeah,
nigga that was.
Yo, 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 bro, I'm
definitely,
telling you,
nigga. If you gonna sit down and listen to his interview, because the nigga got some mouth. He got a mouthpiece, Paul.
Right.
yo, I'm telling you,
Especially when you speaking on certain situations that
uh,
hit home. Get what I'm saying?
what up? My name is Nipsey. What's your name? Type shit like.
That shaking hands should get you smoked. Like I get it, but you don't gotta do all that all the time, bro.
But it was out of respect though. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Like
I
he
get
wasn't trying to
exactly.
floss
I
it.
get it. I get it exactly. Like he in a new
He wasn't trying to
city, he want
floss
to
on
show
niggas.
respect. Yeah, I get it. But come on, shit. If he was a little more reserved, that nigga might still be here today, bro. That's all I'm saying, man. That shaking hands, trying to be in everybody's face, shit. Yeah, it's respectful, but half the time niggas don't even give a fuck.
Nah, Black. What it was is he was playing the 50, bro. He was his mind was playing the game right, but his body was still in the streets. If you get what I'm saying, he couldn't physically get himself out the streets, but his mind was already gone, dog.
See, that's where that shit hit home. Sometimes that shit is not easy, my nigga. Depending on how far you is into that situation. Get what I'm saying? Niggas make it to them type of levels, bro, to where you can't even get away from that shit if you try, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he could have got away from at least the store
Right.
by
You got
owning
niggas
it.
banging on lower levels where it's easy. Cause if you leave, niggas don't ain't give a fuck about you from the start. So ain't nobody looking for you.
Mm.
Right.
In black business, we got so much people that do crooked shit, cut corners. Bro, it'd be hard to have a store and not at least check up on it once a week.
100%. And that was his baby, so he had put everything into that. You know, them boys was on the same block selling dope and shit. So he felt, some kind of connection to that spot. And fuck around, he died at that same spot. That's fucked up.
He felt like that spot would have motivated niggas more too, man. Get what I'm saying?
If anybody got used cars is going up. They paying higher dollars for them used cars.
I ain't got no used cars, but I got some used crack. That bitch don't bounce back. And then the new jack.
What's up, New Jack family?
What up, Delines?
Nothing here.
Yo, Stu, for my cheat day, I think I might get White Castle, dog.
Damn, not the White Castle.
Shea Whitey's, dog.
You can't make a
Fucking
little
that,
choice.
fucking that truck up.
Oh,
You better open the back of that shit, Shmurry, fuck. You crazy.
Yeah, I'm fucking with that. I haven't had that shit in years, dog. I just saw the sign for this shit. That's why I said that. That nigga Dito said he gonna fuck that truck up.
You gonna have the back open. What the fuck wrong with this nigga? Nigga got the whole back open.
Miss Lynn posted, said the Queen's doctors concerned for her health and recommend medical supervision, the palace says. Help you, Queen?
Y'all know Charles been waiting mad long.
Charles is like, this bitch just won't die, dog.
Charles been
The fuck?
waiting.
Was she about 100 years old, right?
Something like that. She might be a vampire, dog.
She's 96.
Damn.
But I saw Snoop was telling a story about her because at one point, England had banned him from over there. And the Queen was like, why y'all banning him? He ain't do shit over here. Or his crimes is over in America. What the fuck that got to do with us? Is it me or am I the only one that hate when people drive fucking slow, dog? Jesus Christ.
Hey, anybody ever had a LCL injury or and a meniscus injury on their knee in here?
That's a sports
Yeah,
injury, isn't it?
yeah, I tore my meniscus twice.
How was it to recover from it?
Shit, you got. It depends now. If your shit not together, they gonna have to put it back together. You'll probably have to get an MRI to see if like, cause it's like a rubber band. So if it pop, they gonna have to glue it back together. So I don't know how bad your injury is.
Nah, it's not mine. It's on my daughter. Ripped her LCL and her meniscus on her birthday at her birthday party. So that's why y'all
Golly.
all week I've been having to deal with that shit. So she's gonna have to have surgery. So that's all I was kind of asking.
Well, after the surgery, it took me like 3 months to get back right for real.
Yeah, cause she's dancing and now all that's on hold.
Yeah, I wasn't run. I was running like the fourth month.
Okay, cause yeah, even today I gotta, cause she has a blood disorder too. So even today I gotta be trying to go to another doctor appointment before she go do surgery.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Crumbs, how you
well,
say your shit twice, shit? The same joint?
yeah, bro. The
Yeah,
same
Damn.
they
fucking joint,
say it's
bro.
easy to tear. They say it's easy to tear. I didn't even know that.
Bro, bro, Dano, it's so easy to tell. Like I had you know how like when you step and then like you misplace your step and like your knee buckle? That's how I tore
Yeah.
my shit. Yeah.
Wow. You talking about like
Yeah.
stepping on the edge of the step or some shit like that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, shit.
Fuck my shit right up. I'm like, damn. No, I tore it in high school and then my junior year in college.
Damn.
This nigga Carlos got me scared to get the fuck out the truck right now, dog. Come on, y'all.
Bro, that meniscus ain't no joke, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they say chances are, because they say hers is balled up like a fist when it's the normal one's supposed to be like a C, so it's gonna be easy for her to always tear it again or something like that.
Hey, Crumbs, them cleats didn't help either, though.
Yeah, niggas was wearing Adidas. I had switched from Nike to Adidas. Yeah, I was pissed.
Well, not even that. Just your feet being stuck in the ground and moving like that. That shit ain't natural, man. You gotta think, man. You talking about motherfuckers moving, trying to stop, plant, turn at a second. Man, you gonna tear some shit, bro.
She ripped hers doing one of them, them activities that you have that you climb like a wall and then you let go and bounce to come back down. That's how she messed hers up.
Yeah, it's them awkward landings. That's how you tell it.
Kids are different. She didn't. I guess her adrenaline was pumping. She didn't even realize what happened or started crying or anything until towards the end of the party. By the time we look at her feet, like one of her knees, her right knee was swollen like twice the size of the left one.
Sorry to hear that, Delanks, man. That shit sound crazy, bro.
Man, I ain't been to work all week. She been crying. I've been having a baby her. Thank God she's still light enough for me to lift up.
I can't imagine, dog. I can imagine. Shit, my oldest daughter had fucking just twisted her ankle. I went running up there like, my baby,
This nigga Springfield crazy.
son, that's my oldest daughter. It was my
Yeah,
son. I'm like, all right, yeah.
I already know my boy it be a delivery though. Shit,
Yeah,
that shit
your
be crazy. Your
delivery
delivery is
crazy.
crazy. That shit fire. Hey, Crunch, so I know that shit be having you moving awkward and shit too, second guessing yourself and all that shit.
Man, I was. That's why I'm saying I was kind of good off of football because them injuries kind of fuck you up. You don't be moving the same.
Shit, I never had that. I never went through that shit, bro. I know that shit be fucking with your head though. You'll see niggas come back and don't even be moving the same, bro. Not even cause they can't physically do it. That shit just in their head. Like they scared to, you know what I mean? Make certain movements, bro.
Like dude that used to play for the Cowboys. What was his name? He was fire in college, and I think he fucking did something in a bowl game where he didn't fuck his whole leg up. Like shit. Like
Oh, the nigga
he
from
wanna,
Notre Dame.
yeah, he wasn't sure
You're on the
he was gonna ever
matrix. You're
play
on the
again. Type
matrix, bro.
shit. He wasn't the same after that shit, bro.
They cut that nigga middle of the season last year, if I ain't mistaken.
Right.
Cause he wasn't the same no more, dog. That nigga, even after the whole I mean, like he was good. Cause nobody, you know what I'm saying? He was good. Then the nigga started second guessing himself, dog.
Man, I'd seen a nigga tear his ACL and walkthroughs, the day before the game, nigga tore his shit.
Dang,
I'm like, God,
that shit crazy, bro.
like that ACL way worse than that meniscus, bro.
Oh yeah, I know. I done saw shit. That's why I said it's just not going through it. But I know that shit be half like on some in your mind shit, bro. After you go through them own type of situation, cause niggas never bounce back. It's only a handful of niggas that really like bounce back, bro.
Like Adrian Peterson.
Right,
Yeah, Kobe went out with the Achilles. He ain't never come back after that.
right. And you know that nigga a fighter. You know he's a fighter.
But that's where everywhere I go, I'll hold the fuck on, dog. Fuck all that.
Yo, this nigga.
Shit, this nigga crazy.
I ain't trying to hurt shit, and I'm too big to be fucking falling, my nigga. So I hold on wherever the fuck I go, dog.
Crazy. Oh man.
Yo, this dude that just went on this shooting spree, this nigga was bugged out. So they said he was a repeat offender. Kelly was charged with attempt first degree murder, but had it downgraded to aggravated assault in a plea bargain in April 2021. Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland said during a briefing he was sentenced to 3 years in prison, but was released 11 months later. An arrest warrant on the charge of first degree murder was already approved for Kelly on Wednesday before he committed the strings of shootings. Oh, okay.
So that answered the question right there. That's why that nigga going out like that. Shit.
Yep. Damn.
Yeah, them type of niggas, I say just bang yourself, shit. Don't put nobody else family through that
Yeah, go
shit.
ahead and knock yourself off, dog.
See, this is where it get kind of crazy, Stu. Now you see how niggas said you don't want to walk around with no strap, but it's dumb motherfuckers out there like that shit. Some niggas gotta be strapped, bro. For stupid motherfuckers like that.
That's 100%.
Yeah, I feel your point with that one. You know,
Get what I'm
it's a
saying?
catch. It's a catch 22, dog.
And especially when they make that shit to where you able to get it, my nigga, especially for regular niggas like us, bro. I took advantage of that shit, bro, because you got to think of how many years you walked around with that shit unlegalized. You get what I'm saying? So you got crazy motherfuckers going around like him. Somebody got to be out here to stop that shit, bro. Real talk.
Oh, that's for real, because the police, they ain't never around when you need them.
I mean, I don't depend on them niggas to save me from shit, still. Get what I'm saying? So now that if you got that shit legal, I think it is. I think you should go ahead and get the motherfucker, bro.
Right, that's a fact.
Yeah, I'm about to bring back like 4 cartons of cigarettes, brother.
You got the homie Joe in the building.
Joe. Nah, man, you gotta change your name to Conspiracy Joe. This nigga is a I'm about to call you. What's that nigga? The white boy. Like you're the black Alex Jones.
Yeah, Joe Nice with that shit though. That nigga wasn't. He really brought them shits out of here. Cause you barely get him talking to other joints. So
Nah, that's my boy. That's my boy Joe. I be fucking
hell
with him
yeah,
all the time.
hell yeah. What's up with everybody though? Joe.
And shit.
Hey, it looked like Buddy up top. He looked like he was a nice young man at one day too.
That nigga like a fucking nut, Stu, in that picture. Nah, that pressure, you gonna have to bring that shit back up later on when niggas rock though, cause that answered the whole shit right there, Stu. So that pressure, old boy facing that shit, man. That's what sent him off the roof.
Sent him off the roof. Damn, they got him smiling in his new mug shot. God damn.
Think them shits be on purpose too, shit.
That's some bullshit.
Right.
Oh hell no. This Drake artist Baka Not Nice takes aim at Pusha T on new song. Says I almost lit your show up. What the hell?
It's crazy, man. Now he about to start that whole shit back up again.
So it says damn Quavo and Takeoff supposed to drop an album October 7th via Quality Control Records.
So this nigga, that shit with Offset was real. I want to see how they gonna pull that shit off though, bro.
I don't think it's gonna work, dog.
Hell no. You need they both bring, well, they all bring something different, man, that you be waiting to hear on them type of songs. So that shit gonna be awkward.
Yeah, I think they run about over anyway.
Yeah, that sound is done.
Shit, they had a good run. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nah, hell no. Them niggas wasn't. I fuck with Mika, and then I caught on to him later. You know, we over here still. So we caught on to him more off the radio songs and shit like that. But them
Shit.
niggas wasn't that, bro. They was different.
Yeah, niggas gotta learn how to just accept their career and just move on to another business, you know?
Right.
Offset was just on Jimmy Fallon the other night. He performed on Jimmy Fallon.
Did he get into that situation, Ms. Lynn? He spoke on it?
No, he just performed. He didn't talk about. He didn't sit down. He just performed.
Right. Oh shit. Fetty.
Yeah, that was quick, wasn't it?
That one hurt. That shit right there, crazy, bro.
was getting it like that, my brother.
Yeah, hell yeah. So that's another example of what we were saying with that lower tier. You know what I mean? You got your regular niggas that's into that shit. Them niggas that Fetty was around, bro, was the top of the food chain. Get what I'm saying? So I think he really couldn't break away from that shit. But that ain't making no excuse because Fetty made too much money, man.
Way too much. They said they found $1 million cash in his house, bro.
Yeah, he was in that shit, bro.
Damn.
That shit was getting to the point where you like, yo, why you keep popping back up? Get what I'm saying? That shit was crazy, bro.
Nigga had it all, bro.
Yeah, that's why there's no excuse for them type of situations, man. I just saw that mystical shit up there too. They saying he facing life. Shake might as well hang it up too, man.
Man, that's so sad, dog. I mean, that nigga had all the talent in the world, man.
Right. And we gave him a pass on the first two shits. Now it's like, all right.
Yeah, that nigga dumpster juice now, bro.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yo, yo.
yeah, I'm about to have to go run down in the Spectrum building, like when this nigga Ice Cube ran in the building to go get his deal for NWA, yo. Cause I just paid these niggas for 2 months, and now my Wi-Fi's acting all stupid. Alright, but yeah, I
God
could
damn.
definitely play something.
Yeah, I think since, goddamn tell the motherfuckers come in here and shit. I got something. Hmm.
I still never played that Rock Newman interview.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, or we can go to that King Kush joint. The
Mm.
dude, the dude who brought the Kush to the East Coast.
Oh, that sounds dope too.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah, I'm
listen to
fucking
that,
with that
Leon?
one.
Yeah, let's do the Kush joint.
Yeah, I'm fucking with that one.
All right, bet. You need the link again, Dave? Oh, I don't think I sent. I don't know if I sent you. All right, let me find this. Let me find the right one.
Alright, for sure.
That's one thing about it, dog. These white boys be the motherfucking plugs, man.
Right.
Dino, this nigga said he was taking it to the hood, to the black niggas. They ain't know what it was. They ain't know what to do. They ain't know how to sell it. I said, God damn.
God damn. How the fuck they always find out first though? Shit.
Bro, it's a
Damn.
white nigga in the hood right now with more weed, more white than everybody.
Exactly.
Right.
Shit, I was up in this neighborhood the other day. It's called Riverdale. It's like you feel like you're not even in New York. It's a part of the Bronx that's like suburban type shit. And I was up there doing work, going to some houses and shit for the solar. Yo, I could have swore it smelled like a fucking whole weed farm was on this one block, bro. I'm like, yo, these niggas having their way up here.
Oh yeah, they getting it in. And it's legal too? Shit. I just sent you the link, Dave.
Okay,
I,
smooth.
I think it's a two-part. I'm pretty sure it's a two-part. Hold on, let me send you another one. That nigga talking about prison shit. Fuck that. He trying to glorify prison. Hold on, Black.
Yeah, nah.
Hell no, no
I ain't
justice.
that shit.
That shit said federal prison stories done
Yeah,
done.
Hell no, that's not the right
We
one.
good. We don't need to hear them Turk stories.
No.
I know y'all some Turk fans in here, but the man said what he said. I'm gonna be in that bitch like, yeah, I had this one CO bitch, Keisha. Yo, she wore the same shit every day. Like, I'm gonna get into that.
Right.
You ain't about to hear a nigga just say, I fucked, man, and switch the
Yeah.
subject. Whoa!
This nigga crazy.
I fucked, and then man shouldn't come about 45 minutes after that first sentence, nigga. The
At
fuck
all.
you mean,
Cameras
man?
off. Cameras off. They would have shut that whole shit down. Cameras off.
Like,
Interview
yo, I
over.
fucked this girl. Her shit was good. Yo, my man, you where the store at? Are you that shit? Salute to Stu for sending this through. You dig?
Which one y'all about to put on?
This is the one of the biggest, the dude who brought the Kush to the East Coast
Oh, okay, all right.
and his extravagant lifestyle type shit.
Put that shit on.
Put that shit on.
So what's the get down? Hip hop culture lifestyle show.
So a lot of people feel that I have an intriguing background due to like my once criminal history. So what led to my incarceration in federal prison. And so what that was is back in 2010, you know, I like to speculate and think I was probably like the biggest cannabis dealer in America, right? And so at that time,
Explain the biggest though, because
Yeah.
a lot of people think they have a lot of weed because they have a few turkey bags or they've seen 100 pounds or something like that.
Absolutely.
Explain.
So the reason why I'm going to go ahead and put it out there that I think that, you know, that's probably a high probability is that when I was actually apprehended by the federal government, I was operating 3 private airplanes and I was doing what's called intertransnational organized crime. I was sentenced as the leader. I got the leadership role in my sentencing. And so what I did at that time is I operated 3 private airplanes and they were essentially circulating the United States. They were, 2 or 3 were coming out, 1 was coming in with money. And in the end, I was operating out of like 11 US states. So not sure if there's many people that are in the cannabis, gray or legal area that kind of sell in their hometowns. Mm-hmm. I don't know that there's that many that were shooting them all across America.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. So let's do this though. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in that we kind of call it the South Bay, even though the actual city itself is called Manhattan Beach, California. And so my family moved there before I went through kindergarten through high school, all through Manhattan Beach. And so today, that's where I currently reside as well.
Manhattan Beach is and where it is and things of that nature.
Sure.
What made you go ahead and decide that you wanted to get into a criminal element?
It kind of started, I guess, like in high school, right? So in high school, there was a neighborhood kid that lived on my block. And he was a little bit older than me, but he was literally, 4 or 5 houses down. So through, back then, kids would play outside, ride the bikes and the skateboards. We became friends, and because he was older, he was already kind of introduced to, like, weed at the time, right? And so as we would hang out, we started smoking together, and then in high school, my friends, we're all kind of like, it's a beach community where I live. And so back then, it's kind of even like, I don't know if you want to say 70s, a lot of the young people were smoking even back then. And so to kind of help, pay for like me to purchase a little bit of personal smoke, I would sometimes sell some to my classmates and stuff like that. I don't know if that kind of answers the question of Manhattan Beach.
You good.
Yeah.
Because the thing all right, let me say it like this, because like I said, I'm an LA native, okay? Manhattan Beach is very, very, very affluent.
For sure.
So what made you just think that like, you know what, man, I'm gonna just go ahead and sell some weed?
Yeah. Another part of my background was, as a kid when I was young, my parents were divorced, and my dad, I would go to his house on the weekends, and my dad would smoke. Now, granted, he wasn't trying to like have it around me, but the smoke lingers, and
that's where you were introduced.
Yeah, that distinct smell.
Right.
And I can recall going to my dad's on the weekend one time, and there was brownies in the refrigerator, and I was like, as a kid, oh yeah, brownies, right?
Bud brownies.
So yeah, my dad said, no, those are adult brownies, right? So I guess through like the introduction of my friend who lived on my block,
right,
and then the smelling it, and it just kind of was around, right? And so at the time, I didn't really think that it was like something really bad, I guess, and it just kind of escalated. And then when I started to grow is, so my dad always was an entrepreneur and owned dry cleaning businesses. All right. Kind of, like the Jeffersons, right? So my dad owned a lot of dry cleaners in California, and at one point probably like over 10. And so I kind of grew up as, wanting to think I was going to take over his business and an entrepreneur. And so
were you interested in the dry cleaning business?
A little bit, yeah, just because it was the family business, and I did work there. So at one point I was not good in high school, and I ditched a lot because I was hanging out with older kids, and I was a DJ. I would DJ on a Wednesday night and then not go to school on Thursday. And so
were you getting money at this time with the weed?
Yeah, like DJ, obviously DJ.
Oh, okay,
not
just DJing.
Yeah,
right.
and
so
then
you weren't selling weed or anything at this time?
At a small scale, just to my
right.
friends, like just small amount, little personal. But I eventually opened up an automotive business, not in the sense of like a mechanic, but I did like auto alarms and car stereo and window tinting. And so once I opened that business, and I was literally like probably 20 years old when I started that. And so as I had that automotive shop, it was in the city of Lawndale. And so Lawndale, it has its share of people out there hustling and balling and stuff. So through that shop, dope dealers would come by, and they would come by and spend a lot of money. Back then, like car stereos were very like popular. I mean, people had the subwoofers and the amps, and now you just buy a car and it already has that in there, right? But back then, so I was starting to meet a lot of these types of people, and then they would come in, and I started saying, oh, he's got a Porsche, she's got this, and so I started to network with some of those people, and that also kind of led to the escalation of me trying to grow as a cannabis dealer.
So as what did you decide was your next step? I see you went through your power moment. So what was your next step of like, all right, this is how I get to the next level? Or what made you even more hungry to get to the next level? So I identify a lot with people that, I shouldn't say identify, I observe and I evaluate like how did they make money. So I look at people that are oftentimes successful and how they made their money, and so one of the close friends that I was around back then when I had my auto shop, he was a cannabis grower, and he had multiple grows going, and he was always just cashed up. He always had the bankroll, and I knew he was. Was he a farmer or just a house grower?
No, he had commercial grows, very, very on large scale for back then too,
Right.
And so he started just like fronting to me, back then it was like, oh, here's a 20 pack, and then it became, oh, here's an 80 pack.
How old are you around this time?
Probably 22, something like that, yeah. And so once I kind of had that credit line, and saw how this guy was doing it, and then the product that he was giving to me on the front was just incredible. I mean, it was what we call AAA, indoor, and it really sold itself. And by then, it kind of like starts to grow by itself. And through my background of having the auto shop and kind of like always living in the same area, I knew a lot of people. So then it just started to kind of grow, and I started just serving, my local friends, cannabis that I grew up with in Little League in high school, and then now through owning the auto shop. And so that's kind of how it started growing. And then through my auto shop, I also got involved in other, what I always call like black market types of businesses, right? So I started working with a car theft ring that exclusively did Porsche, right? And so through my auto shop, I started purchasing parts from them and became like really tight niched into their circle.
Right.
I started buying, let me get some rims for my Porsche, let me get the motor. So now all of a sudden my shop, you can look outside in my parking lot, I got like 20 Porsches out there. And all these dope dealers are coming, I want a wide body, I want a convertible top. And so I would do those sort of things. And I ran in these.
Were you selling cars also, or were you just?
A little bit. I might do something like that, kind of like the dudes you see on TV that have those reality shows like flipping cars.
Oh,
and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you making secret compartments?
At that time, no, because we weren't really doing out of town stuff, what we call out of town.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So now you got the shop going. You making money. So where, how is this going? Like, what's the next step? What made you decide, like, hey, I need to go to this state, that state, and all of that? And how was your operations? Explain that part.
Okay, so through like my friend that was like a commercial grower, he eventually got connected to what we call a plug, right? And he was plugged in with some Canadians. And at the time, the Canadians were going, like what I refer to as pretty like hard and heavy on their weight. And they were all doing indoor grows in Vancouver, Canada, right? And so my friend eventually didn't really even need to have his grows anymore because the Canadians were sending him so much on a front. And back then we used to get these different grades. We would call them B, A, and AAA. So obviously a B is a lower price, an A is a mid, and a AAA is like, top tier. And so he started having, all of these variations, and then it became, like he started giving me more and more. And then I kind of outgrew what he was providing, for me at that time. And, through me kind of like asking around and seeing things, I knew like the Canadians, were like the big source. Kind of how like somebody like a Frank Lucas went to Vietnam and did what he did, right? So
did you see yourself like that?
In a way, I'll get to that. I did do some stuff that is very similar to, how he inventively came up with a product, through another country in that, in the drug trade. So when my friend started doing Canadians, a buddy of mine approached me, and he was kind of a new guy, and he started saying, hey, I work with a Canadian too, and he was kind of like not wanting to be in the business. And he was like, hey, can I have you meet? You introduce the both of us, and then you disappear, and we mutually work together. And let's say, at the end of the month, the guy ran through 100, and I say, oh, well, I have $75 times 100. I'll call them up and say I have a commission check, which it's lucrative for them, and granted through the laws of conspiracy, they could get convicted, but in a way that are kind of like, wiping their hands of it, and they're still able to get, supplemental income into their average job.
And make sure that the people understand, if they don't think that it's lucrative, you're giving them how much money off of?
It depends. Sometimes $50. Sometimes back then.
That's per pound, though.
Per pound, yes.
There you go. That's what people don't understand.
So if their customer ends up like being really consistent and what we call like flowing heavy, then they can get a good check. They could potentially make more than whatever their general income source of income would be. So real quick, if I could go back to how the Canadians eventually came to me through like a friend, and we connected, and I knew another friend of mine that was a customer, and he was really cash fluid, right? And so the Canadian didn't want to front to me initially because we didn't have a relationship like that.
Right.
So we started saying, well, what if we prepay? And then I had heard through my friend who was getting the Canadian, bud and was shooting it to me, he was getting a better price because he had money to prepay before it jumped the border into America. So we approached this guy on the same level, and this is a totally different source out of Canada. We said, how much if we prepay? We'll send you the money, you shop, buy whatever is around, and then you send it to us in Los Angeles. So the Canadian was like, sure, I'm down. So my friend, who was really cash heavy at that moment, him and I took a trip, our first trip, for that matter, my first trip, to Canada to see where this guy lived. That was our whole objective. And he knew that, the Canadian. We said, we have to see where you live to make sure that we're obviously sending you a couple hundred racks, I think our deal was we were going to send him 300 grand, maybe 600, depending on, like what we were going to do. I think the first one was 300, and we were going to prepay. And at that time, so we went there and we were like, hey, we need to see an electric bill, a phone bill. And so we stayed at his house, we checked everything out. And then at that point, I kind of superseded my plug, right? And I got an additional plug in Canada. Once I got that additional plug, they provided me with, we had an encrypted BlackBerry. Back then, BlackBerries were popular, and it was called PGP encryption. And it was our own service, like as a server based out of like Costa Rica, where you can't get a search warrant to hack into, the server. So this particular encrypted BlackBerry, everything was instant messaging, and we could message back and forth through other countries. It had when you purchased it, it was just under $2,000, and inside had like the microchip from the actual speaker that we know as speakerphone.
Right.
That was in there, and then they would disable the camera. And so I started with that particular Canadian. Then I started realizing, it comes into the Seattle, Washington border. I started working with people up in Seattle, Washington. I came across a crew, and they were with one of the biggest organizations in British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada, which was a biker club, right? And so that particular person out of Seattle put me in with their clique, and now I have my original Canadian friend from the neighborhood. I have an actual Canadian, and then I have a crew in Seattle. So all three of these people are providing me with large amounts of, weight. And then I had local people in, Los Angeles that couldn't maybe have hundreds, but they knew that my name was good, and I pay for when people shoot me, large amounts. I'm not going to run off with their product. So they knew, and I can off everything they had. So my friend out of Seattle, we started, sending it out of town, and we lost 100 pounds. And because it was on his name through, the bikers basically halted, him on what he was getting, per week. And then he approached them and was like, hey, I understand I owe you guys $1 million. As he owed him $1 million or whatever. I think we lost 300. We lost 300. So he owed him $1 million, and he said, hey, I'll give you guys my best guy, and he can work off my debt. And I'll try to give you, houses, cars, whatever I can. So they eventually said, well, who's this guy? And so I rolled up from Los Angeles to the Seattle border. I eventually jumped into Canada, and as I was in Canada, the very first Canadian I met, he knew those guys. And he was trying to they're kind of in the general area of Canada and that community, a lot of the same people. However, these were, club members. And my first Canadian was not a club member. So I went up there and I was staying at my first Canadian's house, and he knew those guys, and he was trying to work it to where I can have an introduction, as well as through my friend who lost the load, right? And so we were trying to figure out, because that was a major plug. I mean, those guys were the biggest. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger. When I say it's a club, if you could use an analogy, kind of like a basketball team or a football team, where it's not one person who's a grower, but there's 25 people, and they're all bringing it to the club. And they're all shooting it across the border. So
what motorcycle club was it?
Oh yeah, that I don't really want to say on camera. But most people can identify as probably the biggest one in the world, right?
Gotcha.
So
are you a part of the club?
No, I'm not an actual member,
member?
but I'm very tied in. You know,
Gotcha,
like for
gotcha.
instance, you know, the one of the key members I worked with would be the Sergeant of Arms.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So eventually, funny story. So I was in Canada and I was trying to eventually meet these people directly, and my friend whose house I was staying at. He was like, oh, hey, me and my wife are going to go to a birthday party and some sort of like maybe another like wedding reception or something for the day.
Yeah.
But he was like, hey, here's my car keys. The GPS will get you around. Just type in wherever you want to go, you know, do your thing. And so I hung out at the house for a while and I was like, man, and so the bikers I knew of their club and I knew of a bar that they associated with at this particular bar. So I was like, I typed in the name to my friend's GPS in the car and got the address to the bar. I shot over there. So when my Canadian friend came home, he calls me, where are you? And I was like, oh, I'm at such and such club. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, you know what I'm doing? Like, I'm trying to meet the dude, you know what I mean? And so he's like, oh, I'm on my way over. And so eventually it was beneficial for him to get to those guys and do an introduction before my friend in Seattle. So my friend, through owing them $1 million, it was a little bit of a tainted relationship at that particular moment. So my other friend, he didn't have any type of debt, and he was about to, kind of say like, hey, there's this dude. So long story short, my friend eventually, the Canadian, connected us. We had to sit down. In order to build a relationship with that particular crew, I also did prepay, and I sent up a couple $100,000 before they started sending me, major loads of cannabis. Yeah.
So from there, once you started receiving, once you had the pipeline that you were really looking for, you became the plug. Then what's next?
So the thing that really took what I did to the next level is there was a moment, prior to when I got very large into what I was doing. When I say large, it means like a grand scale, or when I was really making
how many pounds?
As far as like what I would do every week, maybe like 500 every couple of days, something like that. And so I lost my train of thought. So I guess, what kicked it into high gear as far as my profitability and my actual what I was making, income-wise. So there was a time in Los Angeles when I was hands-on. And if let's say I have a customer, I'm personally going to drive to their house and show up and say, here's your 20-pack. Oh, you owe me, 60 grand, right? And so when I was more hands-on, there was a time I used to drive around to LA, and the people that I associated with, some of them knew like actors and celebrities, and they would mention like, A-list actors, and like, oh, I hang out with this guy and that. And so one day I was dropping off some Canadian bud to one of my clients in Hollywood, California. And, I had the top of the line. It's all indoor. There's no, outdoor. There's no like bad quality. Even if it was what's like an A or a B grade, it's still like high-end commercial, indoor hydroponic. So he comes to me when I'm dropping off at his house, and he's like, hey, you just got Canadian, check this stuff out. And he's like, this is Kush. And so I've dealt with all sorts of different strains. When I would get a load of cannabis, it might have like 30 strains. There was white rhino, there was juicy fruit, sugar bear, hemp, hash, all kinds of various things, hash plant. So when he said the Kush, it didn't really, I was just like, oh, okay, yours better than mine, whatever. Right. So I hung out, and people were coming. It's like kind of like a trap. People were coming over, and they were buying bud, this particular Kush strain, for like outrageous amounts of money. Like, so for instance, I might sell him a pound at that moment for $4,000, right? Next thing I know, he's selling them for like $7,000. Or he's having people come in and buy like an ounce off him for like $700. And back then, an ounce of, the Canadian was maybe like $400, $350, whatever. So I was kind of bugged out by that. And I was like, here's the wheels again. Like, what's up with this, right? So at that moment in California, Los Angeles, nobody could come to you and say, oh, I have 500 pounds of Kush. It's impossible. So somebody might have 4, 3, 1, whatever, right? So as I learned about the Kush and I started seeing the price, price point, I was like, I gotta get this. And at that point, I knew local growers in Los Angeles. I eventually found some guys that had Kush, and I kept hounding them, let me get some Kush clones. And for those that don't know, they're baby plants. That's what you use to start a grow. And I kept pushing, let me get some clones. Nobody would sell them to me. They're like, exclusive, oh, we don't want to give it away. Eventually, I offered like ridiculous money. They can't refuse it. So I purchased like 50 clones. And through my Canadians, I said, hey, I want to send these to you guys, and I'll even pay you more to start growing this particular strain exclusively for me. Mm-hmm. And so they said, that's fine, you don't have to pay us more, but as long as you're moving more product, we're cool with it. And they had different prices. Obviously, a B is less expensive than a AAA. And so in my head, I was like, oh, this is cool. So I sent, the baby cannabis plants up to the club members up there. And they just started like spreading them, And after a while, I told my friend, like, hey, what I gave you guys hadn't shown up for a long time, like 8 months. And it takes a while to take like 50 plants and expand them into where you're growing hundreds of them, right? And at the time, I was just, like my patience.
You did it all yourself? You cloned yourself?
No, I just purchased rooted clones, and then I sent the rooted clones. So that's why part of my indictment was intertransnational organized crime, because it was different countries, right? And then also throughout America over state lines. Right. So when I sent those to them, it was a game changer. So now, eventually when I started getting them, I was like telling them, hey dude, are you guys giving them to someone else? How come I haven't seen them yet? They would write on a Sharpie what the brand of Kush or the brand of cannabis was every time. And at one point it said Yankee Kush. And I was like, okay, what's this? And it wasn't what I gave them. And I was like, dude, come on, man. Are you guys like playing me? Long story short, eventually like 75 like real Kush came through. Mm-hmm. And I shot them out to the streets of LA, and they just were gone in seconds, right? They were gone. And so what happened at that point, I went from being able to make, hundreds of dollars profit on 1 pound to like over $1,000 profit on 1 pound. So I might at that time been able to get, let's say, $3,200 for a pound of Kush, and then I could take it and go and sell it for like $5,000, stuff like that. And so I was doing like massive amounts. Eventually they started coming in, 100, 200, 300 pounds, and then you start to see the escalation of my profit. It's going from $1,000 per pound, and now I'm moving 300 in a week, whatever. So that's kind of like how I invented and created like my own market, and was able to like escalate my price point, profitability per pound. The government caught up to me, and I was arrested. I had like a fairly large organization. So much so, the government said, hey, this is, I guess the name of the investigation was Jason's Syndicate. And there's a word for it when they do like a raid in one day, and it's a multi-state raid. So when the raids took place for my organization, it was a multi-state raid simultaneously through the same time in all time zones. So for instance, they raided Seattle, they raided California, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, and it was like a major takedown. So at that point, you can imagine when they've done, there was other like organized crime, like there's other biker gangs here within the United States where they do simultaneous raids. Similar to maybe even like a BMF. I don't know if they had like a simultaneous raids throughout the United States. So definitely had a large crew. And when I was at that moment, when I did get arrested, I was completely hands off. And all I did was delegate through my phone and make connections like, hey, you're gonna meet the pilot. We'll be in Atlanta at 3 o'clock. when he touches down, you guys call him and meet up, and then I'll touch base. Hey, you got your work? How's it look? You know, there should be this many of that one. There should be this kind. So it got to be where I was basically, you know, more of just, you know, complete manipulating, you know, this whole network. Yeah.
So you got your network together. How much you pulling in a week?
Definitely a couple $100,000 every few days. So again, at this time, I was making like over $1,000 on 1 pound, and I was like all over America, right? So at just to kind of so that the people can identify. So some of the areas that I was dropping in was it started in Seattle, and then it would work its way down. So some of it would stay in Seattle, and then it would work its way to Los Angeles, and through Los Angeles, it started, you know, a distribution, and then it went from all the areas like St. Louis, Chicago, Ohio, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, New Jersey, New York, Boston, Maine. I mean, it was North Carolina, Alabama. Like, I was shooting this stuff everywhere, you know? And so it actually became bigger than myself. It was something that, you know, even at time before I got clipped by the government, I could sense it, and I knew things had happened where I was hot. So I was trying to like go like kind of underground, and I was going to give most of my business over to someone to run it for me. And I was going to do like what we spoke about earlier,
right.
Just take a commission check off the mass profit. And at that point, it was really hard to find someone that I could have do that. I had a few people, but there's so much involved
right.
in the orchestration of that type of network.
You consistently refer to you and your group as an organization. Do you see yourself and your group as a real not narcotic but cannabis organization?
Yeah, I definitely would say that, because, you know, I would say the same thing with any business, you know, like a Starbucks or something like that, and has, you know, multiple locations all across America. All the employees are, you know, part of their staff. So, you know, and I think of, you know, some of these people, they're friends, and then some of them are straight up just business, and I've never met them before until we do business, and it's nothing but business. So I definitely feel like there's, you know, hierarchies within, you know, what we were doing. You know, like if you had a flow chart, there would be, you know, maybe the club members would be at the top of the flow chart, and then I would probably be the next one, and then all of these people in these various states would, you know, cover the downline of like a pyramid, right? So I do feel it is like a syndicate or an organized type of crew, you know.
Okay. So you're up there, everything's going fine, you're making your money, you're living your life. Did you have a family at the time, or were you just still single?
I did. So I didn't have, you know, kids, but I do have, I was married when I was arrested.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I kind of knew not to really have children.
Right.
Because of the state of what I was doing. I didn't want to have, like, inevitably what happened when I was indicted was like a precursor to me like not having kids, because I thought maybe someday when perhaps I could retire from the game, then, you know, that's the time to bring, you know, kids into, you know, my family.
Wow. So what happened? How'd you know what I'm saying? How'd you get cracked? What was the weak in this machine, this organization?
Sure. So initially what happened is a buddy of mine came to me, and he kind of, you know, this is right when the medical dispensaries were popping up in Los Angeles.
What year is this?
That's probably, I want to say 2005, 2006 maybe. So those tanked out and crashed the market value of Kush. So at that time I might wholesale it for $5,000, right? And then they're going to turn around and say $5,500 for it. Then it totally tanked it out. And here I was used to making that large profit. A buddy of mine hit me up, and he's like, hey, you know, I did some time. He was a felon. He did some times with a crew out of Detroit, and they were serving like Mexican stress bud out of trap houses in the city of Detroit. And so he hit me up, and he was like, "I think it could be good," you know. And so at the time, I've never gone out of state, and we're all kind of like laying the blueprint. And so he's like, "I got a dude that'll drive it there in a pickup truck," and so the very first time I sent something out of state was to Detroit. In actuality, I didn't have a whole lot of cash flow to cover like what I had if potentially it got busted along the way.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of money in the end, I was making.
How much did you ship?
I shipped 80 pounds at that time. And even though it wasn't like a lot, I was always buying houses and cars, and then I used my own cash flow to float all of my, what I would front people to continue to re-up. So I didn't, if I lost, that's just, you don't want to lose that kind of money, right? So anyways, I just kind of crossed my fingers and said, let's do it. And he loaded up just a regular pickup truck, and it was dead winter, so there was snow. And it was like he took a few days to actually drive from Los Angeles to Detroit. And when it got there, even those guys didn't really know how to deal with Kush yet. It was brand new for them. And they were having difficulty. So I was at the time they owed me, it was somewhere around 900 grand, $1 million or something like that. And my friend who lined them up, it was his customer, he just connected me so I could call and say, "How much money do you guys have? How many have you gotten rid of? When can we square up? When will you want more?" So I could, contact and figure these things out. I start to kind of like panic in the sense that they didn't move anything, right? I'm like, it's like a week, 2 weeks in. I'm like, "How many did you guys get rid of?" "Oh, like something crazy, like single digits." And I'm like, "Oh no, like all the bud is far away. I'm not bringing that all the way back to California." They eventually came to Las Vegas. I had to sit down and I explained to them, like, this is like Gucci. This is what is starting to pop up in the hip hop songs. So they went back, they blew it out like in a week and said, "We're ready to re-up." So instead of using an actual like pickup truck, single guy doing his thing, while this was happening, I came across a dude out of Oregon, and he operated a freight company through big rigs. And so he wasn't like a trucker, but he subcontracted to all kinds of truckers for freight, right? And so I took a trip to Oregon. I had to sit down with this guy who owned a freight company. We also had another person there that would do like wooden crates. Through like construction, he would build out wooden crates. So we came up with the plan, let's build wooden crates. Let's use your freight, operation. Let's put this bud into, big rigs, and let's start sending it, to Detroit. So that was the initial key of my transportation, or the initial startup was how I was getting it, out of town.
Did you make any of the further decisions as far as like how the transportation or any of that was going to be taken care of?
Yeah, no, I orchestrated all that. I like to think like when I say like, I sometimes say puppet master, That way I located these freight people through my network of people that I dealt with. And so we started sending in, shipping trucks, big rigs. And they were going to Detroit at first, and then the next destination was, because it's a quick jump, was Chicago. And then from Chicago, I opened up Atlanta. So there was a little while of a run, I'll call it, where I was providing cannabis through big rigs going into Detroit, Chicago, and Atlanta, right? And so what I had done was I didn't want to have the person meet a big rig driver and somehow like communicate with a big rig driver like, "Oh, do you know where I can get this?" And then possibly like supersede or do something, or even a customer in Detroit, like, I don't want them to know how I get it to them, right? If they get busted, they could say, oh, I get it from this guy. He brings it here in a big rig.
Yeah.
So what I used is what I called was a catcher. I referred to him as the catcher. And I paid this person a flat rate of $20,000 a month. And now he lived in Las Vegas. And so the catcher would go to Detroit and he would meet the big rig, right? Mm-hmm. And then he would deliver it to the customer. So that way there's really like no interaction of, they don't know I'm using a big rig. They're not, hanging out, having conversations with these guys. So this guy's job was 20 grand a month. He was supposed to be in Chicago to drop a load. He would be in Atlanta to drop a load, pick up money. Sometimes it was like, hey, they're not ready to re-up, but they have a couple $100 grand. And oftentimes I would have my crew go and pick up that money because, let's say somebody owes me 300 grand on a Tuesday.
All right.
And then they get busted on a Wednesday.
Money gone.
So I would, oftentimes when I knew the money was there, I would arrange for pickup. So the dude who I was paying the flat rate, the catcher of 20 grand, he had a drug problem, and I think he was into like speed, so he messed up, and he was supposed to be on Vegas on a plane to Detroit to meet a big rig, to catch the load when it came in.
Right.
He missed it. He missed it by 1 day. So that particular big rig, the freight company, and I didn't know how he was doing it. I should have, but I didn't know. And I didn't realize he was like subcontracting a person who may not even, or actually did not know they have cannabis on their big rig.
Wow.
Instead of like including them in on the profit, like, yo, you're taking weed to Detroit, we're going to pay you. He's just like boxing it up like it's, like whatever common goods that are legal. And so the catcher out of Vegas missed it. And when the load got to Detroit, the freight company said, oh, I know like a loading dock or another freight company where we could drop the load and you can leave it there overnight. But it had absolutely nothing to do with my crew and my organization. So the catcher, what he would commonly do is he would rent like, a cargo van. And so back then we had our, I don't even know the name of the little suction cup to the window, the GPS,
Oh.
Okay? So he picks up at the freight company in Detroit a crate. A crate he loads into a cargo van. Now when he takes off from that freight place, he's rolled up on by like actual just regular undercover local Detroit police. And they tell him, listen, we have the GPS. We know you're going to this house. You can do yourself a favor and you can drop that load to them and we'll let you go. Right? And so this dude, I couldn't believe, like, why, right? Like, why not just, you know what you're doing when you get into this, right? So that guy decided to cooperate, right? So he
snitched on you?
Not on me at that particular moment. This is what he did. He jumped in the van, and he did, obviously while he was under the lights, he obviously explained everything. And so at that moment, they loaded up the van, took it over to my customers, and he acted like, oh, I'm here to drop it all off. And then he gets rolled up on, and they actually pretend to handcuff him and take him in. And so they don't know that, that dude just set them up.
Right.
So when all this was happening, I would always know when the loads were being dropped because of things like this. So even if the time zone was different, the catcher would call me. I'd be in my house in Manhattan Beach, and I might be on the phone already at 5 in the morning because they're already doing work at like 8 in the morning or whatever in Detroit. And so I'm making sure everyone's getting everything. There's nobody got busted. So I find out through a lawyer the guy, the catcher, he contacted a lawyer that he knew in Vegas. Well, the people that I knew in Vegas where he lived, they hit me up and they were like, yo, dude, he's in custody and he's cooperating and he drove the load. Like the lawyer that, you know, knew, he automatically told members of my clique in Vegas that, oh, fucking your catcher just did this. And so eventually the people in Detroit gave the dude that cooperated, they gave him back all of his cell phones, and he was released in a few hours the same day, right? Now that dude flies back to Las Vegas, and at that time, as I told you guys, I was paying him 20 grand flat rate a month to work for me, right? And so I owed him 10,000 from the month before because it's just whatever I was waiting to pay him. So then he wanted his like 30 grand. So he started contacting the people, you know, out in Vegas, right, saying, oh, I didn't snitch on me, and I want that money, and I'll kind of like keep you guys out of it. You know, it was kind of like, you know, he wanted his money, and it was kind of like a form of blackmail to not like go all the way and tell on, you know, who the leaders are. Right. So, dude, I didn't know like what to do, you know? And so at that point, I was like, you know, like, what do? I tried to talk to my crew out in Vegas that knew this dude. And this particular guy got, you know, brought to me as like, oh, he could do this for you. I didn't know him. I didn't vet him through my childhood, right? So people that I knew more than him were like, I don't know, you know, like maybe we can, you know, get the money to a lawyer and we could just make sure that, you know, we're out of it type of thing. And so I was like, man, I don't know how to approach this. Obviously, I don't condone what he did, and I don't feel like I should pay him for what he did. But at the same time, it's like, if I'm really wealthy, do I like try to keep myself out of this, or what do I do? So I agreed to meet somebody that he knew, like separately, to like literally just pay for what I thought was an attorney, right? But come to find out, this dude, when they let him go, he had 0 charges. He's not charged. He's not coming back to court on a court date.
So you never saw his paperwork or anything?
No, there was fucking no paperwork because they were just said, go. Nah. We'll call you. So basically at that point, he works for them and they control him. So when I was asking for paperwork, there was none to be had. And so I kind of arranged, I went out to Vegas to like pay on the strength of a retainer, hoping that, you know, keep me out of it, and let's hope that that was like, you know, that's where it ends, right? Right. And so I decided to take like a hiatus on even some like local members that I was shooting to, right? Right. Let's chill for a minute and see where this is, and then definitely the big rig crew. So we waited for a while, and then I kind of just was like, you know, let's go again. You know, the guys kept pushing me. Where this is like also for your audience out there, this is an addiction for me at this point.
Hustling?
Yeah. So I couldn't be without doing what I'm doing, and I'm involved with a motorcycle club, and they said, well, let's cool down. Oh, let's heat up. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes it's like you gotta, you know, what I call grow some balls. You know? And so we chilled for a minute, and then we said, let's go. So I fired up the big rig company again up in Oregon, and I had a load that we were going to go to Atlanta. And so now I was like, you know, I can use the load locally. Actually, at the time, because we took such a hiatus, a lot of my local people in Los Angeles, it was dry, right? And so I said, let's divert what I have at the big rig to Los Angeles. And so I normally would have like, sometimes when those would come down, I had a big rig loading dock in the city of Compton.
So you had hundreds of pounds in trucks in Compton?
Yeah. Sometimes that's where it would arrive. Yeah.
I know where those docks are. They're over there off of Wilmington.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
That's around the corner from 40.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I decided to like divert what was headed to Atlanta back to, you know, and one of my buddies out of the Porsche business, he kept wanting to get into the cannabis game with me. He saw I was making money. He's like, yo, when are you going to let me in? And I was like, you got some customers. And so he never really had customers. So I was like, I hit him up one day and I was like, hey, you know, can we drop a load? I'll shoot you money to catch it, you know? And he was like, yeah. So, literally these crates, you can't take them off by hand. And the reason we designed a crate like that is because if something's in a big rig and it's just, you know, like a couple 100 pounds in duffel bags, which is, you know, it's not that big at the end of the day, right? So we designed crates to make them look like they're large freight. So when it comes off the big rig, it needs to be on a forklift, in some cases, right? And so this particular load was big, and my buddy, the Porsche guy, he got the load, everything was fine. He calls me, he's like, hey, come by and scoop it up. And at this time, I didn't really, you know, have other people to where I was just gonna go scoop it up myself. And I remember going to his place, and because I already knew that I was hot prior a few months ago when I was active with the big rig, I drive around the block, and this is a note for all you guys out there, you should never just drive directly into where you're going to do business. You should also take the time and drive around a little bit and then eventually go to where you're going. And I started picking them off. They were everywhere, dude. I kid you not. They were in all the cars that I taught myself to see that they were in. You know, the Explorers with the sunscreen actually on the window, ducked down. And I was like, dude, there's a car there. There's a car there, and there's a car there, and you know, sometimes in today's world, people sit on the phone in the car, and you're like, what's this dude doing? Why is he here in the car? But this was pretty obvious, you know, at that time, like, why are these people in these cars? So I backed out of it, and I called my friend, and I said, bro, I'm pretty sure they're everywhere around your place. And he's like, what do you mean? And he had Porsches, you know, because he had so many cars, they were like on the block down the street, on the block. He was parking them further away. And I was like, dude, go pick up the one that you have on the corner, and there's going to be a dude right there, and you'll see. And so I remember, after I bailed from his place, I jammed back to my own personal residence, and I started calling people that lived close by me. And I said, dude, get to my house now, emergency, emergency. And I even had a dude that, he owned a dump truck. And so how I would get the money back from the big rigs really quick is I used what's called these tool containers for job sites, and you can bolt them into the ground. So they're almost like 5 foot long, and you know, like really deep toolboxes, and they're metal, and you can put padlocks on them. I must have had like half a dozen or more, all cut open with the locks. And
in one truck?
No, at my house.
Oh, I got you.
You know, so when I would bring money home, they would be in these containers, and I would use a Sawzall and open them up and break into them. And then I had, you know, numerous prepaid phones and money counters and money at my own personal residence. So all of like 2 or 3 of my friends did an influx. We're loading these containers and stuff into the dump truck. At the time, I was successful enough. I had a personal assistant, and I told her, start shredding all of my stuff for my trips. Start shredding everything from Detroit and Chicago. She's in my personal home office shredding. I'm getting rid of like phones, the money counter, and we're just going. And I called my dad, which he knew what I was doing. And I said, hey, dude, can you go to such and such Porsche shop? Tell me what's going on over there. So my dad hits me up later on. He's like, dude, the whole place is fucking raided. He's like, all the cars that have the lights in the grills, they're all over the driveway, and it's done. And I was like, oh man. So my buddy who fell that day is so solid and cool. He you know, he didn't cooperate. I got him, and I got him bailed out of there probably like in at least one day, like quick. I put up, I think, 50 grand in cash. I already knew of bail bonds. We got him out, boom, quick. And so that kind of ended there. But you know, these people are, now they're adding up. Now they got a load in Detroit. Now they followed it all the way from Oregon. So they followed it from Oregon, and then they captured it when this was like, we did like almost like a San Pedro area out here. So then I'm like, man, so now I take like another break, and we're kind of just chilling. And then eventually, like, it seems good again, you know, and it's my addiction and it's the way I make money. So we fire it back up. And at this point, a dude approaches me and says, hey, I know this older guy and he has an airplane, you know, and he's down. And I was like, oh, really? Let's hook it up, right? And so my friend links up me and this older guy who's probably in his, you know, 60s. And he's like an ex-Green Beret. He's a pilot. He already owned his own plane. He's like, yeah, I'll go anywhere. I'll meet anyone. I'll do whatever you need me to do. So I'm like, oh man, this is cool. So now I fire up the airplane, and the airplane, you know, people think like right away how we take an airplane, you can be in Chicago the same day.
Right.
You can't in the plane that we use a Cessna, right? And you can't even get above the clouds, and you have to gas up numbers of times throughout your day. Right? So it would take a few days to get to Chicago or Atlanta. So eventually the pilot comes to me and says like, hey, you know, I need to get above the clouds. I need to go faster. I need to have less gas up trips. And I was like, well, what do you need? You know, he's like, probably, you know, 200 grand and I could get us a better plane. So we worked out a deal where I would give him a loan. Right? And so I gave him $170,000, you know, to purchase an airplane. And we did it on the strength of whatever he charged me per pound to take, you know, if he's taking 300 pounds, he would take $200 times 300. And that's just his profit. And then I paid for gas in the airplane, the rent-a-cars, the hotels, the food. So all of his expenses were covered. And then he just was, you know, cash profit on the price per pound, right? So once I gave him the 170 to purchase a plane, we reduced it, or we tried to. He kept saying, oh, I still need to make money and I'm up there. We were gonna do $100 per pound, but act like it was still the 200, and he would be paying me 100 for the plane that I bought. So then I just started using the planes, and then eventually he came to me and was like, hey, I know a dude who's down, because the plane became, you know, so many states. So now I'm, you know, St. Louis, Chicago, Atlanta. Now with this bigger plane, it allowed us to now go all the way East Coast. I had people hitting me up saying, can you make it to New York? Well, prior to that, I wasn't doing New York in the big rig. It's too far. I wasn't doing New York in the Cessna airplane. It just takes too long. So now that we had this little faster, we opened up, you know, the East Coast market. And so eventually he's like, hey, I know a pilot. So we got another pilot, and then we got another pilot. And, you know, this time we let it go for a while, and I was doing my thing. And it turns out the original guy that got arrested in Detroit, as they were hitting him up to work with him, in my court papers, it eventually said that he was paid $1,100 to drive from Las Vegas to Los Angeles and go in front of my house and say that's where he lives.
Wow.
Right? And so when he originally got hit, he just talked about those guys, and he talked about the big rig, but he didn't say like the main head, you know, of the snake on the thing, so where they could cut that off. Eventually, they broke him, and he did, you know? And so then the feds, and this is what some people should take a note, like they'll let you dope deal. They'll let you commit crimes for years, bro. They'll let you go. They let me go doing the airplanes for a while. It was probably a good, at least like 18 months to almost 2 years, they let us rock while they were just watching us. So in the end, some of the things they did was they orchestrated a fake party for me. One of the dudes who was tied into a federal agent out of Atlanta who was in charge of the Atlanta division. They persuaded me to go to a party in Miami, Florida, and the entire party was wired up. It was like a yacht party, but it started in like the back of a house in Miami. And on that party, you know, there was federal agents there that were, you know, wearing body wires. They had the audio, and it just got really big at that point, you know?
Let me ask you a question straight up. How do you feel knowing that somebody snitched on you and you actually know the person?
Yeah. Dude, you know, it is like it's I don't understand. It's kind of like when you look at somebody like a Tekashi, I don't understand how people can still like endorse that type of thing or still like think that that's okay. Like in the end, you know what this person did? He's literally such the lowest scum of earth. Is, you know, he affected a lot of people that are good people, dude. People that sold cannabis. These people put food on the table for their wives, their kids, and they're not always like thug, you know, criminal gangsters. You know, some of these people, you know, they're average citizens and they're doing good in their communities and they're providing, you know, food. So this dude went and put all of those people in jail, including myself, right? And so as I'm sitting in the federal prison, eventually I got sentenced to just under 12 years as a non-violent first offender. I've never been arrested in my entire life. Damn. And the very first time I'm in handcuffs, no bail, and I'm in prison for 12 years. So, you know, it's really extreme to see that somebody, through not willing to, you know, do the time for their crime, that they could have such a ripple effect on others. And a lot of people, you know, like when I talk about like Tekashi and not people like realizing that how bad snitching is, when it's really like, just do, accept what you did wrong and man up. Why do you have to like ruin everyone else's life, dude? Like this guy ruined so many people's lives. He broke up my marriage. He broke up my families. He, you know, everything involved, my entire, everything in my assets, my bank accounts, everything were taken from me as asset forfeiture from the government. And those are things that I even accumulated prior to what I was doing. You know, when I had an automotive shop. I mean, I lost family photographs from a kid. I mean, so these people, it's so despicable. And it's just like, when you're sitting there and you have the time to look back while you're in prison and said, dude, this guy, I just can't even believe these people do these things, you know? Not only on the strength that, you know, like people talk about, you know, snitches get stitches and this sort of thing on that level, but even through me working with, you know, like, you know, a motorcycle club, you know, I knew going into that, I would even have these conversations with my pilot, like, dude, this is what you got to do if you get busted. I told him, I will bail you out. I will pay for your attorney. I will not leave a wounded soldier on the fucking battlefield. Mm-hmm. I have your back. Even if it means you got to go and do time, I will pay your rent. I will pay your family's bills. I'll take care of you. Maybe these people who are the scum that do that type of thing, if they don't have the means to do that, okay, you don't have the means. It doesn't still mean that you should go and be involved in that type of thing, you know? It's just, you know, so it's something that eventually, as like, it's hard to describe, or I don't know how to put it into words. You have to let things go. And it's kind of like not forgiveness in that aspect, but to get past like mental disabilities or mental challenges of that weighing heavy on your head while you're incarcerated or while you're in prison. So that's the type of thing that I had to just kind of like let it go and not say, oh, you know, I'm going to send someone to, you know, take this dude out. I'm going to do this. It's kind of like prior to me being incarcerated, if somebody ran off with my money, oftentimes I could have like an enforcer go and just talk to them. And just by physical, like...
you said an enforcer? Go talk to him. Isn't that an oxymoron, an enforcer talking?
Right, but just on perception, like let's say a couple of guys I knew of were like Samoans, mm-hmm. and those dudes are huge, right? So if 4 Samoans show up to talk to somebody, it's gonna be like, you know, hey, we're just talking now. And so that's kind of like where I would go with somebody that owed me money. But at the same time, I can't really go in there and get too gnarly on them, because what happens if they're gonna narc on me because these dudes just went off on him and, you know, beat him silly. So a lot of times I would do what I could, but then I had to like let it go. And so as I was like, some of the first times I was owed large sums of money and people ran off with it, it's hard to let that go. And you could like literally be at night going, oh my God, I owe the plug, you know, and this guy ran off with 50 grand. What am I gonna do? So at that time, I had to learn, one of my friends put it to me like this. When I turn on a new client, and let's say they owe me 100 grand, I would equate that as I just started, let's say, a 7-Eleven, okay? So now I have 7-Elevens in Detroit, I have a 7-Eleven in Chicago, Atlanta, and I might have put a few $100,000 into it, and if it didn't work, I tried, you know? And so that's how I come to terms with kind of like letting that go, because it'll eat you up forever. And so in prison, you know, people run through their race. And in the feds, I ended up running with, you know, the Mexican Southsiders, the Sureños, which are a lot of like, you know, that's essentially entirely gang members. And so when I was in their car, we call it, when you're incarcerated, oftentimes those guys would be like, yo, when I get out, I'll go get some money and we can handle this. We can go talk to these people. Some of those guys are enforcers and bill collectors. And it's like, man, it's been so long. Like, I don't know. I had to just like let it go. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that makes any sense, that's the best way I learned, or I taught myself to let that stuff go.
Let me ask you something about your walk in the feds. What made you run with the Sortaños rather than with, you know, your club?
So initially I ran with the whites when I first got off the bus, right? So like one of the main places I went to was Terminal Island in San Pedro, California. I started in the Atlanta Penitentiary. We refer to it as the Castle. And then when I eventually landed in Terminal Island, I was there with the whites, and everything was fine. And then I started doing, you know, artwork through the hobby shop within the institution. And so a dude there that I was like, they have housing units and multiple housing units. So they have them like alphabetical. You have A unit, B unit, C. So I lived in J unit, and we all have separate TV rooms per race. So I was in a particular TV room with the whites, and it was a small TV room. We only had 2 TVs, and there was maybe like 5 of us that sat in that particular room. And like, even though J unit was big, it's a 3-story complex, we were on the 3rd floor. Long story short, there was a dude that kicked it in our TV room, and he had a couple of kids, and he saw my artwork, and Christmas was coming, and he was like, hey, you know, can you make some artwork for my kids for their Christmas gifts? So I started making a bunch of paintings. And in order to, where this institution I was at, you could mail your artwork out.
Oh.
So in order to get them out for Christmas, I started popping off a bunch of artwork to this dude's family for Christmas. And in the end, he owed me, I think, for, you know, a few paintings. And at that time in prison, the value of a painting is not much, right? So he owed me like $1,200 or $1,400. But in the prison standards, $1,200 or $1,400 is a lot of money, right? So I shot him all the artwork, and he was actually there for doing like some Bernie Madoff, like scam stuff. And he bragged about he had a Ferrari, he had a jet, he had the black Amex. So he, you know, he was pretty upscale from what he was doing out there on the streets. So he had this swagger about him that he had money and he had his thing, and, you know, so I didn't think much of it. I shot all those out, and then when it came time for us to square up on what he owed me, in prison sometimes when you go to commissary and you owe somebody, you say, make me a store list. So I was like, what can you do? And he's like, oh, I can get you $40. And then that was okay, you know, whatever. And then it started leaning into like slow paying me. Mm-hmm. And so then it came to this particular person that owed me, had a drug habit, you know, and he started, you know, getting drugs fronted to him on the yard through even other races. He owed the Sureño, I think almost even like 10 grand. This guy's a Wall Street dude, Okay, so he doesn't walk like a gangster or a criminal.
Yeah.
He had like a different swag to him. So anyhow,
more of a professional.
right.
Yeah.
So to kind of befriend people that he was, was in our TV room, he was giving them free dope, and they didn't care because they were getting it for free, and they thought, oh, this dude, he's got money, he can do that. Well, he didn't have money. He started created a debt on the yard, right? So it came to the point where him and I were gonna physically fight because the other whites wouldn't do anything about it. Now in some prisons, if a white owes someone, the whites as a whole, or any race for that matter, will deal with their person on whatever discipline is necessary to take care of someone that has a debt.
You got to take care of your own people.
These dudes weren't doing that because they were eating off the dope he was giving him, so they were more susceptible to be on his side of owing me money and acting like it's okay,
right?
And in the end, it's not okay. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna just let somebody slide, but because you're in prison, you have to kind of that's different than when I said on the street. I had to sometimes let that go. So anyways, it came down to, we're going to fight about it in the TV room, and this is all going to happen. So eventually things kind of escalated into fighting aspect of it. And then eventually the Sureños came exclusively to me, and they were like, hey dude, the dude's trying to check in by fighting you. You know what I mean? He wants to do this. So now he can, when I say check in, for those of you that don't know, you go to what's called the SHU, and that's the Special Holding Unit is the acronym for it, and that's what inmates refer to as the hole. And when you go to the SHU, sometimes when you're a piece of shit and you check yourself in, it means once you're there, you're never coming back onto this terminal island. You're being shipped to some entirely new prison, and now you can go run up a debt at another prison, go and check in, and these guys do that. Anyways, the Sureños came to me and they're like, dude, he's trying to check in, bro. Don't let him do it. We'll handle this, blah, blah, blah. And it came to the point where I didn't want to be even in the TV room with this guy because he's close quarters, I'm not feeling it. It's kind of like when you wreck your car, nothing's the same. How am I going to sit next to this dude in the TV room? So they came to me and they were like, hey, if you want, when you're in this prison, you also cell up. These are prison cells. So I lived in a cell where I had iron bars on my door, and you would cell. So the Sureños came to me and they said, we checked your paperwork. We had someone on the outside look you up. We know you're good. We're gonna say if you want, you can jump into one of our cells. And they told me the dude that was the shot caller of that particular floor of the unit I was in, he's like, dude, my room's open right now. You can come in. So where I was in federal prison there, you can go to your case manager and say, hey, I would like to move. And you're not always tied into where they tell you your jail cell is. For instance, I would never, or anybody would have a sex offender in their cell. So if a sex offender comes into your cell off the bus, you can't be in here. So anyway, so you're allowed to move. So I told the whites, I told the Sureños, hey, I'll come down and meet with you guys in your TV room. Now on this particular third floor of J Unit, their TV room they had 3 TVs and might have 12 or 15 guys that occupy this room. I said, hey, can I come down and talk to everybody later today? And they said, come down. The dude who was mainly shot calling, we're all in there. I'm the only white. And he's like, bro, we're cool with you. If you want, you can change the channel on the TV. For those of you who don't know, in prison, probably 70-80% of all fights, some of them come from changing the channel on TV, and that's where a lot of fights start. So anyways, they're like, we're cool with you. And then I started thinking, well, do I sit with you guys in the chow hall? Do I run independent? Where do I do? So eventually I hit the whites up and I told them, these dudes approached me and said, I can run with them. And when I went down there, and I, out of really respect, and I felt like a love, a family love, right out the gate when they were like, dude, when you're with us, you're with us. If anyone's got a problem, they'll deal with all of us, not you. We got this. If anyone has anything to do, you don't have to worry about it. Where other races don't always run as tight-knitted as some of the Sureños were. So I really had respect for that, and I told them, I said, man, I appreciate that. You guys are really showing me a lot of love, And I said, I'm going to think about it. But in my mind, I was like, man, like these dudes seem like more family orientated and take care of, how often people talk about brotherhood. So I made the decision to, link up with the leader of that unit, and I moved over into his cell. I went into their TV room, and now everybody on the yard, now all the whites didn't really like me anymore. In the beginning, they're like, oh, that dude, he jumped over to the Sureños, which whatever. Now it's like I have all this new onset of friends through the Sureños. And so we had like softball teams. We had all this sort of thing. So I started being, I clown on people. Even if I don't know them that long, I'll start like joking, going hard on them, and people are like, and it's funny that even to just kind of touch on that, I would be in a TV room with let's say, 12 Sureños or whatever, and I would be like, I would make a joke on this dude, like, oh, dude, homeboy said you're the best kisser out in the yard, and just joke on him, right? And so we would laugh because we're all at this point kind of like a family. So then instead of him firing on me, all 12 guys would just be like, oh yeah, and they'd just come at me with jokes, and so it was funny. And in the end, even to this day, I have relationships with some of those dudes, and they really, really looked out for me. And so that's kind of the story of how I ended up in that car when I landed at Terminal Island. In state prison, that probably wouldn't have happened because they probably would have regulated homeboy for owing that money. And in the end, the dude did check in. So eventually, they call it SIS, which is an investigative unit within the correctional officer department. They just showed up at his cell one random day not long after I moved and said, hey, pack it up, you're going to shoe. And then he never came back on the yard.
I heard you say that this whole situation started over art. How did you get into art?
Yeah, so while I was in Terminal Island, they have I forget the word for it now. They call it I forget, where they want you to go to school. So they have places they have a public library, they have a school, and so they have classes, right? Mm-hmm. And so one of the classes, and they have these bulletin boards throughout the prison, and I saw a class and it said oil painting. And so I was like, oh, let me check it out. And so when you have a case manager in federal prison, they push you to take classes. I wish I remember the word, programming they call it. You have to program. And so every so often that you meet with them, every 3 months for an evaluation, and they'll say, oh, you're not programming. And it means you have to sign up for Business 101, or you have to get your high school diploma. And so he's telling me you're not programming. So part of programming, I noticed one day, there's a painting class. So I go and I sign up for the painting class, and it's in a really large room, and they have all these easels, and the prison had purchased canvas, paint, and brushes, and then an inmate was the actual instructor of the art class. And it met 2 days a week or something, on a Thursday at 3 o'clock, it's an hour class, and we all paint the same, the instructor, okay, today you guys are all gonna paint this landscape, and all 20 people would paint the same thing. Now, once I did that, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. As a kid, I was a graffiti writer, not so much in the sense of doing a lot of spray painting all over the city. I had a little, but oftentimes just in school, doing big old, things on paper, and, making stuff for friends and painting a little bit. So once I found out through the oil painting class, you can put your name on a waiting list. And the waiting list is for, they call it a hobby locker. And so you're allowed to do different departments. You can't do all of them, but you can pick between painting, ceramics, or leather crafting, right? So I put my name on a waiting list for, a hobby locker for the art. And I didn't know much in the way of painting. I painted a little bit in high school, and it was more just for fun. It was never as trying to, really do much. And so,
was it good, or was it just you just weren't that interested
in high school?
Yeah.
I think it was good in the sense that like all of my high school friends and then my mom's friends, when they'd come over to the house before the paintings were even done, people were like, I want to buy that. I want to buy that. So I was like selling, paintings to my friends and my mom's friends and stuff like that, but not a lot, maybe like, a dozen. And I didn't know how to be an artist. I didn't know anything about it. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times I would just be like, yeah, give me what, the cost of it. Give me $200, like I wasn't saying it to like make a profession out of it, right? So as I eventually got approved for my hobby locker, they give you a paper catalog, and it's like this thick, and it's through a company called Blick, and you're able to order once a month, and you could always do like $300. But at the same time, they have commissary, and commissary is groceries. You only could spend $300 on commissary and your like hobby stuff combined. I couldn't do $600 on hobby, and I'm sorry, $300 on hobby and $300 on groceries. So I had to like say, oh, do I want to buy 100 in groceries and then 200 in art supplies? And so eventually I started buying, paint, canvas, and brushes. And like any artist, I struggled with the learning process of like not knowing and being a beginner. And it just was such a positive way for me to pass time being incarcerated. I didn't give up as a painter. And when I say that because other dudes would come in and get a hobby locker, and literally a locker's like this tall, and then you have a countertop, and that's your workstation. So your workstation's like this big. So a dude's like right here next to me, right? And so people would come in and they would just get a locker and they would start to paint, and then they would like your locker, you can come in every day. You have a padlock, you got your own combination, and you could come in and you could paint 7 days a week. But these dudes would come in and try it like 2 or 3 times. Oh man, like it's hard, I can't do it. And they would give up, and then they would stop showing up, and then the next thing you know, they just, the guards will take your locker if you're not purchasing art supplies. So if you go like 60 days or 90 days without buying anything, then they'll say, hey, you're done. They'll give you an opportunity. You got to buy something, or you're out. So all these dudes would give up. And becoming an artist there's a lot of learning curve. And I wasn't reading books on how to do art. I was merely learning through the process of hands-on experience. And there was a dude that had the locker directly next to me who he was a young guy, and he got a 20-year sentence because he was selling ecstasy, and somebody died that he sold ecstasy to. And he had got a 20-year sentence, and he was only like 20 years old or something. He was a youngster. And he had already been to art school. So when he came there, he would always critic me in like a hater way. Like, oh, you're not doing that right. You're mixing a cold color with a warm color. Or, the arm isn't anatomically correct. That wouldn't look right. And so other dudes that I hung out with were like, fuck, this dude's such a hater. But in a way, it kind of, he did help. I can appreciate in some cases like constructive criticism. But in the end, so what I did, there's a book called The Outliers, and The Outliers talks about when you're a professional at something, anything, let's say it's Bill Gates, he's not any smarter than any one person. Well, technically maybe he is by smarter, right? But he put in the work. So he put himself on the computer as a kid and didn't take himself off. And what they're saying is if you put 30,000 hours into something, you eventually become a professional at your craft, right? And so I think through me not giving up, and I literally painted 6 years, 7 days a week. So dude, like, you know what I mean? I put in that work, and when my family and friends would send me pictures into the prison, you could mail in photographs of artists on Instagram and artists that were like similar and doing what I'm doing, and I could start to see, they were obviously better than I was because I was like an intermediate or a beginner. And over time, I started seeing like I'm creeping on these guys, and now I feel like, I've put in 7 to 8 years as like behind the brush.
Right.
And so now, prior to when I left federal prison, I was already like in my head gearing up to become an artist, like a pop artist. All I was really doing is just stacking, what I call it, right? Just stacking artwork. And because the government seized all of my assets, and people say, did you have money buried? I didn't have money buried, And so I came out of prison with nothing. And I didn't have like a wealthy family to say, oh, here's your car, here's your house, here's your this. So it's kind of like, I knew before I left, I need to do something, like inmates leave saying, I got to get a job, I got to start a business. So my thing was, I'm going to use these paintings as like a form of a savings account. Granted, I might not sell one, in this particular week, but hey, maybe I can off 1 or 2 a month, and if they're a G, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, I can start to kind of eat and learn. So I did this on the premise of like knowing, hey, when I get out of prison, I'm gonna try to be an artist. If anything, I at least can sell artwork to friends and family and have some money saved, right? So I hit the streets, and I was in a halfway house, and at this particular halfway house, you're allowed to have a smartphone, and my family had made like an Instagram account for me exclusively just for my art, to kind of like show my friends and family while I was incarcerated, look at what he's doing, a platform to people to say. So while I was incarcerated, you can also take pictures, like every Saturday they have a photo guy that works on the yard, and he could come and take pictures of my latest artwork. So I would send those home to like my mom and have her say, oh, post that on Instagram so my people know I just made this. So anyhow, I started doing that, and I was sitting in a halfway house in the city of Watts, and like not even out very long, literally. Was it on Central? I can't even remember the street by now. I think it probably was. It was called something the same as like, it was Monopoly. What was the name of the house? Dude, I had to cut the checks. They would take half my money. And it was like, dude, what was the name of the place? It was something that was like, you had to go around. It was one of the names. It was one of the names of a property. It was kind of funny actually that was the case. Like Boardwalk or something like that. What was the name of the place, dude? Anyhow, so I'm sitting there, and I got a text message from an art gallery, and I always equated like at that moment through teaching myself art galleries. Oh, it's going to be a lot of money. She's like, how much is this one? So I hit him with the price, and he's like, that's too much. My customers are this type of clientele, and it was actually in a shopping mall. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of just was like, okay then, and left that be. And so at the halfway house, you're limited to your movement. Mm-hmm. So I spent a lot of time in the halfway house. So I decided to like look this person up and their gallery, and I took it upon myself, instead of like instant messaging, is I grabbed the phone number and I just called the dude. And I was like, hey, you messaged me. And he was like, oh yeah, and I introduced myself, and I said, hey, because on my Instagram, it didn't say anything about being incarcerated. So as I called him, and I was like, hey, this is who I am, and this is what my paintings are from prison. And he was like, wow, amazing. Like he was like, this is. Now they're worth a whole lot more. Yeah, well, that, and he was just like taken back by the story, and he's like, can you come in? And for those of you who don't know, in the halfway house, every single movement is approved in advance. You have to put in for it's called a pass, and you fill it out every week. Like, hey, this Saturday, I would like to go to the mall to buy clothes, and I'll be at this mall between 1 and 3. And then when you get there, you have to call the halfway house and say, I'm here, So anyways, I go and meet with this particular owner of the gallery, and it just so happens, it's like a week before the Thanksgiving, the Black Friday, one of like the biggest shopping days in the year, especially for people in a mall. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, okay, I understand your price point is more affordable for, this particular mall. And so he's like, yeah, bring some stuff in. I went and I loaded this particular art gallery up with over 50 original pieces before Black Friday on, Thanksgiving. So I got a pass. The owner of the gallery is like, would you like to come in and paint, live? And I'll let my customers know you're painting. There'll be a lot of people in the mall. And so I got a pass to go and paint on like the Saturday after, Black Friday. And I remember it was so weird. He sent me a message. He was like, how far away are you? How long before you get here? And when I got there, he had like balloons set up, and he kind of had it like kind of an event, like, we'll have a live person painting. And so I set up, and before I got there, right when I walked in, people had purchased artwork either because I could only get there at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so people had purchased artwork the day before and that day. And nobody knew who I was. At that point, I didn't have like a following where people are gonna go to a certain location because they knew that my stuff was there at that moment. So they just happenstance to like come into a gallery and purchase art. But when I got there, he's like, hey, this guy bought your art, that guy bought your art, that guy bought your art, and those guys want signatures and pictures with you. And I was like, what? You know what I mean? And so next thing you know, he's handing me a Sharpie and artwork, and he's like, yeah, they want you to, and so I'm giving like autographing the back, I'm taking pictures. Like one dude's like, the piece I had brought to paint that day was just a raw canvas with sketch. And it was sketched with a Rolls Royce and the Monopoly guy taking a selfie in front of the Rolls Royce with Hollywood. And one of the guys that had purchased a piece of art was like, oh man, I have that same Rolls Royce. I want that one when it's done. And so I was like, wow, like things are, happening. And he's like, you went to prison for cannabis? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, I'm legal. I do the same thing. And so I was just like, kind of like a shock factor that, wow, I'm signing like an autograph and people are buying my artwork. And dude, I'm out of prison like a month and a half. I can hardly even move around. I don't really have much freedom, And so it was actually that gallery that put me on and, gave me that shot that I think perpetuated me to where I could make a run as an artist. If I didn't have that gallery, I would probably be working for my friend's construction company to like pay bills at that moment. Even through the halfway house to get, a pass to move around every day, my friend put me on at his construction company, as an employee. And so, it was like a total, I think it was all God that did that. He put that in my hand. And I sometimes, if you go all the way back to before when I was like in high school and I made paintings, maybe God provided me with this gift and I took it and I went the wrong direction and I went and became, a drug dealer. And now it's like, these things that, I gave me a gift of being, an artist, and now I'm giving this opportunity to actually, be professional, and I can actually pay my bills and be an artist. And so it's just, that's what kind of led, and it worked. So when I was like in prison saying, this is what I'm going to do, and the dude next to me that had the 20-year sentence and he went to art school, he hated my artwork. And one time he told me, and it really pissed me off, he was like, I can't even believe that anyone would ever hang your artwork on the walls. He's like, if people hang it up, it's just, they're just trying to be nice and tell you, like, be polite and say they hang it up. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I have friends that already have my artwork, like a Wall Street trader's like texted or, told my family, oh, I had this cool piece he did in my office. And he sent pictures of it. He's like, well, I put it up, I love it. So even while I was in prison, people still had my art. But yet this dude was like, you'll never make it, And so here I was, and I wouldn't say that I've made it and I'm making it on the level that I once was, but hey, I'm able to, become an actual artist and earn a living, and that could be my career,
Are you still interested in the cannabis side?
Well, I'm on federal probation, so through probation, I'm not allowed to participate in the cannabis industry. Some states like California is starting to change that, where now if you have a felony for cannabis, a state charge or perhaps even a federal charge, you're allowed the opportunity. Where, you know, some cases, even through me being on probation, I'm not allowed that opportunity. And in a way, it seems like an injustice. You know, I can remember when weed became legal and I was in prison, and a guard would be, you know, they do strip searches when you're leaving the visiting room, and they, you know, so they're interacting, they're like, oh, let's go strip you out, and they're like, oh, weed's legal now, huh? You're still here, and you know, and it's just like lame, dude. Like these dudes like are laughing at me, saying you're in prison and weed's everywhere.
Right.
Like the correctional officer that was in charge of the hobby shop. Mm-hmm. He would sometimes come in and we'd have to interact with him, and I don't try to interact with know, police.
Right.
And he would come in and he'd say, oh, everyone smokes out there, because we don't know what's going on in the street.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, the kids on my street corner are out there smoking, and they have these, you know, the brands, you know, like packaging like candy for kids. And I was like, oh, really? Oh, this. And I didn't know. Obviously, I hear a little bit, but I don't know how it's going on. And then when I came out, and I saw the price of a pound, and I was like, wow, how are people making money? Like the market price of a pound in California is so far down. Mm-hmm. There's like no money left on the table unless you're an actual like grower or an owner of a dispensary. You know, you have your gray market areas, but there is a lot that's changed from the time that I did it to the current market of today and the legal or even the gray market, you know, so by the market tanking so much, price per pound.
Right. Like, but that's what I want to ask you about. Yeah. So how you feel about when they force droughts?
I'm sorry,
when they force droughts, when up north or Oregon or whoever, when they force those droughts to make the prices sky high.
It's just still like weird, and I sometimes wish and hope that like the market will go up on the price of a pound.
You talking about all the way back to like when it was 5,200 and all that?
Maybe not 5,200, but at least like, you know, 3,000. I know we talked some of the markets are like that, but not indefinitely. And the reason why I say I would like to see it go up is because even if you're going to be a gray market and illegal grow operator and you're going to start a grow, it's almost like you're putting up so much money, you know, and you're doing an illegal grow in a warehouse, and you're spending $100,000 setting up your organization and setting up your lights and your grows and your plants. At the end of the day, if you're a wholesaler and let's say you're selling your pound for, you know, $2,000, even less, like even as like a person, let's say you're growing apples or oranges or whatever the case is, it's almost like you're spending so much and you're making very little. And I just feel like if you're spending so much and you're putting in the time and you're illegal, dude, there should be a better profit margin for you or for everyone, you know? So now as a wholesaler, the market price is so competitive. Like everybody has cannabis, right? So it's not as like, you know,
it's not a unicorn anymore.
Exclusive as it used to be. Like, oh, there's not as many plugs. A lot of people have it. And so now a person who's just a middleman, you know, they're only making in some cases like $50 on a pound, $100 on a pound. And if you live here in California, unless you're moving, you know, large amounts, if you're going to move 10 pounds to somebody and you're going to make $50 on a pound, at the end of the day, by the time you're living in California and you have your, you know, expenses of your home, your car, your family, you know, you're not making much money. And, you know, I would like to see people make more money if they're going to operate in the illegal end of it, and if they're going to operate in the legal end too. It shouldn't be, you know, that just the main guys, like, you know, obviously in the real world today, the bosses make the money, the corporate, you know, the Amazons and those sort of people. Now they have it to where now the corporate people are the leaders of making money within the dispensary, and, you know, the growers and stuff like that, and not really leaving enough skin on the bone for everyone else.
Right.
So I feel like if the market price went up, we would have more opportunity within everyone who's trying to make money.
Interesting theory.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna let you get out of here before I ask you a couple of music questions. I heard you slide in that you DJ.
Huh, yeah.
That you DJ. So what got you into DJing? Like, was it, like, what was your brand, your genre of music that you got with?
Totally. So it's interesting, when I started DJing before I even had a driver's license, right? And so like when I mentioned earlier, I hung around older kids, and it's sometimes because, like, you know, an older kids or an older brother and stuff like that, right? So there was one of my friends who I hung out with, he had an older friend, and they had turntables set up at a house, like not inside of our friend's house, but kind of like almost in like a shed. And so we would all go over there, and I was literally probably like 14 or 15 years old, and I would go into this little shed, and there would be like 3 or 4 of us in there, and it was this friend's house, and he had the mixer and the Technique 1200s and, you know, the crates of records. So my parents were divorced, I lived with my mom, and I start going home and telling my mom, like, I want turntables, I want a mixer. And my mom was like, you can't have one, you know? And so I used to tell my mom, like, she would get child support from my dad. And my mom, I was hard on her in the sense when I would tell her that money belongs to, like, belongs to me.
Right.
And so one time she was like, well, we use that for you to eat. I use that to pay your rent. And I was like, no, that's my money. So she was like, you want it? And it was like something like $300 a month or something on child support. So she started to give it to me. And then she was like, then I'm not buying you anything. I'm not buying you your shoes. I'm not buying you, you know, this stuff. So I was like, I'm going to save up and get one turntable, right? And so I eventually got one turntable, and I worked my way up, and I got 2 turntables and a mixer at my own house. And I remember, like, that was the time, it's so funny, dude. That was the time when NWA hadn't come out yet, but Eazy-E was out. With a single on vinyl was Boys in the Hood, right? And so I bought that record, and I used to have 2 copies, so I could spin, you know, a scratch over here and, you know, loop back and forth. And so
wait a minute, wait. You know how to scratch? You know how to mix and all of that?
Totally. At 14.
All right.
Yeah.
You still know how to do it?
Yeah, totally.
All right, we're going to find out since you said
absolutely.
that.
I love it. So I was actually better at scratching than beat mixing.
All right.
Because I would love to just scratch for hours, like, and I would even make my friends mixtapes, you know, actual cassette tapes. I'm showing my age right now, right? I would make high school people or, you know, grade school people mixtapes, and even when Boys in the Hood on the break, it had like scratches, and I'd be like, oh, that's me, but it wasn't, you know what I mean? But they didn't know. A lot of people didn't hear some of that music. And so the radio station here in LA that I just like loved back then was K-Day, and it was on AM, and it was like 1580 K-Day. And so that was like my thing, you know, and here I was in an upscale neighborhood DJing and listening to like rap music. And if we can quickly touch on something that even in prison, a lot of people were like, dude, you're lying. And so I would buy vinyl records at this place in Gardena called the Rhodium Swap Meet.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so the Rhodium Swap Meet, there was the owner of the booth was an Asian guy named Steve. And at that particular time, Dr. Dre was in a group called the Wrecking Crew. And the Wrecking Crew, through Dr. Dre, would make mixtapes. And I remember he would title them like 85 Alive. And look, that's the year, 85, right? And so I would also buy the cassette tapes. And the cassette tape would be like 90 minutes of just constant, you know, full Dr. Dre on an 8-track or whatever. And so I was there at that record booth buying records, and, you know, like Eazy-E had come out. I don't think NWA definitely hadn't come out with Straight Outta Compton, but they might have had like a single of Dope Man. And, you know, you had all the people on the cover. There was probably like 20 people. Yeah, 20 people on that album cover.
I mean, NWA and the posse.
NWA, yeah. And so I was in a booth, and my mom would drop me off with my friends, say, well, I'll pick you up in an hour. I couldn't even drive, you know, and I'm there with my little money buying, you know, a little stack of records. You know, I can't afford much as a 15-year-old kid. And a dude was there, and he was in kind of like a high school Letterman jacket. And he had the black leather sleeves, And then right here, it said his name, and his name was DJ Speed. And so on the back, it had the NWA red logo, and it said Straight Outta Compton, and he had like a bunch of records. So on the back wall of the booth, you would point to like, oh, what's that? You know, he had it all laid out. And so DJ Speed had a bunch of records. And as a 15-year-old, I'm talking to him, oh yeah, that's cool, you're doing this. And back then, we had pagers.
Yeah.
And like, we didn't even have the Motorola brick, I don't think, really just yet. It was more of like the Sky pagers. And you know, as creepy as nowadays it is for an adult to give his phone number to a minor, he gave me his phone number. And so I'm over there back in the little hood in Manhattan Beach, and I'm like, yo, NWA gave me his number, let's call him. And I page him, and he's like, who's this? And I was like, hey, it's me. And they were like, he's like, oh, we're over here at the, you know, DJing wherever.
Yeah.
If you guys want, come through.
Yeah.
So one of my older friends, he had like, I remember he recently passed away, and we had a lowered Bug, you know, Volkswagen Bug, and we rolled out to Compton, and I don't remember whose house it exactly was, but it was the same concept. It had like a back like day room off the back of the property, and they had turntables and a mixer. And as soon as we get there, like Dre was there, and he would always wear the same jumpsuit. He always had this dark blue and light navy blue, and instantly he was there. MC Ren was there, and dude, everybody was cool to us. You would think like, who are these white dudes rolling up in here, and why are they young? And you know, the other kid, he was older than me, but we were minors, you know, and we were hanging out. And so it became cool where DJ Speed was like, you know, whatever, we just go vibe out, make music, and hang out. And much.
You used to go to DJ Speed's house on a regular basis?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, eventually their album dropped, and they started becoming huge.
Right.
And they were just gone at that point, on tour and everywhere. So I would page Homeboy, and at that time he had what's called a Sky pager. And most pagers worked locally. And if you got outside your zone, you couldn't get a page. But he had a Sky pager, and I'd page him, like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're in Arizona, we're on tour, blah, blah, blah. And then it would say like they're doing something like not far out of the LA area, and they would invite me to a show. And so here I am. I remember one time going to like an Eazy-E. It was mainly Eazy-E was on the forefront first, and then NWA started coming in, and it was like they were just both starting, and it was not a big venue of where they performed that night. And it had a backstage area, and on the back parking lot there was a door that had like one of those metal screen, you know, like like iron metal, but a screen door. And so that part of it was open. And there was people that they couldn't get in, but they were at that door. And they were like, oh, easy, yeah, easy, you know? And so my buddy and I, it was like just me and my other like white dude, and I hate to even say like race, like we're the only white dudes, right? We rolled up to the door and we opened it, and these girls like, oh, and they're handing us paper to go and get like autographs of like Easy and all these people. And so like at the time, I don't even know where they were. We walked around the corner and like started signing them ourselves as if we were Easy for them, and walked back out, and we're like, oh, and they started freaking out. And then even as like all of us left at the end of the show together, people were in the parking lot like, who are you? Are you DJ Yella? Like, cause we're the white guy, you know? And so people would trip, and even to this day, like one of my buddies was like, dude, I remember like DJ Speed would even come and pick me up sometimes from high school. Like before I had a car, he would come over and we'd go use my turntables and hang out, and you know, and so he would you know, we would just hang out, and even one of my friends was like, dude, it's crazy. You hung out with like NWA as like a minor, like before they even came out. And it's like, it's cool. All of them were really cool, other than like Ice Cube. Not to say that he wasn't like, you know, hospitable to us. He just kind of had that mean mugging, the eyebrows that he has, you know, like he didn't introduce himself to us. Right. He wouldn't really talk to me like that, you know? Right. But like Ren or somebody would talk to me. And it's funny that so much that we hung out, I ended up being, you know, they called me when they were doing Eazy-E's video up on like La Cienega in a studio, and it was called We Want Easy, and they needed people in the audience, like, oh, come out. And so I remember we were in the audience like, We Want Easy, and to my friends, I was like a huge thing, like, yo, I'm hanging out with, you know, NWA, I'm in the video, even though I'm just a dumbass extra, you know? And so then at one point too, DJ Speed's like, hey, we're doing the photo shoot for Eazy's album. Eazy does it. And so they actually had done it under a freeway underpass, and they had a projector, and on the projector it had like a skull and crossbones, and Eazy-E had an Astro van on, like, back then there was like inky saw blades all lowered out, and that was when you had the phone that it was attached to the car, physically bolted in. So my friend and I were invited over to that photo shoot. So I went, and you had like Ren and Dre and I think Yella and everybody, even though it was an Eazy's album. I remember one of them was holding the red bat, and I jumped in the car, and I'm in the like driver's thing of the car, and I was holding the phone up, like thinking my dumb ass is gonna be in the picture on Eazy's album, you know what I mean? But and at the end of the day, like I don't know if it was a picture before we were there or as it got dark in the middle of the night, like you couldn't see me in there. But I recorded a song actually at Eazy-E's house with DJ Speed as the producer of the beat. And I recorded a song called Cop Killer. And so Eazy didn't know, because Eazy wasn't there. Eazy had a lot of houses. And so this was a house where it had audio studio equipment in it, and DJ Speed was allowed to be a producer. Like, he produced some tracks even for like the DOC and stuff like that. And so I paid him a couple $100, and he made a track for me, and we recorded Cop Killer. And I recorded in the beginning, you had he had like an Above the Law sample, and he had some sirens, and we had like a skit where it was the same thing, like cop rolled up, hey, license registration, and instead of handing over the license registration, you hear like gunshots and a car take off, and then I start rapping, and I think the beginning of it was, I can't help but laugh when a cop's lying just dying in his own bloodbath. And then I go on to just talk about like killing cops, and here I am like a 16-year-old in an affluent upscale white neighborhood, and my parents are like, you know, you're not going to be a rapper. When are you going to get your life together? You know, like when I, you know, like 18, and I'm like, you guys don't understand. I'm going to be huge. In my head, I was going to be on the news. I was going to be this, and then all of a sudden, Ice-T comes out with Body Count, and it's just controversy everywhere. He even gets dropped from, you know, So that was my thing, you know. I've kind of always been, even when I was rapping and I was making those types of songs, I made another song called The Rolex Bandit. And what I did is I talked about, you know, finding someone who had an ad in the paper, going and stealing their Rolex, and then going into the jewelry store and stealing a Rolex. I had these different verses of how like the Rolex Bandit just came off all the, you know, your Rolex, like you just came off it to me or whatever. And so I had other friends of mine that rap, and they were trying to like a De La Soul or a Tribe Called Quest, and they were like, yo, dude, you can't kill cops. You're a white dude from the neighborhood. And I was like, no, I'm killing cops. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, you know, like part of my thing. You know, I've always kind of been like a black market, you know, underground street type of person.
What was your rhyme name?
Huh?
What was your rhyme name?
Sinister.
That's right.
Yeah.
You ever reach out to any NWA once you got older, once you started doing your thing?
It's funny that I think I hit, I did hit DJ Speed on Instagram, and I never heard back from him. Like, I don't know if he just thought it was a weird message or what, but I haven't been able to like literally get him on the phone type of thing. But some of them might even been scared, like, because I went away for so long, and when I come back on the scene and I'm sending them links to like a YouTube of me talking about prison, and they're like, what's this? And, you know, so yeah, we just kind of, as people grow apart, you know, through, as, you know, when you get older, it just kind of, you know, we grew apart, and I just lost contact. And then especially once I became like a massive cannabis dealer, like, the whole DJing and whatnot, just kind of, you know, it's crazy is I was kind of like such a clucker, dude. I got my own lowered truck when I was a kid, and I was kind of over DJing at that point, you know, and I sold my turntables so I could buy center line wheels for my lowered truck. You know what I mean? Because back then you don't make what DJs make now, and I was like, man, I wish I was a DJ today, you know, like these dudes make millions, where I'm doing a house party and I'm lucky to get $300. Right. You know?
Well, hey, I really want to say this was a very interesting.
I appreciate it too, man. You guys.
So, what we want? Is there any knowledge that you want to shoot out before we go?
You know, like, where do I start, right? You know, I just think that for those of you who are operating in the gray market. You know, you guys really should be doing, you know, prepaid phones, throwing phones away, watching your surroundings. You know, these cops are 100 yards away with pictures and photographs, and a lot of people get comfortable and they talk on the phone, and they may or may not know, but within the United States government, there's a law called conspiracy, and no other government has this law, right? So conspiracy, you and I can have a conversation at McDonald's about you wanting to set up a grow and maybe me showing you how to do it, okay? Now, I say no thank you, and you go on to be a grower, and you grow and you get busted. Well, now because you told me about it, and I didn't go and report you, and I met person with you, I'm in on a conspiracy of your crime. And so I was incarcerated with dudes that are like, yo, I was on 3 phone calls. And dudes were like, yeah, I didn't even say anything on my phone call. So a lot of these dudes get really loose with what they're doing, you know? And I just say, like, if you're gonna be that person, you know, buy a phone, and you, not everything's profit. You have to have some business expense, you know? Like, throw your phones away, you know, be legit on what you're doing and what you're saying. And, you know, and then for people that are not in that business, I would just like to say, like, maybe for kids that, you know, are growing up, you know, and we want to lead them away from being like dope dealers. All I would have to say is I truly believe in the words now. I never did, when it says you can be anything you want to be. And after reading the book like Outliers, and I read Russell Simmons' book, he talks about you really can be. And all it comes down to be, when you say I want to be anything you want to be, is putting in the work. If your kid who's 8 years old and says, Dad, I want to be a lawyer, he can absolutely be a lawyer if you start him every day and he's working at it and working at it. Eventually, throughout giving up, you're going to be a lawyer. You know, I even have a girl that I dated in high school, and she became a lawyer, and as we dated, she was like, oh, I'm going to be a lawyer. And in my head, I was like, no, you're not. Like, you know, you're not going to do it. And then, sure enough, in federal prison, my mom hits me up, and she's like, oh, somebody messaged your Instagram, your ex, and she wanted to talk to you or whatever. And I was like, oh, what's this? And she's like, oh, I'm a lawyer now. And so I just feel like, you know, not everybody has to be led, even through our environment, to being, you know, like criminals. You know, it's just a matter of, like I said, putting in the work. You know, like if a kid wants to be a professional athlete, dude, you gotta put in the work. You gotta eat, live, breathe your profession. You know, people like a Mayweather or a Kobe, those people, they didn't do it because they just randomly every now and then did that, you know, and they achieved it because they didn't stop. So I would say for kids that want to be anything they want to be, they can be it. You know, they can do that. I mean, maybe their neighborhood allows them not those opportunities in some cases, because maybe the finances aren't there to have them, you know, play basketball. But it doesn't mean you can't find a way that's, you know, more affordable, or something that somebody can still hone their craft or their profession or seek their dreams, you know?
And that's what's to get down.
I'm on that brainwash, full rollout, anonymous. Underplay the overplay, strategic, I promise. More dope brings more Negroes. Watch them heroes, pro lethal. Dream killers feast on people. Nubius indeed, mine on the hunt. Paul Bear, sharp fluid gates and piston bumps. No excuses, that's a sin. Back to the begin. Muscle memory, pseudo respect and revenge. Plays blindfolded, a bucket list with interest. Forgiveness, the shadows and mirrors who handle business. Legacy, all grind, no guest list. Land in jurisdiction, make you bread prejudice. For the purists and the tourists, Q sticky for ghetto jurists. Swing high, swing low, you forgot that we do this. Bank selection, smooth DR vibe. Underground icon, you have now been gentrified.
Go.
Hell yeah.
That
That
motherfucking
man
white
like
boy and
Victory Lap.
motherfucking G.
I fell asleep beneath the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers.
welcome to the Frame Flower Podcast. This is episode number 37. I'm joined by a legend for sure. I'm joined by Sinister Monopoly. Thank you for joining me.
What's
Yeah, I'm
up,
trying to
dude?
mute this shit.
I'm really stoked to be on here. I'm glad we our paths crossed each other, and we are today, dude. It's I think what you're doing is interesting, and some of the stories that you have to tell, I think, are really cool. So I'm definitely stoked to participate, man. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I really appreciate you and you lending me some of your time and engaging with me. So I first heard about you because I put out the first episode of the Trap Tree series that I put out.
Got
And
your
there's some
ass.
similarities actually with that dude's story. His name's Jimmy Cornwall. But I had like 3 people
Yeah,
comment
buddy
below like
was
Sinister
buddy
Monopoly,
was a
Sinister
hell of a
Monopoly. Like
dude.
you definitely need to like check out Sinister Monopoly.
Huh.
It's so yeah. So you're definitely. I mean, you're
People are
definitely
starting to kind of hear more about my background.
Yeah. When did you get out of prison, by the way? Because
So I was released. It was probably about 2 years ago now. So I guess it was probably 2000. I'm thinking 2019.
So pretty recently, right? Like I mean, yeah. And so your story's still kind of getting out there a little bit. I mean, it's it's on YouTube. There's tons of videos on you and stuff. But wow. Okay, so let's just start at the beginning. So you grew up in Manhattan Beach in LA, right?
Buddy lived like 2-3
What was your first introduction to
Man,
cannabis?
ain't it, man?
Yeah, so I grew up in California.
I
It's similar to
I didn't know that whole
interesting 'cause
shit
the
with
movie
him and
Blow, Johnny Depp's character,
fucking
George, he lived in Manhattan Beach as
NWA. I
well.
ain't hear
And in
about
the very
that
beginning,
shit.
it states that he's Manhattan Beach. So my family moved here in like before I was like even 1 year old, right? So
That's that
I kind of
California
started, I
lifestyle
guess,
though,
with
man. You
a
meet anybody.
neighbor that lived
That
on my
nigga said
block.
he
He
was
was
moving
older than I was,
3 to
and
500
he was already in
pounds
high
every other
school and
day.
already
Like,
kind of like
God
smoking and
damn.
stuff like that. And I think I was kind of
Wow,
maybe
that's
just
crazy.
getting into high school.
Yeah.
And because we lived
Hey,
on the
Stu,
same
that shit
block,
was
like I
hard
would go
shit.
to his
You
house
got to
after
do those.
school and we would smoke,
Bet.
and then we just kind of
Yeah, I
got
like
into
that.
things. And
That
so
shit was hard.
eventually, even like one of my first parts into like getting involved with the selling
Yeah,
of
Hey,
buddy
Crumbs, you
cannabis
caught the
was
whole shit?
I gave this person money
Yeah,
to
I
go
was
and
in
buy
here.
it, and then
I
they
was
would sell
listening.
it, and then like
I be
cut
locked
me
in
in
on
on
shit like that. I really be listening.
the profits.
Right.
So in the beginning, I was just
Yeah,
a
I
person
know.
like funding a dope dealer,
Word.
right? So that was kind of an
My
interesting
right.
fault.
start.
That's why I looked down there.
Wow.
I said, where my
I mean,
niggas at? Y'all got to hear
that's
this.
pretty interesting, actually. So you're kind of funding someone,
Yo,
typically,
super solid, man. Yo
people that
really
like
touched me
start,
when the
selling
nigga
a
told me, when he
lot
was
of times,
explaining,
right?
he was like,
There's those
man, I ain't
people,
gonna
there's
leave no
tons of people
Roman
that have done this
soldier.
before. They
And like
sell
how yo was saying,
just
I
to smoke
believe
for
that
free,
nigga,
right?
man.
Like they just
Sure,
want to
If
smoke
you'd
for
have
totally.
kept
free.
it
A lot of
solid,
people
yo
do
would have
it.
kept it
Yeah.
solid.
And then like as time goes
Right.
on,
You can hear the
people
nigga sound
you
hurt, bro.
stop, and then you start
Like,
seeing
you know
more
what
Right.
I mean?
people that
Like, you
stick
can
with
really
it.
hear that shit
But
in his
that's a
voice.
really
Like, why
interesting
would you
from you is like
why
just
would
from
you
an
do that?
investor
That shit
standpoint,
crazy, man.
that
Niggas
young,
like that.
just putting up the
Man, yo
money
was sincere about
and you
that.
were already
They
plotting
said they
out a
paid my
whole
man
organization
$1,100 to
But
drive
in the
across the
end, it
country to
didn't
point
end
this
well
nigga door.
because
1100.
he got himself into some
He
bud
said
that
it was
was
in the
like
paperwork. That
not
fucked
on
me up.
caliber
Like,
with his
damn.
clientele,
Damn.
and he
That's
couldn't
how
get
they
rid
be
of it. And he
doing,
tried to
yo.
give it
Pimping these
back, like to
niggas
me,
out here
instead of
for
giving me back like
peanuts.
cash. And I was like, at
Goofies.
that point, I was like, but I don't sell that, and it's garbage. And so we ended up, getting into like some issue because
That
of it.
nigga
But
told
that's
on the
like
plug.
the thing was in high school, and then kind of like what you stated, eventually as I got more like hands-on, it was just kind of like selling weeds to, have a personal batch to smoke, without having to pay. So
Nah, he
it started
fucked
back in
up
high
when
school, and then, I have
when he saying the
a
feds the
family
second
that's from
time,
like 70s
that's what he was
LA.
saying, dude.
So,
Like, all right,
years later,
I
when I was
definitely
On
Yeah.
my
16,
got this
wheels.
time.
17, I could
Right.
see my
Yeah.
dad, doing his cannabis thing, or,
He said,
when
yeah,
I
he
was
was
when I
tripping.
was a kid, I remember seeing those things,
Cause that 12 would have
like,
probably
oh, don't
turned
touch
into
those
5.
brownies in the refrigerator. Those are adult brownies and stuff,
Yeah, I love
Well,
that.
they already had him
Yeah,
going
wow.
across
And
that border. That's what
so,
fucked
and
him
this
up.
is so this is around
Right.
the 80s
By that
or
time,
the
Crumbs, you
80s,
already
90s.
in.
like in
Like,
high
ain't
school.
no
Yeah,
stop, you
probably
get what I'm saying?
mid 90s,
Yeah,
or I'm
Mid-90s.
sorry, Yeah, probably early
I
90s.
feel
Yeah.
him. Run that
Yeah,
shit up.
and
Run it up.
then
You
Started.
know it's
Run
coming
it up.
how
anyway.
does it develop?
Yeah.
Run that shit up.
So you kind of by
Fuck
the end
it.
of high school, or how does it develop into
And
you
you
getting more
heard
Seemed
what
like
it.
he
serious
was
about
good in jail.
moving
Seemed
Sure.
like he
So,
never stopped for real.
eventually,
Right.
I ended up going into
And the
business,
nigga
and I
said
started,
like he
you
was
know, as a
already
youngster,
addicted.
I
That shit
started like
already
an
had him
auto
turned out.
detail
That's what I was gonna
company,
say,
and then
bro.
through that, I learned how I went to a window tint trade school,
And that's
and
what
I
I be
became
saying
like a
about
window
like
tinter,
niggas
and then
from
I
my city.
eventually
Like
hired like some
once
alarm
they get that
technicians.
wave,
But
they know
I
niggas
started
don't
just from like
want
literally
niggas
renting a
don't want to
commercial
move out
building
the
with
way.
like
Like a nigga
going
go
to the auto
for like
parts
a
store,
year or
buying
two,
wax and
then
cleaners,
you be
you know
like,
what I mean?
damn, you
Just
back?
going
Nigga?
for
What
it,
the
you know?
fuck?
And so I
Yeah,
eventually
niggas
turned
be
it
missing that
into
money.
Forget
Right.
a
about it.
business
We
where I
back
had,
That's
you know,
down
outside.
there
window
every
tinting,
city. Shit.
alarms,
That's
Yeah,
greed
auto
though. Shit.
detailing. And so
That
that
be that
in that
greed.
yeah,
time,
you right. When you
some
hit
dope dealers would come
these
through and get
metropolitan cities
various
with that
things put
high
on
volume,
cars because they have, you know, the
shit.
money to do
price
that
rise?
type of
Yep.
stuff. And
Mhm.
so,
My nigga,
um,
before my run
as
start,
you
right?
know, I kind of
I'd have
always
been
had
and
this
spoke to these niggas.
entrepreneur
Oh, crumbs. This
mindset.
the last phone call you gonna hear from me in years,
At
bro.
one point I started an
Anything ever
escort
happen,
company,
I got
and
some
then I
shit
also
buried.
started a website that is almost like the
Dang.
Google for
Get me
finding,
still?
you know,
Ain't no
like
trace to that.
escorts.
So that
And at the
nigga know
time it
whether
was
it's
called
5 or 10 years from now, that
24hourexotics.com.
nigga ever read
And
about
when you
me
would
getting
go
caught
onto my
up,
website,
he know
you
I
could
got some
pick,
shit buried.
and these
So
girls
when you
would
get
just pay
home,
for
you good.
advertising, you know, like they would pay,
I
I was
think
That's a
charging
Money
fact.
had some shit
$75 and
buried
they
up
could have an
though,
ad
because
that
he
links
said like
back
he
to
was
their
just
phone
cooling with the
number
pay and
and their
shit.
email. And then,
Exactly.
so
See
essentially
what
I
I
wanted to
mean? So
have, you
he
know,
moved
like
smart on it.
100
That's
girls
how
in
I
LA
think on them
paying
type of
me
situations, bro.
$75, and then
Niggas
100
would have had
girls in
one
Las
phone
Vegas
call
paying
from
me
me to Stu.
$75,
That shit was 10
Miami.
years old.
And
They
so
ain't on
I
Stu no
started
more.
doing, you know, that sort of thing, right? And so I had that
He
business,
had to fill up
and through
one of
having
them
that, I was at some MMA
toolboxes he was
fights, and I
talking
met
about.
a
One of them
cannabis
Right,
dealer,
5 feet tool. Well,
and
he
he
had
knew
to.
that I had
At
right.
least one.
the window tint
Hell
shop
yeah. So a
and the
12 piece for
escort
that.
like
Sit on
yellow
your ass for
pages
that
or
12 and
whatever
come
Google,
home and
right?
live regular.
And so
But
he
you
was
good. You know
interested,
what I
he
mean?
was wanted to invest,
Yeah,
and
I
so
think
he was
on
like
that
throwing
interview
money
I
at me
said they
like, how
said he
much can
ran up
I?
like
So I
15
eventually
M's.
went into an
So
agreement
for
with them and,
12,
you know, partnered up on my
yeah, hey,
website, the 24-hour
Yeah, I'm
exotics,
doing
and
Nah,
that.
he had more
through
than that still.
you know,
Yeah,
him
he
doing
had to
his
have
thing,
way
then
more. That
he
nigga
just
said he
started
was
throwing me
clearing a
some
couple
packs like,
hundred
oh, you should
every
check
couple
out my
days.
stuff. And you know,
Yeah.
I didn't know
That
him. A
nigga was
friend of ours
that
just
nigga
kind
had
of introduced us,
well,
so we
that's
had
might what he
a
had at that
start
time. Maybe if
relationship. And
at that
so it
I
didn't
don't
Nah,
start
know.
look,
with
you
Bud.
gotta
It
think
started
still,
with
when they took
he invested into
everything,
my
he still
website
had niggas
company,
that owed him.
and then it,
So
you
you
know,
know,
as he would
like
come
Dano
by the
said, the
company,
little
he would
homie
say
gonna
he would
grab that
smell
food
like
that
Bud,
up.
and he
You
started
feel
throwing
me?
me a
Until you
couple
get out.
packs, and then
Right,
it got to the
Hell
point
yeah.
where
right.
these
Solid
So
were
niggas
that
though. But you
these
know
were
what I
all
mean?
locally
Hell yeah,
grown.
crumb.
He was a major
right,
that
grower
could
right.
have been a good
in my
3 to 4
neighborhood, and
million
he
the
was
way
just
it
kind of
was
killing
moving.
it. And I
Easy.
think at that point he also
Even
Easy.
ran
even
across
even
a
if it
Canadian
came back 6 months from now, niggas taking
source,
their time
and then
giving
he
it back.
started importing, you
Shit,
know,
he in
Canadian
prison.
bud, and
Like
you know, I
shit,
was just
that shit
watching
Right,
just gonna pile
and
up.
kind of not realizing,
right.
and didn't really so much care because
Regular,
he was
regular
just
nigga too.
at that point
So
he
Stu
had a
still
credit
doing his
line. He
regular
would just
cable. Get what I'm
front me,
saying?
you know,
Living regular until that nigga get
various
home, bro.
packs. At that point, maybe I
Easy.
might only get like
That
100 or
nigga was a
80, or
hustler, man. That
you know,
nigga
kind of
said
just starting out and
even
doing
if a
my thing,
nigga
right? And
owed
so
me and that nigga might only
eventually I
had a
started
little
kind
bit
of
or
learn
half,
this
I'm
whole
going
it's
to get
coming from
that.
Canada and all
Right,
these things and Seattle, and started trying to connect the dots, and
But 12
eventually,
for
as
the
bad
couple
as it
M
is
shit,
for drug dealers
12 for
to kind of
15. That ain't no
hop the
bad trade,
chains of
nigga.
command, he
Ain't
kind of
giving
lost his
them M's in
connection
no 12 yet.
through in Canada. Some of the people that he was
He
dealing
sound
Hell
like
with,
no.
he at
they
peace.
would do
He
trading.
sound like he
You
at
know, they
peace
would
with
trade.
with
Under the
everything that
barter
transpired.
system
He
with the
living
Yeah,
good.
He was
and
just
and
fucked up
whatever is
over that
easier to
yeah,
smuggle,
$40.
right?
Like,
yeah.
damn.
So they were trading,
He
and
wouldn't let it
his,
go, but it's prison. He
company that
wouldn't
he
let
was
it go,
working
bro.
with. Sometimes
That
we
type
refer
of
to
nigga,
these
he
drug
would have
dealers
just
as
let it
company.
go
Hell
and would
yeah.
not even
They
fuck with him.
lost
But
their
it's prison.
connection
You
as far
know,
as getting across the
You
border and
gotta
whatnot.
rock
So
out.
Mm.
I
You can't
eventually
let
Yeah,
it
just
go.
started thinking,
that shit ain't
maybe
even
I'll
about the money,
outsource some of
Shake. You
this
don't even want your
myself.
name tied up
And
and the nigga
through
just
my
on you. You ain't
existing
do shit.
business that I
Nah.
started with him, I started taking trips up to Seattle, taking trips to Canada,
Nah, that was a
meeting
good
with
one.
other
I ain't gonna
people,
lie.
and then
That shit was
just
a
kind
good
of
one. I
got
like that.
myself
Right.
hooked in with like the biggest
And he was
people
really
in
invested. He bought 50
British
clones and
Columbia,
sent them.
and
Like,
so much
what?
so that
Hey,
it's kind of
Crank,
like
What
that's
when
what
you
the
see
fuck?
that's
those
what got
movies
me. My
and they
my
go to
radar
other
sensors went
countries,
off.
like
I said, "Oh, this
and they're
nigga
meeting with
been bad."
Escobar,
This
So
nigga
Right.
was a
if I could kind of put it into
businessman.
like terms without mentioning their names. It's
He
like
asking
probably
up
one
why
of the
it's taking
biggest
so long.
motorcycle
What the
clubs in the
fuck?
world, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
so
who I thought.
yeah.
Yeah, that's who I thought because that's who runs
Crumbs
all
on the
that. But like,
soft press
and then
though.
during
Like,
this
you know,
time
it's
period
been 8
too,
months.
like the BC
You
Bud
guys
is like
doing up
world
there?
famous or
That's
national,
two.
like
Hey, that's two
very famous,
crops.
right?
Them
Like
niggas got
really, really
busy
sought
off his
after,
shit.
right?
So like for me, eventually the BC
Yeah.
Bud came into like an LA area much
But like
better
he
than the
said, he
local
had a
LA
team of
area was at
25
that time,
growers
right? So
Mhm.
um,
just for
Canadian
him.
cannabis,
Can
it
you
could come in
imagine
and I
that
might
shit?
catch a pack of, 300,
Yeah.
500, and
All
there could
right,
be
so I
20
missed the
different
part when
strains
they
in there,
caught
and they're
that
all
first
indoor
truck. Like,
and they're all good
I remember he
exotics. I mean,
said the
granted, there
dude
was some
was
strains
getting
where
high, so
people,
he missed the
they gave
flight.
it a shot and they
So
maybe
what
blew it
happened? They
up
caught
and
the
it
shit
just
at the
wasn't a
warehouse.
hitting
Like, I
number. Like
forgot
I
that
remember
part.
back in the day, like one of the prime one example is juicy fruit,
I think
and I don't
so.
know that it
Cause he
really
said
exists,
if
but I
he
think it
had it on
yielded a
pallets.
lot and it had the frost and the smell, but it just didn't have
He
that
got
like
flicked in the
head
cargo
to
van
knock you
after he
out. But
picked up the
so
Because
just
load
selling
late.
strains
weed.
like juicy fruit
Yeah.
and other strains that were just coming like
Oh,
almost
he
like when
got
you
pulled
nowadays
over or
you go
something,
into a
Chico?
dispensary and you have the full menu.
Yeah, by the
Well, the
load.
Canadians were
Niggas
just
started
coming
squealing.
hard, and I could go to
Then he
like
went
my
on and
friend's
took the
house and show
package
up
to
with
the
like
house.
20 different kinds and be like, oh, there's hash plant, there's sugar shack, there's juicy fruit.
Nah.
So, and essentially that's good. And they ran
That's
it like,
how it be
a
right there.
corporation with
A
all these
nigga,
various,
everybody
everything was
else doing good
labeled and,
business. Be that one
color
fuck up.
coded and how
You
do I
know
want
you
my
was supposed
packaging.
to
And so
bang got rid of
as I kind of started seeing that in LA, I ran across people that eventually started to kind of like talk negative in regards to BC bud. They were, oh, that's just BC, and that's as local growers started to get a little bit, better. And probably up north is where more California growers were doing well at that time. Not so much LA, but anyhow. So I ran across somebody in LA, and they had some Kush, and I was bringing over, and the Canadian cannabis was labeled in different grades. We had B, and then we have A, and we have triple A. And so I would always want triple A, but they would tell me you can't just take triple A. You have to take
it all.
Yeah. So um, oh, it says I got a low battery here. Okay, we're still going.
Yep.
Anyhow, I lost my train of thought where I was going. So
you're at AAA. You had to take it
oh,
all.
so somebody in California. Sorry about that. Somebody in California had introduced me to like the Kush and was like telling me the prices and it was like 5,000, 6,000 for 1 pound. And at this time in LA, maybe a pound was like 4,000, 4,200. And I was probably
those prices.
Yeah, I was,
holy shit.
I mean, when I got out of being incarcerated and I heard the new prices, I was like, wow, so that's incredible.
Yeah, see, that's the part I
eventually at that
tripped out
time,
on.
the
See, I ain't
Canadian,
even
the
hear
price
that
of
shit.
a pound in
Like
Canada
on
was
everybody that they
1,800.
cook.
But by the time you pay, 600 to cross the border and another couple hundred to get it landed in LA, it's it's in 2,000 or whatever. So at the time I was probably paying, like $3,000. And eventually I got some clones from some local people and sent the Kush up to Canada so they could mass produce it. And I started getting angry in the beginning when it wasn't arriving. And I was like, they would label something Kush. And then I was like, hey, that's not what I gave you. Are you giving it to someone else? Because I knew there was this huge value in the price, right? So like
what niggas have found out,
and they weren't going to charge me more. I kept even saying, hey, I don't mind paying you more, and they're like, no, it's like, we'll just shoot this Kush in there for you.
He just
not
basically
realizing
let that
I
nigga
could
go ahead
take
and talk.
something they were going to give to me for 3,000 and turn around and sell it for 5,000. And like literally, who makes $2,000 on a pound times 300? Unless you're a grower. So I started making like outrageous amounts of money.
Yeah. So wait. So was that 5K a unit? Was that local in LA, or was that when you were moving it out of state?
Yeah. So 5,000 was kind of like before dispensaries even kind of started in LA.
Right,
they kind of were just starting to arrive. Mm-hmm. And in Los Angeles, at one point, a pound of Kush could go for as much as even like 6,000. So me as more of a wholesaler, I
Hey,
was
y'all heard
importing them
about this
from
shit with
Canada
Boosie
and then selling them locally in Los
behind some
Angeles for like
allegation that he
5,000, 15.
Wow.
murdered a Chicago
And
jeweler
then
dude,
that market essentially not long after just started to
Duke the
tank.
jeweler.
And then somebody came to me and said, hey, I know people in Detroit. And then
Say
we
that
kind of came
cousin
up with the scenario that we can still charge 5,500 in Detroit, even though now in LA it's, you know, there's
I
the
think I
money's
saw
just
that
not
shit up
there
there,
anymore.
Stu.
You
He put a
can't make
statement out there.
2,000 or
He said
1,000
he
on a
just had met that
yeah.
nigga that
And
night.
then you start to
So
and then
Oh
wow.
people
boy,
hit you, and then
yeah,
like
he
you know
just
like
met him that
people
night and
in
said
Cali, they start to become
I ain't sure if
exporters
that shit
rather
was a
than
concert or a show or
local.
something
You know
like
what I
that.
mean? Like they start to
But he
you
said
guys start to
they caught the
realize
nigga going
we should
to
just
his
move this
car.
out to where it's way
So wherever they was at,
Yeah,
they
supply and demand,
waited till
right?
he
Yeah.
got outside and
right.
went
My
to his
very
car.
first
This
what
nigga
I
walked
call
to the
out of
car
town customer is I
by
sent
himself, bro.
80 pounds in like a pickup truck to Detroit, and they were gonna, you know, I think be on the
Neck
hook
and
for
his
like
neck was flooded. And then
5,500
your
or maybe
name
more.
is the
I forget what it
fucking
was at that
you the
point
Probably
Jew.
about half
per
a
And that
million.
nigga
package.
walked to the you the
Yeah, and
fucking
so
plug.
at the time
Black Jew.
when they first
And you walk
landed,
to
you
the
know,
car by
those guys
yourself,
had
man.
never seen Kush before in Detroit, and they actually had problems
Hey, they
selling it. And I
said he
had
said
them,
he
you know,
met him
come
the
to
night
or they
before.
happened to be in a
You know,
UFC in Vegas, and I explained it to them. This is
Yeah,
like
so basically
Louis
he ain't know the
Vuitton
nigga.
and
Like he just
Gucci, and this is
met
what
the
the
nigga. So
rappers and
we gotta get
you
that
know what I
whole
mean. And they're
story.
used to like kind of like a
right?
That's
stress
And it was
test.
crazy.
So
supposed to been
in Detroit at
supposed to
that
been
time,
his
there's no like
19-year-old cousin and his
medical,
supposedly
there's
the
no
one
nothing.
who
It's
did
just
it.
strictly illegal, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And so there was operating with a lot of trap houses. And so this particular first crew that I worked with, they were like a gang member that operated in a town where it wasn't just a
Right.
guy, it was an
Facts.
actual gang and it was an organization. So I gave that to them, and they had some difficulties, but once I kind of explained that this is like the top of the food chain,
Right.
like a week, 2 weeks later, they're like, we have 100% of the money, let's go again, let's do it. And I just started rocking and rolling with those guys, and then
Hell
I
nah, that
just
nigga
started in
stay
my head,
working,
the
bro.
monster created, and I started thinking, when I would go to my people in LA, I was more hands-on. Like, let's say if I
I
knew
think
you,
he
I might
making more
drive
money
over, hey, what's going on? Drop off
offline
a
than he
20
is
or 30
at his
pounds and
shows,
chop it up
meaning
with
like
you. I
he
started,
bringing more
you know,
shit
asking
because
people,
of the
hey, do you have
online
like
shit.
family you grew up with, an
Right.
uncle or cousin that lives in like
Fact.
Detroit? And then I started saying areas like, oh, what about, you know, Chicago is
Salute to
close. And
y'all though,
then
man.
people
Salute
started
to
coming
y'all.
to me and saying, well, I know somebody in
Jumping
this
back in this
state
thing.
and they would be
Pause.
interested in, and as long as I
Yeah,
could
Jay,
kind of
what's up, my
vet
boy?
them and make sure they weren't some sort of like law
Pissed
enforcement,
off.
right?
Supposed
So
to have
if I knew
court
you
that
and you're like,
morning,
yeah,
the
it's my
motherfucker
cousin
canceled that
or my
shit.
brother-in-law, and so I could say, what do they do? And so next thing you know, it just, you know, start to exponentially expand, and I went from
But y'all like
Detroit
nigga
to
mad about court?
Chicago to
Hell yeah,
Atlanta,
cause I'm the
and then
one
at
sued.
some point I got onto an airplane,
Oh hell
and
yeah.
I met
He
a
Yeah,
needs a
we're
client.
bag.
yeah, and we're gonna get into that, but I want to
Hell
go a
yeah,
couple of
I
things
need
really
that
quickly.
bread.
So, like, okay, I was interested in how you got your clientele. So you just did by reference. That's okay. I was in that makes sense.
Well,
And
no, there's interesting ways when you speak of clientele. It's like, so even when I started working with a person that bought into my website, there's we would do things like we would
Right.
buy customers.
Especially
So
on that
if
type of
I
level,
could
nigga.
go
We
to you
moving
and
like
say,
that
hey,
on a lower
you
scale.
know, John's your
The
best
fuck?
guy. Would you consider selling him to me?
Right.
And that's how like some of the, and I
Right.
started like, when I first heard that, I was like, that's an interesting kind of deal, you know? And so
that's why. Well, I've
eventually
heard about like buying plugs, like
Right.
buying like I have homies that they'd sell their plugs and stuff, but I've never
sure.
seen selling clients. That's
Yeah, so eventually I even bought somebody that we went over their books and they made about profit about 14,000 a month. And so I told him, I'll give you, you know, he actually was moving out of the country, and I said to him, I'll give you 7,000 a month for like the next 8 or 9 months, and then after that we'll drop it down to 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, and then so it worked out pretty well. And so yeah, that's something that we would sometimes do. Or if somebody takes a loss,
Overseas.
right, and you give them
Right.
and they owe
And
you,
you
you
can't
know,
even you can't pinpoint no
$100,000, and
one
they say,
person.
oh, somebody
You out here
ripped
with $1
me
million
off,
worth of
then
jewelry on your
I would
neck,
say to
walking by
them,
yourself.
well,
Shit.
who's your best customer? Oh, this guy Steve. Well, then I'm gonna need Steve and two other guys.
wow.
And so sometimes that's kind of how we would gain customers.
That's brilliant. I have never heard of that. Like, like that's dope because
it's almost hard to extract money from people that can't pay you.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, you know, they live in an apartment, they have a finance car, they owe you 100
Right.
grand. well, then you say, okay, well, then you're no good to me
You
anymore.
can't even
Then
really
I'll
get
take
close
these
to
guys,
Boosie when he
and they're
at one of
still
these
really,
shows.
you know what I mean?
He
And you
got
can still try to
security,
get some
family
of
members, like
That
your
makes a
debt
ton of
niggas
back.
moving
sense.
real
That makes
Yeah.
a ton of
I ain't
sense. No,
gonna lie.
absolutely. That's a great way to put like yeah, no, that
That's facts.
I'm just surprised I haven't
And
really heard
son
that
looked like
before,
he
to
was
be
getting a
honest.
bag.
That's
Like, you know what
dope.
I'm
I
saying? The
love
nigga
that. I
is a
love that.
fuck. His nickname
We,
is the
I
Um,
would,
Jewelry
I
Nigga.
would, and I would
So
also
Yeah,
you
put
get
it
into
to a
them, you get into them
customer
spots like
as
that. I'm
if
not
they're,
going to
let's
no
say, a
fucking
chain of a
shows, man.
franchise. We'll say
You
like
won't
and
see
look,
me, bro.
Starbucks, right?
and look,
So
niggas be
I'm
so
opening
ready
every
to
time I'm starting a
post
new
something
business
and
with
do
you, and
all of
you're
that,
gonna
fool.
now owe me
Niggas could have
100,000.
just
Let's
followed
say
his
I've had people
Instagram,
on
like,
the
oh, he at
first
the show, all right.
run
People,
just moved
bro,
away,
it
and
be
it's something
niggas like
small. It's
that.
like
They
10
ain't know that to
pounds, and
sit
you're like,
there and
Yeah.
really
really, dude? Like
box you
we could
out,
have worked
like.
for the next
My nigga, you
10
got to
years,
think
and
if
you would
you
have
had a
made much
show,
more,
shit,
right?
short-term
that's a
thinkers,
million
yeah.
But
motherfuckers that could have made that
I would
call.
consider those
That's why
person
you
like a
don't put yourself
Starbucks,
in
and I
them
would say,
dumbass
okay, I
predicaments
opened
like
one
that, bro.
on,
I'm
such and
getting
such
to it like
boulevard
that
and it
shit. Niggas
worked,
don't
or I
ever
opened
see
one
me,
on
bro.
this boulevard and
I'm
the
gonna
guy
pay
ran off
Boosie
with
to
the
come
money and it
perform
didn't
at
work.
my shit.
So I would do it like that. Otherwise, when people like you would take a loss or something like that,
And
it
if
just
I'm
drives
out
you
with $1 million,
crazy. And it's a way
Yeah.
of
baby, I
being able
definitely
to
got security.
release
Like, we not
that and
playing
not wanting to
around.
go like, oh, I
At
got to
all.
go knock
They
this
said,
guy
"Oh
off
boy, supposed to
to
walk to the
her.
fucking
Yeah,
car door,
absolutely. I
man."
mean, yeah. And then yeah, that's super dope. And then another thing that I wanted to kind of like
And if you
highlight too
really
that
getting it,
you
you
just said
supposed
when
to be
you
right
talk to the
beside Boosie,
Detroit people,
cause
right?
like when he
And you like
leave,
explain
we
to
right
them,
there with each other.
you know, this
Right.
is super high quality. Like,
That's
you know
facts,
what's so
cause it seemed
fascinating to me
like
is like
if you
that
look
is
at it,
like
it
the end,
seemed like
like,
he probably was
you know, it's
depending
like
on
you kind of taught
them
them like
niggas
you
to
need to
protect
leverage the
his ass.
brand,
But then again,
like
he just
understand
probably
that
thought he
this
was
is the
goddamn
like that's like, you
safe.
know what I mean, like early form of that, which I think is so dope.
A
Like,
nigga you just
and
met
then you
2
see all
days
these
ago.
different forms of it
That
throughout
nigga crazy.
history, and then you see it all the way build into like what it is
It's
today now, where
heavy.
there's
It
real
really kind
legit
of, well, I
brands, but
don't
like,
know. I
you know,
can't
the
even say that.
strains were
I don't
brands
know, but that shit
originally,
crazy.
but also like
For
that whole
Right.
sure.
idea of like building hype on the street.
Hmm.
That's fascinating to me. I think that's super dope. Um, and so okay, so and then it starts to get
Nah, you
into
gotta really learn how to
the
move,
wild shit where you
man.
literally have a fucking air, you know, you're literally running an airline, right? Like,
Yeah. Eventually, when I was eventually arrested, I was running three
Sad to
pilots
say,
with three
it's
separate
some
airplanes,
people just
and
feel
I
like
always
they
say
don't have
this,
to
like one's
move like
coming
that.
out and one's coming in, and they're just kind of like
Shit, we
circling the
posted
U.S.
locations three
You know,
hours
one's
later,
heading out with
thinking
400 pounds,
niggas
another
could
one's
think we
coming
stole
back with
that
3
shit,
million,
though. Fuck
and
it.
they were just kind of like,
Right.
just circling the U.S. like every day of the week. There was just planes in operation.
yeah, wow. I mean, and
Yeah, I had to tell my
that's
girl
just
about that shit.
like okay, and
Stop
then this is I
posting
think
when
a
we
good
out
point
of
to kind of ask this
town, where
question.
we at.
So,
So you can
you
post
know,
that shit when
my,
we get
you
back.
know, my era, I guess, is, and we're still kind of in this
Yeah.
era, is like, you know, the dark
Or
web, like
don't even
sending,
post the
like using
motherfucker, still.
USPS.
Don't
Now I
Hey,
even
know the
but
post that
volume that
hood.
you were
Like, what the
doing
fuck is you posting
doesn't really
for,
make a ton
man?
of sense to even do
I
that. But like, was
I
that
be
even like
trying to tell
were
them that,
people
but
mailing
I try to goddamn
packs at
just
You
all back in
wait
the
know,
till we
day?
get back,
they
please. You know
not
they be
Right.
scratching
not
to do
really
that
people
shit.
that I knew. At some
Yeah.
point,
I be
like
like, y'all need
somebody,
fucking
when I first was
attention or
starting,
something.
said,
Like, what
hey,
the fuck
can
is it?
you
Like,
like
I don't
FedEx
get it. Why they
a
have to
sample
post
or
their
something like
whole
that? And
freaking
that just
life
seemed like
about
kind of
Bro,
crazy
everything,
to
they
bro?
me.
trying to
And then
compete with
while I
they
was
homegirls and
incarcerated,
shit, bro.
for cannabis, I ran into people that had
It's
done
like
stuff
we were
like
trying to
that,
get
and
the
it
new
just seemed
J's and go show every
like
nigga in the
such
goddamn
like not
school
the
we had
thing
the
to do,
pictures.
I guess, right?
They
So
trying
I
to
didn't
goddamn take a
know
picture
many people.
and go
Every
show
now and then
everybody.
somebody, I always refer to it as like I
Hey,
call
still
it
in
like
school,
cowboy,
once you knew that nigga that
or
had the
that when
J
it's
shit,
just
it ain't
so.
take you 12 days to
Another
know that's the nigga
person,
with the
an
J's, bro.
interesting thing that he, this guy would come in from
Get what I'm
Hawaii. He
saying?
would always
Niggas know your
smoke
name.
weed,
Ooh,
and he would
Stu? Oh,
literally
nah,
just jump
son,
on
you
a
talking about Stu,
commercial
that be fresh as
airplane
hell.
and throw it
That
in
shit
his
don't take
check-on
long, bro.
baggage. And to me, I was just
Niggas
like,
just
wow,
gotta
Oh, that
stop
nigga,
trying
that
to
nigga
impress
spoiled.
that's
motherfuckers.
Fuck that
gnarly,
nigga.
right? You know, like
Yeah.
to do that type of thing, you know. But and that's he would do that with 20 pounds, and I was like, that's kind of ballsy. But
Holy
for
Nah,
shit!
you
me,
right though.
yeah, like
Yeah, Stu.
I really wasn't into doing things like
Risking
that.
that much, yeah.
Yeah, like maybe some of that was instilled in me in my you know, some of the people that, you know, I learned from. Like one of the first guys that invested in my website, he was always mad because I was flashy,
And
and
what that
he
word y'all was
wasn't
listening to
flashy,
earlier,
and
I'm
he would
gonna have to
always
go
try to
back
tell me, you know, like he would
check it
even
out.
say, I can't hang out with you know, like
That
you
was some
drive a
fire
Porsche
shit.
and you do
We
this
could
and
have
you wear
you
those
could have
clothes,
put that link
you
at the
know.
top,
And
Stu.
it's funny that even
That
when I
shit was
was in
all.
Canada and I was trying to
We got it on the
outsource
YouTube
stuff,
channel.
Oh yeah, I
they
keep
would we would
forgetting.
want
Yeah,
to go
you
to
can
the
go to
casino or
YouTube,
something, and they'd
shit.
be like, hey, we
What's
can't
the
because,
YouTube channel?
you know, you're wearing that,
It's
you
at
look
the
like a
top.
drug dealer, everyone. And it's just funny that, you know, that sort of thing exists. But so after a while I started to kind of learn you
Hey,
know,
Stu, we gotta get in
them
that
maybe
chat on
not
there too,
to
bro. I
do
keep
certain
forgetting.
things, you know?
We gotta get in that
Well, you know,
chat,
it's
Joe. You know what I
probably
mean?
pretty interesting.
Motherfuckers
Like,
that
you know,
come and
you're
see it. If they don't see
the
nobody
guy
in
who
the
invested
chat,
in
they
your
not gonna
website and
stay,
kind of
bro.
the older generation of trappers that are like,
Hell yeah.
they
Everybody got a
look at
YouTube
today
just to, I
now,
mean, go in there,
like,
type something
the
just so they
people
see some
today,
action.
like, the
Something
kids
moving
these
in there.
days, dude, they're so
Definitely.
Yeah,
flashy.
no,
They're
At least
people
got to
talking
get a
about
like or
using
something.
the
Shit.
mail. They don't even
Right.
care. They're like, they just mail it. And I'm just,
yeah. And
I guess what I was getting back to that answer is the Canadians, before they would jump across the
What y'all
border,
boys got on the
some of them
y'all betting
wouldn't go
anything
for
tonight?
weeks upon end because
I'm
they
right
didn't
here about
have
to
what's
put my
called a
ticket.
solid, a way to get through. Like they
Pull it
don't want
up.
to just kind of like
Hey,
Hey,
hope
hey,
it
D
Stu.
gets
Wood.
there. They want to know
This
it's
I don't
nigga
getting
know if
there,
you
straight.
in
right?
there.
So
I'm pulling up right here in
I kind of
Horseshoe,
felt the
right here.
same way. Like I don't
Literally, I'm
know
right
that I
here in
just
front of
want
the
to
Ravens.
willy nilly,
Hey, Crumbs, ain't this one
that
game,
sort of thing.
man.
And by having the private
Shit, that one
airplanes,
game I
like
can get up,
there's
like you
nobody
said.
at
Remember
those
you said
airports when
if
those
you
dudes
can get
land
up
and
a
come in, and
ticket
it's
and then
just
you
so
can
slick.
backboard,
It's
like
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, I
what?
it's
see where
it's
you
much
going.
more
I see
your
where
Cause
you
I
shirt.
going.
I
drop
mean,
back it. I drop
I mean,
back
I
and
definitely,
back with you
it is
going
almost
back,
a form
or
of
we
insurance.
go over
Yeah.
when we
yeah,
going
because I
back.
mean,
Cause
I've
whoa,
lost
Right,
packs
I done hit
where, I
that
mean,
ass like
I
3
had friends that
times.
would
I'm
lose
chilling
packs
right.
for
on Sunday.
be a good
What?
amount of money. I mean, it wouldn't be like a crazy, but like it would be,
I guess I shouldn't say it's
Yeah.
insurance because the feds eventually filmed all of these things happening, you know?
Nah, I got
So it's
I
no
definitely got
guarantee, but
grams.
yeah.
it does seem a lot safer
Let me
than,
keep it
going
100.
through the mail. To me, just seems
Shit, man,
kind of
I
like
hear niggas talking like Buffalo gonna
Yeah, I
run
think
through.
smaller
Pause.
retail, like when you're doing smaller like high
Ah, shit. See,
volume,
that's one of them
smaller,
joints
because you're a wholesale, you
where
were like
you
a
pick
wholesaler back
around that
back in
shit
the day,
still.
exactly.
which
Like,
is
try not so
which is
much to
it's
go
like
for
it's
the
way
game
it's
winner.
a lot less.
Right,
But
Different
right.
like these
ways to
people that like
attack.
set
You
up
know what I
now is
mean?
like
When you get
they'll
to them
send out
games where
like
you're not
10,000
sure,
packs of like
that's
an
that's
X
what
or
we gonna
something,
break
right?
down. Different
Like
ways
that
that you
like
go
on,
and
then they'll have
attack.
their whole
Because
online,
niggas get to the spot and
dark
you
web
automatically
situation
forget
going on.
about them other ways. You
I
Yeah, it seems
automatically
recently
like
just
a
go
watched.
ton of
straight
pain in
to
the ass though.
who
It seems
gonna
like a
win the
ton of
game.
time and
Sometimes it don't take
Yeah,
that.
while
100%.
I was like
Right.
Nah,
That shit just take
incarcerated, I was
man
the
discipline though,
Silk
bro.
Road guy got in trouble,
I'm
and
about to see
I
what they
recently
got,
watched
man.
that movie, and
Giving
so I
no,
missed
let
I
me
was
listen
incarcerated
to
while
this.
that was kind of going on, and
Yeah, hell
it's
yeah.
really trippy
That's
to
why I
see, and
said
there's
just
still
double
some of
check.
that
But
kind of
when
going
we do
on,
that
whether
class,
it's
you know your
dark
shit too,
web or
bro.
people just
That's
on
why I
their
said we got
phones
a what's the name. I
shipping
need you
stuff
in, bro.
everywhere, and it seems
Just to
there's a
go
lot of
over.
that happening.
yeah, but you were at the beginning of it though, in the sense because I remember because I was doing research on you the last. I mean, I've been doing research on you the last like couple of weeks, but like this morning I was listening to some stuff and I had heard you mention in
Hey
another
Stu,
interview
you
you were
able to
doing like
get
PGP
FanDuel, right?
encryption,
Yeah, yeah.
which is like
Yeah,
that's
but I
OG
don't.
beginning.
You
Like
know, they
that's
won't
like
let me. I'm gonna have to
that's how
get
like the dark web
the
like communicate with each
bravado
other, right? Like
because I
that's
can't
Yeah,
bet
how
in South
interesting.
Carolina.
Yeah,
yeah.
so for those
Right.
people that don't
See, I
know,
don't know too much about it. That's why I said
PGP
we
is
gotta
what I was
when we
using at
do
the
that
time was
room,
a
we probably gonna have to
BlackBerry,
put that
and it
title in
was
there to draw
instant
that traffic
messaging,
too, bro. That's a whole
kind of
nother
like what
crowd.
we do with text
Get what I'm
messaging,
I
but
saying?
it was
hell
email,
yeah,
and
hell
it
yeah.
was
Hell yeah.
split seconds, and we could
Gotta
go
draw
from
another
country
crowd.
to
So then
country.
hopefully somebody pop
And
up with the
so
bravado
when you
that
would
could show
purchase
you,
this
direct
BlackBerry,
you to
inside
how
the
to, you know what I
box,
mean?
oftentimes,
How to
unless
get
it
to
was
them
like
certain
it's
type
going to be
of
shipped to you
messages
in
because I ain't
Manila,
never used that.
that you would see like
Right,
parts of
right,
the
right.
inner phone taped to the
I
box,
got you. I
like
got to use
the
bravado on
microphone was
Georgia.
taken out,
Oh,
like
I
the
bet.
camera
There
was
we go
taken
right there.
out, like literally
It's
somebody
too
went in
easy.
there and snipped things or whatever, like, or
Nothing they
disabled,
can
like,
get spied. They can't spy on you with, right?
right, yeah. And then so there's a
What you smoking, Stu?
it's called PGP encryption, and these people that operated these storefronts
Nah,
that
why you
would
say
sell
that?
these phones are
Sound like
very
you was hitting the
indiscreet.
blunt.
It's kind of like a black market sort of thing, and they operate like servers that are
I'm
based out
laying
of the
down, my
areas
brother.
that we do business in. So it would make it harder for law enforcement to get into those servers, and then those servers would scrub,
We
and
got like an
meaning scrubs like
overcast. It's
deleting
ugly as shit outside.
every
I ain't got no work today,
everything
so
from the
shit, just
network. There
relaxing, my
might be, you
brothers.
know, 1,000 people
Yeah.
on this one server, you know, and it's all mainly dope dealers. So it doesn't backtrack to any sort of address, you know, but there was a lot of things that we do, you know, even through, you know, coding in, you know, numbers. So I would communicate
And we
oftentimes in
need to do
numbers,
more of that.
and that would
Sit back
be, they
and
would
listen to
decipher
some
that, even though we're on PGP
Man, you
encryption.
can't learn if
And
you're
when
talking,
it
dog.
goes to the server, it also scrambles itself. So even if somebody were to hack in there,
Especially when you
they
got
would
a
just
nigga
be
in that
looking
don't
at
know
all
what
of
the
this
fuck he talk
random
about, still.
stuff that wouldn't make sense.
100%.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
but who knows? I mean, maybe the government invented PGP, so it's
I
really
think
like,
they did. I think they did because that's kind of what
yeah.
it comes from in my, like, if I'm correct. So originally, like the Tor network, which is the whole foundation of the dark web,
Yeah, I just
which is
gotta
like
let me know what
it's
y'all
just
want
a
to
onion
listen
browser
to,
where it like
type
screens
shit,
just like
so
you're
I
saying.
can
I
get it
think
to
I don't know
black.
if this is what PGP is. I wish my friend was here.
Right.
He would know. But
Now you know what type of bag we
it
be
bounces
in,
like
but I
it
like them
bounces your
other
IP all
bags too, cause
over
that shit
the
that
world, and it
I
was
never
developed
looked
by the
into. You get what I'm
Navy, I
saying?
think, in the
But
Right.
you
80s,
know
and then they
that last
released
shit,
it to
you
the
know
public. It got leaked or
that's how I
something,
went. I
and
like
then
that
that's why
shit.
we have the dark
But
web. And I don't know. I
them
think
other
that
type of
might
bags
be
that I don't look into, I like to hit them shits
a
too.
lot of crazy
That be
technologies were
information I
developed
don't be
originally
knowing, bro.
by some
That's what I'm saying.
the
That's why I would
military,
like
but
You
everybody
know, as I
little
was
opinion.
sitting
What you
like
got? Hey, what
serving
y'all
my
want to learn?
sentence, I
You know what I'm
sometimes
saying?
thought like,
Shit.
Yeah,
wow,
If
if
it's
I
up to me,
maybe
y'all be
had one of
be
those
watching the
Blackberries
same
for
shit.
every person I did business
right.
with, the chances would be a lot less
Yeah, we gonna
likely. I
get it
mean,
together,
once
bro.
those people get their hooks in you, it's almost inevitable. But those phones, I mean, as soon as the day I was
Yeah,
arrested,
I
they
be in
came
them
like
type of
jamming into
bags
the
too.
house, and they were like
All them
yelling to
little
themselves,
different type of
"Where's the
interviews. They be my
BlackBerry?" You
favorite
know what I
ones.
mean? So they had already known from other people along the way that had got cracked, and so I myself fought my case, and my lawyer would always tell me, "No, they can't get into your BlackBerry. They've been trying and they can't get into it." One of the things that also went with the Blackberries is if you try to put in the password so many times,
it
it
would
would
delete it
just
all. Yeah.
delete everything. And then if you and I do business together and I happen to know that you just got arrested, I can take your
Shit, I be
BlackBerry
trying
and
to learn some
remotely
shit at the same
wipe it.
time.
Oh wow.
So even if
Right.
you were to cooperate and you're just like here, then most of the time it would like scrub itself. I don't know if it's still how that would entirely work, you know? I don't know, because I know if I would save things,
Shit
they'd
that
be on there. I never had
can't
mine remotely wiped, but apparently that was something that
niggas
could
been
also a
trying to figure
feature
shit out.
that could be done. And I remember asking it, "Oh, dude got busted. We need to wipe his phone," you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy
Crybaby
was so like
nigga
with Ross
probably would have
Albright,
went
the guy who
go get
started
the
the Silk
paperwork.
Road, right?
He would have
Yeah,
did all the
They had
hot
been
shit.
the
yeah,
feds
I
were
ain't
like
doing
following
that
him for a
shit.
while, but what they
Right.
had to do is
Some
they
of them
had to literally
conspiracy
have
shits be
somebody
wasting
like
time
he
too.
was in
Certain
like a
shit,
public library,
that shit just
and
gonna
I don't know
stress you the
if you
fuck
saw this
out, bro.
movie, but like they had to
Cause
have him
niggas are
like
sit there and pay
distract him
attention to
because
shit that
the
you have
computer the
no
laptop
control
had
over,
to be open,
and then sit
or else
back
they
and try
wouldn't
to
be able
break
to
it
get
down and
into it at
complain
all.
about it.
And so they had to
Don't
literally
focus
find
on
like
that
the right
stupid
time
shit.
to distract him enough where they could grab the computer while it was open.
Still
And
open, yeah.
so it shows you like how strong that encryption can
Learn
be. I
how
think
to
that was
learn
Son,
how to.
PGP, I think, or something like
right?
that. Yeah. Or yeah. So I mean, yeah,
That
that's
nigga will be
that's
stuck.
nutty.
And then that
Um,
kind of even
Learn,
just makes me
get what
think,
you
you know,
can
a
get, and
lot
get
of
the fuck
people,
on.
probably your viewers, don't know
right.
that, you know,
Them
part
niggas
of my
down to the
incarceration, I
rainbow
got to
all
see
goddamn
other
day.
inmates.
Like,
And there's a
All
lot of
day.
people there that are
And then
not
when
only
you leave the
arrested for
motherfucking
various other
stage, you
types,
can't
but
apply
just
none of
for
that shit to
phone
your
calls.
daily, dog.
So people don't know, and this is things they should know,
Yeah.
is if you and I go and meet at Starbucks and you say,
Absolutely
"Oh, I'm
nothing,
setting up
bro.
a grow, I'm going to do
Nothing.
100 lights and pull fucking 200 pounds
That's
every
why I
couple
say that
months,"
shit was a waste
and
of
I'm like,
time,
"Cool,
man.
have fun," and then you know you get busted, and then you're like, "Oh well, I told Sid all about it, but he didn't do anything." They could literally come and arrest
Right.
me because
I
we've had
say
a
it was 50-50
conversation in conspiracy. So
because niggas got a
conspiracy
chance to
laws,
see
like,
how to, you
yeah,
get what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think
How to
exist
put
in
this shit
other
together
countries. I
too.
think
So I gotta get
America
it out.
is the only country
Correct,
where
correct.
if you and I, even if we didn't follow through, but we're
if
talking
any,
about things
man,
on
we
the
more
phone, like,
racist for
"Hey,
even
I want
calling
to, you know,
white
start
people
a
predators.
grow. I want to do an illegal.
Keeping
I'm
the
sending this
Hollywood shit.
there," and instantly,
Right.
you don't
That's
even
so
have to have
fucked up. Yeah.
you, because when I this was a delusion of mine that prior to my arrest, is I always thought, oh, you know, you gotta have to be
He
caught
pushed
with it,
that
right?
narrative crazy.
In the
I
government
ain't gonna
system, the
lie.
way the laws
Hell yeah.
are written,
And
you
how
don't
to
have to
deal
be
with
caught with
motherfuckers
it.
was
They can
the
kick in your
biggest thing we
door
learned.
and you can have
How
zero
you supposed
drugs
to
at your
deal with
house,
motherfuckers,
and
bro.
it's
Yeah,
because of your
if
phone
you keep your cool
conversations and all those
in the
things.
heat of
Right.
You know, I
argument,
mean,
yeah, I
it's
did
just
learn
crazy
that.
that they don't have these types
Right.
of laws in other countries.
That's why when niggas
Yeah,
started
and it
mad
definitely. I
for
mean,
that,
that's
he
just like the
hated
whole
going
prison.
up
I mean, you have the most, by far the biggest population in prison and
Right.
the private prisons and stuff. And I
Uh-huh.
mean,
He don't want you
it's
laughing, shit.
disgusting what happened. Yeah,
That's the worst thing a nigga
I guess what I
want.
was
That's trying to
getting at
piss
is
you the
there was
fuck
one
off,
guy that
and you go
while
smooth
I was
on him.
incarcerated, and his was like a different type of drug, and he was literally on like
Right.
2 phone calls, and because he thought, well, I'm on 2 phone calls, I didn't do, you know what I mean? They
Hey,
don't come
yeah,
out
that's what I
going,
said. That was
I'm
the
gonna go to
greatest exit
trial.
right there,
And
shit.
when you go to
That
trial
shit
in the
hit.
federal system, they
Yo,
give
you
you
know
oftentimes
Baltimore in the
2 or
South,
3
right?
times
I
your
said, God
offered
damn.
plea agreement.
to
So
scare you into
yeah, and
to
so because you're spending their time and their money, they'll give you substantial time. So, you know, he thought he had a
I'm
insignificant
sitting
part.
there
You know,
yelling
I'm
at
on
the
a couple phone
recording on some
calls.
weird shit
Well,
like this
sure
nigga.
enough, a couple phone
I'm
calls
hearing the
turned
shit.
out
I'm
to
like,
just like
Stu,
it was like
fight
20
back, nigga.
years, you know, just
Kick
because
up. I
he
think I
decided
heard
to go
Stu
to
say that. I
court
said,
to,
oh
you know,
yeah.
trial.
To go fight because he didn't want to you know tell
So
on
all
people
these
or
people, when they
Hey,
like,
y'all
even
niggas burnt.
recently, someone
Word
hit me
up,
up. They're like,
Stu.
"Hey, let me get your old connections," and and I was like, oh, "Okay," and I just brushed it off,
He's
you know.
sick by
And then he kept
stupid.
doing it on my phone,
But
and I was like,
Cross too,
"What's
cause
wrong with you,
shit,
dude?
he
Are you
got talking about,
retarded?
you
Like,
know, he get
get
that little
off my
sad
phone with
voice
that!
and
Like, I
shit.
don't do that, you
Talking
know.
about
Like,
he was
people
from the
don't realize the
city and I
severity of
wanted to
like the
give him a
dumb shit
chance
they do, you
and shit.
know. So
Right.
And did that come with the RICO, like
I
with the
think every
mob? Is
every
that with
every
the whole
loss he took
conspiracy,
in
like
there was a
this
loss to that
conspiracy,
nigga, bro.
that
Cause
whole like,
everybody bought something different.
I think
Everybody
conspiracy
built their
came with the
relationships with
Reagans.
that nigga
I think
different. You get what I'm saying?
the Reagan era,
that's on him, bro.
war
Like
on
I said,
drugs.
I ain't talk
I'm pretty sure
much.
is when
Like I talk a little
conspiracy came
bit,
into
but
play.
like I
And
said, I
conspiracy
ain't
just
like all that
essentially
tiptoeing over my
is just
words. You
having
know?
conversations or
that's so
doing
wild.
things, and
Right.
yeah.
That's
So in my mind, I didn't know that law existed, and
Nah,
people
it's
may not
already
know that
hard
today
enough to
that, you
speak
know, are
as it
doing that. I
is.
just
You
thought,
want me to
oh,
goddamn
I don't have,
decode
I'm not
my
going to
shit?
raid my
Oh
house and find
Lord.
me with 100 pounds. I'll be
Right.
okay.
But I
And
respected
I
his
didn't really know
platform.
much
You know what
about
I
the
mean? You
difference
can't
between
never say I
federal and
disrespected
state,
his shit.
yeah.
you know.
And the
So
feds, they have like what, like a 98% conviction rate, which is
Technically, he
just
yeah.
really can't
So
say
it's
none of
impossible
y'all
to
did,
try to go
cause
to
none
trial.
of y'all, all
yeah,
that
it's like
sabotage,
millions of
who the fuck
dollars. It's
sabotage?
like
Go back
one
and
out of
listen to
every
all that
like
shit. He
Even
need to
if you
listen
feel
to it.
like, oh,
Nobody
you know,
sabotage
I
shit.
didn't do it. You know, I have a friend of mine I spent time with while I was incarcerated. He went to
That's a
trial.
fact.
And a prime example is he probably would have got a 10-year sentence, but because he went to trial, he got 30.
yeah.
And I'm just thinking like, I'm totally agree with, you know, people should have to do their time, but the lengthy time is like is where I think it gets excessive, right? And
Yeah,
so
for
for someone
nonviolent drug, you know, like
for someone
yeah,
to do like
Just them niggas
maybe
fighting
even
for the wrong
potentially like
shit,
just a
Stu.
first offender,
He
just
looking
because the
forward
scale
to the
they were
wrong
on and they
shit
went to
happening.
trial,
You gotta
to get
think
a
we done
30-year
saw this shit.
sentence
A
is,
club
for
go to
some
the
people
top.
that's life, because
There's
you know
no,
if
I
you're
don't see it's
already,
no further
you
than
know,
that you can go, bro.
35,
That's
40, I
why we
mean, who
ain't come
knows
here
what
with
you'll
no
live,
plans on,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
or we trying to be the
It's
biggest
crazy.
club. That shit
and
was
it's all to
not the
scare
plan.
them into
So that
either
sabotage shit was out the
conceding
There
window. That
was
wasn't niggas'
people
plan to
I was
be the biggest
incarcerated
club. We
with, and I
done
was
been
like,
in the
oh,
biggest
we always
club.
discuss how much time you
Mods
get.
and
One
then
dude that
all that, and
got
that shit
20
got
something
niggas
years
nowhere. I ain't
for
see nothing
having
come from that
fucking
shit.
this much
Nothing at all,
crack
my
in his
brother.
palm.
Nothing.
And
But a
crack was like a
headache.
huge disparity
That's it.
on the
So nigga,
sentencing
we got
scale. I mean, you could
19
have a
motherfuckers. I'm
kilo
cool
and get less
with the
time as a
19
guy with a
motherfuckers.
handful of crack, and it was
yeah,
like fucking just crazy.
Indeed.
yeah.
So, but anyway, sorry to
You know,
deviate off
No,
the
no,
once
no. That's
topic.
shit
all.
get
No,
too
it's
big
fascinating to me,
anyways,
dude.
that
And
shit
that's a
get
really good
fucked up.
point that you bring up. And it's a point that
Right.
people
That's
need to
why just
understand.
niggas gotta
One, be
stay
careful
level
out
headed,
there and who's
still.
listening. But two, like it's a
There's no
pretty
way
fucked
that
up
shit should
system,
get to
in my
your head
view.
if
I
you
mean,
already
there's
been a
no,
part
yeah,
of
there's no reason
one of the
people should be in
biggest
jail for
clubs. I
doing that.
gotta
Oftentimes
give
I
niggas
would
that.
sit there and
That
just
was one of
think,
the
you know,
biggest
like,
clubs.
man, you know, like
Nothing came from
what
it,
you
bro.
do
Keep
differently
that in
or how
mind.
you do, you know what I mean? So
Right there,
Yeah,
damn near
a
west.
lot of wasted
Right.
potential,
So
and
that
these, and
shit
this is
means
because a
nothing,
small
bro.
group of
We ain't
people,
fighting for that.
you know, they
We
make,
trying
you
to get
know,
right.
they're, you
Nothing
know,
but
they
some
make 50,
egos.
$60,000 off
That's it. For
these
nothing.
inmates, right?
The
Inside the
ego for
prisons.
no
And
money is retarded,
yeah,
my nigga.
it's all
Slap
turned into a
stupid.
pretty fucked up system, pretty disgusting
All
system.
you gonna do is
That's
run the
something that, like, I
niggas that
talk about a
really
lot on
get
my
to it
channel
away
is
from the
war on drugs. No,
stage.
it's absolute failure.
yeah.
Waste of time, money,
I mean,
effort.
there was a dude who I
And
knew
that's
of
what
through
happened,
my
Captain.
cannabis while I
Right.
would walk around and discuss with other inmates. Some of them I had friendships with other cannabis inmates, and one dude we talked about that had got life, and it's just like to get life for
Oh
cannabis just
shit!
seems
Check
like
this out. It
it's
says
just not right,
employee
dude. You know,
shoots
like
coworker
okay,
in
get
real
your time, dude, but to
in
give somebody
fight at
life from the
real.
plant, you
Damn, the
know,
fuck
like come on, dude.
Yeah.
ad popped up.
Now
My
there's
bad.
millionaires
Employee
off of
shoots
it, right? There's
coworker
people that are
in a
Yeah,
legit
fight at
millionaires
Real
while there's people
Housewife
still sitting in
star
prison for it,
Candy
yeah.
right?
Burr's
Which is
restaurant.
just yeah.
Police say.
It's pretty
Speaking of
fucking
that, I
sad.
don't know if you
Officials
guys
say
have
the
caught
shooting
on
happened
Twitch.
at
There's been
Blaze
a lot
Steak
of
and Seafood
celebrities involved. Like
on the
recently through my
3700 block of
artwork,
Cascade Road.
I've been
Oh
doing some
shit.
stuff for
The
it's
restaurant
called
is owned by
Caviar Gold, and
Real
they've
Yep.
Housewives
done an
star
agreement
and
with Ice
singer
Cube.
Candy
So
Burrs
in
and her husband
collaboration with
Todd
Ice
Tucker.
Cube, and
According
so
to the
it's
investigators,
just
an
it's
employee
crazy to
got into
see
a
that
fight with
once
another worker
people
and
that
ended up
myself are
shooting
like
him
a
in the arm.
pirate of
God damn.
bootlegging, you know,
That's
the mob
crazy.
era of cannabis to people
That
that are
franchise shit
like, you
happen
know,
at their restaurants. Don't happen
the
at their other
tobacco
restaurants.
industry
Yeah.
almost. You know what I
The
mean?
suits, yeah, the
The
suits that are
mainstream,
yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's interesting. I always think it was
Same
just I
shit.
was just a modern day bootlegger,
Goddamn workers
you
Yeah.
know,
shooting each
another
other. What
version
the
of
hell going
bootlegging, you
on?
know.
Shit
100%.
get
And that's
crazy.
well, and that's kind
That's
of what
just
the
like
like
fuck?
that
exactly
McDonald's
exactly
shit,
right.
bro.
And that's
Niggas
kind of why
getting
I think we're in
shot
a
over
unique position
McDonald's. Like you lost your life
to
over
like that's why like
McDonald's, bro.
really
That's
one I
crazy.
want to tell these stories like yours because I want people to not ever
Y'all
forget
see that fool in
what
DC
people like yourself
yesterday
went
on the
through
podcast?
and then like that time period because we're gonna get to the point where like a couple generations from now,
Nah.
you know,
Nah.
Yeah, that they won't even know what that is.
Man,
Like when
y'all
you
got
and
to
I
find
think
that
of like
clip, bro.
Lucky Luciano or an
Nigga
Al
got
Capone that
down
was running alcohol,
evading the
we can
police,
comprehend through
and
the movies,
he was
but do we
shooting from the
really know
rooftop,
type
know
of
the
thing? And
actual
and
stories and what
then
they
yeah,
to
actually
get away, he
100%.
climbed on
And
the
we're in this
power
digital
line.
age now where we got all this
Oh,
technology we
what
can
I,
the hell?
I try to do a lot of forward thinking, but I didn't think about that aspect, how generations to come, as the cannabis continues to, be on the forefront of legal and whatnot and all
I'm
the
assuming he ain't
mainstream, and
make it, right?
kids, years from now won't even realize
Yeah,
like, oh, people did this in duffel bags and they put it in
You said,
cars
yeah?
illegal,
he
Wow.
and
made,
just like
he
that's going
made.
to be the weirdest thing to them,
He ain't get
100%. And there's not even a
electrocuted?
ton of media out there
Nah, that's
really
why I was
trying because like
wondering.
I
Like, you
always
got
talk
to
about
see this shit.
preservation
Like,
of this time period.
I
That's kind of
can't
like what
find
I
it right
think
at the
is,
moment,
important.
because I'm
Not,
down doing
and
something right quick.
people glorify,
Nah,
But
take your
like
time. Ain't no rush.
yeah, them
it's
niggas
really
was.
interesting. It's
So I
kind of
don't know if
sexy.
that
Like it's
shit a
all,
myth or
it's
what,
really
but bro was
amazing
on that
stories.
shit like
But,
sliding down there. I'm like,
I
he finna
think
break these motherfuckers. He finna die
yeah,
quick.
like you're right. I mean, yeah, it's like, 3 generations from now, it's gonna
That's
be
some
weird for
dumbass
people
shit.
like for those
Knowing
kids
you
to
gotta
think
come
about
back
like
down
this
off.
where
yeah, they're
Where
just
was you
gonna
going?
know like the things that gets embedded, like it's candy,
I don't know
like
where
the
the
yeah.
hell he was
Captain
going.
Crunch and the name brands, and they won't really know that people were like my packaging was a vacuum sealer with a Sharpie and color coded tape. You know what I mean? With a number on it, like this
Yeah.
number belongs to Sin, you
Love
know?
that, dude. That's
Yeah.
yeah. So what was your kind of so that was your unique packaging? Because I've talked to a lot of different people and like some people to build that kind of street cred, they'll
I got
use like
another one
unique
for you.
packaging. But I was always
Rapper
like, isn't that a
Stay
little bit
Solid,
sketchy, like
Rocky,
identifiable? I know you're doing
arrested in
wholesale,
Atlanta for
so it's a little
shooting at a
different.
funeral
So
service.
I didn't necessarily do that so much on
A
my end.
rapper
It
from
was more to
Richmond, Virginia
identify
was arrested
like
Thursday
tracking
by
from things
U.S.
going from
Marshals
one country to
Southeast
another
Regional
country.
Fugitive
So the
Task Force.
Canadians, they
Derek
would vacuum
Figio,
seal
who goes
hundreds
by
of
the
pounds, and
stage name of
oftentimes
Stay
maybe on
Solid Rocky,
the ride that would
is
cross the
charged with
border,
shooting
there
within a
might
New
be like
Life Outreach Church in
1,700
Chesterville,
pounds,
Virginia.
but maybe
At
I
the
was
end
only
of the
going to get
funeral service,
500.
he was
And the
charged
reason
with
why it
shooting
was
in
such
an
a large number is
unoccupied
because it
building
was a
and reckless
motorcycle club and
handling
it
of a
wasn't an
firearm.
individual. So
Firearm.
all of the
He
club
fled to
members would
Georgia to
throw on a
evade
ride,
capture,
and
according to the
sometimes they would
U.S.
broker to other
Marshals.
people like, hey, you
God
could throw
damn.
on. And you
Oh,
yourself might go, oh, I got a dude and I'm going to throw on, my 400 or my 300.
oh,
So
that's
essentially,
fascinating. Yeah.
they would unpackage when a ride would come across the border into like areas of Seattle or Washington. For instance, this one's kind of a known thing, so it's okay
Niggas
to
be
talk
shooting
about it. There was
everywhere,
once
boy.
a cattle trailer that was used, and you can't use a gamma ray to identify or like to do a scan of what's
Too many
in the
guns.
truck trailer crossing the border from Canada into America. And so they would use a cattle trailer with a false bottom, and then the false bottom would be filled with, like 1,700 pounds, and then they would throw manure and all of this cows or whatever, and just take cattle like they're taking them from one farm to another farm, right? And so
Yeah.
when those would arrive in the States, let's say I would have a number on my 500 pounds, and it was like a 3-digit number, like 737. So everything labeled 737, they know that belongs to Sin. And then it also had a color coded like electrical tape.
Wow.
So oftentimes, like it could be a various color, like mine's red, right? And maybe I'll catch a load for someone else too, and I'll have, their yellow tape and
They
then their
gave
3 digits. So
Clemson's
I
new
have
coach
red and
Dabo
yellow, and then we kind of know.
a
And it was
10-year,
funny that through
$115 million
what I was
contract.
doing, I would oftentimes meet with the
Yeah,
Canadians
man.
at like UFC venues in like, penthouses
Giving
with,
out the bag
butler
in college
services. And
football.
it would be
They gave my
myself
man
with
Mel
like
Tucker at
5 or
Michigan
6
State
other
90.
members. And they would actually
Sheesh.
Shit.
come to me and ask me, how do you want them
Look like
packaged? What do you want us to do better? Because I remember I got really
I know that
pissed,
nigga
and
Nick
they did
Saban
as well,
shit
because
crazy. That
somebody had
shit.
packed a load and I guess they thought for whatever reason they took one head
Hell
of
yeah.
lettuce. It was like the size of my palm, and it was like they were vacuum sealing these. Are like this thick, like a square album cover would be, like a piece of vinyl, but this thick and packaged in two. And there was a time where every fucking
Two-time Pro
pound that I got
Bowler
on a load had
Emmanuel
a piece of
Sanders
lettuce on there.
retires.
And underneath the
Officially
lettuce was just
calls it a career
saturated
today.
like mold and soggy, wet, because it was just like flat, you know, it wasn't distributed or, you know, distributed. And so I was like, you guys ruined a large portion of the bud, right? And so that was like a board meeting, you know, and then they had the Packers there, like, okay, we got fucking this guy and he's a Packer, and how, and I would tell them, you know, and they had like, I guess they were even doing like CO2 inside the packaging so we wouldn't like squish it and keep it air. And so there's all these things to try to make it to where it's still fresh and good through transport. Speaking of that, it's even, I remember one time I went to a shop up in Canada and pick out.
I see y'all boy Blueface them pulled out of that fight
picked
with
out
Anthony
a few
Nick
hundred.
Young.
And I remember within that few hundred, I was back in LA after my trip, and I had got some, and it was really killer, like purple.
Crazy. What's
But
that?
it
That
was
ain't the
just
fight
littered with
they
seeds.
canceled on
And I
him,
was
right?
like,
That was
wow,
another
how did
one?
I miss this? But there wasn't a substantial amount within the load. But I was just
I'm
like,
guessing he
wow, this
canceled.
is crazy.
Blueface
I went up
canceled.
there, handpicked a bunch of bud.
Remember he got
Waited for the whole week
got
for
in
the
that shit with
packing, the
old girl.
transport
So
arriving,
I ain't even
and now I got
sure
a bunch
they
of
what's the name
seeds.
still. Remember he was
You know?
fighting old.
No, yeah, that's
somebody
no,
supposed
so
to have pulled out
you
the
know, when you were
deal on one
saying
of them.
like, you know,
Oh,
the
okay,
people up in
that
Canada,
might be
like,
what it was then.
they run a lot more
Right.
corporate. Like, I mean, they really do. Like,
and I try to tell people, like my friends, Americans, oftentimes people operate, even when I was at my sentencing, they sentenced me with what's called the leadership role, and I got enhancements, right? And so I was trying to fight that, and my lawyer was trying to say,
Oh shit,
well,
Chico sent me something.
he's not the leader
It
because
says
everyone works for themselves.
billionaire
They don't
Jay-Z
get a
and
paycheck.
Jack
He's
Dorsey
not
airdrop
telling them
around
it's their
1,000
deal.
each
But in
in
Canada,
Bitcoin
it
to
operated
residents
different
of
because it's a
Marcy
motorcycle
houses.
club. Everybody brings
The Afrotech
their product to the
previously
clubhouse,
told you
and
billionaires
everyone brings
Jay-Z
it,
and
and
Jack
they
Dorsey teamed
work
up
in
to launch
unity, as
a
opposed to
12-week
I'm a
financial
dope dealer and I
literacy
work out
program
of
for
my
residents
apartment.
of the Marcy
They
Houses
work out of
project
like
in
a
Brooklyn, New
commercial
York.
building, and they work together, and
Participants
there's
will
packagers
receive
and
access
crews,
to
and
the Academy's
not many
tools and
people
resources
in
free
today's,
of
like in
charge.
America, like to form
Activation
those
started
alliances
on
because
June
everyone's,
22nd,
I guess, greedy or
and the
selfish, or
Bitcoin
they think they're
Academy
gonna get
launched
screwed or
online with
whatever.
the
I guess
in-person
now that
courses through
cannabis is more
collaboration
legal, that
between
you
Block
can
and
see some of
the
that, you know, with
Sean
like
Carter
more of a
Foundation,
corporate
Crypto
company.
Blockchain
But you know,
Plug,
back in
and the
my day,
Black
it was like
Bitcoin Billionaire.
Americans, they were just
Course
kind of going for it,
offerings
where the
include
Canadians were
wealth
more
building,
structured.
yeah,
building and
absolutely. And I
assets,
think that probably
why
comes out of the
decentralization
fact that there was
matters,
originally
staying safe from
already an
scammers,
organization
Bitcoin and
Built in,
taxes,
yeah.
and
built in,
No,
career
and
it's
in
the
that, yeah.
crypto.
yeah, it's the same way when I
So
would
that's
find a new
pretty dope.
customer, and it wasn't just one person, but he had ties to like his gang, you know, community.
Shout out to Jay for that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, that's
that's
insane,
Jack
dude.
Dorsey.
That's and yeah, that's just crazy to me. That's and there's, I mean, yeah, it just blows my mind because there's a lot of things you've said to me that I've never thought about, and I mean, I kind of study this stuff, like, you know, which is dope. You even really spin some game here. Yeah, so
hell yeah.
I guess I know you've talked a lot about the.
All right, I got another article for y'all.
The whole situation with the cocaine.
Louisiana
and stuff,
state official arrested over alleged drug deal near fast food restaurant.
On accident.
It said a Louisiana state official was arrested this week after she was allegedly caught in the middle of a drug deal, a drug transaction with a wanted man as police were closing in to arrest him. Dang. Bridget Ho, the executive secretary of Louisiana State Board of Private Security Examiners, was arrested Tuesday as police were searching for Stephen
my bill.
McCarthy, a man with
And
a drug and firearm
oftentimes they
related
would say,
warrants
hey, Sin, there's
out
a
for
money
his arrest,
drop.
according to the
Here's the
statement.
dude's number. I don't even
The
know.
Louisiana
And I
Attorney
would
General's
sometimes
office
do
had asked for the
BlackBerry or
sheriff's
just a
office to
cold
help
call, like,
aid
hey, what's up?
McCarthy's
And it would be
arrest
like
Tuesday. When the
a person
deputies
that had
located him near a
like
fast food restaurant
Hispanic that didn't
in the
speak
Albany
almost very good
area, they
English, like
found
could
Hull
almost
and
so much
McCarthy
so
in the
not
middle
even
of a
tell me
drug
how to like
transaction,
get to
officials
the
said.
point to meet him. Like
Hull
I
was
want to meet him
described as a
Victorville at the grocery
acquaintance of
store on
McCarthy.
3rd Street. Like
McCarthy
it was
fled the scene
difficult,
in a
and I was
vehicle
always
and
wondering
struck
like,
a car
why
and
is
escaped
that? And I just thought it was
in
just
his
part
escape
of the
attempt.
network,
The
right?
vehicle
So
driver sustained minor
I
injuries, the
kind of knew
sheriff
or heard little
office
rumors
said.
about how the
McCarthy
Canadians,
was
instead of
ultimately
bringing the
arrested
currency
with
that
no
once their
injuries.
cannabis was here,
Hull
bringing
and
American
McCarthy were
dollar
both
across the
charged with 2
border,
counts of possession of
they
intent to
decided to start
distribute,
bringing,
including
people to bring
fentanyl and
blow.
meth, possession of a
And I
firearm
remember
with
going to
controlled substance,
Las Vegas to meet
with
with one of the
controlled and
Canadians, and
dangerous
he said to me
substance,
like, "Hey,
the sheriff office
it's over
statement
with. I
said.
can't really send anything for right now."
Hull
And I was
was
thinking like
processed
he kept
into the
saying like he wanted
Livingston
to
Parish
retire and
Detention
we're all get
Center,
out of
where she
the
remains
game
in
soon.
custody.
And
It's not
myself, I
immediately
had just
clear if
started
she
to
has a
expand
lawyer.
and wasn't really, ready to. So I
Damn.
thought in my head, is that what he's talking about? But then he said, we have a lot of money tied up in the States. We have like 4 million, at one house in Orange County. And then we have the 3 or 5 million you owe us. And so we want to alleviate and get some of that cash like back into our country before we send you more. And then he was like saying that the
This
cash they
chick
had
was
sitting
the
at a house
executive
was
secretary of the Louisiana State
was
Board
eventually going to
of
be what we
Private
refer to as a
Security
wire and
Examiners.
invested into blow, and then the
What
blow
the hell
brought
is
back
that?
up to Canada. And so he was like, well, we can't get any. It's really dry. No one has any. Our source is
I ain't
out.
never heard of shit
Maybe
like
you
that.
might know somebody. And, I really kind of like didn't, other than if I went to a social party and some friends had some personal, like never experienced any of that before. So I got back to LA and I thought, there's a couple homies and people that are, around that sort of thing. And, their families are, and, like a Chapo type of background families and stuff. And they took cannabis from me. And so I hit them up. And so my first transaction, they were like, well, how much do you need? And I was like, I
Well,
don't know,
ladies
like
and
$4 million.
gentlemen, I
And
think
the
that's
dude
going to
was
be
like,
it.
no. I'm like
New
thinking that's like
Jack
a setup. Like
City
who does that for the very first
Morning
transaction?
Show.
So he was like, we could do
Shout out to my
something.
niggas
And
uptown getting
so
money. We see
I
you.
ended up just doing like, it took all day where we did one in like an hour, and I waited at a hotel.
We got big
I got these
dimes, big
Canadians
quarters,
like
big
5
halves,
kilos,
but
and
no
then
zips,
these
you
the
pussy
the
motherfucker.
Mexico type people, right? They were like, okay, now tomorrow is
Hey,
another
I holler
day,
at
and we're
y'all
willing
tonight,
to,
man.
start to open up the
Up it up a
floodgates a
little
little
bit, yeah.
more. So next thing you know, I alleviated and got rid of all
CMB.
of the cash that they wanted to turn into blow. And then I thought, okay, cool. You guys probably have your plug back on track. And, I just did you the one-time favor. And then they were like, oh no, like that worked out really well. Can we keep it going? And so I was like, I didn't want the cannabis to stop, so I was somewhat kind of like, led into it, without
Yeah.
really like wanting to be into it. And so when I first did it, I remember not even making much money. I just kind of wanted to get the cannabis
Get it
flowing
kind of,
again,
yeah.
right? And so then when they asked me to do it again, I started kind of doing it. And the next thing you know, it was like other Canadians were hearing that this guy in LA can now alleviate money that people have. So when I was saying that there would be a trailer with 1,700 pounds, okay, I dealt with maybe, a couple guys that were on that trailer. Well, what about those 10 other guys? They're starting to hear that all of their bud can be, so anyways, they start to tell me like, hey, they basically like want me to work for the largest like Scarface of Canada, where this guy's like, yeah, I want 150 kilos a week.
Wow.
Can you give me that? And I'm just like, and then my other guys are like, yeah, I want, 80, and another guy wants 40. So next thing you know, I have like 3 or 4 Canadians that they just want. And I was like, at some point I even hit them up. I was like, what are you guys doing? It's like 1980 up there. Like, where? Like, I just fell into being this gigantic blow dealer. I didn't like
Which is so
aspire to
wild.
be it. You know what I mean? It was like, and some people refer to it like, you're too young, but if anybody knows the cartoon Mr. Magoo, and Mr. Magoo, he's blind, but he always seems to like miss everything or fall right into the right place of like, whatever, right? And so next thing you know, I'm selling, hundreds and hundreds of kilos a month to various Canadians.
Could you have stopped? That's nuts. Could you have stopped? Like, could you have told them no, in your opinion, if or not?
Well, there was times where I was like, hey, things are kind of got hot and this guy got in trouble and let's take a break. But they would still kind of like pressure that was, I think, in the end, more a necessity for them as it was for the cannabis. The cannabis was kind of just like an ends to get that real thing, and then they were actually not make much money off the cannabis because, like I mentioned earlier in the program, a pound was like 1,800, and by the time it crossed, but profit's profit. So they might make $500-600 on a pound, and then on a kilo, they I might sell it to them, let's say for 25. They were selling it for close to 40.
Yeah, and the volume of the cannabis compared to the coke and the amount of profits. So like the smuggling was easier to smuggle coke and then to sell it, and you get more profit rather than because the volume of cannabis is just it's fluffy, it's not compact.
Sure.
Well, and so that must have been because that was kind of the first. Had they been doing that? Had that been a thing? Because
I had heard a little bit about it, but I never really caught much wind of it until they, I was in a hotel room and they broke it down to me, and I thought I was doing a favor, and then I started realizing, oh, this is what they were doing. I even started doing it so much so to where we would refer to as a wire transfer, where somebody had maybe money in Canada, and then somebody had money in America, but they wanted money in each place, and they would sell each other money for a percentage. I'll sell you $1 million for 3%. So they're getting, 20,000 on top of their million.
Wow.
So interesting exchange.
100%. Because the guy that I did the one I mentioned really at the very beginning of this, the guy that I did the first episode of the Trap Tree series on, he's in the Northeast. He's a Canadian guy, but he was like the biggest cannabis dealer in New York history or whatever. But and this is later. This is a little bit later. This is in the, he's still at jail right now, I think. This is in the 20 late.
Let him out.
Yeah, let him out. I mean, yeah, it's for sure. Let everyone out for it's a fucking plant. I mean, right. But they were doing this. He was doing the same thing, and so you're kind of, they might have probably were doing it before, but kind of the genesis of that, or the beginning, at least to what we know. That's it's
pretty genius on their part. They're making money on both ends.
Money on top of money, 100%.
Yeah, so it's just a way to capitalize. And I always refer to, eventually trying to get, involved in a movie script for, what it was that I was doing. And it just would be the drug trade, we're trading, and it's kind of different than the movie Blow. People are just moving product. Here we were trading commodities, which is a little bit kind of different than
a little bit more complex,
more drug cases that you hear about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's because, the craziest part, I remember when, when people talk about the cocaine cowboy era with Pablo Escobar and stuff, they'd always talk about, I always remember they would always, in different documentaries and stuff, they'd be getting the blow in was easy, but the amount of money in terms of size and volume that generated from the blow was the comparisons where they showed it would just be a stack of cash. It'd be way harder to get the money out than get the drugs in, or at least the cocaine, because it's all compacted. Yeah.
And then sometimes, Canadian dollar, it might even be let's just say $100 American, you trade it in and you're only getting, $70 or whatever. I remember being in Canada and I had American money and I went to the casino and they hardly gave me any of my money back. And I was like, oh, now I'm starting to kind of get what these guys are doing, and it started making a little bit more sense,
Yeah, absolutely.
For them to just trade commodities and make more, as opposed to just bringing U.S. dollar. And sometimes even the currency exchange rate manipulated the price of the yayo, or maybe even the cannabis.
Yeah, you get a better deal on it if you, That's insane. Um,
How
so
funny that people are like thinking of currency exchange rates for drugs.
no, it could
Market
tell with you, dude.
exchange rates.
You guys. I mean, you guys are like mad scientists with it, bro. I mean, you guys you
Yeah.
guys are running it like you guys are running it like like a corporation. You know, they're doing every aspect of the operation. They're trying to optimize and see how they can make money. Which is, I mean, it shows. I mean, it's very
Like they had called when they named my investigation. They called it they used my first name and then they called it my syndicate.
Yeah,
And then they refer to it as intertransnational organized crime.
Wow.
Sounds fancy, right?
Sounds like they're trying to hype it up. I mean, it is. I mean, it's pretty insane. In total, how much do you think? Roughly, how much did you think you smuggled or sold collectively? If you did, because I saw a number around 100 million.
Yeah, it's I don't know like how I could even describe a number. Like cannabis wise, it was it was, as far as the crew, the organization, a few thousand, probably 4,000 or 5,000 a month, but myself, maybe I was only on the, dumping a few thousand of that myself, right? But they had, other guys that were like me. But once, the Canadians, in the beginning, I didn't want them to know that I was sending it all over America, because I thought for them, they thought that could potentially be a risk. And they're always minimalist with risking, right? And so I never really wanted them to know that I was incurring that huge risk and potentially could take a loss and maybe not afford to pay them or that sort of thing. Eventually, when they wanted money faster, like, hey, today, tomorrow, and I just started saying, hey, money's in Atlanta, money's in New York, like you're not getting your money for another. So I just started being, more.
You just had to tell them what was up. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is just through text messaging. We never spoke on the phone, so I can be a little more firm and a little more, our boss, or a little more articulate in what needs to happen. So eventually, I broke it down and was like, hey, I'm sending these everywhere, and they were like, oh, badass. Can we throw on with you? And like, we'd like to start getting it to Chicago, and we'd like to start getting it. And so then I started brokering, their stuff for a percentage. Like, for instance, if my pilot would charge me $100 per pound for transportation, then I would charge the Canadians like $200 per pound. So through my navigating, my transportation and, wherever their pack is going, I could still make a little bit off of theirs as well too.
Wow. Yeah. And that's insane. I'm curious in this question. I like to ask certain people this, and you're definitely one of them. I'm curious what you think about this. Like, do you think that drug dealing is a drug in itself?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. It definitely became an addiction for myself when I knew there was some close calls with like law enforcement. I probably should have already gave my business over to someone else, like how I purchased some customer from someone else. Essentially, that doesn't leave me out of being, legally prosecuted or whatever, right? But it's still probably, something that, I probably should have done and I didn't do, because it became some like bigger than me and somewhat of an addiction. Yeah. So even while I was incarcerated, I was you can get 1 year taken off your sentence for participating in a drug rehabilitation program. It's referred to as RDAP. And so I did that program, and I was a mentor in that program where all the inmates had to come to me to do certain things. And we would do almost like a seminar every morning with like 100 inmates. And so during like the morning seminars, I had to come up with topics as a mentor. And one of the topics was addiction that was not related to, drugs and alcohol or like personalities, but like a form of like my addiction that I spoke about that day was money. And that was like, and I think that that's very prominent with our culture today, and everyone, they want to like they act like all the rappers when they're in a video. None of them own any of that. You know what I mean? It's all just a facade. And so that's like one of the addictions that led to my being incarcerated was the addiction to selling drugs and then the addiction to the money involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And and I think people like, cause I saw that like with myself, like I always tell like my little homies that, you know, they're just, I'm like, you got to realize this is a drug and you need to taper off of it. Just like, you
For
know,
sure.
yeah. And it's like, everyone always says like, oh, I'm about to get in and then get out. And less than 1% ever do. If, you know, who, I don't know the numbers on that, but you know, it really is a drug. Like it's the money, it's the whole, you know, so, you know, shout out to my homie CJ Humboldt. He said this to me when I asked him this question, and he goes, you know, do you think gambling is addictive? And I go, yeah. And then he goes, well, imagine if you're gambling with your freedom every single day, right? So like that's another aspect of the addiction where it's
That's
like
a
that
good way to
risk.
look at it.
Yeah. But I think
Yeah.
the money is the initial like one aspect, but I think there's more. It's like, I think drug, like the addiction of drug dealing, it's like,
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
not to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I sorry if I do.
No.
I see like today's generation how people like sensationalize it and think it's so cool, and like drug dealing in itself, like gray market, illegal. Like those people also, they're like there's a mental thing in their head where they think it's cool, and they're doing it, and it's like, you know, and they don't realize, you know, like
The consequences.
it's probably a little bit of maybe mental health. There's a lot of mental health that exists in, you know, in the world, and you know, not everybody, you know, gets instilled that from where they're brought up. And you know, look, I was probably, you know, felt to that as well, right? You know, I can't throw stones, you know, right at a glass house, but you know, in retrospect, I'm sure there are a lot of people that, you know, sensationalize it and just do it because they think it's, oh, it's fucking cool, like the movies and whatnot, you know?
Absolutely. And then they're stuck in it, then they have to keep going, and then eventually,
It's kind of like when kids are in high school and they want to be popular. Certain kids are using like cannabis or dope dealing as a form of being popular.
I mean, that's what happened with me in a certain sense. Well, I wanted money. I was like, you know, I was a natural entrepreneur, you know, kind of like yourself, you know, like I was attracted to it. But like, that's another whole aspect of the addiction of like prominence and people, you know, you know, growing up with like, you know, selling and stuff, like I really, and then once I stopped, I really fell off a cliff with my confidence, because I realized that growing up, I built a lot of my confidence off of that facade and that, you know what I mean? And so, you know, you know, it's stupid saying that, but it's true. I mean,
No, it's society today.
yeah, 100%. Yeah. And like, I grew up like, you know, the school I went to, you know, I went to school that was like, it was kind of hood, and like, you know, we like praised like, you know, Gucci Mane, Waka Flocka, like the trap era had just come into the fray, and we're, you know, and so it didn't really hit that point where like, I mean, trap music has become like everything that we listen to, and so, you know, the dope man was kind of, you know, praised.
It's like its own genre at this point.
It really is. I mean, yeah, 100%. And you know, yeah, and it's all based off of the trap, and you know, and yeah, absolutely. And I always want to ask people. I always want to ask people.
I kind of would like to at some point. I don't know like how to get there, but would almost like to, how as a painter, that I'm a painter now. People do like they say, oh, how are you? Are you an abstract, contemporary? Are you pop art? You know, are you street graffiti? I would almost like to just have the genre of trap art. Like, I don't know that it even exists. There's a trap museum in
I was gonna
Atlanta,
say the
right?
trap
But
museum. Yeah.
it would almost be, you know, kind of cool, or just to be like, yeah, I'm a trap art, and
That'd be
people would be
so
like,
dope.
what the fuck is that? You know, like,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, I think you kind of do.
Maybe
like
I'm ahead of my time with thinking that, you know.
I think you should do. I mean, definitely, dude. I think that would be, and that's another aspect of the preservation of it through your, you know, your artistic ability. So when did you get into the art though? Like, I want to talk about this.
Sure. Art, I kind of started in like middle school, in like 6th and 7th grade. I got into these two books that were out, like Spray Can Art and Subway Art, and they were like full color books of like what's known as like, you know, big graffiti pieces that really look more like art rather than just someone, you know, taking a one color can. And so I kind of really like, I just loved the graffiti, you know, the colors and the characters. And it went with, I was a DJ at the time too. I had turntables as a kid. I was probably like 14 and already like mixing and stuff. And so I really got into like looking at graffiti. So while I was in class early on, you know, 14 years old, 15, like I started just doing graffiti. And then I did a little bit on the street, not so much
Were
to
you
where
a
I could say
tagger or
a little bit. Yeah, I was more of like a vandal, you know.
what did you write back? I know I can ask you this.
Back then I would write clever.
Clever.
Was something I thought was kind of cool, you know, and this is just young defiant, you know, experimenting with tagging and art and stuff. And so just kind of through doodling. And then while I was in early high school, I lived at my mom's house, and my mom started taking like some oil painting classes. And then she would come back to the house, and you know, she got a canvas for myself and some brushes. And then I remember I went to one of her classes, and so I just kind of like hobby crafting, you know, in high school at home. And I remember like one of the first nights getting a canvas and paint and like literally like staying up all night. You know, it was like before the internet, you know, it's like something to do. And so I just kind of got into and I saw it today. I don't know the word for it, but there's like a state of mind like that. It's kind of like Taoism or a flow where like nothing else exists and you're just in that
Nirvana.
moment. It's similar, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I enjoyed it. And as I was painting at that age, like let's say my friends' parents would come over because everybody interacts with Little League and school. And so parents come over and friends, people would see my paintings and say, oh, that's cool, and want it for their own house. And so it didn't equate in my head, you know, that I could make money. And most of the time I would just be like, you know, I wouldn't want to charge them as a business. I would think, oh, I bought the canvas for, you know, $70 and 50 in paint, you know, how about $200, you know, and they would, you know, and so I was selling art anyhow. So then I went on and I just kind of lost track and, you know, went on to do my cannabis thing. And then I got incarcerated in the feds. And while I was incarcerated, I went to an institution in San Pedro, California called Terminal Island. And at that place, your case managers and the people that you have to interact with, the staff, they want you to do what do they refer? They call it programming, and they want you to go take classes, right? Like, oh, you have to take learn how to make a script class, or you know, even if it's just bullshit classes, they want you to have something in your file that says you're programming while you're incarcerated. So I remember coming across like an oil painting class at the institution, and in order to program, sorry, the thing went low for a second. In order to program, my battery might be low. So at some point, I don't know if you can send me, can I use the Zoom link again on my laptop? If we
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, okay. That'd be fun. Yeah.
So if that happens anyway, so I'm using an iPad. While that happened, I actually lost my train. I ever do that every time I lose the
Terminal Island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. So while I was at Terminal Island at the painting, I signed up for the paint class, and there was about 25 inmates, and we all had to paint like an apple and an orange. And it turns out there was like, I didn't know, this guy was lying at first, and he said he wasn't like he was not a sex offender, because in the prison I can't associate with like a sex offender. Yeah. And even if you're the teacher of a class, like I can't take your class because you're a sex offender type thing, right? So this guy was saying he was cool. So I took an oil painting class, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, you can put your name in, and you can get a locker, and you can order art supplies. You can order acrylic paint, you can order canvas and brushes. And so after I take the class, I was like, pretty cool. And so I put my name in, and I got myself a locker, and a locker is literally like as high as like your waist, with like a little locker almost at like a gym, you know? And so I would just keep all my paints in there, and I was allowed to have stuff that was like non-toxic, you know, like I can't have like lacquers and paint thinners, but I could still essentially order everything to paint. So while I was there, I just decided to kind of like not stop. There's a lot of artists that would maybe get a locker, and they would find it struggling or challenging as a beginner, because you have to hone your skill, right? And it just takes a while. So I just figured, I have this time, I have a hobby locker. I ended up befriending like 4 or 5 other people that had lockers around mine. So we all kind of had like a camaraderie amongst ourselves. Like, this guy, he did leather and he's a painter, and this guy draws, and we all kind of hang out and crack jokes on each other. And so I literally painted in a federal institution for 6 years.
Wow.
And 7 days a week, other than there was a time where I went to solitary confinement for, getting into trouble. I painted every single day. So I had a workout regimen, and then I would go to the hobby shop whenever they would open, it's called the South Yard. So whenever the South Yard was open, every day I would be in the hobby shop in there painting. So prior to me leaving, like 2 or 3 years to me leaving, I kept saying, I'm gonna become an artist on the street. And I started trying to learn, like what these artists are doing, and what pop culture and a series and acrylics and mediums. And then I just started saying, I'm gonna start sending paintings home to my dad and start saving them as a form of a bank account, as having some sort of value. So even some people would kind of get upset, because let's say you're an inmate and you'd say, hey, Sin, can you do a portrait of, my wife and my 2 kids? And, I could totally do a portrait of your face, but, or I started doing Monopoly art, and an inmate would come up to me. So I would tell these guys no. And let's say I'm doing a Monopoly art, and we still buy and sell things in prison. We have our currency in there. We use actually as stamps. So we use stamps as a form of money, or commissary. So people, sometimes other artists would sell their art. And after a while, I would be like, no, it's not for sale. No. And so people would get mad, like, oh man, that dude's an asshole. He doesn't ever fucking sell any of his art, and he thinks he's this. And so I just started saving paintings. And when I got released, I had about 150 paintings, put away. And I was in a halfway house, not even all the way home yet, still partially incarcerated through the government. And an art gallery contacted my social media, and I just started corresponding with them. And through that gallery, he just started like selling just a bunch of artwork. And that's just, one little storefront. And it just was amazing to see, like, if potentially I could get, my story, seen on a grander scale, like let's say, a Netflix or something, then my art would potentially be more valuable and create more, clientele, or more
the
sales.
story behind it is so critical. And that, because I would, keep going.
It's kind of like, let's say right now, and maybe you're not into art, or you are, but like, let's say all of a sudden CNN tells you today they put up 4 pictures. El Chapo did these 4 paintings in prison. Pretty sure like some dudes are going to say, dude, I need that.
That's brilliant, dude. I mean? Yeah.
And they're going to be valuable. So it's kind of like, that's the sense. And I'm trying to create value, and hoping that people that purchase my artwork now and respect and appreciate. And oftentimes people want to purchase my artwork just because of the cannabis background and the dope dealing background. And so, and when they use the word legend and stuff like that. And so it just kind of, that's kind of like what I didn't really think to that before I got out. I didn't really think about the backstory. It crossed my mind. But when the art gallery reached out to me, I asked them, hey, I have this background, because at that point he didn't know. On my social media, it didn't say I was an inmate or I was a cannabis. It just said an artist from Manhattan Beach.
Wow.
And then I spoke to him, and he was like, no, it's just cannabis. And even though there's a ton of blow in there now, right? But he was like, I don't think you have anything to like, you're not like this, you're not a criminal in the sense of like violent and sex offender and a robber. And, and so he's like, just embrace it. And through like me embracing it, it's just been like really cool to kind of like know that, there's a huge future, it's like, an art is something that's global, so I could eventually be huge in an entirely different country.
Absolutely.
Maybe, all of a sudden it's like, oh, Sin's just huge in Japan. And so it's just really kind of cool to do forward thinking and try to like achieve some of that stuff, and just kind of like as I know that I've already put in the time as like almost like an outlier, putting in like the like Mr. Miyagi putting in the skills as the karate, and now I'm here to like I'll take on any other painter. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and I just try to like when I look at the premier top guys that are really successful making art, I'm kind of like I'm coming for them, knowing that when people hear my story, I got you. You know what I mean? Like maybe I'll be.
No one has your story. No one has, like
right.
That's the
Like anybody, and very much there's people that can do art better than me, but it's the story that encompasses it, and you're able to say, oh dude, let me tell you about this piece, and you're at your pad and you're smoking and your buddy and you're just, and then they're just going to be like, no way, that, you know what I mean? So it's just something that's kind of cool. And so now I kind of embrace it, and I just kind of want to create a similar type of entrepreneur success with it,
Absolutely, dude. I think that's so dope. I think that because that's really what is I thought I just love I love the story, because the story is something that no one really, I think, else can compete with you on that. And you're only going to get better in skill, and your work is amazing, by the way, too. If anybody listening hasn't seen Sin's work, it's really dope. I think it's super dope.
I'm trying to do things that people haven't seen, like, of course there's cartoons that have, people doing blow and cannabis, but like even now I'm doing one that's a narco series, and it's so time consuming. So I can't just pump them all out because it's not computer, it's all hand painted. So I'm doing ones where when we see TV and they're about to, take down these guys that are, coming on the cigar boats, and the helicopters are flying in, or they got the submarine. So maybe there's art like that exists through like jokes or comic books and stuff, but I don't know about like fine art that you would find in a museum or your house, that it's literally like a submarine coming in with blow on it, turned into like street art or pop art. So I'm starting to try to do like a narco series, and I'm doing one right now where this dude is like, he's laying on a pillow of cannabis on the back of a boat, like, as if like he just made it in smooth sailing. And because it's cartoon, I can kind of show, normally those would be concealed in concealed apartments, but because it's like satire, I can kind of show these sort of things. And I think it's cool to tell those stories now with like art that is done with brushes and spray cans, and not like a computer art.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, and I think, going back to your idea of like the trap art, I think that's a really dope idea. And I mean, it's
I was thinking when I was telling you too about, trying to be an artist, and even like this vision before I left prison, I would oftentimes, the guy that had the hobby locker directly next to me was a phenomenal artist, much better than I am. And but he would only use like pens, and he used these really like high tech, like drafting pens and markers, and would create these insane characters. And he would just look at me doing like Monopoly stuff, right? And he would always just say, oh, that's junk and that's garbage and that's horrible and no one's gonna hang it on their wall. And then I was just like, you'll see, you know what I mean? And we would kind of like battle. We were friends, like we would, hey, let's get some, you want my candy bar, or like we would share and be friends. But at the same time,
kind of talking trash.
But he was like sincere, because he actually was like, so he was
a
on
purist he was
a young kid in his early 20s. He was on an ecstasy charge case. And so we just didn't see like things the same, because he was kind of young, and maybe, and he was also more trained through art school. I think he had been to, so he would tell me like the colors I'm using are traditional with our art school. And I was like, dude, art is art, and you know what I mean?
Art is art. College is now a waste of time too. College is a scam nowadays. So let's be honest. Like,
so
but I get it. He feels coming from like that background, and like this is the way you're supposed to. No, you're not. It's art, dude. Yeah.
And then it's a trip. Is like people would also like look at me, inmates, before I left, and probably think, oh, this dude's just gonna go out and get a construction job and never do this art, right? So then I kind of started like reporting back to like some inmates that I was cool with, like, hey, I sold this painting, I'm doing that. And then I was like, hey, make sure you tell like the guy next to me, like rub it in his face now that I did, you know, these paintings and stuff. So it's been pretty cool, the whole journey itself, you know, and I just know that it could be like so much more, and it's cool to kind of, you know, aspire in that direction too, you know?
Absolutely, dude. I think for sure. I mean, the fact that it's only been 2 years since you've been out, pretty much, that's just shows you. So how did you sell to like Floyd Mayweather? I mean,
so yeah, the Floyd Mayweather connection was, I was actually arrested by the federal government at Floyd's. I shouldn't even say, because they always tell me don't say, he doesn't, you know, but somebody that's like closely connected. I was at their property. And so through that, it's just kind of like, you know, they always said, you know, they kind of rode with me through my prison term. And they always say, like, they have the story of the feds coming to that house. And they'll always say, like, I'll never remember that day. Like, every agency you could ever think of was there. They had, like, you know, I think it was like DEA, FBI, the
ATF,
Georgia Bureau of Investigation, like even the IRS, like everybody. It was like this, even though it was a spur of the moment, like takedown, it wasn't, they just happened to stumble on my location and kind of like, they waited like a day and then they hit me. But so that's my connection to Floyd. And they always kind of, through my incarceration, still had their relationship and said, when you get out, I'll bring you into, you know, our entourage, and, you know, things are going to be okay and you'll get your life back, type thing, you know? And so sometimes when you look, so the government, you know, took everything from me, you know, they have a lot of seizures. And so when I got out, you know, I literally didn't have anything. It's kind of like starting from, you know, from the beginning again. So this person kind of, you know, would reassure me when you get out, you know? And so Floyd's birthday came up and they were like, hey, can we do something for his birthday? And it just kind of worked out. And I did it like really last minute. Like, they called me on a Friday and said, oh, the birthday is tomorrow, you know, we'll put you on the list, come down. And then I was like, well, I think I could pull it off, a painting, you know what I mean? And so we ended up doing it, and then it was cool. So then I've done one since for the following year for his birthday, and it's just kind of been really kind of cool. And since then, I've got my artwork into like Dame Dash, for if those that don't know, is kind of like the
legend,
pioneer of Rockefeller Records with Jay-Z.
Jay-Z's partner,
And then Tommy Lee has a cool piece that he just got this past year, a few months ago. It's pretty cool one. And then this recent one was with Ice Cube.
Wow.
So it's cool, you know. I love to just be out there and when people get stoked on it and say, oh, I love it, or this, and so that just helps energize me, you know. And you know, through like COVID and other things in life, you know, everyone's struggling with these topsy-turvy, you know, depressions, and how do we, you know, juxtapose with society and what's going on, you know. And so for me, I just it's pretty cool to kind of be able to do what I'm doing, and it's almost like I don't know, I guess I lost my
dude, it's something that
question there.
Yeah, no, like you know, it's a passion of yours that, you know, it also involves entrepreneurship, and then, you know, also like, you know, your story helping others, you know, your art helping other people, your story, you know, helping other, you know. And
for sure, I do some prison genre like YouTube channels to kind of tell my story, and I have noticed, you know, not knowing that I was setting out to do that, but those channels are helping people to try to like not do recidivism, you know. So there are people that kick drug habits, right? So oftentimes, you know, I'm not going to claim that I'm doing this huge like service to people or inspiration, but you know, there's a handful of people that say, hey, you know, I got off drugs because of this, or you're inspired me to make art again, or I love your story of being, because oftentimes inmates prior to their release, or even once they're released, they feel they're set up for failure, that society,
they kind of are, you know, like
through background checks and not being able to, you know, potentially have the jobs that, you know, had they not had that blemish on their background, you know. So for some people, it just, you know, it gives them something to look forward to, like, man, I can kind of do this if I just, try. And I sometimes, even in looking back, I read a Russell Simmons book, and I don't know if you know who he is, but so I read his book, and he talked about you can be anything you want to be, and like I always thought, no, you can't do that. But the way he wrote it, it was so articulate. You absolutely could, if you instill it to somebody at the right age or whatever it is they're doing. And it's the same with the book, The Outliers. If you put in the time, eventually you'll get to where your goal is. If you're going to be a lawyer, you'll be a lawyer. You just have to do it every single day for 5 years until, or whatever.
Have that diligence. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, I feel like you're one of those people. I mean, I think there's, anybody can do it. It's all mindset, definitely. But you're one of those people, I think, when you put your mind to something, you're going to be successful. You're obviously an extremely smart cat, I mean, like, like I said, keep going.
Oh, I was going to say, it's kind of like when I had the mindset prior to leaving San Pedro Terminal Island, how even the guards knew that I was like trying to be an artist, and they knew, and shipping out this artwork, and, will he make it, will he not, and if you set your mind to it and you go for it. But I also backtrack some of that is just, to me, I'm a Christian, and I believe a lot of it has to do with, God's,
fate, your path.
God's plan and faith. Yeah. So totally. But
absolutely. Have you? So we're gonna probably wrap this up.
So I learned how to paint while I was in prison for cannabis, and that's, since I've been out, I've just strived to be a painter.
Yeah, and I think it's an amazing story, dude. I mean, and I'm so hyped that you came on, because your story is one of the most, I have 10 different scripts that, like, that I've just recently, I've been working on, and out of all 10, I was like, oh, this is the person that I want to start with, because your story just stuck out to me, and the ability to interview you too it's been amazing.
When I do these interviews, I sometimes think, like, man, these guys are the feds setting up cameras. Especially, have you seen, there's a show recently that on Netflix, or it's the Monopoly one. Did you see where the mob took over the McDonald's Monopoly lottery? And
No.
They infiltrated it, and they started.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're talking about the one on HBO, the whole documentary?
Is it HBO? Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
HBO.
it's that story is fucking nuts, by the way, too.
Yeah, so what they did interview, they came and they brought cameras and interviewed people that fucking turned in their bogus lottery tickets. And I was saying, like, sometimes going into these things, like, man, these people, like, they're fucking interviewing me,
Oh, dude, that cover story was pretty insane. For people that don't know what we're talking about, it's called McMillions. Yeah, just look it up. Yeah. It'll make sense to you if you don't know what we're talking about. But
it's so funny. But these people will do anything, bro. I mean, they'll show up like as videographers. To like.
And it's a great cover, Loki. You're literally
an influencer. Yeah, like these dope dealer influencers. Next thing you know, they got the feds fucking interviewing them, and they think they're what do they call those, public figures?
Yeah. Okay, do we get him? Do we? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's just funny. I sometimes, like, that's PTSD, full on. I 100% have PTSD. Yeah. Like when I look around parking lots, I'm like, dude, that's a guy.
Paranoia PTSD. Because I remember for myself, it got pretty bad. Like from the very end for me personally, and I couldn't even imagine what your paranoia. But like, you start to like think you're getting followed, and you're like, no, you're not. Like, but for you, I'm sure that, like, I mean, it was pretty nuts, because the whole helicopter story that I remember hearing about, that one that seems like paranoia central.
That's an interesting one for your followers, real quick. I don't know if you got time. I was in Chicago. Absolutely. I was traveling in Chicago, and I had done like a rental, almost like an Airbnb. Wasn't a hotel, and I rented it for the entire month. It was like on the 14th floor, and they had a concierge in the lobby. When you go in, and I started noticing people in the lobby that just seemed to like sit in the couch lobby area for like hours. Like, why? Like, if you're waiting for your person to come down, you're not going to be in the lobby 3 hours later. So I started seeing things, and I'm always aware anyways, right, of my surroundings, doing what I was doing. And so I had this corner unit to a high rise, and it had a balcony, and I was on the balcony, and I had about 3 or 4 people over that I did business with in Chicago, and I think like a load had just come in, and I might have had some in there just hanging out, my pilot or whatever, and so ironically, we're on the balcony, and a helicopter, like if I'm facing you how I am the camera, a helicopter their nose was facing me on the 14th floor, just hovering, like we're like face to face, like how we are now. It was like the glass bubble of the helicopter was on my balcony just staring, and I was like, and I finally was like, yo, dude, everybody in. And I started taking the curtains and pulling the curtains, and I was like, did you guys just fucking see what I saw? And they weren't really on my level. People oftentimes thought I was paranoid, but after looking back in my case files and the extent of the investigating, you know, for sure they go to these types of things.
Yeah.
Like one thing that is with my backstory, the federal government made a fake party for me on a $5 million yacht.
I was going to ask you about that. Yep.
Just like the movie Donnie Brasco.
Yeah.
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 And it was so weird that it's like literally out of the movie.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. So that story is pretty, well, first of all, just real quick, the helicopter at the 14th floor, that's definitely the feds, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it was like so close to the building, and it was.
It just seems like comical, bro. Like.
Yeah. It's kind of like Goodfellas, or was it Goodfellas or Casino, where they ran out of fuel on the golf course, and the feds went running by the backyard of his house. Oh. Like it was that same shit. Like they just don't even care. But you know, like I learned through the federal system, some crimes the government will let you know. Like they'll knock on your door, like white collar, like wire fraud and bank. Sometimes they'll knock on your door and be like, "Hey, how's it going? We're checking you out." But you know, with like some of the drug stuff, everything's incognito. But sometimes I think they're just like, "Fuck it, let's get the shot we need." You know what I mean? Or I think with that property, I rented it, and it was just for 1 month, and it was a vacation rental. So I think once I went into the building, I disappeared to them. And I think it was huge for them to figure out, where is he going?
Which room you were in, I think, probably. Yeah.
So I swear, I think they're like, dude, we got it now. He's on the 14th. Like the helicopter was like looking for me to see where I'm going in the building.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I think it was they wanted to identify what exact room you were in, because I've seen in other cases that's a specific thing, is they lose the person they're following once they go into the big building. Yeah. And then so the story about
I've even seen them like following me around like shopping malls. I've been in,
how obvious were they?
Yeah.
How obvious were they? Like, were they? You could be like.
Oh, it was pretty obvious. Like I would do things to shake them or try to do things, and then you would notice. And there was a time where I was in Ohio, and again, I was pretty high up in my hotel room, and I was looking out my hotel window, and at the time, like they used a lot of Ford Explorers, and there was a Ford Explorer backed in, and you could see right through his windshield because he was backed in, and he had the walkie-talkie that was like this big, and he wouldn't lift it above the window right here, and I could see. I was like, from my viewpoint, it was like right here, and I could see him go like this and like talk into it. And it was like the weird, but those things, I still didn't stop. I made moves and did things where you would think like, dude,
that kind of, yeah, that's where the addiction thing kind of comes into, right? The kind of,
I think it just comes in. Maybe, you know, like I was kind of like a sociopath or an addiction or, you know, like oblivious. I don't know, like, you know, maybe I had a struggle with some mental, you know, disability at that point with not stopping, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think people really need to understand, like, dude, selling like it is highly addictive if you do it long enough. Like it's highly addictive.
Yeah,
because there's so many facets. I think it's like 4 or 5 addictions put into one, really. Like, you know.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. So
yeah, and then okay, I got 2 more questions. So I'm interested about that party, and then I want to talk to you too about NFTs, and then we'll wrap it up. So that party was pretty insane. I mean, they literally did a whole party, $5 million yacht, and just tell that story, because I want to.
Sure. So a friend of mine in Atlanta didn't know that he had like the feds had knew who I was, and through him talking about me, he had an informant that was on him just buying on low level, right? So his low level informant like stumbled upon who I was and started reporting back like, oh, this is who he's getting it from, and they kind of went up the ladder. Well, then they started using my associate, you know, and him not knowing he has an informant, to like invite me places. And one of the things they said was, hey, you know, can you come to this party in Florida? This guy's this big, you know, they kept using the.
Okay, so his battery just cut out. We're probably gonna battery just cut out. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Hold on, folks. And we're back.
Gotcha.
We're back.
That was good. I actually needed a restroom break anyways. And this,
perfect.
Okay, so if I could kind of just get into a little detail about the fake party that the feds had set up. So what it was is a friend of mine, and they kept using the word cartel, and they want to meet you and do business. And then I kept saying, you know, I don't want to meet anyone new. If you want any more or anything, I'll just, you know, give you anything that you might want, you know, like if you want 100 more or 200 more, then, you know. So anyhow, he was real adamant about, you know, making, you know, me like want to meet with these people. So I think they finally came up with an idea, you know, let's host a party and just invite them, because I kept declining on all the attempts to do business and meet with them, right? So then I think they came up on the premise of like, they said they had like a party once a year for all of his clientele in Miami, and wanted to invite me. And so the guy, he didn't know he had an informant. He kept trying to influence me and saying, hey, you know, let's just go to Miami. It'll be fun. It's a party. And so I finally agreed to it, and I made my way down to Miami. I was actually kind of like hanging out up in Atlanta at the time. And I went down to Miami, and the feds had orchestrated this entire, they had a house that was actually on the water, on the ocean. And in the backyard, it had a swimming pool, and then it had a $5 million yacht, like on the property itself, like docked into the backyard. And so when I checked in my hotel, they even offered like, hey, you know, we'll get your room. And I almost like felt like kind of offended, because at the time I'd made, you know, lots of money, and I was like, oh no, I can pay for my own type thing. And so eventually we went in a limousine, and it just kept kind of like going in circles. I guess the party wasn't ready, you know, they weren't ready for the show. And they picked me up in a limo, took me to this party. And when I get to the party, in the driveway, there's like Bentley, like other high-end cars. I know it was either a Rolls or a Bentley. And then so I'm there in the limo, and I have like 3 other guys in the car. So there's 4 of us. And one of those guys is like a known informant within the FBI. And then the other 3 of us, we don't know, but I'm like suspicious and suspect it. And so once we go into the house, all of these, you know, when you go into a house party, it kind of centralizes around getting a drink in the kitchen and stuff. And so I remember being in the kitchen, and all these people were kind of introducing themselves, and they were all of these areas that I was dropping cannabis in, like, oh, I'm from Seattle, I'm from Detroit, I'm from Vegas. And I think that was to like get me to initiate into like, oh yeah, right on, dude. And I sell bud there. And, you know, but I was kind of apprehensive, because they just kind of like seemed like,
if I could fake, just
yeah, they didn't have the swagger of a real street guy. It's kind of like, you know, like our parents that are trying to be cool. It kind of just kind of struck me as that, you know, and they didn't seem like they were like myself, you know, they seemed like they were trying. And so I didn't really, I don't know if that was going through my head, like not interact, or I just didn't, you know, I didn't say, hey, yeah, I'll hook you up with bud. And so anyhow, the party continues, and they ordered belly dancers. And so like a couple belly dancers arrived. They did some belly dancing in the front room. And there's literally like probably, I don't know, 15 people at this party. Like it's pretty,
it's
you
like,
know,
this is small. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's like, I don't know, 3 girls and, you know, 10 guys or some shit or whatever. It was not very big. And so then they had like catered food and almost like waiters in the backyard where the pool was. And then we ate dinner, and then they're like, oh, the sun's going down. You want to get on the yacht, you know, and hang out.
Quick question. Do you think that all that stuff was just civil forfeiture, or like, or not civil forfeiture, but like shit that they had confiscated from other drug dealers? Or
I would say, you know, percentage wise, a very high probability. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
And so I go to this house, and even the house was, you know, it wasn't like a palatial mansion, but for the property, the layout of being on the ocean, pretty incredible property, you know? And so, and who knows, I guess maybe Miami is like a big federal area. Why lure me all the way down to Miami? Like, it was this whole invite me down, and like I didn't happen to be in town. You know what I mean?
it was kind of cliche, like you know, like, or like,
and that's
from
the movie Don Brasco.
Yeah.
They like lured him into Miami. I like, how like textbook is it that I should have known I'm being lured into Miami?
Like, I could just imagine these feds just sitting around a table being like, dude, remember Donnie Brasco? We could do that.
Let's get him to come down. Hey, doesn't fucking Bill have the yacht? Can we still use it? Let's get Sinister on the yacht. You know? And so, man, they sure did. They got me on a yacht. And so they said sunset, and I eventually get on there, and I'm on there with my friends. And one of my friends, he's like in a corner all night, like, you know, just this girl's in his ear and he's in a girl's ear. And I remember like even grabbing some trail mix that was on the bar and like throwing him to get his attention. Like, dude, like, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. You know, he was just compass in this conversation. And so he was like, out of me, like, you know, telling him or confiding in him, I think something's off, because I suspected it before I knew about my case, you know? So I go to one of the guys there, and we all generally smoke like a blunt oftentimes, you know? And so, and I was telling him, hey, you know, these guys are all cops. And he's like, oh, you're just paranoid. And I remember this specific story, and I tell it on often, you know, YouTube. So, but for those of, you know, don't hear it. So I told him, I even said this exactly. This was like long before I went and got busted. I said, let's smoke right now, and you'll watch. None of them will smoke with it.
Yep.
He was like, bet. And so I remember we kind of went, it was like a double, triple decker fucking boat, you know, it was by no means like this little thing. And so we're on like the top floor, and it's like where the boat, you know, noses to the very front. And so all these agents were kind of like horseshoed around. And I was literally like sitting on the bow of the boat on these pads. And I remember having like a blunt and offering it to every single like 10 guys that was right there. Like, and every single one of them said no. And I'm just thinking, how are these like dope dealing cartels? And I've never seen no one pull out or go to the bathroom doing blow. I know the signs of people like touching their nose and their hyper, you know, their pupils. Like, I know these things. And I'm at a party where everyone somewhat seems like somewhat sober, like they're barely doing like a beer or
like
two
they're
beers.
on a job almost, right? Like they're
and it's like, you guys are not coming across as like dope dealing fucking monsters of the universe. You know what I mean? Like, we're on a $5 million yacht. We're dope dealing cartels. We should be living that life. Like,
we look like it, but they're not acting, you know, like.
Yeah. So it just turns out that whole entire venture was completely, you know, start to finish. And it was funny that one of the agents that they introduced me to, sorry, an actual agent, he told me like in the beginning of the night on the boat, he was like, hey, let's not talk business tonight. You know, we'll talk business tomorrow. Let's just party tonight. And just like the way he said it, kind of like so corny. And so then the following day, my friend starts calling me at the hotel, like, you know, like 10, 11 in the morning, 9, whatever it was, saying, hey, come down to the hotel, you know, lobby. Let's get breakfast with this piece of whatever, right? You know, this other agent. And his name actually was EJ, was the agent. EJ, right? Come down to meet EJ. And I was like, no thanks, dude. You meet EJ and you tell me how it goes, you know? And then they kept like pumping it up, like, oh, dude, he's got to fly out of the country, and he's got like these big plans and moves going, and he's just penciled you in, and he came over, and I'm just saying like, nah, no, And so one of my friends had come in from LA, and him and I ended up going to the swimming pool, and it had like a bar and everything. It's relatively early, and by the prior conversations to my friend saying that this EJ guy had to, leave and go on these trips. I like the last phone call that I got from my friend, I speculated in my mind or assumed that EJ left. So he's like, hey, where are you? And I was like, oh, I'm at the pool, dude. So here comes EJ and the other guy, and he's like, oh yeah, you wanted to talk to me? And in my mind, I'm thinking, not really, like I've been trying to avoid you, like actually, like if you only spoke to the person how I speak to the person who's telling you, every conversation is, no, I don't want to meet you. You know what I mean? Like, but so then
pops out of nowhere kind of too, right? Like, like
yeah.
I thought, yeah.
And then, yeah, he like reverse psychology. Oh, you want to talk to me? And I'm thinking like, no, you know what I mean? But that's how the dude put it. And so anyhow, we go to this off to the side of the swimming pool bar, and the guy has full body wire the whole time, and he's pretending, like soliciting to me that he's a money launderer, and if I give him like over a certain amount, we could be in the ball game. Hold on a second.
Yep.
Sorry.
You're good.
That's
You're
what
good.
I didn't put the no. I thought I put no notification, but I think somebody hit me on a different app. So yeah, so that was the end of that. And
so he was like, I want you, give me $1 million, I'll launder it for you. What did you say that like that? Like, what was the?
Well, as I was proceeding with this guy's conversation and kind of like him explaining like what it is that he does, and I unfortunately I did the wrong thing, and I got into conversation with him when I should have just said like, nah, I'm cool. But I actually did try to at one point say, I'm good and no thank you. But I said it in the wrong way by saying, I already have somebody that does that for me. But through his like soliciting, he was telling me these ways that didn't seem like like money launderer would do. And he was like, well, you give me the cash, I put it into this account, I bounce it off this country and that country, and then I give it back to you on a debit card, all clean and tax free, and you got your money. And then I started asking him about like money pickups. Like, okay, so if I have money in Detroit, who picks it up? You, or you have an employee? And he was like, no, I pick it up myself. And so I'm thinking, I just spent the night on a $5 million yacht, Rolls Royces, and you're this money laundering. Like, who are you to like pick up? Why wouldn't you have like a?
Don't you have like 100 henchmen to like, like go? Yeah.
Exactly. So I remember asking him that question, and I said, that's weird, because I would never do that. I said, I would never. And so I'm thinking like, this guy's supposed to be like, I'm thinking like he's providing a service that he's better than my money laundering skills, because, he's soliciting me. And I'm thinking like, man, like that doesn't seem like the right way to go about it. And then I said, well, where do you take the money from once you pick it up in Detroit? And like, oh, I go on the airplane with it. And I was like, he's like gonna schedule a flight on Delta with like a 300 grand of my money. Just, you know what I mean?
You got to claim it at 10, right? Like, which is like, yeah.
I was like, sorry, I'm getting some messages coming through. So anyhow, when the guy started doing all that, I started just being like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. And it just seemed really weird, like so amateur, or just like not very thought through, And even in that moment, I thought like, this is like, and I didn't know the difference between like federal agent and like law enforcement. I just thought like, this dude's a fucking cop, like this is, but I still, I didn't get out, which was, like my fault. But it's a weird thing that these people do, and the extremes they go to,
Yeah, dude, like the amount of like money, effort, resources that they just like put into like that, like it just shows you like, I mean, I personally think they should just make all drugs legal. I mean, there always will be a legal market. But yeah, dude, but like the amount of effort, time, like it seems like having that kind of job would be kind of like first of all, like it's just hilarious to me the way you like this story. I'm going to clip this story specifically because this is so funny to me. It's just like such a typical like Fed thing to do. Like just be so like, like the I just, but like if this is their job all the time, like seems kind of fun. I mean, I would never want to be a Fed, but like, bro, you're just like it's like you're literally, it seems like just such like a round, like I don't know, it just seems like just if you look at it from like a
like if you
perspective. Yeah,
I kind of understand where your thinking is with that. Like even if you looked at the whole movie Donnie Brasco, if you look at Johnny Depp's character, like for him to have done that was like lame, being what he did. But for people that are into that sort of thing, like it is kind of like interesting to infiltrate and do these things and to have that job for those people that like that kind of stuff. Me on the other side, we think those people are like the worst.
Fucking asshole. No, yeah, and they are, but it's just like, and more so for me, it's just like I just like look at it from a broader perspective, and I'm like, bro, like you much like waste of time, effort, resources this is. Like,
sure,
there shouldn't be an illegal drug market in the first place, really. But but just this whole story of just these feds just being like so obvious.
Yeah. Trippy.
Like, no, dude, I'm not trying to talk to you. Be like, bro, where did you just come from? I thought you were supposed to be on the other side of the country right now.
Yeah.
Shit
very like easy to see in some cases, like for me, I was always aware of like, I look for extra antennas, extra dark window tint, but now, 2021, like these people, I'm sure it's all changed. I'm sure they drive Lexuses and Range Rovers, and you can't ever tell,
Yeah, I'm sure they probably evolved into Okay, before we wrap this up, I wanted to ask you, do you know about NFTs?
I do, yeah.
Are you gonna do those?
Huh?
Are you gonna do any?
I would like to. I've been discussing it with a few people, and I kind of, before I do one, wanted it to be like a build up to something rather than, I just put out an NFT, right? So I thought it lead up to something or promote it for a few weeks or somehow like to really make something out of doing it rather than just, dumping NFTs out on the market. And one of the things that came to mind was the Ice Cube connection. So I did a portrait of Ice Cube, and it went with the product branding of the packages of the Caviar Gold and the Ice Cube brand. So it was kind of like it was my rendition of the packaging, and through that, we were kind of talking about maybe doing an NFT with somebody else that could help drive the sales, like Ice Cube, right? And so we're just trying to figure out like how it all makes sense and to make sure that kind of a new market that we all have our learning curve right. I don't necessarily want to jump into something and not do it. I've had a lot of people that approach me to, I'll make you them and I'll do this and that, but what's an NFT if it just sits there and doesn't sell?
You need the audience, which you're right about that 100%. You need the audience. You need to have it come with an event. I think that's super smart, just to what I've studied.
There's some guys I'm talking to right now that might be doing a traveling NFT art show, and it's going to be like the first one of its kind. And they've asked me to participate. I have images, of course, that I've created, but I haven't launched one. Another guy had made me like a sample NFT, because I'm not like a computer guy good with like minting and
it's not that hard to mint, actually. Like anybody can really do it. Not anybody.
It's just time. Yeah. With sometimes in today's universe, we got to figure out how do we best manage our time. Do I want to spend 5 hours tonight and learn how to make an NFT? And so anyhow, I just kind of thought it would be better to try to do something. And another company had come to me and made one and wanted to do some Bitcoin launch, and none of it just kind of seemed right. And I feel like obviously I could do it all myself, but I do feel like I've seen other artists that kind of do help like a driving force. So I thought it would be cool if we could have like some music featuring Ice Cube, the artwork, and then potentially do other things, with, kind of keep the progression of things on that caliber rather than just an artist randomly releasing stuff. I want to try to like maybe through my story seem like we're, anything I put my mindset to, like kind of go bigger than, or how big can we go in my bracket as an artist, because I'm not Banksy or anything like that, so am I really going to sell out, or how many? So
well, that's super smart of you. Yeah, sorry, keep going. You just want to,
I just want to make sure that I don't come off like lame, I guess,
well, you just want to make sure they sell out, right? And you're so right about having you obviously, I mean, that's super smart of you, I think. When's the Ice Cube thing coming? Like when's that?
That actually is kind of like
under wraps, or
it's kind of, we're talking about it, and it's not something that he's agreed on, it's like my friend that does business with him. It's more him and I kind of learning our process before we figure out how to completely move forward with it,
Absolutely. Well, this episode I'm doing on you, maybe test it out if you combine it with that and advertise like, 5 NFTs. I don't know, throwing it out there, because I'm starting to mess with it too. But you're right about having the driving force be. You need to have a driving force there for sure.
Because here's the thing: like anybody can make an NFT, but can you sell it? I myself, I don't want to have NFTs that just like lay stagnant on the market, or nobody buys them, or feel like that I'm not successful. And I want to do something, and not necessarily like I'm going to sell out, but I want to know that I didn't just like, do something that didn't hold up to like where I'm trying to be as an artist, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, I think you just need to get them sold and then start the ecosystem of it, because it's like, and you control the limit. Like, if you were just to put 5 out and then you put the smart contract in where you would make money on every
blockchain.
Yeah. So you would want to just sell them. You wouldn't want, it doesn't need to be for an insane price, but it's really cultivating the ecosystem of how do people, other people buy them, right? You know what I mean?
That's how the one guy that just sold at Christie's,
69 million one, which
Bleepo, or what's his name?
Something I can't remember. Yeah, but
that's the what his strategy was basically essentially what you're talking about, releasing them and then allowing them to like trade up. And so what he was doing is he's releasing a bunch of them for free. I think one a day over the course of like 3 years. And so that created like he's kind of a staple within the community because he's been doing that. But essentially, he has so much out there that people may not know that an NFT, the person still continues to get residuals on existing sales. Where in the past, let's say you're an artist like a Banksy or somebody, and they sell something to yourself as a private party, then you take that to Sotheby's or Christie's, and you make a fortune. The artist doesn't get that anymore, previously. Now through NFT, they're creating a capability where the artist can indefinitely still continue to get paid. So even if you're releasing stuff with not much purchase value, you're kind of hoping that 10 years, 5 years, it'll trade like people trade collectible like baseball cards or something of that nature.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I would keep, I would keep them pretty decently limited, but like also too, like, like you were saying, have it connected to a product. So that's already like them buying let's say you do like a limited edition, like clothing drop with your designs on it, and then like maybe like a limited edition cannabis. And then you just do a package deal, be like, okay, it's 300 for an eighth and this dope piece, this dope sweatshirt, and you get the NFT with it.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. Like Ice Cube could actually do that because it's a legal brand. He can offer his brand in addition to like an NFT. Like they could get, a whole like package or something, you know?
And then put in the contract, like, let's say somebody doesn't like, they don't claim it after, let's say, like, I don't know if this is possible, but like they don't claim it. They don't go online and claim the NFT that was part of that whole package deal. Then you just take that back and take it out of circulation to limit the supply. But
yeah, no, I definitely, I definitely want to do them. Some people are saying that the market's already kind of like it was at its it's like a bubble and it's trending and now it's kind of going to pop. But I think if I try to do like forward thinking, that I think that this is like the future, how we eliminated, cassette tapes, CD players, DVDs. Like essentially this is another form of eliminating, like, okay, so people that collect, high-end art, let's say Picasso's, Warhols and stuff like this. So those collections can be pretty bulky. And if they're just a collector for the money value, how do you even store that and stuff? So now you have something that, and with also you have all these crypto millionaires that don't know, it's like new money and they don't know where to even put it. So it's kind of like an all new game, even on the currency level, like when we talk about exchange rates, it's almost like a different form of customer, right? And so there's a lot of new millionaires within the currency, community. And
100%.
I think all of that is pretty huge.
Yeah,
and
dude, and the timing of that is perfect, because you want to know why. Like you want to know, a decent amount of those crypto millionaires, where they got their crypto from, the dark web. And art like yours, with the story like yours,
sure,
people, yeah, you have a whole community, dude. And like that's what really, for me, like because I've really started to look at NFTs quite a bit, and your specific offering makes the most sense out of a lot of them that I've heard, because you have the story, there's people that are going to identify with that, and you're an artist, it's a perfect storm. I mean, in my opinion.
I just wish I had gotten my story onto, a broad platform, like let's say, where somebody sees it instantly, like a Jimmy Kimmel or whatever, where just instantly millions are aware of it, like Tiger King or something, right? Then I just think that the fan base within the community of what I was doing would be huge, and then that would obviously be a huge driving force in NFTs and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
It's kind of to know where all of this potential, there's so much potential there, but and it's also, to backtrack, it's very hard to do things like starting over, like myself, and working on like minimal, budgets, and trying to, decipher like how do you best reinvest your money,
Absolutely. Well, I actually might know a couple of people that I'm going to talk to you about this, because we'll talk about
NFT is cool. Yeah. I'm always interested in, even you and I have corresponded through our DMs. Like people, oftentimes, like I think they figure people that have followings or whatever, they're not going to answer their DMs, and they probably don't, maybe. But I actually do. I spend a few minutes and I'll hit people up and communicate with them, and I just think that I forget where I was going with that, but.
Yeah, well, I just know that, like, in terms of like your story and like getting like I know some people that specifically that are connected to pretty big production companies.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but no, you're right. But you're accessible though, and
that's, I guess, what I meant. Yeah.
No, which is good. I mean, it's that's the beauty about the internet age, dude. Is like, you can hit up anybody. Anybody out there. Well, dude, thank you so much for your time, man. This was such a treat for me personally. Like, this is one of my favorite podcasts I've ever done personally. And
yeah,
dude,
I enjoyed it too, and I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, 100%. And when I'm down in LA next time, we'll have to link up. So where can the people find you, by the way? I'll put your Instagram and stuff, but like you have a website or?
Yeah, so I do have sinistermonopoly.com. Unfortunately, me being a painter and the person I am, I'm not that savvy with having all of my products on there like 24/7 and updating it. I know I need to get better, but I have some products on there, and eventually I'd like to get more of, what I offer on there and various things. But it's hard, a lot of people, they want, oh, hey, Sin, can you get clothing? And it's really like, even when you're talking about NFT, there's this whole juxtapose with doing anything, like even with like kind of I guess art, in general. There's, are you going to do series? Do you do clothings? Do you do collaborations? There's so much, and they're so involved in so many aspects of things. It's like, sometimes it's hard to just be myself. And so now I'm starting to realize that, I just recently moved into a larger, workspace. What I'm doing is going to start requiring more like
build a team. Yeah, I need to build a team. Mm-hmm.
And so ideally I want to get to those places that, that like the NFT drops but it's hard sometimes to get there. That's going to take a minute. I do look at other artists, there's artists that have huge sponsorships with like energy companies or car brands and stuff like that. And I don't know if my artwork is too like edgy for that, or if it's just that, hey, I'm kind of new on the scene and I just need to be patient,
I think you just need to be patient, dude. I already know a few people off the top of my head that yeah, dude. I think you're gonna crush it, bro. I think you're gonna change the world with your art, dude. Personally.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a buddy of mine who is actually, I think it's okay to talk about it because he's they have some press releases, but my friend is filming the Von Dutch. You're probably pretty young to know about the Von Dutch story. It's a clothing brand, and it was huge many years ago. Like they had these like the trucker hats, and it was kind of Audige and Ed Hardy, and kind of like when all that clothing started happening, and very interesting things that happened. So anyways, my friend he got him a deal with the Hulu network, and he's kind of, doing his thing and saying, hey, I'm hoping that when mine's done that I can kind of, maybe bring you in. And I just sometimes kind of hope that, things of that nature will happen organically or through, faith in God, that if something like that were to happen, then I just know then the art career is just, sky's the limit type of thing,
It will, dude. I promise you that will. I promise you, dude. I swear. Like
I mean, even if not, you know what, bro?
It will, dude. I'm telling you, it will. I promise you, it will. I'm one of those people though that say that, but like I'm rarely wrong ever. I swear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right on. That's good to know. And but yeah, people say that sort of stuff all the time. They're like, "Oh, it's incredible. It's a story. It's a book." And I remember even being incarcerated and just sitting in like a cell, and my bunkmate maybe was on the bottom bunk and I was on the top, and we can't sleep, and we're just talking about our times on the streets, and almost every cellmate would be like, "Dude, you're like, this is a book, a movie." And I even had one cellmate that was like, he was probably like 75, and his while you're an inmate, you have like hustles to make money, and he would do court documents for people, and he would type their stuff on the typewriter. So he started saying, hey, let me type up like a movie script or a book or something, and he started pushing me to do it. So every day he would come back, like from lunch or whatever, and say, hey, do you have a few pages? And I slowly started like writing a script. So I know like people have told me, hey, it's pretty incredible. Sometimes because I lived it, I don't really like, it doesn't seem like that, but I do. I am.
The weight of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. Well, I think it will, man. I think it's dope. Well, thank you so much again. Really, I really appreciate it. Yeah, guys, go check out his work. Really appreciate you guys, whoever made it to the end of this episode. Anyways, this is the Frame of Flower podcast, episode number 37, with the legend Sinister Monopoly.
All right. Hey, and sometimes what I tell people when I say goodbye is I tell them, hey, suck it easy.
Suck it easy. There we go.
Oh, 100 in the fucking basement. 100 shoulders, tell your face.
Welcome to the Frame of Flower podcast. My name is LMC. This is episode 23, and we have a very, 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 very special guest. And I don't do four varies ever. And I'm so excited to have CJ Humboldt of Black Market Vikings on the show. Thank you, CJ, for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me, bro. I'm honored.
Bro, you're an OG, bro. I'm honored, dude. Seriously, man. Like,
this is cool.
Yeah, bro. Because so how I first found out about you, man, is I was in a meeting one day and someone sent them like I think it was like when you guys released the first Black Market the Black Market Vikings movie. And everyone was like, bro, this is fire. This is what's needed. This is like, and like the first thing that came to my mind was, or what people were like, when I was like a meeting with a couple people and they were like, this is like Trailer Park Boys mixed with like Black Market Cannabis mixed with like like I said right before we started recording, why is Netflix not giving y'all a fucking deal? I don't know why, a media company hasn't, because it's just a matter of time. Y'all are about to pop.
I'm hoping some pop. So yeah, I think it's a matter of time. But like what's coming out with the way the digital marketing is working now, we might end up making more money just having a link in our bio where you pay $5 a month. You never know.
Yeah, bro.
Things are
keep it independent, bro. Don't join the label, right?
I think like maybe. So I love the comparison to the Trailer Park Boys because, excuse me. I remember the first time I saw Trailer Park Boys. I just got out of prison, 2008. Like literally just got out, bro. I've been out 24 hours. And my wife at the time, she set me down, and she's like a very smart individual. She went to college. She's like, I need you to sit down and I need you to watch these dudes because these dudes are fucking hilarious and you're going to like this, right? And I remember I fucking like, when you find a good series, you kind of board up the windows and just go on a sick one. Yeah. I went on a sick one, bro. I watched 4 times, bro, for the next 30 days. That's all I did. Just sit in the house, smoke, try to chill, and watch Trailer Park Boys. And it actually got me through a very tough transition in my life and inspired me. But it took a long time for me to let that inspiration kick in, I guess, until I went back to prison again. And I was doing stand-up in there, and kind of when I had to believe, I'm like, all right, these dudes are a group of guys who were friends first that started making funny shit together. And I'm like, I'm going to do this with my friends. And I love the comparison because these are dudes that I like kind of look up to. Like, let's be real. These dudes are like goats. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
But the Black Market Vikings, this is America.
Bro, yeah.
We're not talking about a bunch of Canadians.
It's not Canadian, A. It's not Canadian. Yeah, no, 100%, bro. 100%.
On top of that. So we'll add a little spice to that shit.
And the cannabis, the industry is starting to expand right now. Like the timing of everything, right? That's fate, bro.
But and like I seen a lot of people make that comparison, but what I would like them to see eventually as this builds and grows, the comedy is just like a very small little portion of like what I do. Like I write script, I write screenplay. I'm raw at that shit.
Hell yeah, bro.
You know what I mean? I have an 8th grade education, but I can write a book. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro. Our education system's shit, bro. Right? Our education system's stupid.
I'm hoping that at some point we're gonna make a movie that has like a little bit of substance, that's not characters, not joking around, but that's like a real movie. Like you remember the movie Kids?
Yeah.
About the skaters in New York.
Mm-hmm.
It was an independent film at the time. It blew up. It was a pretty gripping movie at the time too. It was about HIV and shit. It was just very gripping movie. It was like once you started watching, you couldn't stop. I'm hoping that we get to make one that's kind of like about weed, but like not like Jay and Silent Bob style jokery, like a real fucking trap movie.
Yeah.
That's weed. Like Savages, but real, not Oliver Stone.
Bro, I was about to make that reference. I was writing my notes last night, and I was like, oh, I don't know if you would know about Savage, bro. That right there is like, I was like, dude, that's just like a Hollywood, like somebody that doesn't really know about like.
That movie's porn bucket. Go fuck yourself, Oliver Stone. I hope I get famous enough to be in person with him one day. I'm gonna tell him to go fuck himself.
Bro.
If he doesn't hire me and give me money, then I'll.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're chilling. Then you chilling.
Yeah.
But
I remember watching that movie thinking, oh man, what the fuck?
Like we could do this. Like we could.
And it's a weird thing we're a very lost and forgotten section of cannabis. I feel like too. Like if you think of like Humboldt to the Canadian border, the Northwest Pacific, we are our own cannabis culture. We're not the Bay Area. We're not LA. We're not Colorado. Like the Northwest Pacific, the Oregon coast, all this area right here, we have kind of like somewhat of our own culture and cannabis vibes. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, bro, this is what's been supplying, all of America, bro. Keep going.
I'll tell my buddy, we have dreadnecks. My internet connection is
The
unstable.
Dreadnecks. That's hella funny.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you, bro. No, we're
And he's
good.
like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, dude, we have motherfuckers out here in the hills driving big ass diesels with dreads and shit, and they're like, they're hippie, but they're not.
But
you know what I mean?
not.
They're like a Northwest Pacific wheat growing. They're a hippie that evolved into whatever the fuck they had to be. You know what I mean? Like,
Bro, we're about to get into that, bro. Yeah, no, 100%, bro. And we're about to, bro. Let's real quick. So this kind of goes into this. So real quick, I'm from Seattle, definitely, Northwest for sure, but not, I'm definitely not from Humboldt, right? I saw I've known about Humboldt for years and stuff, right? Even though I'm still a young cat, but it's obviously world famous. And then I saw on Netflix the documentary Murder Mountain, and I really wanted to know your opinion on that documentary. If you had any thoughts on it, I'm very interested in that too.
Well, I think my thoughts would be biased, being that I know a lot of the people involved.
Okay.
Personally, you know what I'm saying? So I know the movie was kind of, the cops kind of exaggerated a little bit. It was made dramatic. But I know
documentaries, they have to do that, dude. They do that.
Murder Mountain itself has its, history or whatever, but that's like normal Humboldt. That's what I call it. Normal Humboldt. Not Murder Mountain. Normal
Not just
Humboldt.
one mountain. Yeah.
I will vacation there with the kids without a worry. It's nothing compared to the other parts they don't talk about in the movie. Tell them to make one called West Eureka. Let's see what happens. It's like the government handed out meth on Halloween.
bro. Okay, what, bro? And I knew it was, bro. That whole.
I remember watching that and thinking, damn, this is the only thing that people are gonna be say Humboldt. The first thing they're gonna say is Murder Mountain, which had happened. I was in Connecticut and my family was like, "Yo, we just watched Murder Mountain. Like, we're worried and shit." Like my family from Connecticut, and I'm like, dude, I'm the scariest motherfucker out there. I'm not worried about shit. You ever heard of Cracker Jack, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? I run around that bitch. The people that the villains in that movie are terrified of me.
Bro, they check in with me, bro. They check in with me. Yeah, no, that's wild.
I think the production was awesome. I think it was a good idea, and it was good for white market cannabis. It was propaganda. You have to understand that was propaganda made and orchestrated and even co-produced with the police department.
Yeah.
Make marijuana seem like a dangerous trade. To make it seem, it's propaganda.
It's propaganda in a number of different ways, but I was doing a little research on last night randomly too, and I saw the police, and maybe this is part of the whole, the whole act or whatever, but the police were saying, they're like, we don't really like how they portrayed us, even though they got a pretty good, they made these, I don't know. I think there's a lot of different elements at play here. I think they definitely interwove, they intertwined keep going.
Well, it wasn't their first experience with television or production. The same group of individuals in law enforcement had already had a show called Pot Cops.
Oh, okay.
So this wasn't their green production attempt. This was something,
Damn, I didn't know that, actually. I did not know that at all.
Yeah, so this was not something that was new. For a while, Discovery Channel was running around this motherfucker trying to pay people to be involved in shit for months when cannabis first popped. You know what I'm saying?
I think I remember this show, bro. It's just a bunch of assholes cutting down people's plants and we caught these bro. Yeah.
So you have to look a little deeper.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, dude.
Produced and made and written by the same people who put together Pot Cops, and it was a different story and a very sad one. Somebody died and other people end up dying. You know what I mean? It's very sad, but it's a cold reality of the mountains here and a part of the culture that's kind of frowned upon. You know what I mean? And what's weird about it is the part that's frowned upon are usually the locals. It's usually the people that are third generation Humboldt that are running around fucking yakking people down with rifles in broad daylight over a fucking half pound of trim. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that shit.
But that's not. This is not. Don't let that movie or that show portray this as this dangerous place. This is a place where you go and you go see the sights and you have fun and the vibe is awesome. You just don't go get involved in things you don't need to be involved in, and you're going to be safe just like you would in Seattle. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
I go to Seattle at the time of my life, and I go running around involving myself in shit I don't need to be involved in.
Yeah.
Something could happen, I think it's but dude, it was a popular show. They got a lot of streams off that shit.
Bro.
People were interested in what was happening out here.
They knew how to shape no, absolutely. And once I saw that, I was like, whoa. And then I heard, maybe like a year or two later about you, and then I hear a couple other things. And then personally, like something that I cover on one of my channels is, I talk about the illegal market, the black market, because I kind of grew up in medical. Like when I got, I started working in the medical industry in high school because I got my car when I was 17. And medical is pretty much, medical's got 1 foot legal, 1 foot in illegal, obviously. But going back to Humboldt really quick, what was crazy to me, dude, is that scene, and tell me if this is exaggerated, but when the dudes on the ATVs were giving the police an escort.
Me personally, I don't think that was like exaggerated or fake. Were they brandishing weapons, telling the cops it's okay for you to go here? Probably yes, because all those cops are behind gates. Roads and having to access are going through private property. So it's not uncommon for people to approach you out there, whether you're a cop. You could be a Department of Forestry, a federal agent. I might draw down on you, make you identify yourself before I let you go any further, because you're now we're sharing roads with neighbors and county roads. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I don't think that was exaggerated, but were they like brandishing weapons like we'll kill you? No. But were they definitely pulling up? What are you here for? You know what I'm saying? Why are you here? Yeah, because you have to understand, you're 2.5 hours into the woods without a single business or anything anywhere near you. So cop or not, we're going to stop you and ask you what the fuck's going on. We want to know what's going on. And they know when the wrong cops are coming, because they don't come in a couple trucks. They come in a full convoy with like the National Guard almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
they come with the army.
They're going to roll up on maybe a 1 or 2 vehicle convoy. Yeah, and ask what the fuck's going on. They might come take some pictures or be nosy or be rude. The same way in Seattle, if I park just tweaking in my car for cars, I might come outside, but hey dog, like what are you doing?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch that last part. You
so
just
it's not
said
exaggerated, it's real, but I think it's like if I parked outside your house and you're looking out your living room window and I'm just out in my car chilling for like an hour.
Yeah,
you might come out front and be like, hey guy, what's going on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I think it's like with Humboldt, it's a lot more spread out, right? There's and like, bro, in Seattle, bro, trust me, I grew like, bro, people get popped out here. People get murdered.
Yeah,
definitely,
no, I know.
Like
yeah,
without a doubt. And it's
like,
just there's less like more density in population, maybe more shadow.
But the same rules apply if someone's being nosy or they want.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think it was exaggerated. I think it's very real and it does happen. But like the way they produced it made it dramatic and it was kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? The one part about that I thought that was kind of fake is when the Mexican dude comes and he wants to get paid. And he's like, I'm not paying you because you molded my greenhouses, and tells the dude to fuck off. Remember that part?
I'm trying to remember right now.
Mountain.
Yeah, but which, because there was which character was it? Because
some dude. Can't remember which dude this was. Maybe Doobie Brothers or something like that. The dude that wanted the bed and breakfast on his property.
Oh, I think is that Dookie? Is that Dookie Brothers?
So outside of the murder story, I don't really know the dudes from Shelter Cove that were in that movie or in that show.
Yeah.
But I remember there was a scene where a worker comes and tells him, I want to get paid. And he's like, you're not being paid because you molded my greenhouses. Fuck off. And when he leaves, he like throws a rock through the window as he leaves or something.
Oh, yeah. That's okay, Dookie Brothers. I think you're right. I think it was. I might be wrong. Yeah.
That was fake.
Yeah.
That was fake.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
No, that's not happening. You know what I mean?
No.
You're gonna pay those dudes. If
That's
not, they're not gonna break your window on the way. Fine, don't pay me for 6 months of work. Here's a window breaking and drive off. That was so fake. That was totally fake.
Yeah, bro. You need to do. You know how you see like some of those videos. I don't know if you've seen them on YouTube or anything, but they're like real doctor responds to doctor shows, or real cop responds to like cop shows. Do like a review like murder.
Break them down.
Yeah, bro. No.
I've been arrested over 23 times, right?
Yeah.
No, that's why I do the cop impression so good. I've been arrested 23 times.
You know it, dude. Yeah, that's wild.
So I got it down pretty fucking good.
You do, bro. No, you really do. You really do.
I think I think with what I'm trying to make is going to be something that exposes you to the same side that Murder Mountain would expose you to. Okay, but in such a real way.
But it's real, yeah.
It might do two things. It might make you laugh at one point, but my goal is to make you cry, to show you how real it can get in a drop of a dime in this culture, in these mountains and shit. So I'm going to make a movie. It's going to be about 45 minutes long. And my goal is not to make you laugh. It's to make you stay so gripped to that screen that at some point you cry because you realize how this art that I'm pushing through is. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro. Anything
like
I
to
can do to
fuck
help, bro.
around on Instagram and shit. Laugh at people.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
bro.
no, I want you guys to come, and when you come, bro, you'll see it's such a weird place on earth. It's such I mean, imagine going somewhere where 88% of the community doesn't have a job. They all depend on cannabis, which was illegal up until 2 years ago.
And that's wild to me. And that's actually that's a great segue. You know, I guess we're going to bounce around here a little bit, but you've said in that GW, what's the name of that channel, by the way, so we can
GW Smoke Break TV.
Yeah. Shout out to the homie, by the way, too. He does dope stuff, man.
He be out here grinding.
He's bro, really though, and yeah, I definitely want to talk to him soon. But you know, a few different quotes that I heard you say, which really stuck out to me, is like, you know, you're living in like $1 million trap. Like, you're living in a region that's millions of dollars a trap, right? Like, and also too, like, you know, I've heard the ghost times 10, but really what I guess my question is though, is like, how was your experience that, you know, you've talked about in that interview, but how was your experience growing up and how has it changed? Like how has the market shifted? Like, what's the mindset of like, you always have the potential to make money, like from this plant, make millions. You just got to put the work in, and there's no government there really, right? It's really just you.
No. Our local government now, since the legalization, has become crazy, just overlord of the whole thing. And it's on its realm of destruction. Absolutely. The last 2 years have probably been the worst 2 years for the black market. You know, the price is up because the demand is high, but the amount of people that are still doing it is way lower. When I was a kid, that's all which caused another dynamic of like, you know, I mean, I'm not trying to glorify this or like or put a spotlight on this part of my past, but when you cook a key into rock and you sell the whole key in 20 bags because you have a grower who just smoked crack for his first time in like 1997, and you're the only phone number he got because he comes to town, he drives 2 hours to town, and he's dropping off 50, 60, 70 pounds with you just so you'll give him like an ounce of rocks. And you're making 40, 50, 60,000 a day sometimes off this shit. That's the type of trapping that I was around young. You know what I'm saying? And then our town is a hub for East Oakland, for North Richmond, for Fillmore, for
dog, the whole world, bro, to be honest, right?
Like that's like, you know, them people are focused on being a presence out here when I was a kid. So you got different crews from the roughest cities in California here trapping because this is $1 million Super Bowl gold mine pot. You know what I'm saying? That kind of trapping I grew up around, and like real crazy breakdown game, almost insane New Jack City style type shit was going on because we had it so good because there wasn't other regions that were having weed like that. But with the medical, it opened up new doors. It expanded. We stopped being the only one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We started coming to the picture, bro. Seattle started to take a little bit.
We were spoiled. So now the apparent drug problem in the community is more visual. You can see it now because now not everyone's getting money, but they're still hooked on drugs.
Yeah,
because
bro.
people are growing weed other places, so our economy's taking a pretty big hit, and it's going up and down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're having camp raids real hard one year, so the type of place it was when I was a kid was fucking gnarly, bro. Like, I'm jumping out the brand new truck, 18 years old, fresh stickers on the window, selling a pound of crystal in the middle of the street. I'm not fucking with you. They had to hit like 14 houses before they finally got me. They locked me up for the shit. They couldn't take it no more. I was doing too much, but that was like normal trap shit out here. Like, the weed was it was $4,800 a pound for outdoor then. So imagine you're living in one place on earth where
yeah, bro. The prices got like, wild, bro. Like, bro, real quick. So hearing from, you know, I've heard from, you know, other OGs too, but like, and we're gonna get into all of this stuff too. But, you know, people used to be saying like, you know, OG's mind that like, yeah, we ship in like a 1 pound, bro, Midwest, bro. Back in the day, 6,000.
I mean, what? If you had Granddaddy Purple at one point in time, you had a hookup in Atlanta when the BMF dudes was going crazy out there. you could send a granddaddy for 68 and they would make 86 off of it. And if you look at what happening right now in the market, if I got a pound of RS11 right now and I got the bags with it and I ship that motherfucker to Rhode Island, I might get 64. Right back to that shit. But it just can't be that sweet. But back then, when I was young, 4,800 what outdoor weed went for. That was the going rate. That was in Humboldt. So you got to figure they were getting 54, other places 55.
Yeah, bro.
The most money I ever made in my whole life, I was 19 years old, and my stepdad and his buddies, we were on the hill. I was working for them in the summer, and they had a bunch of weed that molded. Like, I'm talking thousands of pounds. They wanted to burn it, right? And I went through a mental breakdown where I like literally grabbed my Mini 14 and considered drawing down on my stepdad to tell him, I'll fucking shoot you dead if you burn this weed. Like, I worked all summer. It's not that molded. I'll take it, right? So they made me harvest the whole thing myself. I had to bring my boys out there. We spent like 60 days cleaning mold off buds. And I made, dude, man, I had the brand new Ram truck. I bought my mom the brand new Durango in 2000.
You was fucking up. You were up.
Bought the brand new F-150 cashed out year 2000, brand new for my stepdad. We moved all off some mold that someone was gonna burn. That was the most money I ever made in my whole life. Was off things that people were gonna destroy because they thought they were trash. So that just shows you the scope of what was happening back in the late 90s and shit. How much weed there was here. There was farmers. That's all they did. You know what I mean? It was all they did. So it was just everywhere. Another thing that I want to say that has changed that really disappoints me is that if you look at Southern Humboldt district of our community, all the schools, shopping centers, even the hospital, everything was built on weed money. It was groups of individuals in the community that built the schools because they're like, we're in the middle of nowhere. We still want schools for the kids. And if you look at now, there's all these new millionaires, all these startups, all these legal weed. We have more licensed farms in Humboldt County than anywhere else in California. We triple, quadruple any other county's numbers. But they're not putting the money back. They're not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? The only scholarship program in this city is ran by us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why, bro. And real quick, dude. And I see a parallels now, real quick, dude, is with like the Rust Belt, right? Right. They're like industries that built whole communities, right? Right. Detroit was popping off that, and
yeah, I
guess a little bit different here because their money is there and they're just being fucked up and not allocating the money in the right way. But I find that fascinating, bro. Like these different communities that are built on certain industries, bro. And you like you're from this place that is really unique where there's not really there's not really most places that are like a large majority of the reason why they have like a lot of people there. You know, they have money is off cannabis, bro.
There's a dark side to generational wealth that I don't think America has failed to like put to the forefront. Like, look how much generational wealth the cocaine boost in Miami created. There's people to this day that were born rich because their parents owned shit off that cocaine boom. And their kids will go to private school and their kids will go to private school. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that generational wealth exists here as well. But
interesting.
You have to understand, this fucking Humboldt County, a motherfucker might have one tooth in his mouth, be wearing overalls with no drawers, butt crack hanging out, no shoes, and have 4 or 5 million put up. And come to the dealership and buy a new truck for every person in his whole family cash, smelling so bad they have to ask him to wait outside to sign the papers. I didn't see this shit with my own eyes. Like, there's generational wealth out here you wouldn't know. These motherfuckers that own a whole plot of land, don't grow weed on it, and just want to tweak and go to the casino every day.
And they just got money buried or something.
It's all put up, yeah. But I think even Seattle has its own versions of generational wealth that were caused off the BCs back in the day.
Oh yeah,
the opioid boom when they were pulling all the pills. You know, people balled off that.
Oh shit. Yeah, bro. This used to be the heroin, bro. Heroin. I mean, it's still a terrible problem, bro, in Seattle. But I mean, it's a terrible problem in all places. But no, absolutely, bro. Dude.
In Vermont too. That's a big slept-on place. I remember being young when I stayed in Connecticut for my weed, and there was a lot of people that had been doing it a long time. And even right now, present day, there's a lot of people from Humboldt and Maine. And like the one thing about Humboldt people is like when we go places, it goes from like, look at South Oregon, right? South Oregon used to be this fucking hemp, and there was some good weed growers hidden in there, some real entrepreneur type dudes. And then they opened the floodgates and Humboldt came up there. And now it's fucking every road you turn on, there's fucking greenhouses bigger than your local mall and people balling the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we do when we go places. But after a couple of years of that, we bring the spider mites and the fucking trim whores and all the other problems that come. You know what I'm saying? We move on to a new spot. We leave your shit as a shithole, and we migrate out to Maine or something. You know what I mean? We give your whole fucking town herpes. With a bunch of dudes all insecure because we have the big trucks. We're jumping out them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? All the prices get low as fuck because we're bringing in these crazy cases. Now everyone's like, fuck, dude. We used to get 34 for these. Not anymore, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
So, yeah, we go places, just leave, go to a new place.
Absolutely, bro. That video, the I don't know if you saw the one I uploaded like early this morning, and I went over 2 of your skits, bro. And the skit where Jay call, or he gets a call from Artie, right? Artie, which is my favorite character, and it is like, bro, I'm not used to, like, bro, that shit like blew my mind. Oh, bro, no, bro. I mean, trust me. I mean, you know, I worked in medical, bro, and you know, it was all legal, but yeah, no, we were definitely trapping. Like, I mean,
Absolutely.
No, bro, and that shit killed me because it was like, bro, and then the whole like camera angle, the whole like execution on like jaywalk, yeah, motherfucker, and I just saw you on Snapchat selling those A's for 90. Like, oh my god, bro. I thought that was so gas, bro. I thought that
really happened. That's the thing that really happened. The motherfucker looked like, hey, dog, you seen this full snap? I'm like, I'm paying $500 off each bean.
Bro,
he's selling A's for 90. What the fuck,
bro? And the thing about that though, dude, is like, you know, once there was more places that were starting to, you know, more states that were legalizing, more, you know, kind of cannabis infrastructures were built up. Right, there's more, you know, competition, right? So then, you know, you be hearing, okay, well, hey, bro, you know, my guy in Cali's got this for the 22 or whatever it is, and you know, up in Oregon, you know, you got that for the 24, and they start to leverage these prices against people now in the different markets, and so you know, that's what happens, bro. You know, it adapts. You know, the game changes.
I don't think you're gonna find the quality cheaper than you will in Humboldt, and that's why we still have like a good group of people, because it's pretty far in the middle of nowhere, so you have to go out of your way to come here to fuck with us. But I will say this, my outtake on cannabis and Humboldt in the way that it relates to cannabis has been changed drastically in the last like 4 or 5 months since I went out there to Detroit and shit. This shit is big time out there. It's the motherfucking major leagues, and they're a problem. They're growing fire, and a lot of it. You hear what I'm saying, dog? A lot of it.
I got a couple homies in Michigan.
I'm just gonna say this. I went out there and I realized I wanted to come back to Humboldt and just open palm every little motherfucker that ever walked around here and thought he was something special. Because you ain't shit running around here begging for an investor. These motherfuckers, dog, I saw some shit that was so advanced and beautiful out there. I was like really proud. I was proud. I'm proud that there's people out here that are taking this shit this serious. And they were like, half of them were like black market, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
bro, absolutely.
My 700 lighter, not licensed, and it waters itself. I only come here once a year. Shit, what the fuck?
got the fucking AI, fucking grow tech.
You have to ask your buddies in Michigan. When we were out there, there was a guy who literally rented a fucking helicopter to hover over his plants to kick warm air on them so that he could get an extra 2 days before he harvest. I'm not even fucking kidding you. That happened when I was there, bro.
Bro, yeah, that's wild, dude. That's when like money gets injected, bro. Bro, that's wild, dude.
That was fucking unreal. That was unreal. That happened when I was out there, and I was like, what world are we in right now? I'm gonna leave this door open. Maybe that makes a difference.
Yeah, maybe.
That happened when I was there, though, and that was a sure sign for me that I was like, whoa, these people are taking this shit pretty fucking serious. And I saw Cali genetics and like good weed out there, you know? Which, what I'm thinking, though, I'm going to go to Oklahoma next.
I was just about to ask you, bro. Have you been down to Oklahoma, bro? Because I got homies down there, and dude, they're indoor because they can only grow indoor there. No canopy limit, bro.
Wait, why can they only grow indoor?
That's just the rule.
No greenhouses?
They can do. I think they can do. I'm not even sure. No, they can do greenhouse. They can't do outdoor. No, yeah, I think that's maybe greenhouses too.
Hey, Sash. Is this plugged into the internet? Or is it Wi-Fi? Okay, damn, we don't have dial-up. None of that. All right, is it working good now?
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's working.
Is it working better?
It's working a little bit better, yeah, for sure. We'll see. We'll see
I
here.
want to
Yeah,
go
it's
to
working better.
Oklahoma. I would like to check out some of their shops. I know it's hella easy to get a shop out there. I would just like to see what they got popping, like who's standing out, who's doing something cool. I don't know. I want to go out there and get ripped.
Yeah, bro. Hit my line, bro, about that.
Germ's from Oklahoma originally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he came out here when he was like 9.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where all his family is.
Bro, yeah, no, they're actually they're setting themselves up to be a major player in terms of all the states, bro. Because their distribution, right, is just right above Texas, right? I mean, if you want to like look at like the cartels, bro, they, Gary, Indiana, Texas, or obviously Texas, but getting it to Chicago, getting it to these points that logistically can spread out everywhere.
Indiana.
Yeah, Oklahoma, bro, is gonna be that. I mean, Texas eventually will be. I mean, but
you had to put your money on one state in 10 years being in the lead. Who do you got?
In what way? Like in terms of like grower
Napa Valley of weed.
Good question. I'm not gonna say definitively, but I'll say, bro, Texas is honestly one that people don't understand. And maybe the terrain doesn't maybe work as well, but in terms of like, there's so many people in Texas, bro. And shout out to fucking Texas, by the way. But
a lot of people out there.
So many people, bro, that watch my videos are from Texas.
Nice.
So many people want cannabis legalized nationally. So, but there's Texas.
So Talon popped Adderalls and banged bar sluts in Austin for like 8 years. Yeah, that's where he got thrown out of a 5th-story window when he got fired from corporate. After he no-showed for 3 years.
Bro.
So yeah, we used to fuck around in Austin a lot.
I've heard Austin.
I used to trap in Texarkana. That used to be my spot. So I used to go over to Dallas, go out there and fuck around every now and then. But yeah, Austin is like Talon's fucking home away from home, where he fucking completely ruined himself. Yeah.
It's okay, bro. It's just that city,
Yeah, no. Well, he finally got to the point where when he shoves the Adderalls in there, they stay in. You know what I mean? So.
Keeping it going, bro. Yeah, keeping it focused, bro. Yeah, bro. But I think like Florida. I mean, not to be cliche and just say the biggest states. Definitely not New York, obviously, but Florida. Potential. California, though, people don't. I mean, I think you obviously know, but like, I always like to say this fact though too, because I think people still underestimate like. California has the 5th biggest economy in the world, right? It goes the U.S., China, Japan, Germany, and then California, right? And the cannabis market is worth $20 billion right now, right? Whoa. Like literally, bro. And this is a fact that
lowball number.
What?
You think that's a lowball number?
Estimation. I mean, it's so hard. So this came out from MJ Biz. So there was in 2019 $3.1 billion worth of legal sales, right? And they estimated that the illegal market was anywhere, and this fucking blew my mind, and this really told me how California is just a beast on its own. Really low ball, 9 to 12 billion dollars, 4 times bigger than the legal market. Now, obviously, I mean, they're still, it's still expanding, but like, it's the 5th biggest economy in the fucking world. Like, it's beating.
Texas will be able to catch up to that.
See, that's the thing, though. I don't know, though. And economy-wise doesn't necessarily mean that, like, with cannabis, it's going to be like population. I think is a huge part, and like. I think Texas is a lot more spread out, to be honest. Not to say that there won't. I think there are going to be some pop and shit in Texas, bro. I definitely know that. Florida, I think so too. But, California, just from like an economic standpoint, like that market is crazy. And that typically will mean that, there's going to be a lot of savvy business people that are going to be able to, create, dope businesses in different ways. And I mean, y'all have also just, I mean, in general, obviously Humboldt kind of being the OGs, but like,
but are you saying it from a standpoint of like every state is growing and selling only in their state? I'm thinking in terms of like in a couple years, it's going to be like corn. Like you can just ship it anywhere.
And then 100%. So like that will be, Oklahoma will be a producer state, right? Yeah. They'll be a huge producer state. Texas will be a huge producer state. And I don't know if they'll like a lot of the, like, see a lot of the, like then it comes down to brand, right? because if you look at the alcohol company, like with beer, like, you know, there's a bunch of growers that for barley, right?
Yeah.
And then who makes the money is who has the brand. It's all about brand. I swear, all about brand.
It is true. It is true.
And Cali's kind of been a big leader in that.
Marketing and branding is more important than anyone ever realizes. Like, okay, look, let's think of the skit that I did the other day about when the grandmother shows up for Thanksgiving.
I don't think I saw that one yet. You know.
I gotta do this one. I do this one where I do like the Gavin Newsom's Thanksgiving. Like,
oh yeah,
what are you doing, right?
No, I saw that. No, I saw that. I'm high. I saw that. That was
But I'm wearing the Loud Trees shirt in that, right?
Yeah, no. I literally did it in the video earlier today. Yeah.
That hit 1 million on TikTok, right? So you got to figure just that natural, just the name Loud Trees being in 1 million people's mind. That some people might have watched it 4 or 5 times. But that marketing is important. It's weird.
That's why I said in the video I did this morning, I was like, this content has so much value, bro, because people know it's real, it's funny, it's also, you know, continuously like expanding and it's witty, bro. Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's why I'm shocked, bro. How is Netflix? How is not, or like even like a bigger cannabis media company? How have they not jumped on this opportunity, bro? If I had the bread,
I don't know.
If I had the bread, bro.
Well, I will say this. I have some alliances with a couple sponsors that like Lux Lighting, bro. I drove down to LA and met him in person, like very early stages through my friend Rick and Utmost Frenchies and shit. And I just pulled up. We all went out, partied for like 3 days, dog. And I hadn't drank alcohol in a couple years. You know what I'm saying? I got really fucked up, but we had so much fun and like clicked with these. And they were like, we want to sponsor you just to help you get further into what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, bro, that was dope. So like I have like a lifetime lock-in with them. That's like family.
Oh, that's loyalty there,
and
bro.
it wasn't like, we're going to pay you. They didn't say nothing about no product, nothing. Just, dude, how can we help you make it farther in comedy? Don't even worry about our company. What do you need? You know what I'm saying? And help me with some equipment, help me with some travel and shit that was crucial to what we were doing. And so I can't say I haven't had any like help. I've had some great sponsors and some people who have bought skits, you know, even like the one I just did for the dog. You know, people buy skits to support, and I appreciate that. I personally feel like maybe the right offer is around the corner, but maybe it's a big enough offer that it won't come so easily.
Yeah. I think it's like a movie, bro. Like, why isn't somebody just like I said, if I had the bread, let's say I have a media company, I'd be like, you know, CJ, like we want to fund, you know, the Black Market Vikings, you know, second movie or whatever, you know, whatever, like certain projects. Like obviously, always keep ownership and I think stay independent to, you know, a degree. Obviously, you know, and by the way, too,
maybe it's about control. Maybe they know they can't, because I do. Trust me, I've had this little fucker throwing his briefcase outside of meetings and shit, throwing little tantrums. They were gonna pay us, and you ruined it. Because I go in there and say hilarious shit. Right? I literally go in there and start the meeting off with, first of all, you guys are a bunch of little geeks. And some of them know jujitsu and shit. I should not be talking to them like this. Some of them are like trained fighters.
But I love that, bro, because without that, bro, you wouldn't be in that room.
Yes. Right? And we've had some people like say, hey, would you be willing to do this for this, you know? And with us, like that would just like water it down, you know? What I'm hoping it will be like I think, dude, cannabis media companies, right? If you guys are watching this, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you hate real shit? Do you not like real shit? You know what I mean? What the fuck? But I don't fucking need you. I'll go get money and make my own shit. Fuck you. You know what I mean?
Bro, yeah, there's some corporate, bro, and I'm
hoping a studio deal comes, because a studio deal will be much bigger than a cannabis deal. A studio deal will say, hey, all right, let us buy 2 movies that you have written. And you know, also I got a book coming. You know, when I got out of prison, bro, my son went and played on a scholarship for the cops that put me in prison in one state and shit, and I changed my life. So I got like a crazy story behind this shit too, you know.
Yeah, and I want to get into that too here. I definitely want to.
So that story alone is a couple $1 million deal. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. It's
absolutely
really true. So I'm hoping a studio deal happens, something outside of cannabis, and then we can still like incorporate the people in cannabis that we're cool with. Like, yo, we got the studio deal, we're making a movie. Give us some shirts or something. Just keep it all the way real with our friends, you know. I feel bad having to charge people, like even a cannabis media company, like, what if they told me to pump something I didn't like, you know?
Yeah, bro, and that's
I'm
the whole
them, you know. 100%. So I'm signed to them, and they're like, you know, I don't know. I think maybe people are hesitant to sign or give over money to somebody they think they can't control. You know what I mean?
That's it, dude. But that's the biggest problem is, in my opinion, if you're going to invest in someone, you see their talent, you see what they've been doing, and if they're proving it, which, you know, you definitely have, in my opinion, the best management way is, bro, how do we help you? You do you. As long as you don't fuck us like legally, bro, if we affect your like the creative, bro, whenever you see corporate creative control, it fucking sucks. It always turns out terrible.
It turns really lame, really
It
quick.
turns shitty, bro. It's just like, bro, like what is this, dude? And then all of the people that were there in the first place slowly start to leave, bro.
I was using Power SI, the product, and I knew that he was friends with my boys at Athena.
Mhm.
And I was like, yo, I called him up and was like, yo, this is me, CJ, shit. We're friends of friends. I use your product. Like, what's the bulk price, bro? I want it for the hill and shit. And he was like, just give me your fucking address, right? This dude just sent me like a big ass check and was like, keep doing your shit, bro. And then a fucking huge pallet of product, you know what I mean? And I was like, you know, what a blessing to be able to have people to understand what we're trying to do. We just want to make motherfuckers laugh and introduce y'all to some real shit. And it's like, I got lucky with that. And then like this fool every now and then he'll just call me, be like, you better go check that mailbox, my dude. You know what I'm saying? And it's there, you know, because I've made some sales generated from what we've done because I introduced people to products I actually use. But I'm hoping we just bumped when we were in LA. We were around some pretty big people, bro. You know, I don't know if you ever watched my story. That one time I was in that studio and shit. That it was like it's complex studios. This is big. This is motion picture people, you know. And I've been around some of these people. They recognize what they're going on, but I don't. No offers have came through. You know, like
which is so dumb, bro. I would, dude. I'm like,
I would just make a movie and fund it myself and say fuck it, even if I go broke.
Bro, I will help you promote, dude, whatever I can do, bro. Honestly, like I'm after this, bro. I'm about to put, you know, like the featured channels. I'm putting Black Market Vikings there.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Like honestly, bro, like that, yeah.
I got some stand up, bro, that I believe is pretty fucking hilarious too. And I'm pretty.
Have you released it or no?
No, like so I've never performed on stage, just in jail through the bars, just yelling through the bars. But like, so we were going to the comedy club here, and like I was going down there like 2 days a week, just watching people, and I for some reason, I don't know what the fuck, maybe the thought of the orchestrated attention, because originally when I got out, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I'm like, I can't travel because I'm on parole and shit, so the only way I'm gonna get this to the world is through skit. So I changed the wording of the stand-up to make it into a skit, and sometimes something would just happen naturally, we would just turn on the phone and do it right there just to react it or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah. I got some stand-up, bro, that I'm pretty sure at some point will make someone piss their pants.
Bro. So I got a studio. So I'm connected to some people too, and like we got a studio up here in Seattle. We're getting investment as well too. But we already got the whole setup. Come up here, bro. We should film and do like a live stream of your like stand up or like film it, dude. I'm actually not even joking. And it's like, bro, we've literally had comedians, you know, for the Dabros. That's the studio that we were shooting in. We're doing the first official season in LA. At a studio there, but up in Seattle, you know, we had, you know Clayton English is. He won like America's Best Comic. He's a funny guy, but he performed. We've had multiple people perform up really? In the studio. So and we live
from Seattle. My boy that I'm always with, my extractor homie, McDadman, you son of a bitch. I don't know if you ever seen him on my page.
What's his name?
McDadman.
McDadman. Yeah. I've seen him on Instagram. I don't know.
He's from Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah. He came down here to extract from there. He used to own Mantis Extracts out there.
Oh, you still Mantis?
Yeah. He started that. That's the creator of Mantis Extracts.
Oh, yeah, bro. I know about Mantis, bro. That's wild.
Yeah. He makes bomb shit.
That's wild.
You know what's crazy is that the dog skit that we just made, where I don't know if you saw this one where fucking Wesley had to suck a dog off to make a jizz for a breeding.
No, I haven't seen that one. No.
The last skit is probably the most provocative skit we've ever dropped.
Bro, by the way, guys, if anybody listening, go check out the Black Market Vikings Instagram, CJ Humboldt Instagram, Jay Humboldt Instagram too.
Hold on, man. Sash, can you answer your phone? I'm curious to know though. So the documentary you guys that you made about cannabis is already completed?
Oh no, so I'm doing it on individuals. So I did one on Burner.
So chapter.
And so, you know, I've been studying Burner for a minute. I've been studying Burner and cookies for a minute because, I mean, you said it in the interview, you know, whatever you want to say about Burner, he is a marketing Bill Gates, right? He's a marketing
dude. He is he's beyond. I wouldn't even say Bill Gates. He's like
no. I can't remember who you used. Like, I can't remember who.
Steve Jobs of cannabis.
Steve Jobs, yeah.
And like honestly, if he had to do what he did, I don't think I would be able to believe in myself enough to do what I did. Honestly, that's just me being real. Had he not did what he did, I don't think I would have ever been like capable of putting it together, do what I did. You know what I mean? Because I kind of watched what he did and almost copied the format a little bit, but
Bro, yeah.
I didn't really do it about music. I'm doing it about comedy instead, you know?
No, but it's the whole idea of bringing another aspect to it. So you got music in cannabis, you got comedy in cannabis, you got something in cannabis, and bringing like to then expand cannabis, because cannabis, if you just focus on just cannabis, right? The thing about cannabis is it affects what we're doing. It makes food taste better, makes experiences taste better, or feel better. All these different things, right? So and that's how, in a lot of ways, why cannabis is going to be so much fucking bigger than alcohol too, is because we're in this time period where it's just starting to really expand. You got the internet.
Funny. I mean,
Yeah.
it isn't.
No, it gets low key. Either it's funny for a sec, and then it gets kind of, if it's long term, it just gets depressing. Like,
yeah, and then like, I don't know, prohibition around alcohol was a little bit more violent. Has a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Where like people were getting gunned down with Tommy guns and shit.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Marijuana prohibition's like, cool, we got stoned and laughed and shit. And alcohol, it's like a bunch of people got whacked. You know what I mean?
From the branding perspective, though, like no, you're 100% right, dude. From like the historical perception, absolutely, bro. Because people were definitely getting popped. Like, they're definitely people getting popped, and there still is over Kush, but it's not as much, obviously. And I think that's fascinating, bro. That's fucking fascinating. Okay, let me get real quick. I want to get, before we get into some other stuff, I want to ask you this question: Is Humboldt, or was Humboldt, the American dream, the true American dream? Right. And I know people will argue the American dream's dead. And I think that's in a lot of ways, that's 100% right. But the American dream, depending on how hard you work, you can come here and, make your worth. Because I
don't think and this might sound hypocritical, but I don't think the American dream was built on things that were illegal, because the illegality of it causes the betrayal and the hardships and the loss and the types of things you have to go through to get to where you're going. With this, you're not going to have a fucking good run every run. Your first harvest isn't going to be your best. Your investors not always going to understand. Your packs aren't always going to make it. Your workers aren't always going to be honest. Your trim crew's not always going to show up. You know what I'm saying? So I think the American dream is take your God-given abilities and make the most of them.
And to what you're saying too, and I think that's actually that's a super interesting answer, and I think you're 100% right. But it's like, even if you're on top of your shit, man, the variables with that, right, with your grow going bad, somebody comes in, hits the lick on you or something, it could fuck up that shit, right?
Even if you went in legally, was it the American dream for you? If you came in running legally, you had money before that, either legally or through the black market. It might not be your, not everyone who's growing weed that's not their God-given talent. I met a guy in Detroit, and his most proudest thing about him, outside of the fucking 3,000 lighter that he had, was the inside of his facility, the office and shit, the way that he decorated all the custom shit, the time that he took to do it, you know what I mean? And it was fucking beautiful. And I'm like, dude, look, let's be real here. You're a fucking born interior designer. I don't just say this to people just because your house is nice. You're born to fucking do this shit. And he's like, dude, agreed. And he showed me all this art that he had and shit, So he just grows weed by trade. There's some people who grow weed by trade, and that's how they make money. That doesn't mean that was the American dream and that's what they came to do. The American dream could be, you fucking always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but you went and became a landscaper and then hired 10 employees and empowered their families, and that was a dream for everybody. And your kids went to college, and hopefully they won't have to do the same thing. That's the American dream. You know what I mean?
I love that.
My family came here from South Africa. My father joined the military to stay. He became a diesel mechanic, worked his ass off, built up a Social Security in case something happened. We still got paid. We were taken care of till we were 23 years old. You know what I mean? That's the American dream.
Absolutely, bro. By the way, bro, shout out South Africa. My dad, he was born in Uganda.
Oh, sick. Okay.
And and then his dad's from South Africa too. But
that's what's up.
Yeah, bro. And just another quick note.
You're a white African, so you like to watch TikToks of black chicks. I do too.
Yeah, bro. I love me.
Latinas, anything. I don't care.
Yeah, bro. In high school, bro, I loved.
Drop down on one knee and propose to anything that doesn't have red hair.
Really? Yeah.
Jesus. No, I'm just fucking with you.
But yeah, the American dream. I don't know, man. I don't think it was about weed or alcohol.
That's a great dude. You're
I think it's just about believing in yourself and making it happen.
absolutely well. No, I think what you're saying, dude, is the American dream is like is really doing what is finding your passion and being able to support yourself potentially through that.
But
And I think you're
empowering someone else's passion. Like I might go eat shit at a factory for fucking 40 years if I know my son is a beautiful piano player and I'm going to put him in the right school and he's going to compose and live his dreams. That's also the American dream. Your dream doesn't have to be about you. It can be about the people that you want to empower around you. You know what I'm saying? Because like when I look at myself, I'm just going to do anything I got to do because I believe in a couple other people, and I know that they're gonna win. You know? I'm sorry about this.
No, you're good, bro. Don't you worry, bro.
You
That is
on you.
Bro, I love that answer, dude. Yeah, that is a great answer, bro. Honestly, yeah, no, seriously, and I could tell already, just like with I did my research on you and stuff, dude. You're an introspective guy, right? People see the the comedy, you acting crazy or whatever and stuff, and they may take a certain bit, but like, even though you said you said earlier you had an 8th grade education, bro, you're smart, dude, and you have a lot of insight, bro. Actually,
thank you. I appreciate
like seriously, bro, 100%. That's definitely I definitely want to say that.
I don't think I can pass a GED, but I could memorize a 15-minute conversation for all 3 characters and have it in my head for like 4 days. Then pick up the phone and dial a phone number I haven't used in 24 years. It's weird.
Bro, no, like, dude, and the number thing that actually kills me, bro. The number, like the number, remembering the numbers and stuff, and but no, absolutely.
I was joking about that GED thing though. I tried.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, education.
Well, you know, they gave me 2 weeks in jail extra because they thought I botched the test.
No,
I did. I got a little impatient, but I was like, Jesus, is it that serious? They added 2 weeks to my time because they're like, you just didn't give no effort.
Dude, I hate our education. I want to burn that shit down.
But I did botch it though. I got impatient.
Yeah, well, dude, it's the problem with our education system, bro. It's like literally, bro. I want to get rich, bro, so I can locate my like life goal. I've honestly decided this last 5-6 years, I want to change our education system because our system is tailored to one type of learner, bro.
Absolutely.
And it should be customized. We have the ability to.
Think about this. How many times do you think Cat Williams has set an in-school suspension? How many times do you think Jim Carrey's been kicked out of a class? How many times do you think I've been fucking demonized for having too much energy and being able to make people laugh and take the attention away from the teacher?
Whole lot of times.
The second you have energy, they want to put you on medication or they want to fucking punish you. And I think there just needs to be ways to like grab that energy. And like, if there's certain kids that can't sit still, to put them all in a class together and get them moving around.
Yeah, and just adapt to the person, bro. Figure out what they need, bro. Like the thing I use for the education, bro, is like there was like a political cartoon that was done. I can't remember when I saw it, but it was there's a guy, there's a tree, there's a giraffe, and then there's a lion, and then there's a monkey. And the guy says to the 3 animals, okay, climb the tree. Now that's the education system. The giraffe gets his head stuck in the fucking branches. The lion can't climb up, even though I know some lions technically can, but for this sake. And then the monkey climbs right up and it's chilling. And that's our education system, bro. It's not understanding that everyone, the whole idea, I know people sometimes are like, oh, like the idea of multiple intelligences. I think it's been much more, people talk about emotional intelligence. There's all the different types, but and people have discredited. But I think now, as time's gone on, people are getting more nuanced and understand that that's actually 100% true. And you need to know how to nurture those different intelligences, not just rigidly try to keep them into one and be, no, you have to be this one type of intelligence. No.
Like, I think like, what's the harm in making public art schools? Like, what's the harm in separating? Like, dude, these kids can't pay attention. Fuck it. They're all troubled. Put them over here. Let's open up a boxing program. Let's open up a dance program. Let's open up, and just see who thrives. You know what I'm saying? There's no harm in doing it. It would be like an experiment. So for any of the viewers, this is Talon. This is my manager.
Oh, hey, Talon, how you doing?
So Talon, for instance, education, graduated from Cal Berkeley. I met him, a student there on campus when I lived on campus with my ex-wife. He has a pretty fucking good degree. You know what I'm saying? But we still learn things every day. Like there's things we learn from each other as far as what we're trying to build a great business from the ground up. neither degree I have from the streets or him from the school applies to anything that we do. It's all fucking freestyle. We're just kind of hoping that it works, you know? And so that's why you have to look at Burner, look at Ivan from Jungle Boys. These are the two mega stars, right? But look at the way they did it, the marketing, the banking. They're extremely invested, intelligent entrepreneurs. So none of the degrees we earned in either realm are gonna give us the potion. You kind of just have to see what's working and twist your own version of it, you know? So for like branding, it fucking kills me when people do the stupid ass, like, let's say, like, just for instance, let's just say the Thundercats, the cartoon, right? Someone goes, the new Thundercats, they print all these bags, they build their whole brand around something that's already been done. It kind of works. Some of them it actually works.
Kind of, but it's like kind of.
I hate it. Yeah. I hate it.
Yeah.
I was, you know, not to say I'm not purchasing a lot of shit over the counter, but I go in the clinics and I ask to see what's selling, what's not. I want to know. I stop by at least a clinic once a week, and they let me look at it.
I do the same thing, bro. I ask the bud tenders, bro. I go, what's popping off right now, bro? But to the point that you're saying, bro, is like, and this is something I'm a big believer into, and anybody that honestly, and this might sound kind of cocky, but anybody that knows fucking cannabis and cannabis brands, they know that the real value is the way, how do you differentiate yourself, right? Burner did it with genetics. There's other companies that are slowly starting to do it. And there's different ways to differentiate yourself, but differentiation creates loyalty, brand loyalty, which is not, you know, very well known, not very well. There's not very many companies that have, you know, brand loyalty like Cookies does, right? Like really, you know.
I think like depending on your branding, you're going to be able to figure out which route you want to go. It's like, let's look at Cookies. Cookies went the route. He sold a lot of merch. His numbers were very high in the merch sales, right? And that could also work against you because it might get to where so many people wearing it, it doesn't seem too exclusive. But if you look at Alien Labs, they're more exclusive with their clothing. Not everybody has it. It's still pretty good graphics. It's not too extreme on the fashion realm. And it works because it seems very exclusive. So I think depending on what your brand is, you have to figure out which route you want to go. Are you trying to sell more? Are you trying to stay exclusive? You know, or are you trying to make your clothing a whole nother business aside from your cannabis brand? Are you trying to develop it into something of its own? Or are you trying to keep it very closely tied? You know, it's so many different aspects and formats. And with me, I'm just like, let's make shit. This guy hates me. A lot of people hate me for this. I'm like, let's just make shit and give it away to everybody in the fucking neighborhood. Who gives a fuck?
Like, bro, we gotta make a little money.
Right? Point, you got your cousin with a fucking neck tattoo, yelling at her kids at 3 a.m. with a cigarette in her mouth, crip walking with her titties out of the sweater you gave her. And it fucking makes the brand look like, whoa, dude, or you got your boy like fucking like openly being handcuffed outside the store wearing your Ghost Times 10 when you made it for the kids. And he wasn't supposed to
I'm crying right now.
grab one from his son. You know what I'm saying? Like I dropped one off for his son and he grabs it, goes and gets arrested in it. Fucking like, oh shit face and piss in his pants.
Bro, yeah.
That fucking marketing has backfired on me so far, okay? So we're gonna go more exclusive with this shit. All right, no more.
Bro, no, you're sorry. The walking out, crib walking with it.
No, this is real shit, though.
No, you're right though, bro. But hey, bro, but I think you're right though, and I think what's so fascinating with Cookies too, and they're slowly you can see the bigger they're getting, the harder it is to do. But how do you make it limit that supply? How do you make it that whole idea of designer cannabis? How do you make it exclusive?
Once you get a taste of the big money, though, I mean, you go $1 million.
It's hard, bro. You got to balance it out, dude. Yeah.
Turning back. If you turn back from that, you're a fool because it's going to be, all right, fuck it. Just make it more expensive. It'll get real exclusive real fucking quick.
Yeah,
you know?
bro.
But the dude's a fucking genius. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
And the same reason you see people from out of state at line at Jungle Boys. They know what they're doing. You know, these guys, they know what they're doing. And what they've done is attached their marketing style to their brand perfectly. And still probably have room to build and get better, let's be honest. You know what I mean? I think every cannabis brand has a little bit of potential to get better, you know.
We all do, right? Yeah.
Alien Labs have their thing going, you know. So I think the smart ones are just going to find out what is my brand and what marketing style can I attach to it very fast. Because a style might be give shit away for free, but only make 10 of them and give them to the right 10 people. But then it's like, you fucking uppity little prick. You're not going to give them to the homies. You get to a dilemma. What would I look like fucking rolling around? Here's one for all you cannabis gods, but my homies that came from the trenches with me don't get one.
Yeah,
Fucking pussy.
Yeah, no, exactly, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to, I don't know. I'm stuck in the fucking middle. It's between giving the homies everything for free and trying to find a couple celebrities to rock my shit. But some of my homies are gangsters and celebrities in their own realm. So hopefully it's going to pop off. But
it will, bro. It will.
Overwhelmingly giving the whole neighborhood shit for free, that backfired tough. Like,
bro.
If what we're doing next year, we're making rain ponchos. And if you got the balls to wear the poncho, then represent us. I don't give a shit if you're standing on the corner barking at a sign, whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't care. But
bro,
we're just doing rain ponchos for everyone.
I love it, bro. And bro, I really, so this I'm calling this the series High Design. I'm still thinking about the name. I don't know, but it's supposed to focus on cannabis entrepreneurs, right? And like I said, I just dropped the Burner one, but my top 3 really is Burner, Jungle Boy. I've known about Jungle Boy since I was in middle school, dog. I'm 24. I'm 24.
Those are my dogs. Those are my dogs.
Yeah, and then you're the third, bro. You're the third because I could tell through the marketing, bro, that you're smart, dude. You're on your shit, and you know your agent too, right next to you, bro.
Acknowledge that I'm not a fucking moron. I appreciate that,
bro. Dude, I dropped out of college, bro. I was a history major. You know.
You're like, whoa! I'm not gonna be studying these
like,
lies.
What? I was like, dude, and then right there, dog, I was like, fuck.
Halfway through the semester, he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, like, no. wait, what? Wait, what did I sign up for? Wait, I signed up for fucking a bunch of debt, a worthless fucking degree, and a bunch of time that I'm wasted. Yeah, dude, that's why I literally told you, bro, my life goal, dude, I'm gonna get rich, bro, and then I'm gonna pay off all the politics. I mean, I want to get money out of politics. That's a huge thing, but the education system, bro, it has become a fucking business. College is a scam, bro. Sorry, guys. College, it has become a scam. I don't want to say it to everyone. College is great for some people. I mean,
there's plumbers out there that like
making way more, bro, than a master degree.
To do it and started their own shit and got rich out of quick. Like it's fucking crazy. Yeah, you don't have to really know how to do shit to get rich. You just have to stay down for the company.
You have to keep just dude, I study entrepreneurship, right? And the two kind of, you know, one out of the two kind of the most famous kind of entrepreneurial like videos. Both of them happen to be TED Talks. I don't know if that's right. But one of them is Grit, right? Angela Duckworth's Grit. The other one is Simon Sinek's The Who, What, Why, right? But what you say?
Entrepreneurship. They talk about entrepreneurship.
Yeah, well, it's just like what, like but like with like the study that Angela Duckworth went through. And she talks about this, right, in this TED Talk. If anybody hasn't seen it, definitely go check it out. But they did a analysis of a bunch of different entrepreneurs, and the conclusion that she had is it wasn't the smartest people happened to be. It wasn't people that had the most money. It was the people that were willing to come back every single day, work hard, keep trying new things and market testing, keep adapting, keep figuring out what's good for you. And that grit.
All have antisocial personality disorder as well and lack empathy for others because you kind of have to just like that type of focus causes a lack of ability to see out other people's experiences when you're on the way to the top.
Absolutely.
I think all entrepreneurs and like leading CEOs share the exact same personality disorders as a mob boss, even a serial killer. I think some serial killer that's a little more extreme because they take their other insecurities and damages to other extremes, but they all share the same personality disorders and the same driven of like, I will not kill everyone on the way to the top, but I will definitely shove you out of the way and trample you.
Yeah, no one's stopping me. No one's stopping me at all.
Yeah,
at all.
And you have to lack empathy sometimes to get to that point. And I think so. Like, I think you're right. Studying other entrepreneurs has kind of like got me where I'm at as well. Just like watching what they did and having to believe in myself. But I'm just gonna try to blaze my own trail. I haven't really figured out the solid marketing. And another thing too, I was thinking like what you said, like I can't believe no. So if you look down on my page, I have a buddy, like I'm in his wraith in the pictures. Like one of my really good friends is a brain surgeon, but like one of the top brain surgeons in the world. He's from Uganda as well.
Wow.
Good friend of mine though. We vacation together and shit. And he's even like offered like how much money do I have to give you like to get this popping, And I've declined because I'm like, now I feel like my friend owns me. You know what I'm saying? And like, I like this dude. We vacation together and shit. I don't want to owe him money. So I'm hoping that the right person comes. It's like an actual studio. Like, yo, this is Amazon. I don't feel bad about taking your money. Hand it over. I'm going to give you guys some fucking bangers. But don't be telling me we got to water it down. You know what I'm saying?
You got to do it. You like with Joe Rogan, bro. He licensed out to Spotify, right? He said, what?
Did they tell him to water it down once it?
Well, there's a whole conflict right now because some of the people that work at Spotify are like, they don't want certain episodes to be aired. Some of they're specifically around like I think it's mainly focused on like transgender. There's some transgender folks at Spotify that don't like some of the stuff. It's bullshit, to be honest. It's censorship. Not to say like the concerns, I guess, but
the deal, the control began.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to compare myself. Those deals are that's just.
But the main point though is that he lies it out and he's like, I have control over this. Now, and at the end of the day, like the legal agreement, Spotify can't really do anything. So having someone that can help give you the money, amplify you, but not really, like I always say, like I said a little earlier, ownership and you being able to take creative control and keep that, and don't let that corporate sense, that corporate.
We need a prospect. Like biker gangs have a prospect. We need like a kid. He's got to be about 22 to 28. Can't have a baby's mom or girlfriend. Can't be a pussy. You know what I mean? Because sometimes when we warm up, we usually pick on someone who's in the room. So we go on like a 5-10 minute just freestyle, just destroying your most horrible insecurities ever, right? Like, yeah. So your dog died. We're bringing that up for 5 minutes straight, just to warm up before we film. So we need like a prospect to like sleep on the couch, be the homie, not be all emotional and shit, and like be the cameraman. That's what we're lacking right now. Camera and audio man, but I need a prospect. So if anyone out there watching,
let's talk, bro. Let's talk about a few different things.
You're gonna witness and be around some fucked up shit. There's gonna be a lot of inappropriate jokes made. We're gonna stay up late. We're gonna be traveling, but I'm looking for someone right now to just be the fucking most hardcore, just Marine style roadie prospect. Just even a type of dude that will fucking throw a hot coffee in my face if I get out of line.
Bro, let me roll with you, bro. I'll throw a hot coffee in your fucking face.
Let's do
bro.
it.
Let's do it, bro. And I have like a little media collective. Like it's because I started out when I went to the recreational a few years ago. I worked in medical, when I was younger, but I started out in media marketing because I saw that there was just a massive, need for that. But I started a little collective. It's LBS Media or LBS Productions.
So that's
but we got hella camera people, dude, that are hungry as fuck, that are young.
Yeah. I'll come up there and make it there. I don't care. I just want when I come. I kind of know how when you come places, people are busy. Even like in LA. I go there and my friends are very busy. I feel bad.
No, with me, bro. Yeah, no, trust me. No, you'll have a great time, and we'll always know. We'll talk through more details after this, but like
I'm going to knock some shit out.
Dude. Yeah, bro. I know when I see. I'm pretty fucking good at like identifying trends, identifying people that know what they're talking about and know what they're doing.
We have a bus that's going to be delivered on January 5th too. We got a Sprinter and shit, so now we have a reason to fucking tell our wives to go.
Dude, come up, and then also, like I said, on the 6th, we're going to be in LA from the 16th to the 29th. You definitely, if you want to come to LA too, and
you guys want to go to a sick fucking facility in LA?
Yeah, bro. We want to do all. We want to do all that, dude. You know where we rent? We're renting out, bro. You know the house we're renting out, dude. And this is what I was gonna ask you this question at the end, bro. But we gotta hop on a track together, bro. I could freestyle a little bit here. No, I'm just kidding. But music video wise, bro. Yeah, let's do it. But we're staying at Oscar De La Hoya's crib.
Ooh,
bro.
Shit.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and
that's lit.
Yeah, you got. I swear, bro. If you can come, dude, definitely slide there. 16th to 29th, we're shooting.
Damn, that's fucking lit.
And we also have, and we're renting out. Like we're doing some content at the mansionship, but we're also going to be. We have the production facility down in that. I don't even know the area really, but it's like a legit all red cameras, super nice. So we'll just talk. Like let's just talk more. Let's talk more about.
I want to come on the fucking podcast again.
Oh, bro, if you could come on, dude, I would have you monthly, bro. I'd have you, almost more than that, bro. Like, dude, I think we could do a ton of things because like I said, bro. I also, by the way, dude, I gotta say, bro, something that I like really appreciate about you, dude, is, and I think that there's some other people out there, I think there's a lot of people out there that, I see a little of myself, I see a decent amount of myself like from you when I see your content, like just people growing up in the black market in the illegal days. And then, I love you're representing that culture, bro. You're preserving that culture through your content. That, and it's weird, bro, because I feel like I'm kind of a hybrid where I can, not like, I grew up. I've been trapping for a minute. Like I don't do
Yeah,
this anymore. But like I can also go over to the corporate side too, and I can talk to these motherfuckers too, even though a lot of them don't know what they're talking about ever, and whatever. But
well, I'm hoping too that even some of the younger people connect with it, because they're not going to remember graphics bongs and shit. You know what I mean? But I'm hoping some of the younger people too, because think about it, bro. Like the whole world is stoned now. We're not in the shadows anymore. Like this shit's like the forefront of the fucking culture. So I'm hoping that more people are getting it. You know what I mean?
bro, you are inspiring people, bro. And I think in the future you'll play even bigger, dude. I swear to God, you already are, dude.
I just Cali Plug in them made a whole weed movie. Have you seen the trailer?
Nah, I haven't.
Yeah, you gotta see it.
I gotta check it. Yeah,
I haven't watched it yet, just the trailer. I don't know, but I see people are trying now.
Dude, they're trying, bro. And what I'm saying though too is like the every single day that goes by, bro, the wolves are at the gate when it comes to like the corporations coming in and taking over, and you're gonna start to see that in a lot of different areas, bro. And we already are seeing that, but like, and I hate, and one thing I talk a lot about in
they're taking this shit.
Yeah, no, they will initially, bro. What I'm saying is just like preserving, like having at least some remnants. I know it's gonna get low key kind of destroyed. Let's be honest, bro. It is. It's fucking gonna happen. We need something that's preserving that to really like people looking back on it, be like, that's what that time period was. Also, too, bro. People, young folks, right? Dude, like you see this with like hip hop now becoming pop culture. Like trapping has kind of become cool and stuff. Like low key, it's not like people that have been traveling for a minute, bro. It doesn't ever really end up well, bro. Like everyone's like, "Oh, dog, I'm gonna make all this money, bro, and I'm gonna get out." No one ever does because it's addictive, bro. It's 100% addictive, bro. And so, respecting, people,
you're addicted to not doing shit.
Exactly, bro. And I'm gonna get into a question here that I really want to ask you here in a sec, but bro, like absolutely. And so, hearing, people respect you, bro. People, and they know, you're real, right? It's authentic. And so younger folks growing up, bro, you can give them that positive message. Now, my question is drug dealing a drug? Because I think it's a drug.
Well, do you believe that gambling is addictive?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, imagine if you woke up and gambled every second of every day with your freedom.
That's the best answer. No, that is a perfect way to put it. That is. You do have a way with words, bro. I love that answer.
I was addicted to hustling for years. Like I said, I remember I even said it in the. This is only like the fourth interview, but the first interview I said, like, if you ain't never jumped out of a $150,000 truck, grabbed 3 bitches and took them back to your fucking 3-story cabin on the hill and banged them all out, you're not living. And I did it every day for years. I lived a life that every man wished they lived. Like.
Yo, how are your spending habits, by the way? Because like, so personally, I guess
I was a piece of shit financially my whole life until about 4 years ago. Honestly,
because you're like, oh, I can go move a few packs here.
Right now, like I'd be fucked right now if I didn't have this dude. You know what I mean? Because I like to give it away and like play with it, but like gambling with your freedom is a high, and even when you're grabbing dope, re-upping and flipping it, it's the movement of it is a high. It's a gamble. You're gambling every second of every day. It's
absolutely, bro.
You're getting paid to gamble even. Imagine if they paid you to be at the casino. You'd be there every day.
Absolutely, bro. And you're making hella money. It's not even like you're losing a bunch, like gambling now. Like you're making good money, bro, and it's consistent, right? Like
all addictions have the capability of destroying you.
Absolutely. So
wrestling can destroy you.
100%. And so one thing I tell, I've told, different, some of my homies, that they still be trapping and stuff, and people that I run into, and I'm like, I hope that this is a drug, and that, for example, if you're addicted to Xanax, right, you have to taper off that shit, right? Because if you don't slowly taper off, right, you're going to fall off a cliff, right, in a way.
It's very challenging. The transition was a difficult one for me as well.
Yeah, and let me ask you about this.
I didn't have much money, and I had to trap for this,
No, 100%.
Dude, there's people in skits that are fighting murder cases right now. You know what I'm saying? So like, we were trapping the first whole time we were doing this, but it hit a point where it's like, I have sponsors believing in me. I can't be out here doing this shit. And then when we started doing the scholarship with the program with the kids, like, we got to stop. It's a hard transition to make. And like you said, you can't go cold turkey, but cold turkey works. The same thing with cigarettes.
It does.
It does. It's just a
matter fall off a fucking cliff though, bro.
You want to quit? What is your will? You can cold turkey cigarettes right now. But if you're weak-willed and you don't really want to quit, you'll slip up. You'll need one a day. Oh, I'm just doing it after a meal now. You know what I'm saying? Hustling's the same way. You fucking slap the cuffs on you and they start talking about 20, 30, 40 years. You might cold turkey that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you got another chance, they slap the cuffs on you, you go away for even a year, and you ain't used to that shit. You might cold turkey that shit. You might get out and say, fuck that. I ain't never going back to the streets. You know what I'm saying? You might be in the streets for a month, watch a friend of yours get gunned down, murdered right in front of your face, and cold turkey right there. There's fools get jumped into gangs, and the gang never see them ever again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Because people get one little taste of it in cold turkey. So,
Oh, yeah.
And some people go to the casino. Like me personally, I've been addicted to gambling before when I was trapping. You know what I mean? It was a thing to do when you're trapping, but
It's that dopamine.
people go in there, if they lost $200, man, they want to go smack the shit out of every person that worked there, ram their car, and freak the fuck out. They'd be so offended they lost $200, and they would never go there again. You know, so cold turkey is more difficult for the weak-willed. You know what
Absolutely.
I'm saying? You don't need to make a transition when you make a decision. You know what I'm saying? And I played with it for a while too. And then I had a conversation with my son where I just was like, yo, you get ready to go to the school and play for the same cops that put me in jail. I can't do this while you are, or while they're believing in you. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, I agree. So we went through some dark days where it was like, I'm not used to having to stress about bills and shit, bro. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, I'm never going to stop selling packs. So I started doing what I do, you know what I'm saying? And when you can jump off the couch and sell, you know, 6, 7, 8 boxes, 4 or 5 days, I'm always going to survive. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
I don't know what to do, but even now with that, I have my sponsors believe in me so much. I got to kind of just chill. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my,
absolutely.
and like, I'm like more interested in extracts now, to be honest with you. I'm not really like, I like
the concentrates are way more efficient, right? To be dealing with, right?
I like to get fucked up.
Yeah.
So I don't really like, you know.
Well, and like in terms of jigging those two, but yeah.
I like to get high on my own supply.
Yeah.
So I like to take huge diamond hits to where I almost have seizures and shit.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this real quick too. What, like, you know, I think that, you know, so in a way, right, you know, no matter if you go cold turkey or if you're going, we're talking about kind of like, you know, the trap and shit, or if you're slowly, you know, going off of it or whatever. Do you personally think that like there's ever an effect on the confidence? Because like, you know, not even gonna lie, bro. When you know, like I said, I've been trapping since I was young, bro. I've had 2 phones since I was 17, 16, and like, you know, like, but is there like, and I'm more so saying this because like from growing up, bro, like you kind of build your confidence on that stuff sometimes, where you're like, you know, and that's why you give out hella money, right? Like, bro, you give out all this money and stuff, and like,
who's not confident about being their own boss? I mean,
no, yeah, but I'm saying like being the fucking man, like building your confidence on that, and not building.
Yeah, like, look, me being who I am makes it a little easier to go online and make these jokes. You know what I mean? Because let's just say I wasn't who I am, I'll probably deal with a lot more trolling and hating and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? But me being right here, active, always around, it definitely probably deflects some of that. And then me being known in my community for what I used to be and what I was like. You know, it's just different. It's like I'm doing comedy, but I used to be a drug lord. You know,
yeah, but your value now, your value is your comedy, right?
I made a change for the better, so they recognize that. So had I not had that past history, I don't think the change for the better would have been as recognized.
Wouldn't even have been possible.
You know, and that's why, like I say openly, a lot like, yo, I love my motherfucking community because they were willing to give me a second chance. You know what I'm saying? They weren't like, nah, fuck that. He sold drugs for 20 years in this motherfucker. I'm not gonna support. They were like, all right, I'm gonna give this a chance because you know what? This is a positive thing for him. You know what I mean? So
something beautiful would come out of it, and I think it has, bro.
Like I'll never leave this community. If I got a studio deal tomorrow, made 5-10 million, I'm not gonna move to LA. You know, I might go there to work, but I'll never leave this community because of it. I like literally really love the people here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and the brands, bro, and the brands that were giving you, like you're telling me the story earlier about that dude who wrote you the check and saying all like, and just let me, how can I help?
Yeah,
bro. You know, I feel comfortable doing that if that was possible for me because I can tell, bro, you're a loyal guy, right? So for brands, right? You're, dude, you know, day ones, right? You know.
I think right now the focus, man. I need to talk more about a cameraman. I just need to make a movie of so much substance that it becomes undeniable. Like I'm so tired of them overlooking me, like the Netflix and like they don't want to. All right, that's fine. I understand. So now I'm gonna create something that's just so fucking. Like I said, it's gonna be something so powerful. Imagine like I don't know. Menace to Society is such a beautiful piece of work. I don't ever want to compare anything I do to that because I feel like those dudes are like the brothers and shit that made that. The directors are like Those dudes are artists. Like they laid out a culture for you that was so real in a way that you couldn't stop watching because you wanted to know more about it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Even what's another movie? The movie Mel Gibson did about the Aztecs.
What's it called?
Is it called Aztec?
No. It's Calypso or
Calypso. Gripping as fuck.
fucking
Couldn't
crazy,
stop
dude.
watching, man. Art, you know. So I'm not gonna compare myself to dudes like this, but I'm hoping to make like just something more than just like the phone and us fucking around, like a little substance kind of movie, you know.
Bro, let's cook,
I
bro.
want to make something. I've always wanted to make something make somebody cry.
Bro,
So,
I dude,
I want to do it.
I think you definitely can, bro. I think you
Whether it's laughing or crying, like you
that's
can laugh.
when you said it the first time early on, I was like, bro, it could be like I was gonna say I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was like, it could be from laughing. Like you literally just made me cry. I hope you know that earlier.
Yeah,
you really did. I'm not joking. Like you like I was dying, bro. You go like you gotta be careful about the brand. You know, you got little mama coming out the house with the crip walk with her tits out and your brands. That shit just made me cry. Dude, I was dying, bro.
Humble, I'm gonna take you somewhere and you're gonna be like, are those bitches right there crip walking with their titties out?
Bro. Crip walking at the gas station, bro. Yeah.
That's my mom, asshole. That's how she walks. She has her knee braces on. What the fuck's wrong with you? Jesus. Is that bitch crip walking with her titties out? No, dude, it's my mom. They're really saggy. She has on a small shirt and her leg braces are on.
Bro, it's just how she's got to walk, bro. The doctors
is on hopscotch with her grandkids, you piece of shit. It's on the sidewalk. Jesus.
Bro. Okay, bro. Let me. Like, I want to share how. Like, so, how long are we at, dude? By the way, are you cool to keep going? I feel like.
Yeah, start blasting off the questions.
Let's keep going, bro. Yeah.
So we got a couple more minutes. Let's roll it out. Roll them questions out.
Let's roll them out. Dun, 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 dun. R.I.P. by the way to
Alex Trebek.
Alex
if you're
Trebek.
gonna R.I.P. someone, bud, you gotta remember their name.
You're right, dog. I mean, yeah. I mean, nowadays, bro. Yeah. No, I feel you.
I've always wanted to do coke with that guy. R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Bro. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Nothing would have been more refreshing than doing a gacker on a yacht with Alex Trebek.
Doing a fucking gorilla finger, bro, with fucking trivia. 500 for technology.
Yeah. All right, what do you got? And for your viewers, I apologize about this facial hair. I don't walk around looking like this on purpose. This was a Wesley. It was for a purpose.
Nah, bro, you do. It looks savage, bro. By the way, dude, the mullet, by the way, that's $1 million mullet.
Thank you. I appreciate
killing it. You actually you killing it, OG. Seriously. Okay, let's see. We got these all over the fucking place though, real quick. Okay. In terms of so one of the topics I talk a lot about is like mailing cannabis, right? In terms of seeing how there's different generations of like trappers, kind of that, the older generation, obviously kind of old school, like we're going to drive it to the East Coast, and younger generations like, no, dog, we're going to send that, 500 packs in 10 or 5 different, USPS boxes. Is that a thing, or how long have people been sending cannabis, honestly?
I started sending packs in 1997.
So it's been around for a minute.
Yeah. And like I taught, like 2005, I taught a lot of people how to send packs. A lot of big time trappers.
I did a video on that actually, and I did a video of like where's my I got a few vacuum seals and stuff, but bro, people are hitting me up like, dude, take that shit down, and I was like,
there's a famous dude. He ended up getting murdered in Trenton, New Jersey. African D. He's from Liberia. He's a famous trapper. He did a lot of work in New Jersey. But like I taught this dude how to send packs. Like this fool was like a millionaire, like balling before they killed him. There's a couple people back in the day, big timers, that like I showed. People used to get mad almost when they find out what I was doing before packs were real popular. And I learned it from like an old ass dude from Richmond. Like an old ass fool, like 71, sending packs to his nephew.
So it's been a minute, right? So they must have been.
So this was even back early stages where I was taking really sugary trim, and I would fucking put it in a trash compactor and make it as hard enough brick as I could, and then wrap it in cellophane hundreds of times and box it up and send it to Connecticut. And I was getting like really good money off that shit for a long time when I was younger. And my cousin came and I made some in front of him, and he was like, dude, I thought these were like packs from Jamaica or something. Like, this is trim. Like, So he burnt me on the next one. We never talked. He ran off on the next pack. He was like, "Fuck you! You've been selling me trim for $1,200 a pound for the last 5 years, you piece of shit."
Bro, and that skit, that's why that skit killed me, bro. Like, I've been threatened, you know, because back in the day we'd meet people down in fucking Tacoma Airport because they all fly in and shit for medical. It was all medical, right? So it was legal, whatever. But bro, yeah, bro, the whole like
mail though right now, like I believe maybe some trappers are doing it, but
oh, bro, they are 100%.
Dude, yeah, like we all.
But it's
know
too much volume. There's too many of them, bro.
God damn, it sucks when you lose one, bud. It sucks.
That's where it started going downhill. I don't even know if I might cut this part out too. I don't really, but like I lost 40 racks in the mail because these fucking idiots were smoking with the box of the residue.
Yeah.
Dumb shit. But
you know, and the thing is too is like there's smarter ways to do things. I mean, you know.
Oh yeah.
It's not very hard to open up accounts places and shit. You know, so
no, absolutely.
You know, people out there doing what they do, and a lot of these youngsters like. In California, bro, that EDD shit, we had like out of overnight, 150,000 people out of nowhere were trapping hard as fuck and had hella money. You know what I'm saying? The price of indoor went sky high. We were just yanking people, you know, because they're all getting 14,000 for it. So a motherfucker who never had money before, lightweight scammer, low-level criminal, just now has 140 bands. First thing they think they're going to do, go buy some packs, send them triple their money. Think it's that easy. You know what I'm saying? So I watched hella people go from just got 100 bands off EDDs, come up here, bought some packs, thought they were going to go somewhere and ship them to the people that they shipped them to didn't pay because it was the first one. They never had no real relationship with them or shit got lost or, you know what I mean? And now I've watched a lot of people dwindle, but that shit was wild. When that shit first hit, bro, like all those people getting that money, that like there was people out here everywhere just balling out. You know what I mean? Prices went up like $5.
Yeah,
you know, it was cool.
And it's still it's the amount of the Instagram trappers, bro, like the fucking
Snapchat,
like
that shit like that. I don't really think that shit leads to much though.
It doesn't, bro. It's just there's so many of them, bro. There's millions of those accounts, bro. Like that are like sending like I think with the rise of like the dark web, right? I mean, with like the Silk Road, right? That I think also brings that element.
The Silk Road is like if you think in dark web.
Dark web's been around for a minute, but
yeah, but like it like as far as dark web drugs, like there's like lots of outlets. There's so many people involved in that like shit that me and you would never even fathom. Like you can
absolutely
order right to your door. Like I had a buddy who had some e-pills and shit. He's like, yo, I found this site. It was like some random one I've never even heard of. He's like, this dude just sends them to me, and I'm like, do you trust him? He's like, I had them tested. He's like, they're fucking.
And they have people review them. They have people review.
Yeah, and I'm like, how is this a thing? Not something I would personally do though.
Oh yeah.
I'm not with that shit. I don't want no one sending me no money. Don't send me nothing in the mail. I don't got no address. Only because I've been there, done that. I don't need that kind of stress in my life.
Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah, I feel you on that, bro. The stress, dude. Yeah, I feel a lot older than I am.
I've lost some big ones. It sucks.
Yeah. Oh man, and the stress too the whole time.
Yeah.
Like I saw the other one too. You did too. Like, bro, I thought you were about to call me. Like, wait, you know that whole time period of when you're waiting, bro. I
want to do one where you take a dab and you're so fucked up you have to speak to your kids in sign language because you're trying not to die, but they actually know your shit. Because that happens sometimes too. Like, can I have a Pop-Tart? I'm like, banana.
Definitely, bro. Definitely do that, bro. I think that you're just. I think you're a wealth of potentially making amazing content. Like whether it's your comedy, whether it's your stories, like the dude you're talking about from Liberia, bro. Like those kind of like.
I'm hoping something pops, bro.
It will pop, bro. I honestly promise you, bro.
Scripts written right now, a couple seasons of different style shows. I have a lot of stuff written, bro, that not necessarily for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I probably have like 2,400 skits right now written for other people, for female characters, for older gentlemen, young people. You know, like I got a lot of shit put up. So
you got a lot of value, bro.
Like I'm hoping someone will be like, yo. Well, see, another thing too, I had an offer for some of my stand-up that I wrote, but it was like a thing where I would continuously submit material, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think of the value of it in a continuous form. I would think of it as like each joke is worth so much, you know what I'm saying? So like if I have like a room shaker, what they say in like freestyle rap battle, like a room shaker, if I have a joke I know is gonna drop the house down. If I have a story stand-up that I know is gonna kill, why would I continuously submit that? Because now they can go do whatever they want with it. So it's not really fair to me, you know?
Absolutely.
But I had an offer on some stand-up that I wrote that I turned down. It wasn't really like any money. It was more like, give us all your material and then like we'll pay you some money. Let us listen to it, basically, you know. And I was like, no. But I'm hoping, dude, if things open back up, I'm gonna stop being a pussy and I'm going on stage and performing. And I'm hoping that some of it's gonna.
Well, dude, before, bro, I'm actually serious too. If like in this, you know, like I said, we could talk about it, but like come up to Seattle, we could shoot it. It could be kind of a practice run. You could like see it, maybe put the content out. We have a whole production facility. We've had like legit professional like comedians
If
perform.
things open back up, bro, I'm not missing an event ever again. Like I'm not staying home for another weekend ever again for the rest of my life if things go back to even somewhat normal. Like I'm over. I realize now I should have been moving back then. And then like I said, for a while I thought maybe Humboldt County was like the pinnacle of my what I was gonna do. This was the center of it.
It's just the beginning.
And then going to Detroit and seeing all the big time shit that's going on. And then people out there like recognized us and were very hospitable and like friendly. And I'm like, whoa, you know, we got to get out here more. You know, now we're gonna go to Oklahoma. I've been in LA. Which is crazy, bro. I met some people in LA that were fucking crazy, bro. Like they knew the skits word for word, and one of them, the lady was worth like $800 million. Like we were like on our jet when we had the meeting, and this was just about a product they had, like a vape pen.
I believe it, bro. Because that's real, bro.
You're
You're authentic,
that
bro.
was really cool. That's like not just trappers too. Like some other people have paid attention. So I hope the right person catches it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I want to come back on the podcast too, bro.
Oh yeah, bro. Of course, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? I have, because like I said, bro, I like personally, I relate to you. Like, bro, I have like had people. I've had all time. I've had my friends on this pod. I've had this 23rd episode. I've had a couple of my friends on the podcast. I've had just random other people. I've had, you know, CEOs. Like, bro, you know the guy who started Canopy Growth, bro. You know the guy who started Canopy Growth, Bruce Linton.
Yeah.
He's on this. He's episode number 20.
Oh, sick! I'm gonna check it out. Hell yeah!
Yeah, check that out. I got some other.
Stay in touch, bro. I want to come back on. This isn't the last time.
Oh, absolutely no. Dude, we're gonna, dude. I already know, bro. I already know, bro.
And I'm gonna post it all over my story for anybody on Instagram. Follow me. Stay in touch.
Plug in those. What is it? CJ underscore or Humboldt.
CJ underscore Humboldt. Yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Thank you for having me, bro. I'm super pumped. I want to come back on. I mean it though, like at least once a month.
Oh, bro, are you kidding me, dude? No, I 100%. This is gonna happen, 100%, dude. I'm glad. I hope, like, I know, like, we were talking a little bit. You didn't really know me that well. I think we've kind of got to know each other. I mean, I know you.
No, it's so crazy. I didn't even know my fucking phone number was on Instagram, and he called. He's like,
bro.
I'm like, wait, what? I started panicking. I'm like, yo, what the fuck's happening? So yeah, that was dope, bro. So yeah. That's real shit. Good call. Thank you. I appreciate you making the call.
Thank you for calling me back, bro. It was like 9 p.m. This is like 2 days ago for you listening.
I was so blitzed too. I was like, wait, my phone number on Instagram. I started getting hella weird. Then I looked and you could. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, you just gotta. Yeah, I've had it too. Happen to me before.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna go because I think my roommate's friend is fucking blowing up the phone.
No, you're good.
I apologize about all the interruptions, everybody, but it was great talking with you, bro. Hit me back.
All right, brother. I appreciate y'all. Okay, guys. So this is episode 23 of the Frame Flower podcast. This is with the legendary CJ Humboldt of the Black Market Vikings. Go check him out. Thank you so much, by the way.
Text me an address. Make Talon send you some merch.
Yes. Talon, by the way, I see what, I mean, you're really smart for managing this guy because I see it, dude. This guy's gonna be big.
We'll keep the last coming.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, he's just here to manage the card, so I don't buy it for Grandma Rosin every day.
Spend all the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro,
all right, fellas.
Yeah. Anyway, bro, I appreciate y'all.
All right, bro.
You, man.
All right. Peace.
As Americans, we are taught from an early age to value the study of history as a vital part of our education and our identity as a nation. Study of the American West has been extensive. The number of books published is second only to those written about the Civil War. But within all those volumes, references to African Americans are extremely rare. Today, historians are rediscovering the contributions of African Americans, recognizing their impact as a people, and exploring race relations as they played out in the Wild West. In this 5-part series, Professor Quintard Taylor focuses on African American history in terms of forming communities, combating racism, and changing social and political patterns in the development of the American West. The African American West is presented by the University of Washington's College of Arts and Sciences and the UW Alumni Association. Major funding for this program was provided by Macy's, continuing its long-term commitment to promoting Black history by making this video series available to secondary schools throughout Washington State. Additional funding was provided by the University Bookstore and UW-Medicine. This talk tells the seldom-told story of the Western campaign in the civil rights movement of the 60s and 70s. Professor Taylor explores the consequences of that struggle to determine if indeed the quote-unquote beloved community, so often proclaimed by civil rights activists in Seattle, actually emerged in the West.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Blumenfeld, and I'm president of the University of Washington Alumni Association. And I want to welcome you to the last of this wonderful series, the African American West, 1528 to 2000. As you know, this lecture series is co-sponsored by the Alumni Association and the College of Arts and Sciences. And it really helps fulfill part of our mission at the Alumni Association, which is to reach, connect, and celebrate alumni and friends of the university in a lifelong relationship with the university. And this is one of our longest running lecture series, and it's a great partnership that's been designed to further our mission. Now, we now present dozens of lectures and events throughout the year to showcase our exceptional faculty and to give alumni and friends of the university an opportunity to be exposed to new ideas and fresh perspectives. It is my pleasure to introduce Quintard Taylor, our speaker. Currently, Quintard is working on a number of interesting projects. He is conducting a study of 20th century Black urban communities in the West, which will be published by the University of Arizona Press. He is also working on a documentary reader on 19th and 20th century African American history for the Thomson Wadsworth, a major publisher of college textbooks. In addition to these projects and doing these lectures, he is working on a collaborative project with Dr. Samuel Kelly, who is the first Vice President of Minority Affairs at the University of Washington. The work is tentatively titled Dr. Sam, the Biography of Samuel E. Kelly, Soldier, Educator, and Advocate. And it will chronicle his remarkable 80-year life and history, and a very important one to this community. These are wonderful examples of the breadth of work being done by Professor Taylor. During this series, Professor Taylor has provided us with a new context for understanding our past. He has shown how our region's inhabitants have dealt with the struggles and conflicts resulting from racial inequality, and we have also seen the influence of the many people who have made a difference, people who were able to surmount the challenges presented to them. Hopefully, Professor Taylor's message will give us all a better understanding of the challenges that still remain in our community. For this, we thank you. What we have learned will stay with us for years to come. And as I introduce Dr. Taylor and ask him to come to the podium, we have a little special gift for you tonight as a commemoration of this wonderful experience you've spent with us. Oh my God. This is a two-hander.
Oh boy, I hadn't expected this. I have to free my hands.
On behalf of all of the Alumni Association, the College of Arts and Sciences, all of the sponsors, and all of us, thank you very much for the time and effort and the wonderful breadth of knowledge you've provided us over these last weeks.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is heavy. That's very kind. No, I hadn't expected that at all. Actually, it sort of got me off the track from all the things I was going to say. I think I'll just spend the rest of the time talking about the president and forget about the lecture. First of all, again, I am amazed to see so many people here. I'm glad that Chuck mentioned Sam Kelly, and I'm somewhat disappointed that Dr. Kelly is not able to be here tonight. He called me this morning. He's having some difficulty, some medical problems. He's 80 years old, and for the most part, he's pretty spry, but every once in a while, things catch up with him. And he called to tell me about his disappointment in not being here. Had he been here, I would have introduced him to all of you. Many of you know him. Many of you who've been around the university, at least since the 1970s, I'm sure, are aware of Dr. Kelly. He was quite a force, quite a presence on this campus. What you probably don't know is that he was also one of the first African-American officers in the Army to lead an integrated unit in Korea in the early 1950s. I think that's just remarkable. That's a big part of the story that we're going to tell together. Of course, we will also talk about his university years, and then finally, we will talk about the last 20 years in which he's been involved in a variety of projects, the most important of which is the Rosemary Anderson School in Portland, an alternative school for people who have difficulty in high schools and the like. Dr. Kelly has had a remarkable life, and I'm privileged to be able to help to share that life with all of you. I hope you will look forward to the biography, or excuse me, his autobiography, that, with any luck, will be finished by the end of this calendar year. Okay. If you've been following me closely, you know that I've been increasingly focusing my attention on Seattle, and tonight we are going to deal exclusively with Seattle. In many ways, Seattle really represents much of what happens, particularly in terms of the African-American civil rights experience in the West, and it also represents the dilemmas or the issues and the problems facing African-Americans in what I call the post-civil rights period. As you're going to see in a minute, I'm going to enter into a discussion, and I'll be honest with you, I'll be candid with you, with some trepidation, because it's a discussion of contemporary Seattle. This is history that was made within the lifetimes of all of you in this room. And indeed, many of you may have even been participants in this history. And so, of course, if I get it wrong, you'll well correct me. But I want you to be aware of the fact that history continues. It's not just about the 19th century. It's not just about now the 20th century. It's about a continuation of processes of development even into the 21st century. But where we want to start tonight, though, is the civil rights movement in the West, and in particular, the civil rights movement in Seattle. Americans remain fascinated by the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Our fascination for the era encompasses a search for its proper place in the nation's history. The civil rights movement has usually been portrayed as a period of Southern black political awakening, where new heroic figures such as Martin Luther King and Fannie Lou Hamer led campaigns which secured new laws ensuring equality and opportunity. And of course, we're reminded of these scenes, particularly this month, Black History Month. We know of Martin Luther King at the March on Washington in 1963 and his famous I Have a Dream speech. We also are reminded, or we should be reminded, of Birmingham in September of 1963, the violence that was going on, the violence that was directed against a number of civil rights demonstrators. Birmingham, of course, with its Bull Connor, Eugene Bull Connor, and the dogs, the police dogs, and the fire hoses. I would argue that this approach to the history of the period is not so much wrong as it's incomplete. The movement was not simply a Southern affair. It was not simply something that happened in the South. It was instead a national transformation, an energizing of small and large African-American communities in the North and in the West, as well as in the South, which pursued, obviously, national goals and had national leadership, but which also pursued a very distinctly local agenda as well. It was demonstrations in places like Spokane in 1964 and 1965, or Portland, Oregon, and of course, as you're going to see in a minute, Seattle, Washington. It was a campaign of ordinary people, and I want to emphasize this phrase, ordinary people, to end job bias or school segregation in their local communities as part of the national campaign, the national effort to eradicate racism and empower African Americans. Seattle, the city farthest removed from the Deep South, offers opportunities for analyzing this approach and for refashioning our views on the era. The Seattle movement, which was an entirely local effort mounted by African Americans and sympathetic whites and Asians in the 1960s, would simultaneously confront with direct action tactics the three major problems facing the black community at the moment: job discrimination, housing bias, and de facto school segregation. In the time that I have, I will briefly address problems 2 and 3. I will say at the onset that the campaign against housing bias seemed to be a victory. Indeed, in many ways, it was one of the most significant victories, not just for Seattle, but in the entire country in terms of the efforts to try to open up housing for African Americans. However, the problem of de facto school segregation continued to divide Seattle long after the official civil rights movement ended in 1970. Let me provide some background. Indeed, let me go back to the period that we talked about earlier. As we all know now, World War II initiated a rapid and continuous migration that would push Seattle's black population from 3,700 in 1940 to 37,000 in 1970, and ultimately to 55,000 in the year 2000. As we discussed last week, that influx heightened racial tensions between whites and blacks, but it also heightened racial tensions between blacks and Asians and various other groups, as African Americans waged a determined effort to make sure that they were included in the economy of Seattle. Yet Seattle was neither Mississippi nor Chicago. Unlike the South, black men and black women in Seattle could vote. Unlike the South, or for that matter, Oregon, Montana, and Idaho, there were no legally segregated schools and there were no interracial marriage bans. As one observer of the period remarked, African Americans migrated to Seattle because it was the end of the line. There was no better place to go. But Seattle's liberal image masked deep-seated racial fears and anxieties. And I want to point you to the image that we have on the screen right now. Roger Sale is a professor. I think he's retired now, but he was a longtime professor in the English department, and many of you may be familiar with him. Roger Sale was also a civil rights activist. He was also a person who did what he could, and he did a lot to try to change the city, to try to make the city aware of racial inequalities. And look at his statement. I won't read to you that statement, but look at that statement, and look at the last sentence. In Seattle, the ignorance runs deep. Sale had something. I think he was on to something. And indeed, as you see, as we work our way through this lecture, you'll see the ignorance in Seattle reflected in a variety of ways. White racism impacted Seattle's African-American community in a number of various fashions. First, much of the poverty of the Central District rested on a foundation of job discrimination. Seattle's African Americans made surprisingly little progress during the 1960s, despite the city's Boeing Aircraft Company boom. And many of you probably don't remember the 1960s in Boeing, but Boeing expanded dramatically, expanded spectacularly. To give you an example, between January of 1965 and December of 1967, Boeing alone added 148,000 new jobs. 148,000 new jobs. Yet an estimated 3,000 blacks remain unemployed in the Central District, even as Boeing was expanding. A lot of African Americans will tell you, even to this day, that Boeing would recruit people from all over the country, but it wouldn't recruit in the Central District. It wouldn't hire African Americans in the Central District. In October 1967, at the height of the Boeing boom, black unemployment in Seattle stood at 10%, which was triple the rate for the entire city and a full percentage point above black unemployment nationally. In other words, African Americans simply weren't sharing in the prosperity that was generated by Boeing and various other companies in Seattle in the 1960s. But secondly, there was increasing ghettoization. In other words, there was an increasing concentration of African Americans in what I call the Central District. The African American population resided almost exclusively in a 12 square mile area in the center of the city. That area contained 85% of Seattle's blacks, including 3,000 African Americans who lived in substandard housing. Again, we don't think about this. We don't think about blacks in substandard housing when we think of Seattle, and yet this is the situation that was emerging. And of course, the growth of the ghetto would lead to the third major issue, the third major problem, the rise of de facto school segregation. In 1950, there were no predominantly black schools. Let me repeat that. In 1950, there were no predominantly black schools in Seattle. 10 years later, 80% of the black children attended school in the Central District, and 5 elementary schools were over 80% African American. 5 elementary schools were over 80%. And you can see the racial breakdown even in the high schools in Seattle in 1962. As a matter of fact, I want to show you this next slide. School segregation in Seattle, some of you may remember Philip Burden, a prominent attorney. Philip Burden talked about the issue early on, almost as soon as he arrived in 1948. He talked about the attempts to try to break down school segregation. This is an old problem. And as you can see, it's a problem that would extend well into the end of the 20th century. Seattle's black leadership eagerly challenged these problems, naively believing that a campaign of civil disobedience would usher in a new period of complete racial equality and opportunity. Indeed, this primarily self-appointed leadership cadre would, throughout the 1960s, determine the civil rights agenda for the Central District. They formed an organization that they call the Central Area Civil Rights Committee to coordinate the activities. And I should say, parenthetically, that this is a remarkable organization in and of itself. It's essentially the leadership of the NAACP and CORE and the Urban League coming together. Rarely in black America in the 1960s did this happen. But somehow or another, these people all got on the same page, as it were, to coordinate civil rights activities, at least for a while. Let me list some of these people, and I'll show you some of the faces. Edwin Pratt, Executive Director of the Seattle Urban League. The 3 ministers, Mance Jackson, Samuel B. McKinney, and John H. Adams. Mance Jackson, of course, of Cherry Hill Baptist Church, Samuel McKinney, of course, of Mount Zion Baptist Church, and John H. Adams of First AME. There was a woman involved, E. June Smith, who was president of the NAACP, and of course you see Reverend McKinney with the bullhorn over there at one of the early protests. And there was also Walter Huntley, and I won't show him right now. He comes up a little bit later in our discussion. But all of these men and June Smith were the core of this Civil Rights Committee. They were a group of activists who were determined to try to change the racial equation in Seattle. In 1973, in an interview 5 years after he left Seattle, Reverend Adams recalled the early days of the Civil Rights Movement. He said, quote, "By 1963, the Civil Rights Movement has finally leaped the Cascade Mountains." By 1963, the Civil Rights Movement has finally leaped the Cascade Mountains. Of the simultaneous campaigns waged by Seattle's civil rights groups in the 1960s, open housing was the most acrimonious and yet ultimately the most successful. Civil rights leaders argued that the city of Seattle would never live up to its liberal image unless and until African Americans could freely reside in every corner of the city. One black real estate agent described the situation thusly, and I'll let you read the statement. And I think he captured the essence of the dilemma for African Americans. African Americans were in effect flying like a fly, buzzing around in a closed jar. In other words, black people were going from place to place in the Central District because essentially we could live nowhere else. And let me give you another image that reflects on this. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Ennis Arden, or how many of you are familiar with racial restrictions. This is not Birmingham, okay? This is not Atlanta. These are restrictions in Seattle. And this was commonplace. Indeed, one of my colleagues, Jim Gregory, and his researchers have found that well over 85% of the land mass of Seattle was covered by restrictive covenants. What that means is that African Americans, and often it meant Jews, often it meant Asians, often it meant Latinos, various other groups, could not live in neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood. It's no accident, folks, that the Central District became the home of African Americans. It was one of the few areas in all of Seattle that wasn't covered by restrictive covenants. African Americans decided something needed to be done about that. In 1962, they urged Seattle Mayor Gordon Clinton to create the Citizens Advisory Committee on Minority Housing. That committee, to the surprise of the mayor, called for an open housing ordinance. And for those of you who are not familiar with, an open housing ordinance simply says one has the right to live anywhere in the city that one chooses. There cannot be racial discrimination to keep people out of certain areas of the city. When the city council delayed action on the ordinance for nearly a year, Reverend Samuel McKinney led 35 young people into the mayor's office for the first sit-in in the history of Seattle. This is July 1st, 1963. Reverend Mance Jackson spoke for the demonstrators and for the impatience of Black Seattle when he declared, "A paternalistic concept of human relations in this country is over. We don't need to be taken care of. We want to be equal participants in our own problem-solving processes." Open housing protests continued into the fall of 1963, and I show 4 images to show you the volume of protests. This was a major effort on the part of not just Seattle's blacks, but also a whole host of whites who were concerned about opening the city or allowing African Americans to live in any and all sections of the city. On October 20th, 2,000 people, about 25% of them white, came out in a blinding rainstorm to Garfield High School to hear the calls for an end to racial segregation in housing. Reverend Samuel Adams, who was one of the keynoters at that rally, reiterated a theme that was increasingly familiar in the city of Seattle. He said the anger and frustration of local blacks was growing and that there was a possibility of violence. But Seattle, unlike eastern cities, could solve its racial problems because its population was still small. Finally, at the last meeting in October of 1963, the City Council passed Seattle's first open housing ordinance. This new law made discrimination in housing by race a crime, punishable by a fine. Councilman Wing Luke, the only Asian American councilman, indeed only the first Asian American councilman to be elected on the mainland of the United States, was the person who introduced the measure. However, that wasn't the end of the story. Open housing opponents immediately instituted a successful petition campaign to place the measure on the ballot for March 10th, 1964, for the March 10th, 1964 citywide election. In other words, they said that the people of Seattle ought to vote on this ordinance, and they ought to vote on whether or not there should be open housing in the city. A number of homeowners in the city feared the property values would decline with open housing, and their views were going to be expressed by Philip Bailey in an editorial in the Argus on March 6, 1964. I'll let you read the editorial. In March of 1964, Seattle voters rejected the open housing ordinance by a huge margin, 112,000 to 53,000. In other words, Seattle, even liberal Seattle, said publicly that it was opposed to open housing. In the aftermath of the defeat, Seattle's civil rights leaders vowed that they would continue their campaign. They were openly defiant in the face of that vote. They said that they would initiate a campaign of civil disobedience in the summer of 1964. And indeed, Reverend John H. Adams declared that Seattle would be in for a long, hot summer. But I would suggest that the long, hot summer never came. Actually, long, hot summers never come to Seattle anyway. The intense public debate over open housing persuaded a small segment of white Seattle to begin to open its arms to African American neighbors. Let me give you an example here. Felicita Schoenfeld, 1964. She writes a letter to a civil rights group, and she says, "We will welcome African Americans." And hers is just the opening salvo in a campaign that's going to continue throughout 1964 and 1965. Indeed, by 1965, a small but steady stream of African Americans will begin to leave the Central District and move into integrated housing throughout Seattle. Now, it's not much. Indeed, it's a movement that's almost imperceptible at that point. But it's the beginning of a change that eventually is going to take on momentous proportions. In 1965 and 1966, 2 organizations in the suburbs of Seattle come online to promote open housing. The Kirkland Fair Housing Organization and Operation Equality in Federal Way. They open up suburban housing to African Americans. But one of the most remarkable activists at this period, and a man who's probably forgotten by many of us now and who should not be, was Sidney Gerber. And I don't know how many of you know Sidney Gerber, but Sidney Gerber essentially took it on his own to create an organization, a company indeed, called Harmony Homes. And Harmony Homes essentially bought open land in the suburbs of Seattle and built houses expressly for people of color, houses that would be occupied expressly for people of color. Now, these were small steps, but they were steps that would sort of turn the tide in terms of the idea or the concept of open housing. By April of 1968, the Seattle City Council again revisited the question of open housing. It passed a second open housing ordinance, this one introduced by Sam Smith, who was newly elected to the City Council. And this council said there will be no discrimination based upon race in housing selection throughout the city of Seattle. Now, I would argue, I will be completely candid with you and say that part of the reason for the passage of this measure, and by the way, it passed unanimously, it passed the City Council unanimously. Part of the reason for this measure was no doubt the fact that Martin Luther King had been assassinated on April 4th, and many of the cities across the country were literally in flames at the moment that the City Council was debating this issue. And so there is a huge national backdrop to this. But I would also argue that by 1968, the City Council of Seattle recognized that a lot of housing had been opened up voluntarily, that a number of African Americans were beginning to move outside of the Central District. The extent of the transformation of white attitudes about open housing became apparent 1 month after the Seattle City Council had made this momentous decision. In the month of May, 30,000 King County residents, primarily white, non-Central District homeowners, signed open housing petitions. 30,000 white homeowners throughout King County signed open housing petitions. Folks, there was nothing like this happening anywhere else in the country in 1968 or 1969 or the early 1970s. Seattle and King County began a slow but steady process of residential integration. This is the growth of the integrated areas, Rainier Valley, obviously, but also certain other areas in the city of Seattle as well. I want to draw your attention, though, to the quote there and the author of that quote. Some of you may know him. Dean, where are you? Oh, the dean was an assistant professor at the time. I love this dean. Can I embarrass you? He was assistant professor at the time, and he spoke to the question of housing integration in Seattle in 1981. But he spoke and I'm not even sure that he was aware that in 1981, this was part of a much larger trend that was going on that would eventually look like this. This is the decline of residential segregation in Seattle between 1960 and the year 2000. Folks, that map, the map on the right, shows the spread of African-American households throughout King County. Now, yes, there is still significant concentration in the city of Seattle, but it's certainly no longer concentrated in the Central District itself. As a matter of fact, to give you an idea of the significance of this development, there were only 3 cities in the entire country where by the year 2000, more African Americans lived outside of the central city, not the Central District, the central city or the major city than inside it. And those cities were Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Seattle. In other words, Seattle had become one of the most residentially integrated cities in the country by that time. And I would argue that much of that integration took place because of the efforts of blacks and whites and Asians in the city of Seattle in the 1960s. Yet even as I say that, even as we congratulate ourselves on the fact that we had achieved this milestone in terms of residential integration, we have to understand that this victory is tempered by the knowledge that a whole host of black folks remain trapped in poverty in the Central District. And indeed, many of them remain trapped in poverty in the Central District right to this day. If the open housing campaign was a surprising success, the campaign against de facto school segregation must be seen as a stunning failure. All of us in this room know the consequences of that failed effort, and we all know that that failed effort continued well into the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I want to talk about the reasons for that failure. I think there are 3 major reasons. The first reason has to do with the fact that, and I'll just be candid with you, a huge number of whites, even whites who were, ironically, in many instances, racially liberal on other questions, oppose mandatory busing. And we'll try to explore this. We'll try to deal with this in depth in a few minutes. But there was a tremendous opposition to mandatory busing throughout the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. And that opposition to mandatory busing meant that effective, well, completely effective desegregation wouldn't come until relatively late. But there was also, but the failure also came because the campaign for ending de facto segregation would ultimately split the African American community itself. Eventually, there would be blacks who would favor the end of de facto segregation, but there would be a growing number of blacks who would argue that it was far more important. It was far more important for African Americans to have quality schools within the Central District and within the black neighborhoods than for black kids to simply sit next to white kids. But I would also suggest that the failure came because both local and national civil rights leaders lost their way. And this is where I think it becomes a bit controversial. I know a lot of you are not going to agree with me on this. But when I say they lost their way, I mean that many, many people who embrace school desegregation and embrace busing as a tactic to bring about that school desegregation in order to improve, as they saw it, the quality of black life, failed to make the distinction between busing as a tactic and busing as ultimately a goal in itself. When that distinction was not made, there were a whole host of political mistakes that were going to be made that would follow from that, and those political mistakes would haunt the city for a very long time. The roots of this thinking about segregation and about the importance of busing can be found up here. This is Henry Louis Gates, and he's talking about how black people thought about the question of school segregation. We believe the school segregation was wrong. We had been taught this, we had seen this. Many of us had grown up in segregated schools in the South. We knew instinctively that segregated schools were wrong. That's not the issue. The problem is, how do you desegregate? The problem is, how do you bring about a desegregation or an integration of those schools that will bring about the best possible solution for African Americans and for the whites who are around them? Unfortunately, that was a dilemma that was never really resolved. In 1957, the Seattle School Board took its first census of enrollment by race, and it found out something that was at least startling to them at that moment. First, they found out that only 5% of the 5% of the 91,000 students in the district were black. But they also found out that 81% of all of the black students were attending schools in the Central District. In other words, segregated schools had emerged. Despite the laws preventing this, despite a history in which Seattle had said adamantly that it would not allow this kind of development, segregated schools had emerged in Seattle. Listen to the words of Walter Huntley. We know the consequences when Negroes are forced to go to school together in their pinup sections of the city. They learn to hate. Huntley was speaking not just about Seattle, he was speaking about a racial history that extended all over the country, and he was applying that maxim to Seattle at that moment. Huntley and other civil rights activists swung into action. At the urging of the Seattle Civil Rights Committee, the Seattle School Board initiated, reluctantly, the Voluntary Racial Transfer Program, or the VRT, in 1963. That voluntary racial transfer program would send an estimated 1,400 of 7,000 black pupils out of the Central District into white schools, or predominantly white schools, throughout the city. They would do this, the board said, to end the racial isolation of black children in the public schools. The announcement came, ironically, on August 28, 1963, the day that Martin Luther King gave his famous I Have a Dream speech. The Seattle School District and the city of Seattle thus became the first major city in the country to voluntarily undertake a district-wide school desegregation plan. Let me repeat that. Seattle becomes the first city in the country to voluntarily desegregate its schools. Now that's something to be, for which the city ought to be congratulated. But unfortunately, history shows that there are complexities even when people attempt to do well. Civil rights leaders declared that the voluntary desegregation program advanced by the city school board was not enough. That indeed those civil rights leaders called for essentially the schools in the Central District to be closed and all of the African American children to be bused throughout the city. It was a bold move. It was a move that was done without consultation with a lot of black parents, but it was a move that civil rights leaders believed, maybe naively, believed would somehow or another ensure that there would be quality education. As a result of this, the civil rights leaders decided to wage, if you will, a campaign to try to pressure the school board into action. There were marches, there were demonstrations, there were other kinds of protests, all of which through 1965 seemed ineffectual. In 1966, they came up with a new strategy, a boycott of the schools. In other words, tell the black kids not to go to school, and this would be a 1 to 2 day protest. Tell the black kids not to go to school to show the displeasure of the black community with the continued segregation. Indeed, that boycott would take place on March 31st and April 1st of 1966. The so-called freedom schools were created on those days, and during that time period, an estimated 55% of the overall black student enrollment in the public schools in Seattle participated in this boycott. And in some elementary schools, 80% of the black students participated in the boycott. And let me explain here. When I say boycott, I mean that they not only did not go to the public schools, they went to special schools that were set up in the Central District. For instance, 500 children ended up going to Reverend McKinney's Mount Zion Church. Others went to Temple de Hirsch. Others went to various other locations in the Central District. This was an amazing situation because essentially black kids are going to these schools, these freedom schools, and they are attending for the first time these schools with whites and sympathetic white students and sympathetic Asian students. The freedom schools were an amazing experiment. They were an attempt to bring kids together over or across the barrier of race. They were an attempt to say that the schools indeed can be integrated. I want to draw your attention to Emily Hansen. I don't know very much about Emily Hansen, but she was one of the people who participated, one of the young kids who participated in the boycott. And I want you to read her words here. They're very poignant words. These kids, along with their parents, along with the civil rights leaders, wanted change. They wanted an integrated education because they sincerely believed that integration was ultimately in the best interest of African Americans and all the people of Seattle. They wanted what was best for black children. Unfortunately, their position was not universally shared. Increasingly, a number of black parents in the school district were going to be influenced by other streams of thought, by other ideas about school segregation and school integration. Indeed, by 1967, we would see the rise of black power. By 1967, we would see the rise of black power, not just nationally, but also in Seattle. By 1967, the Nation of Islam would emerge as a powerful, influential force in the Central District. By 1967, there would be other black power groups that would emerge in the Central District. And they indeed would argue that integration is not in the best interest of black children. That black children sitting next to white children is not automatic. It's not a sign of automatic progress. They would argue that black children should be educated in black schools. They got a hearing. These black power advocates got a hearing in 1967 with the visit of none other than Stokely Carmichael. And I don't know if many of you remember Stokely Carmichael, but he became the symbol of black power in 1966 and 1967. Stokely Carmichael came to Garfield High in 1967, in April of 1967, after addressing an audience at the University of Washington. He rarely visited high schools, but this time he made an exception. When he came to Garfield, 4,000 people came out to hear him. Carmichael, of course, as you can see here, talked about the need for African Americans to challenge the integrationists. He said that the integrationists were slowly destroying the African American community. And then, of course, he said these words. Essentially, Carmichael called for an alternative view, and Carmichael wasn't alone here. Carmichael and others called for an alternative view to the question of integration in society. The political repercussions of Carmichael's visit surfaced the following August with a new organization in Seattle. The organization was called the Central Area Committee for Peace and Improvement. It was a Black Power organization, and it was an organization that was dedicated not to integration of the schools, but to control of the African American schools. The committee presented a list of demands to the school board, which included the introduction of Black, Asian, and Indian history into the curriculum of every school in the city, and the hiring of additional minority teachers and counselors, especially in the Central District. But this wasn't the end. Essentially, they continued to organize, and on March 6, 1968, there would be a confrontation between the integrationists and the Black Power advocates at the East Madison, or actually the Meredith Matthews YMCA. Imagine the scene. I want to give you a kind of a verbal picture of the scene. 400 people came to discuss whether or not Seattle, or at least Black Seattle, would pursue segregated schools or integrated schools. And of course, the Black Power advocates didn't talk in terms of segregated schools. They talked in terms of schools in which Black people would control the education, Black people would control the curriculum. These people who came to Meredith Matthews represented a wide spectrum of ideology within the African American community. No longer were the integrationists essentially in control of the discussion. In fact, to get a little bit ahead of myself, the integrationists would be swept off the platform. Reverend Adams attempted to control the meeting. He lost control of the meeting, and he lost control of the meeting to two groups, the Nation of Islam and the newly formed Black Student Union at the University of Washington. These groups argued differently. These groups argued that integration wasn't the key to racial progress. The integrationists, according to one observer, were, quote, swept off the platform. And not surprisingly, soon afterwards, Reverend Adams resigned his position in Seattle, and he assumed pastoral duties at a Los Angeles church. Civil rights leaders saw the meeting as a capitulation to hysteria, in the words of Walter Huntley. Yet other activists, others who were not in the civil rights fold, saw this as an assertion of working class Blacks in an area heretofore dominated by Black professionals. Listen to the words of future school board member Alfred Cowles. Quote, the professional Black leaders said that integration is going to be painful, so accept the pain that goes with it. But working class Blacks, according to Cowles, said we've been suffering pain far too long. Let the other groups suffer some pain. In other words, there was growing anger in African American Seattle about the fact that integration seemed to come only on the backs of African American students. And let me provide some background on this. The problem, as far as these Black Power advocates were concerned, goes all the way back to the time that the civil rights advocates called for the closure of all the Central District schools. The assumption, the operating assumption, was that Black kids should leave the Central District and go elsewhere. The operating assumption was that the education that they would receive outside of the Central District or in predominantly white schools would automatically be better. And a lot of these Black Power advocates began to challenge that notion. By 1970, the campaign for school desegregation had come in full circle. Blacks, whites, and Asians, I would argue, all wanted quality education for their children, but they could not agree on what is meant by quality education. They could not agree on how to achieve that quality education in Seattle at that time. Growing number of parents of all colors resisted court-ordered busing when there was the inkling of that coming down the road. And indeed, they called for, if you will, they increasingly called for, if you will, neighborhood control of their schools. The campaign against de facto school segregation now divided Blacks and whites, but it also pitted Blacks against Blacks and whites against whites in a search for a practical solution to the isolation of Seattle's children. You know, I have to tell you that when I wrote this lecture, I was told that this was going to be very difficult, and I think it is becoming difficult. I can see it in the expressions on some of your faces. Let me say it like this. There are no heroes here. You know, the lectures in the past have talked heroically about African Americans overcoming various situations. There is some of that here. There is certainly some of that here. But there is also much more contingency. There's also much more conflict. There's also much more angst about what's going on. There is no right answer. And that's, I think, that's what makes history itself so meaningful, because often there is no right answer. Often people can disagree fundamentally on various approaches. And let me say this, and I guess I should have added in the text of the lecture, because I sort of assumed that people knew a lot about this. It's essentially the split that's going on in the African American community, because this is what I'm focusing on. The split that's going on in the African American community is in some ways class-based. That is, that working class people, to some extent, are beginning to challenge middle class activists who had dominated the civil rights movement. But it's also a split that's based upon a kind of ideology, an ideology around the notion of integration. There are a lot of people, there are a whole host of people who, through the civil rights movement, believed that integration was the panacea, that integration, the integration of society, was the goal that we all should work for. And certainly that is a noble goal, that's a noble purpose. But increasingly, a number of African American activists, and we may not necessarily agree with them, a number of African American activists were saying integration is not the goal, or should not be the goal should be freedom. The goal should be self-determination. The goal should be the ability of African Americans to control their destiny. If that comes through integration, then that's fine. If it comes through various other processes, then that ought to be recognized as well. Well, this was difficult. This was difficult for the integrationists to hear. It was difficult in some instances for those who were, I would call, anti-integration to make that case. And that made for very difficult situations in terms of the debates going on in the late 1960s. But as you're going to see in a minute, those debates would intensify in the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s. As I said before, there are no heroes here. But there is an attempt, an honest effort, there's an attempt by various factions of the African American community and various factions of the white and Asian and Native American communities to try to figure out what is in the best interest of the entire community. And there are fits and there are starts and there are attempts to try to move in various directions. All of it's, if you will, all of it's well-meaning. But all of it doesn't have the same impact. All of it doesn't have the same result. And in many instances, there will be people who will appear to be working at cross purposes in this effort. Let me talk about the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, because that's the era of busing. And folks, I can tell you right now, well, I don't need to tell you, busing was one of the most controversial, if not the most controversial issue in Seattle and in the country throughout the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. Political careers were made on, if you will, the opposition to busing. All we have to do is think about Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon comes to mind. But all we have to do is think about Ronald Reagan, because and we may have forgotten this, but to a large extent, Ronald Reagan's appeal in a lot of areas of the country revolved around questions of race, and particularly his stand on busing. So what I'm going to explain to you here in terms of Seattle is the Seattle story, but we have to remember it's the Seattle story against the backdrop of a nationwide debate, a nationwide campaign that's going on about the issue of busing. The campaign about integration, or the end of de facto segregation in Seattle, did not begin in 1970. Indeed, as we've already established, there are echoes of that go all the way back to 1954. And it intensified in the 1960s, the late 1960s. As early as 1968, Forbes Bottomley, the first of many Seattle school district superintendents who would grapple with the question of race and education, said of busing, this is before Seattle had committed itself to busing for racial integration, quote, "Many authoritarian decisions will have to be made by the school board. If we're going to move ahead, I'm afraid it's going to have to be by that route. If we're going to move ahead, I'm afraid it's going to have to be by that route." He didn't know how prophetic he was. He didn't realize when he made that statement that busing would be the key to understanding the racial dilemma of Seattle through most of that time period. Yet I would submit to you that neither the African American community nor the rest of Seattle was ready for authoritarian decisions in that regard. And indeed, they would never prove to be completely ready to that. Black parents in the Central District began in 1969 the Central Area School Council. That school council was headed by Mrs. Jerry Ware. And she and others like her believed that Central District parents ought to take the initiative for improving the schools within their area. Not necessarily promoting integration, but for improving the schools within the Central District. They made the argument that with better teachers, with better curriculum, with better counselors, those schools would improve, the test scores of the kids in the schools would improve, and those schools would become effective agents in terms of delivering education. The Central Area School Council under Ware carved out a specific position whereby they were able to negotiate with the school board, remarkably, the placing of teachers in the Central District schools. They placed young white teachers and African American or minority teachers in the Central District schools, and remarkably, those schools began, or at least the kids, began to perform better. It seemed to some that this was an answer to the dilemma of education in the Central District. Ironically, even as Ware and others were beginning to tout this, there were others in the community, including others in the African American community, that were touting something else, that were saying improvements in the Central District schools are simply not enough, that you've got to integrate, that you've got to get the kids out of those predominantly black schools and in the schools across the city. Parents increasingly were interested in integrated education, but they disagreed on exactly how to bring that integrated education about. And those in the black community, or many in the black community, said, and I quote, "We don't want our children going to those white schools, especially when the schools here in the Central District are gaining in terms of quality education." These parents, in effect, wanted better education, and they felt that they had a solution to this. They felt that they had a way to bring this about. But regardless of what these black parents wanted, or regardless of the wishes of white parents or Asian parents, busing was coming. In September of 1972, a mandatory school desegregation program was instituted by the school board. It involved, at first, only 624 students. These students were chosen by computer, and they would, in effect, be bused across town to various locales outside of their neighborhood in order to promote what would be called racial balance. In other words, the idea was that by busing kids across town, they would help to affect or help to bring about quality education. There was opposition from the very beginning. On the day in which or the day before, or the night before, the busing program was supposed to begin in Seattle, approximately 75 buses had their tires slashed. In other words, vandals came in and slashed the tires of the majority of buses that were going to carry these students. In other words, Seattleites, or at least some Seattleites, were beginning to show their opposition to busing. But I would argue that despite the slashed tires, Seattle was hardly South Boston or Gage Park in Chicago, where riots broke out when busing programs began in the early 1970s. A lot of us perhaps don't remember this or don't recall this, but in the early 1970s, there was tremendous tension all over the country, certainly all over urban America, because of busing to bring about racial integration. Now, I would argue that there seemed to be less fundamental opposition to busing to integrate the schools in Seattle than in other cities. In places like Gage Park in Chicago, in places like South Boston, there was fundamental opposition to any effort to integrate the schools. In other words, it didn't matter if it was busing or anything else. In Seattle, I think increasingly parents said, we don't want our kids bused in order to bring about racial integration. And the way in which they touted their opposition was by withdrawing their kids, withdrawing their students from the schools. In other words, we see, beginning in 1972 and continuing throughout the 1990s, white flight. Look at these figures. These figures are dramatic. They show the declining enrollment of white students in the Seattle public schools. Now, I would be the first to argue that there are a variety of reasons for the declining enrollment. I would argue that Seattle families were becoming smaller. I would argue that there were growing numbers of people of color in the city of Seattle. But I think we can't get away from, as we look at these figures, we can't get away from the fact that a lot of parents, a lot of white parents, opted to take their kids out of school. You see, for instance, a concomitant rise, a dramatic rise in the number of kids in private schools, white kids in private schools. You also see many white parents essentially enrolling their kids in suburban schools, even though the parents remain in the city. The situation became so very difficult that the school board had to scramble to see how can we affect integration and at the same time keep students, keep white students in the school district. And in order to do this, they came up with what they felt was a novel device. They came up with the magnet schools. In other words, schools that would have superior programs that would hopefully hold the attention of white students and Asian students, as well as keep black students in the area so that integration could be effective. Cleveland High School, and in 1970, this is 1971, but Cleveland High School in 1972 had one of the first magnet programs. And anybody in here who's familiar with Garfield knows that Garfield is one of the exceptional places in terms of magnet schools. But there's a problem. The magnet schools, unfortunately, did not work. There was a tremendous amount of opposition to them. And let me suggest the various ways in which that opposition was going to be acted out. First of all, magnet schools, for all of their success, did not stop white flight. They did not stop white parents from taking their kids out of the school district. Secondly, magnet schools prompted fear on the part of black parents, especially in places like Garfield and in neighborhood junior high schools, where African Americans had been the majority. There was a fear that they would no longer be the majority. There was a fear that these would no longer be their schools. Now there's a paradox here. On one hand, integrationists are arguing we ought to close these schools down or we ought to get the black kids out of these schools and move them across town. But there was a lot of neighborhood pride in Garfield. There was a lot of neighborhood pride in Median. There was a lot of neighborhood pride in some of the other schools. And as bad as some of those schools appeared to be, there were a lot of black parents who said they at least are our schools. They at least are our schools. And so there was a conflict there. Thirdly, the ACLU and the NAACP, the chief proponents of mandatory busing, were very, very clear. They said the magnet schools undermine busing, undermine school integration. That is, as long as magnet schools were in place, that you couldn't have the full integration of the schools in Seattle. Then there's an extra element to come into play here. Asian parents in the international district were increasingly concerned and fearful that magnet schools would undermine the bilingual programs that they had worked for a number of years to try to bring about effective education for their children. But ultimately, the most important opponent to magnet schools in Seattle was the federal government. The most important opponent was the federal government. The government increasingly applied pressure on the school board to institute a mandatory busing program. The government argued that unless there's a mandatory program, funding could be cut off for Seattle schools, and there could be other legal action taken against the district. The board succumbed to that pressure, and in the spring of 1978, it voted to institute for the first time a mandatory busing program, despite the opposition of most of the city's white, black, and Asian parents. I want to emphasize this now. We usually think that black parents are in favor of busing, white parents are opposed to it. In this particular instance, the majority of parents of almost any race were opposed to busing. Regardless of whether they were opposed to it, busing came to Seattle. It came to Seattle without a court order, as one of the famous authors of the period wrote. But I would argue that it did not come without the threat of a court order. In other words, the pressure of the federal government forced the school board to call for busing. Now, white opposition, again, did not take the form of violent protests as in Boston and Chicago. However, the parents often voted with their children's feet. In other words, they continued to see, the school district continued to see the decline in the number of students. I'm putting up here a statement by Charles Royer. Charles Royer, of course, was the mayor at the time, a mayor in 1980, and he's one of a number of politicians that remarkably attempted to try to deal with this situation. Royer offered leadership, but unfortunately it was a leadership that fell on deaf ears because there were so many people of various political persuasions who were increasingly opposed to busing. Let me give you an example of the opposition to busing. Franklin High School, for instance, in 1978, was supposed to receive 500 white students from the North End as part of the busing program. In other words, white students would be bused into Franklin High School. Only 250 came in the first 3 months, and by the end of the year, less than 100 were coming. Many of those students who dropped out of this program eventually ended up in private schools or elsewhere. Ironically, and there was all kinds of irony here in terms of the busing situation, ironically, white flight actually created spaces in North End schools. For instance, Roosevelt, because it lost so many white students, now could take a growing number of black and Latino and Asian students. Yet at the same time, the schools in the South End were growing by leaps and bounds. In other words, they were getting increasingly crowded because more and more Asians were coming to the city of Seattle. If the opposition to busing in the 1970s had been most pronounced in the northern end or at the north end of town, by the 1980s, it shifted to the south end. By the 1980s, black and Asian parents noted that their students, their children, I should say, their children comprise a disproportionate number of people who were bused. In other words, it's not just the fact that busing is taking place, who is carrying the burden of the busing? A lot of these black and Asian parents would argue that increasingly effectively. The school board claimed, and I think they were correct in this, that there were more vacancies in the North End schools, and therefore black and Asian kids should be bused to those North End schools. Yet the parents argued, and I think equally correctly, that the money that was spent on busing should have been spent on equalizing facilities. Case in point, musically inclined students at Roosevelt High School could choose from among a number of options. They could either take jazz choir, they could take concert band, they could take classic or concert orchestra, they could take concert choir, among other programs. Those students who went to Rainier Beach High School had one option, generalized music instruction. Folks, and I did some checking on this, that's the situation right to this day. That is the situation right to this day. While busing advocates claimed that the disparity vindicated their support for busing, a growing number of parents wondered if this was the only way to achieve quality education. Among black parents, increasingly class differences mattered. In other words, middle-class black parents supported busing. They almost adamantly supported busing, even when they themselves were taking their kids out of the public schools and increasingly enrolling them in private schools. Community leader Elmer Dixon reflected the growing difference of opinion in the black community when he said, quote, "No one asked the black community what they thought about busing. The leadership just picked it up and they started running with it." And this is a statement that applied not only to 1985 when he uttered it, it applied to 1965, 1966, 1967. The busing controversy had always moved strangely, almost unpredictably through the city's history. Now it took yet another ironic turn. As African American students comprise a growing percentage of the total school enrollment, the influence of black parents and black education experts and advocates grew proportionally. By 1984, 3 African Americans, T.J. Vassar, Michael Preston, Jerry Salter, were all sitting on the school board out of a total of 7 members. In other words, African Americans had disproportionate power on the school board at that moment, precisely because busing had in effect removed a lot of white parents from the discussion of and interest in those schools. Yet also by 1984, only a handful of schools in Seattle remained racially segregated. In other words, in 1984, it seemed that the busing advocates had achieved what they wanted. It seemed finally, although in some ways sort of incidentally and ironically because of the large number of white students who had been removed from the system, it seemed finally that integrated education had been achieved. But had it? One of the promises, perhaps the promise of integrated education, was the fact that it would improve the quality of instruction for African American students, and as a consequence, African American student test scores would improve. In other words, why integrate if it's not to make sure that there's a better education? Why integrate if not to ensure that black kids get equal educational opportunities and they grow with those opportunities? Unfortunately, though, By 1985, I want to go to this next image, and I'm sorry, it's going to be hard to read this. By 1985, even though integration, quote unquote, had been achieved, the Seattle School District reported that there was an education gap, that there was an achievement gap. And those are words that ring true even to this day. We are still talking about, unfortunately, the achievement gap. Let me give you the figures. In 1985, according to the school district, fewer than 1 in 5 black students in grades 9 to 12 carried a grade point average of C+ or better. Latino and Native American students had similar scores, yet blacks were about 25% of the enrollment in the public schools of Seattle at that time. In contrast, 54% of white students and 67% of Asian students earned a C+ or higher. In other words, the achievement gap had become real. At the moment when we were concerned about busing, at the moment when we were concerned about making sure that students would sit in integrated classrooms, we had forgotten about the whole purpose of education, which is to educate. School board member Michael Preston was the first to break ranks from the old alliance that had talked about, that had pushed for busing. He said that it's now time to place less of a priority on school desegregation and a higher priority on quality education for African American students. He was immediately attacked. Oscar Eason publicly declared that Preston was, quote, the best friend that the segregationists ever had, unquote. I think that's unfair, but nonetheless, it speaks to the growing divisions, it speaks to the growing tension within the African American community about the issue of busing. This is Lacey Steele. Lacey Steele was the president of the Seattle NAACP at the time. Lacey Steele vowed to fight for busing even if it meant promoting busing in those neighborhoods that were already racially integrated, prompting one WAG to say, it seems that now busing is the goal more than quality education. You can see Steele's comment here. Nonetheless, by the late 1980s, a new group of leaders were beginning to emerge who challenged the notion that busing was the only way to achieve quality education. Indeed, these leaders would have been condemned in the 1960s and the early 1970s, and I'll talk about some of those leaders in a minute. Actually, let me discuss one right now. James Kelly. Many of you know James Kelly as the head of the Urban League. James Kelly, in 1988, founded an organization called the Black Community Coalition, which focused specifically on the achievement gap. Kelly said, and he said something that increasingly was going to resonate with a number of black parents, that closing the achievement gap was more important than desegregating the schools. Closing the achievement gap was far more important than the money that was spent for busing at the time. Eventually, he would call for the creation of the African American Academy. And the African American Academy would be one bold measure. It would be an attempt to try to create an academically wholesome environment where African American students would thrive. We can talk later in the question and answer sessions about whether that was achieved, but nonetheless, that was the goal in the early 1990s. The Academy opened in 1991, and of course, you can see the groundbreaking for the finished building that was completed by the year 2001. And of course, many of you may be familiar with the African American Academy. Unfortunately, though, African American Academy aside, the white flight continued from the school districts. In other words, white students were continuing to leave the school district, but now white flight had morphed into what I call middle class flight, as black and Asian parents also took their kids out of the public schools as well. Indeed, you couldn't even go to a private school and be assured of an education with nothing but white students. By 1990, 1 in 5 private school students was a student of color. 1 in 5 private school students was a student of color. In other words, the middle class had pretty well effectively deserted the public schools of Seattle. I think there are 2 comments that indicate the changed attitudes and their consequences. Earl Detman, chairman of the African American Parents Council, told the school board hearing in 1990 that the black parents in the Central District now agreed with white parents in the North End that, quote, the ability to choose schools closer to home is far more important than desegregation. School board president Al Sugiyama the first Asian American board member said, and I'm quoting here, "The mandatory busing program interferes with the district's efforts to improve poor schools and reduce the achievement gap." By 1995, the major opponents of school busing on the Seattle School Board were Michael Preston and Al Sugiyama. In other words, a black man and an Asian American man. They would soon be joined by a crucial ally, the new superintendent of public schools, John Stanford. Stanford was a retired general. You know the story. I mean, you guys were here when Stanford was here. He was a retired general with absolutely no experience in running public schools, and yet some have argued, not me, some have argued that he was the most dynamic public school superintendent that we've had. Certainly he shook things up, and certainly he was probably the only one who can in effect take us away, or take the city and take the school board away from the idea of busing. In October of 1997, Stanford proposed the end to the district's 20-year-old program of mandatory busing. To address the achievement gap, Stanford introduced a new school financing formula that promised more money for low-income students. On November 5th, 1997, the Seattle School Board voted 6-1 to end mandatory school busing. Folks, very few people mourn the passing of mandatory school busing. The Seattle Times, which is the most vocal proponent of mandatory busing throughout those years, had this editorial comment on July 30th, 1995, 2 years before the vote. How then do we assess this 20-year experiment? And remember those words, 20-year experiment. In other words, from 1977 to 1997, the city of Seattle dedicated itself to mandatory school busing to try to bring about racial balance. How do we assess this 20-year experience? Well, there's one group, indeed, and this group is fairly large, who believe that this experiment was a complete failure. Former Seattle School Superintendent David Mobley, the official who ushered into existence the first busing plan, said in 1987, quote, "Some people sincerely believed that busing would result in better education, yet there was never any evidence anywhere at all that it did." While Mobley is correct, I believe, and I'm going to go out on dangerous ground here, but I believe that there were positive outcomes that flowed from this desegregation effort. Yes, overall, busing was problematic. Overall, mandatory busing was not supported by significant segments of the population everywhere. But I believe this 20-year experiment did have some positives, that flowed from it. First, desegregation, whether through mandatory busing or other means, desegregation ended the isolation of Seattle's black kids. Desegregation, let me repeat that, desegregation ended the isolation, the racial isolation of Seattle's black kids. No longer could Seattle students claim a geographic ignorance, and particularly black students, a geographic ignorance about the rest of the city. In other words, before busing and before the attempt to integrate the schools, there had been, if you will, a kind of parochialism in the schools. People identified with schools and neighborhoods, and they didn't see beyond those schools and beyond those neighborhoods. Busing, for all of its faults, got those kids out of those neighborhoods and moved them into larger areas of the city so that they would begin to know and understand the city in ways that their predecessors could never imagine. Secondly, I believe the busing may have reduced the pressure to maintain segregated neighborhoods. Now, busing wasn't a complete panacea in this regard. There was still going to be, attempts to maintain segregation. But I think eventually, as blacks moved throughout the city, one of the reasons they would be accepted in various areas is precisely because their kids were indeed going to school with kids of other races throughout the city as well. In other words, busing itself and school desegregation paved the way for residential integration. It should have been the other way around. Had there been residential integration to begin with, there would have been no need for busing. But at least in this instance, busing at least will be indirectly responsible for the rise of residential integration. Thirdly, the desegregation efforts opened educational opportunities and experiences of the entire city to each student. Theoretically, students from throughout the city could avail themselves of special programs. Now here we're talking about the magnet schools. And yes, they had plenty of critics, and some of the critics were probably right in their arguments. But the magnet schools, and Garfield was one of them, the magnet schools created an environment, created a situation whereby gifted students, whereby students with special talents and special needs got the attention and care that they did not receive prior to 1965. Fourthly, although the evidence is less certain here, I'm on shaky ground here, I believe that desegregation helped to prepare Seattle for an array of black office holders, including a black mayor, a black county executive, a black school board president, a series of black school board presidents, I should say, and of course, a black school board superintendent. Folks, I would argue that the rise of these office holders in the 1980s and 1990s, some of whom are sitting in this room, the rise of these office holders, I think, would have been much more difficult, much more problematic, had not busing sort of convulsed the city. Indeed, there are various ways of looking at this. In one way, African Americans became political actors, even if they were moving in different directions. They became political actors across the city as a whole in ways that were unimagined in the 1950s and the 1960s. But another way of looking at this is to suggest that the desegregation of the schools, no matter how they came about, prompted people all over the city to begin to think about African American politicians and activists in different ways. Now, all of these changes, however, were not enough to deal with or to overcome the trauma of busing itself. Yet, I will argue that there were those who, even to this day, will claim the benefit of busing. I'm going to conclude this lecture with the statement of these two young women. They are veterans of busing. I don't know if you know them. It's probably not important for you to know them, but know their words. These are two Seattleites who remember busing. The development of these sentiments are wonderful. I laud them. I think it's very important I think they're very important. I think they reflect the racial progress that we've made. Racial progress that would have been very hard to imagine in 1965, 1966, or even 1972. Nonetheless, as I stand before you tonight, I understand that one of the major promises of busing, one of the major promises of mandatory busing, the idea of improved black performance, has still not been achieved. It has not been achieved right to this day, and we don't know, we really don't know when that will take place. Maybe someday in the future, when someone else comes and gives a lecture, they can tell you a happy ending to the story. They can tell you how the achievement gap was ended. But tonight, we're not prepared to do so. Thank you very much. We have some time for questions. We have time for questions? We have some time for questions. I have a feeling I'm going to get a lot of questions. I think I've managed to make a lot of people angry tonight. Questions? Have I made you so angry that you're not going to raise any questions? Yes. Yes.
Professor Taylor, my name is Larry Gossett, and
I know. I know. Larry's one of the politicians.
Yeah. And I was one of the founders of the University of Washington Black Student Union in 1968. Okay. And I had a question about that part of your lecture. Mm-hmm. It sounded like you were saying that those who were advocating for black power were kind of reinforcing racial segregation. And mm-hmm. I never remembered at that mm-hmm. time that we talked anything about maintaining segregation. Mm-hmm. We thought that the advocacy of black power was the only way that we can move toward a more truly integrated society. Mm-hmm. All of us went to an overwhelmingly black university, this mm-hmm. one. I mean, white university, excuse me, this one. Mm-hmm. And even out here, we were saying what we need to do is integrate mm-hmm. the curriculum, mm-hmm. integrate the staff, integrate the cultural, social, and academic structures on this campus so that they were warmer, less hostile, mm-hmm. and more open to people from diverse experiences. Mm-hmm. When we advocated in the community, we said the main thing is to have more control over the schools so that our children, black children, and other students of color could have a quality education. The ideal of segregation, maintaining segregation, never came up. So I'd like for you to am I wrong in my interpretation?
I think you're probably wrong in your interpretation.
Okay.
If that's what that's the idea that people came away with, then I apologize, because that's certainly not what we were saying. But I think in your question and in the response, I think is embedded a great truth. I think most of the Black Power advocates were not concerned about integration or segregation. They were concerned about empowerment. They were concerned about control. They were concerned about the progress of the African American community. And I think that's where they came into conflict with a lot of people who were integrationists, who often dismissed them as people who were supportive of segregation. Therein lies the problem. But I understand. I think I understand. Again, I've lived through this period. I was part of this period. And that's part of the problem of talking about this history. We're all part of this period. You all lived through this. You all experienced these things. You guys, in this room, there are people who probably had children who were bused. I don't want to see a show of hands, but I know that in this room, there are people who had children. And maybe in this room, there are people who themselves were bused. And of course, you have your own feelings about the whole question of busing. The real issue for, and this is, Larry, this is where I think the dilemma is. The real issue for both the integrationists and the Black Power advocates was, how do you bring about effective education for African American students? It was very clear that the Seattle school system was not delivering that effective education in 1960, 1961, 1965. The question is, how will it deliver it? What are the strategies to be promoted to try to bring about the effective delivery of that education? And to be honest with you, I don't know if we've figured it out. That's the dilemma. I don't know if we've actually, even now, even in the year 2006, I don't know if we've figured out how to end the achievement gap. I don't know if we've figured out how to ensure the Black kids have the educational opportunity so that more of them can be at the University of Washington. The goal that you wanted, the goal that the Black Student Union wanted at the time, has still not been achieved, but it was also the goal of the integrationists, and it hasn't been achieved. And so that's the dilemma that I wrestle with. And to be honest with you, I hope it's the dilemma that you wrestle with, because these problems are not ancient history. What we're talking about right now is a dilemma that continues. What we're talking about right now is not what happened in the 1960s. And I could regale you with stories of heroic people from the 1960s, and you'd feel good about this. What we're talking about is the fact that the civil rights movement of the 1960s did not solve all of the problems, that we have a residue of those problems, huge problems, that continue right to this day. There are some who argue, I won't necessarily say that I do, but there are some who argue that the most salient, the most important question, the most critical question, the most crucial question in American society today is the question of race. The most crucial question is the question of race. How do we resolve that? Hey, if I could tell you that, if I could tell you the solution, I'd be sitting in the White House. All the way over there.
I found it fascinating that when you talked about the schools and you talked about the private schools, that somehow all the people who've taken themselves out of the Seattle school district have managed to actually create, in the private school system, if you will, both integration and a level of educational parity. So I don't know I don't even know that this is a question for you, but what are they doing that this, well, okay.
I don't know. Maybe there's a commitment, and the commitment includes a commitment of resources. Let me give you an example. If I haven't gotten in trouble with a lot of people tonight, I will right now. let me name names. There's an example called Lakeside. Many of you are familiar with Lakeside School, are you not? Some of you may have actually even graduated from Lakeside. What is fascinating about Lakeside is that 25 years ago, it was almost lily white. There were relatively few Black folks there. Lakeside is now, despite the fact that it costs an arm and a leg to go there, Lakeside is now one of the most integrated schools, racially integrated schools in the city of Seattle. So it sort of speaks to the question that you can have quality education and racial integration. Those two ideas are not mutually exclusive. How is it that Lakeside can do it, and I realize that they do have certain resources, but how is it that Lakeside can do it and we can't do it in the public schools of Seattle? And remember, there was a time when it was assumed that that's exactly the role of the public schools, that the public schools would take people with very few resources and turn them into productive citizens. And somehow or another, we've gotten away from that. I think she may have the answer. We'll take her question, and then this has to be the last one.
I think I have at least one of the answers. At the time that I was in school, I graduated in '85, Lakeside was doing recruitment. And I can't remember if that's the exact one that was called the LEAP program, but they had a program that in the summer would invite minority students to come to the school and take courses over the course of the summer and just get a taste of what the school is about. Scholarship was offered, or like at half the cost of coming to school. If you could come up with that money, and your parents were like, "Hey, let's do it." You were off and running at Lakeside.
Yeah, yeah, no.
I don't know how long they did that program, but that's what was happening when I was between my 8th and 9th grade year. So that's who it was targeted at, was those middle school students.
No, I can't disagree with you on that. I think that's probably the case. The problem, though, is practical, that everybody can't go to Lakeside, that there are large numbers of students, and everybody shouldn't have to go to Lakeside to receive a quality education. Every one of us in this room pays taxes into public school coffers, and I assume that we pay for the best possible education, and yet we're not getting that. And I think we need to redouble our efforts so that we can make, I know this may seem so far-fetched, not necessarily make every public school a Lakeside, but make every public school approach Lakeside in the sense of its dedication to educating all of the students. That's, I think, the goal that is achievable, even in Seattle in the year 2006. Okay, we'll stop at that point then. Thank you.